The Lord's Empire Chapter 171 to Chapter 254. As he walked in step by step, countless people in the surroundings automatically surrounded him with kind smiles on their faces, expressing their goodwill. Li Wu entered the venue like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. Facing these upper-class people, who he had to look up to in the past, now treated him with respect and flattery. As an ordinary person, Li Wu felt incredibly happy and carefree. However, on the surface, Li Wu pretended to be humble and courteous. He knew that he was just a fake that the Ying family had found, and they were flattering him because of his identity as Qin's imperial prince, not because of him. What he needed to do now was to play the part of Qin's imperial prince just like the Ying family wanted him to do. He would use them to become more powerful and make these upper-class nobles truly submit to him. After coming to the center of the hall, Li Wu walked up to the stage as he had planned and gave a confident smile as he said, "Welcome, everyone, to my banquet. Today is the day that I officially return to the Ying family, and it is also the day that the Ying family will rise up. The Qin Empire will be restored, and we, the Qin Empire, will definitely return to its former glory. Those who are friends of Qin will receive countless benefits, but those who are enemies of Qin will definitely be reduced to ashes." After Li Wu finished speaking, a wave of raucous applause sounded out from below the stage. No one cared if they understood what Li Wu had said or not, because they understood how important Qin's imperial prince was. Once they flattered him, not only would it benefit them personally, but it would also benefit the entire family. Zhao Fu understood what Li Wu meant. He wanted to rope in some factions, and he also wanted to dispel any anti-Qin sentiment. He wanted to show how powerful he was and show that the Qin Empire would definitely be restored. At the same time, he also wanted to express his goodwill. Following this, Li Wu officially changed his name and returned to the Ying family, becoming Ying Wu. Zhao Fu would not change his surname, and he would always follow his mother's surname, Zhao. This was something that he could not change. After speaking, Ying Wu slowly descended from the stage, and the people in the surroundings immediately crowded around him, wanting to deepen their friendship with Great Qin's legatee and become closer to him. "Do you want to go over?" A trace of a smile appeared on Wu Qingyang's face as she looked at Ying Wu with her beautiful eyes. Hearing this, Zhao Fu thought for a moment. He didn't want to get involved in this mess, so he shook his head and refused. When she saw this, Wu Qingyang let go of Zhao Fu's hand and said, "Then I'll go take a look at Imperial Prince Qin. Wait for me here and don't run away like you did last time." This, Zhao Fu really did have this kind of thought, because this kind of place was really not suitable for him. It was a bit uncomfortable and boring to stay here, so he wanted to take this opportunity to leave. However, Zhao Fu had never thought that Wu Qingyang would be able to see through him, so he could only nod and agree. He would not leave and would wait for her to return. At this moment, there was already a woman next to Ying Wu, who completely attracted his attention. Without a doubt, this woman was Su Yuyan. Of course, Ying Wu knew who this superstar was. In the past, he had fantasized about her many times. Su Yuyan was undoubtedly the dream lover of countless men. Back when Ying Wu had wanted to meet this superstar, it had been almost impossible. He had only been able to meet her in his dreams. But now, the other party was happily taking the initiative to chat with him. This really felt like a dream come true. It felt a little surreal. Su Yuyan was already incredibly beautiful on television, and Ying Wu had never thought that she would be even more beautiful and enchanting when he saw her in person. Ying Wu's heart could not help but start to thump, and he felt that he had fallen in love with her. Indeed, if an ordinary man could marry her, he would be satisfied for the rest of his life. At that moment, Ying Wu felt an indescribable joy in his heart, and he felt as if he was in heaven. "Hello!" Suddenly, a moving voice sounded out from beside him. Ying Wu turned and saw a woman wearing a red dress. She was extremely beautiful, and she was not inferior to Su Yuyan. However, the aura she gave off was different from Su Yuyan's pure beauty, and she gave off a feeling that any man would go crazy to conquer her. Qin's legatee's identity was quite good. He had instantly gotten to know so many devastatingly beautiful women, and all of them had taken the initiative. However, he had seen this woman standing next to a man, and she was holding that man's arm, making him feel quite intimate. Ying Wu nodded and nodded before looking at Zhao Fu in the distance. Zhao Fu's delicate and handsome face and ordinary aura made him seem like a minor figure. As a man, Yingwu couldn't understand how he had managed to gain the favor of such a beautiful woman. As a man, Yingwu felt a bit jealous. Zhao Fu sensed Yingwu's gaze and inwardly laughed, but on the surface, he calmly stood there, waiting for Wu Qingyang to speak. On the other side, Wu Qingyang's arrival caused Su Yuyan to slightly frown. She felt a deep sense of threat from Wu Qingyang, and this was a woman's intuition. However, after a short conversation between the three of them, there wasn't too much tension. Their tones were very good, and they seemed to be getting along very well. It was as if the three of them understood something. Until the end of the conversation, each of them maintained a good image. Following this, Wu Qingyang returned to Zhao Fu's side and apologetically smiled as she said, "Sorry for waiting for a long time." Zhao Fu did not mind and shook his head, indicating that it was fine. "Let's go then." "I know you don't want to stay here," Wu Qingyang said as she led Zhao Fu away. On the way, Wu Qingyang's expression darkened, and she sighed as she said to Zhao Fu, "Aren't you interested in my gains this time?" Zhao Fu stared for a moment before replying, "I'm a bit interested." "Tell me." Wu Qingyang breathed out and said, as expected, that wasn't the real legatee Qin. Even though his temperament wasn't bad, he was still far from the real legatee Qin. "Oh." Zhao Fu calmly replied. Looking at Wu Qingyang's serious expression, he asked, "Why do you care about that legatee Qin?" Wu Qingyang rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu as she said, "You're the only one who doesn't know how dangerous the real legatee Qin is, as well as how terrifying he is. That guy still refuses to show himself, and he's like an evil dragon in the endless darkness. Who knows what he'll do next? Is he really that terrifying?" Zhao Fu suddenly smiled as he asked. Seeing how serious Wu Qingyang looked, Zhao Fu couldn't help but smile and nod, indicating that he knew how terrifying that Emperor Qin was. Seeing Zhao Fu act like this, Wu Qingyang felt quite angry, and she patted Zhao Fu's arm as she said, "I'm being serious here, don't be traumatized by meeting him. The true Emperor Qin is incredibly terrifying, and I've even experienced that level of terror before. Let me give you a reminder, why are you acting so frivolously?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu stopped laughing and nodded, saying that he understood, but if I'm afraid of myself, would I be traumatized by it? Also, when did Wu Qingyang feel how terrifying I was? Could it be that domineering dragon's roar? Seeing this, Wu Qingyang lightly harumphed. Seeing that they were about to reach Zhao Fu's residence, Wu Qingyang said, "Zhao Fu, do you really not want my help? With just your strength, it'll be very difficult for you to establish a large faction." Zhao Fu lightly nodded and said, "I'll take care of everything. However, I still have to thank you, Qingyang." Wu Qingyang felt quite surprised, this was the first time she had heard Zhao Fu call her by her name. However, she still looked at Zhao Fu seriously and said, "Zhao Fu, if you need anything, just tell me. I'll do my best to help you. From the first time I met you, I knew that you were destined to have an extraordinary life, and you definitely wouldn't spend the rest of your life with an ordinary person. Since I value you so highly, I've already made you mine. Even though it doesn't matter if you're willing or not, I'll make you submit to me. In the future, I'll need your help." Hearing Wu Qingyang's words, Zhao Fu felt quite startled. He simply couldn't understand why Wu Qingyang valued him so highly. After all, he was just a nobody in the real world, so Zhao Fu wanted to tell Wu Qingyang that she was overestimating him. However, before Zhao Fu could say anything, Wu Qingyang saw through his intentions and spoke first, saying, "I know what you want to say, but the Wu family is the best at judging men. After all, we have Phoenix Dragon constitutions, and you're someone that I've taken a fancy to. I'm sure you'll have great accomplishments and won't disappoint me." After hearing Wu Qingyang's words, Zhao Fu felt quite speechless towards her domineering attitude. In the real world, he was still too weak, so of course Zhao Fu wouldn't lower himself to her. After all, he was the master of Qin City. However, Zhao Fu didn't have any ill intentions towards Wu Qingyang, as she had always wanted to help him. Even though she was helping herself, it wasn't enough to make Zhao Fu feel any ill will towards her. Now that Wu Qingyang had made things clear, Wu Qingyang smiled and said, "Zhao Fu, I'll give you some time to develop. I will give you some time to develop, but after this time I will personally intervene." Zhao Fu didn't have any other choice, so he could only sigh and temporarily compromise, saying, "All right. Don't be so unwilling. Do you know how many men want to be like you, but they don't even have the chance? Wu Qingyang lightly hugged Zhao Fu's arm as she lightly smiled. However, in the next moment, she brought her nose close to Zhao Fu and sniffed as she asked curiously, Zhao Fu. I've always wanted to ask you, what have you been doing in the Heaven Awakened world for so long? I can feel that you're becoming more and more attracted to my constitution. These words caused Zhao Fu to feel quite startled, as Xianru had reminded him that he couldn't hide his fate in the real world. Zhao Fu felt that Wu Qingyang's constitution was related to fate, and he decided to ask Xianru about the Phoenix Dragon constitution after he returned to the Heaven Awakened world. Right now, Zhao Fu could only pull his hand out of Wu Qingyang's embrace, find an excuse, and return to his room. Elsewhere, Su Yuyan and Ying Wu had finished their conversation, and they got into a luxurious car. At that moment, a phone call arrived, and Su Yuyan picked it up and said earnestly, Big sis, this Qin City's legatee is indeed a fake. This Qin's legatee is indeed a fake, and he's just a shield for the Ying family. However, he doesn't want to be inferior to the Ying family, so he has some value. A mature voice sounded out from the other side of the phone, saying, I got it. Also, I'll leave the Heaven Awakened World Forum in the 3 provinces to you. The hidden families there seem to be coming out soon, so keep an eye out for them. Yes. I understand. Thank you, big sis, Su Yuyan said with a delighted expression. Back at Zhao Fu's side, Zhao Fu returned to his room. He didn't waste any time in the real world, and he once again grabbed the energy stone and entered the Heaven Awakened world. After entering the Heaven Awakened world, Zhao Fu looked at the 3 flower spirits, who had been waiting for a long time, and he said apologetically, I'm sorry for making you 3 wait for so long. Humph. Rose crossed her arms and lightly harumphed as she said angrily, Zhao, you said you'd be here soon. We've been waiting for you for so long, and I thought you'd forgotten about us. Rose. Zhao, you might have something to do, Bye said before Zhao Fu could explain. Rose's personality was quite understanding. N. Peachy, whose face was quite red, nodded. Rose's personality was quite simple, and after hearing them say this, she didn't feel angry anymore. She smiled and said, Alright, Zhao, I won't be angry at you anymore. Zhao Fu didn't feel angry anymore. Seeing how simple Rose was, Zhao Fu couldn't help but smile, and he took out 3 spirit fruits as a small compensation. Next, they continued to kill goblins in the Roland historical remnant. Zhao Fu used the same old method, which was to use his voice to attract the attention of a group of goblins. With his previous experience, Zhao Fu weaved through the buildings and slowly killed a group of goblins. Following this, he easily dealt with the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th groups. Zhao Fu had thought that it would be so easy to kill all of the goblins, but he hadn't expected the 5th group to suddenly appear. Zhao Fu suddenly appeared from the side and instantly killed 3 goblins. However, at that moment, one of the goblins took out a black horn and blew it. This horn was quite special, and it didn't make a very loud sound. However, all of the goblins could hear it and would be attracted over. The instant the horn was blown, countless goblins rushed over, and the sound was quite loud. Countless goblins rushed over, causing Zhao Fu's hairs to stand on end. He unhesitatingly chose to run. The situation had completely changed. The goblins madly chased after Zhao Fu, and in the end, Zhao Fu used his agility to barely escape from the historical remnant. Only after half a day did Zhao Fu dare to enter the historical remnant again. However, most of the goblins had formed groups of 20 or so goblins, and they were even more vigilant. It would be quite difficult for him to use his assassin profession to assassinate them. Zhao Fu turned his gaze to the small groups of goblins at the edge of the historical remnant and started to move. There were only 10 of them, and because they were at the edge of the historical remnant, they weren't very vigilant. Zhao Fu lowered his body and used the buildings to sneak over. The goblins didn't notice Zhao Fu at all, and they were still chatting with each other. Zhao Fu took out the Sky Demon sword and used his full strength from the start. He jumped down from a building and quickly dealt with a few ordinary goblins. With Zhao Fu's current strength, he was unable to take on the remaining goblins, so he could only continue to use the buildings to dodge. The group of goblins furiously chased after Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu used this opportunity to circle around the buildings and deal with the goblin rock throwers. In the end, there was only one red goblin and two hobgoblins left, and Zhao Fu set up a trap for them, causing them to be bound by 3 green vines. At that moment, Zhao Fu smiled as he walked out from a dark corner. The 3 goblins were struggling on the ground, furiously glaring at Zhao Fu. If it wasn't for the vines blocking their mouths, they would most likely have started cursing at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu walked over and used the Sky Demon sword to cut open one of the vines blocking the goblins' mouths. As soon as the goblin was able to speak, it cursed, "Despicable human. You've killed so many of our goblins, I won't let you off. If you let me go, I'll definitely kill you." When he heard this, Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh. Those words were simply too stupid. Who would let you go after capturing you? Moreover, they would stupidly challenge you to a duel. Zhao Fu said in the goblin language, "Now that you've been captured by me, you only have 2 choices, submit to me or die." Hearing Zhao Fu speak in the goblin language, the goblin stared for a moment before yelling, "I won't submit to you. Kill us if you dare." "Huh. You've got guts." Zhao Fu took out a whip and whipped it on the goblin's body. He wanted to use pain to force them to surrender, but what Zhao Fu didn't expect was that the goblins refused to surrender and were quite stubborn. After tens of lashes, the goblins were covered with wounds, but the goblins refused to surrender. The 3 flower spirits could not bear to watch this anymore and said, "Zhao, don't be afraid. Don't abuse them like this, they look so pitiful." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt that this method was ineffective. The goblins in the historical remnant were indeed different from the goblins outside. If they were outside, they would have long since surrendered. Zhao Fu had no choice but to use the life and death contract that he had bought before to force them to submit. The life and death contract was a slave contract. The 3 of them had given their lives to him, and he could do whatever he wanted with them. Even if the 3 of them died, it wouldn't affect Zhao Fu much. Now, Zhao Fu was only forcing them to submit. After using the life and death contract, the paper turned into motes of light and entered the 3 goblins' bodies. Even though they looked quite unwilling, they still submitted in the end. Of course, the goblins' loyalty wasn't very high, but they would at least listen to Zhao Fu's orders. Zhao Fu had the 3 flower spirits release them, and after regaining their freedom, the 3 goblins knelt on the ground and cried out, "Sir." Zhao Fu smiled, he had achieved his goal. He took out some healing medicine and gave them to the goblins. He also took out 2 silver-grade swords and a silver-grade magic staff and gave them to the goblins. These silver-grade equipment were all from Gufeng's ring, and there were roughly a few hundred of them. This wasn't too surprising, as most elite soldiers in system main cities already had full sets of silver-grade equipment. As one of the 3 great generals, Gufeng definitely didn't lack silver-grade equipment. The 3 goblins rubbed the medicine on their bodies as they happily held the equipment, and their loyalty towards Zhao Fu greatly increased. The 3 of them only had some superficial wounds, which weren't too big of a deal. After subduing these 3 goblins, Zhao Fu now had 3 helpers. Even though ordinary goblins and goblin rock throwers were quite strong, Zhao Fu wasn't interested in them. Following this, Zhao Fu allowed them to rest for a while before taking them to another group of 10 people. With the 3 goblins joining in, things became much simpler. At first, Zhao Fu rushed out and killed a few goblins by surprise, while the 3 goblins who had submitted rushed out from the other side. The remaining goblins split up, and the 3 goblins who had submitted to Zhao Fu held back the goblins on the other side while Zhao Fu quickly dealt with the goblins on the other side. In the end, Zhao Fu's group surrounded the remaining blue goblin and 2 hobgoblins. While Zhao Fu wasn't paying attention, 3 green vines shot out from the ground and wrapped around the 3 goblins, forcing them to submit. However, this time, the 3 goblins' aggro shifted from Zhao Fu to the 3 goblins who had submitted, and they cursed at Zhao Fu for being traitors. Following this, Zhao Fu used his contract to force them to submit, and he continued to look for other weaker groups. After repeating this method, Zhao Fu finally expanded his group to 15 people. 2 of them were blue goblins, 3 were red goblins, and 15 were hobgoblins. With this number of soldiers, Zhao Fu wasn't afraid at all. After luring out a group of 20 goblins, he directly attacked without any tricks. The blue and red goblins threw fireballs and ice balls at the enemy goblin rock throwers and blue and red goblins, while the hobgoblins rushed over with their weapons. Zhao Fu also held the Sky Demon sword and used the Sky Demon's power to send countless traces of Sky Demon chi into his body, and Zhao Fu rushed into the fray. 3 goblins swung their wooden clubs at Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu slashed out with his sword, sending their wooden clubs flying. Zhao Fu then slashed out with his sword, sending out a black sword light that hit the 3 goblins' chests. A terrifying gash appeared on their chests, and blood flowed out as they fell to the ground and died. Bang! A goblin rock thrower threw a rock at Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu dodged to the side before rushing at the goblin rock thrower and starting to fight. The battle concluded very quickly, and it wasn't just because of Zhao Fu, it was because of the other 15 goblins. There were only 1 blue goblin, 1 red goblin, and 4 hobgoblins. The rest were all normal goblins and goblin rock throwers. On the other hand, Zhao Fu's side was filled with powerful goblins, and there wasn't a single one of them. As such, Zhao Fu was able to easily deal with this group of goblins. 3 days later, Zhao Fu and his team cleared out almost all of the goblins, and Zhao Fu's team now had 32 goblins. The battles over the past few days had been quite intense, and Zhao Fu's subordinates had been injured or killed, so Zhao Fu had expanded his team. Now, there were 5 blue goblins, 7 red goblins, and 20 hobgoblins. This was quite a large number, and Zhao Fu led his team towards the inner region of the historical remnant. Zhao Fu obtained some information from the goblins that he had subdued. It turned out that the historical remnant was in the outer region, and the inner region was occupied by a group of minotaurs. The minotaurs were a type of mutated minotaurs, and they were incredibly ferocious. Because the goblins were afraid of the minotaurs, they could only stay outside the historical remnant and didn't dare to enter. From what the goblins said, Zhao Fu found out that the inner region of the historical remnant was even more dangerous. At the same time, he understood that the minotaurs were incredibly powerful, but Zhao Fu still wanted to go and take a look. Riches could only be obtained with danger, so he had to take risks. There were goblins leading the way, and Zhao Fu was at the back. After passing through the densely packed buildings, Zhao Fu arrived in front of a dilapidated castle. The castle was quite big and majestic, and it was a Western Gothic-style building. However, it was incredibly dilapidated, and the walls and pillars had all collapsed. There were weeds everywhere, and it looked completely barren. Apart from this, Zhao Fu also found 4 gray stone steels that were about 1 meter tall. They seemed to be profession-changed stone steels. Zhao Fu walked over and saw that they were indeed profession-changed stone steels. The 4 stone steels corresponded to the 4 military professions in the historical remnant. Goblin blunt arms, grade E+ military, description, a goblin warrior that wields a club, effect, receives the skill, blunt weapon strike. The first soldier type surprised Zhao Fu. It was an E+ soldier type, which was slightly higher than the Qin soldier type, because the Qin soldier was only an E rank soldier. However, Zhao Fu's Qin soldier didn't have a limit on the number of people that he could have, and he could have as many as he wanted. Zhao Fu could only have 1,000 goblins, but because Zhao Fu had the buff stats, he could have 2,000 or so goblins. At the same time, Zhao Fu also felt that the level of Qin's army was still too low. It could not handle the intense battles in the future, but Zhao Fu did not know how to increase the level of this army. He turned his attention to the next goblin unit, Rock Thrower, Goblin, Grade E military, description, warriors that can throw terrifying rocks, effects, receives the skill, rock throwing, after changing professions. Hobgoblin, Goblin, Grade D military, description, goblin warriors that wield sharp swords, effects, receives the skill, swordsmanship essentials. Green Crimson, Goblin, Grade D+ military, description, a goblin mage that can cast powerful magic, effect, receives skill, Ice Flame, after changing professions. The remaining 3 professions also had a limit on the number of goblin rock thrower professions. The number of hobgoblins was 500, the number of hobgoblins was 200, and the number of green-red goblins was 100. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and found that the stone steels could be moved. He felt quite delighted and immediately put the 4 stone steels into his king's ring. With these 4 profession-changed stone steels, the goblin race's profession was now complete. Following this, Zhao Fu looked at the castle and had the goblins wait outside while he went in to take a look. With the assassin profession, he wasn't afraid, but if he brought so many people in, they would be discovered sooner or later. The goblins obeyed and waited outside. They were quite afraid of the minotaurs within the castle. Zhao Fu hid his aura and snuck into the castle. At first, Zhao Fu entered the castle and found that everything was normal. He didn't discover anything, and his surroundings were quite peaceful. However, as Zhao Fu slowly entered, he found that the noises ahead were getting louder. There were loud snoring sounds from sleeping, smashing things, and furious roars. All of the noises had something in common, which was that they sounded like cows. Zhao Fu slowly climbed up a relatively tall building and looked ahead. He found that there were 50 or so minotaurs within the ruins. These minotaurs looked just like minotaurs. They had the bodies of humans and the heads of cows. Their bodies were covered with muscles, and there was a hide around their waists. However, these minotaurs were quite big, and they were about 4 meters tall when they stood up. They were also easily angered, and when they went berserk, their eyes would become blood red. Apart from these ordinary minotaurs, Zhao Fu also found a minotaur chief in front of an exquisitely carved stone gate. This minotaur chief was 6 meters tall, and he had a pair of black, shiny, long, and sharp horns. His body was incredibly muscular, and he gave off an incredibly oppressive aura. After looking around, Zhao Fu went back and started to think about how to deal with the minotaurs. The minotaurs were incredibly powerful, and if they were also easily angered, they would be even more dangerous because their strength would increase by many times when they were enraged. Zhao Fu looked at the minotaurs and saw that the minotaurs were incredibly powerful. This type of minotaurs was quite terrifying, so it was best not to fight them head-on. However, tricks could be used, and the effects would be quite good. Zhao Fu thought of a method. He found a large tree that was 10 or so meters tall and prepared a thick chain that was 2 fingers thick. He also found a large boulder. Whether this method would work or not would depend on their teamwork. Moreover, because the minotaurs had a chief, the ordinary minotaurs would obey its orders. As such, he had to be more careful. If the chief minotaur noticed him, everything would fail. After all, with his current strength, Zhao Fu might not be able to defeat the chief minotaur. Following this, Zhao Fu started to carry out his plan. Zhao Fu once again went to the inner part of the castle and stared at a minotaur at the outermost area. He hid by the side and threw a boulder at it before pushing a goblin out to provoke the minotaur. After being pushed out by Zhao Fu, the goblin looked quite wronged because it was very afraid of the minotaurs. However, it was unable to resist Zhao Fu's power, and with Zhao Fu's promise to protect its life, it reluctantly complied. Facing the goblin outside the historical remnant, the minotaurs were not very wary. If it was Zhao Fu who attracted the goblin's aggro, he would most likely attract a few minotaurs. Moreover, they were very wary. Very quickly. After being provoked by the goblin many times, the minotaurs became infuriated. Their eyes became bloodshot, and they gasped for breath as they charged over. The infuriated minotaur gave off a terrifying and ferocious aura as it furiously rushed over, knocking down a few walls and causing dust to fly everywhere. The minotaur's eyes became blood red as it searched for that despicable figure in the dust. However, after looking around, that despicable figure had disappeared. The minotaur felt incredibly furious, and just as it was about to vent its anger, that figure once again appeared in the distance, provoking it. The minotaur roared, vowing to tear that goblin to shreds, and it charged over again. However, after charging over, that figure once again disappeared. After a while, it reappeared in the distance, and if it was someone with a clear mind, they would have sensed that something was off. However, the minotaur had completely lost its mind and didn't think about such a thing. Right now, it just wanted to tear that goblin to shreds, and the more it chased, the angrier it became. That despicable goblin was able to escape every time. Bang! The minotaur smashed a wall into smithereens with a single punch, causing bricks to fly everywhere, creating a terrifying sound. In the distance, the goblin that Zhao Fu had pushed out paled in fright. If he had been hit by that punch, he would have been turned into a pile of meat paste. His body trembled as he turned to Zhao Fu and said, "Sir, you can protect me. Right now, my life is in your hands." Alright. Don't worry." Zhao Fu hid by the side and looked at the completely enraged minotaur as he smiled and said. This smile made the goblin lose all confidence. However, with his strength, he was unable to escape from the minotaur's pursuit, so he could only rely on Zhao Fu. As such, he pointed at the Minotaur and cursed, "You bastard! Minotaur pig! Shame of the Minotaurs, roar!" The Minotaur furiously charged at the goblin, and Zhao Fu immediately picked up the goblin and used his agility techniques to quickly weave through the buildings. He was like a black blur, and after a few leaps, he appeared in the distance. A few times in a row, in the end, the Minotaur chased the goblin to a street, and seeing that the despicable goblin had finally stopped running, the fury in his heart was about to explode. The Minotaur's eyes became even more bloodshot, and he breathed out large mouthfuls of white smoke as he once again rushed at the goblin. From how ferocious he looked, it seemed like he could stomp the goblin into meat paste. But suddenly, it stepped on an inconspicuous pile of hay. Immediately, it was startled and felt that its legs were bound by something. But in the next second, there was the sound of a boulder falling to the ground, and its whole body was hung upside down. Zhao Fu's trap was very simple. He would use the goblin to lure the Minotaur out, then tie one end of the chain to a large rock and hang it on a tree. When the Minotaur stepped on the noose and pushed the rock down, the Minotaur would be suspended in midair. Now that the Minotaur was hung upside down, no matter how much strength it had, it couldn't use it at all. It could only swing its fists around, and if it had a calm mind, it would have tried to break the chain. However, the Minotaur only wanted to destroy it with brute force. Zhao Fu had specifically found these chains, so how could he allow it to break free? Zhao Fu smiled as he walked out from the side. The Minotaur had a crazed look on its face, and it had completely lost its mind. It continuously roared, wanting to tear apart everyone in front of it. The Minotaur was incredibly powerful, and the wind from its fists could easily injure people. Zhao Fu walked over and released a faint barrier of light, blocking the wind from the fists. He then took out a contract and set up this trap. Zhao Fu's intention wasn't to kill the Minotaur but to subdue it. After all, with a few Minotaurs, it would be much easier to deal with the Minotaurs within the castle. However, after Zhao Fu used the contract turned into motes of light and flew towards the Minotaur. However, the motes of light were unable to enter the Minotaur's body, and they were instead repelled by a formless energy. After the motes of light disappeared, Zhao Fu frowned and tried to use another contract, but it still failed. This caused Zhao Fu to sigh. This contract was most likely ineffective against Minotaurs. Since he couldn't subdue it, he could only kill it. Seeing how crazed the Minotaur was, he couldn't allow it to attract other Minotaurs. Zhao Fu slowly drew the Sky Demon sword at his waist and sent his king's power into it, causing the sword to give off a sharp, black sword light. Zhao Fu swung it forwards, and a sword light flashed as the Minotaur's head fell from its neck. It was as if he had opened a bottle of blood, and blood flowed out of its neck. The Sky Demon happily devoured the Minotaur's fleshly essence, and it cried out in delight. Such a powerful fleshly essence would definitely be a great tonic. After killing the Minotaur, it dropped an orb of green light. This orb of light was as big as a fist and gave off an ancient aura. However, Zhao Fu could sense the power that it gave off. Zhao Fu picked it up and looked at it. Ancient power, a type of pure physical power that can be fused into one's own body or equipment. Ancient power? After looking at the description, Zhao Fu looked down at the Sky Demon and asked, "Do you want this power?" The Sky Demon, who had been enjoying the feeling of devouring the essence blood, hurriedly shook its head and refused, saying, "I don't want that kind of physical power." Hearing this, Zhao Fu thought about it. Since the Sky Demon didn't want it, Zhao Fu decided to use it himself. He wanted to see what effects this ancient power had, because he felt that it was quite rare. Following this, Zhao Fu pressed the orb of green light against his chest. The orb of green light fused into his body and turned into a ray of green light that spread out. Immediately, Zhao Fu felt some kind of power enter his body, causing his body to tremble. Following this, his heart started to vigorously beat, and his body started to heat up. However, this only lasted for a short while before it stopped. This was because the king's power within Zhao Fu's body had devoured a portion of this ancient power. It seemed that this ancient power was inferior to his king's power, or else it wouldn't have been devoured so easily. Despite this, the ancient power's effects were still evident. Zhao Fu's constitution and strength stats both increased by a lot, and when Zhao Fu clenched his fists, he could feel the power within his body. Moreover, after obtaining the ancient power, Zhao Fu's body, which was originally quite thin, now had a trace of muscles on it, making Zhao Fu feel quite surprised. After sensing the ancient power's power, Zhao Fu looked up at the Minotaur's corpse. Since he couldn't subdue the Minotaur, he could only kill it. Right now, Zhao Fu's goal was to subdue the Minotaur, so he couldn't kill it. Following this, Zhao Fu and the 32 goblins started to dig a hole. Indeed, they were digging a hole. Zhao Fu's sword gave off a sword light as he easily stabbed it into the ground 1 meter deep. He twisted the sword, causing the ground within 1 meter of him to collapse. The digging speed was quite fast, as even hobgoblins could easily draw out sword lights. What's more, Zhao Fu had 20 hobgoblins with him, and all of them had stage 1 cultivation. After working for half a day, Zhao Fu had also joined in. They had dug a 6-meter wide, 20-meter deep hole, and after digging such a large hole, not only did the goblins become exhausted, but Zhao Fu was also exhausted. Beads of sweat rolled down his body as he sat to the side and panted. The 3 flower spirits thoughtfully took out small handkerchiefs and helped Zhao Fu wipe his sweat. After a while, Zhao Fu stabbed 20 or so sharp silver-grade spears into the bottom of the hole before returning to the surface and covering the hole with hay. Finally, the trap was complete. Seeing this, Zhao Fu felt quite satisfied. Now, it was time to lure more minotaurs, and Zhao Fu looked at the goblin that had done quite well. Facing Zhao Fu's evil gaze, this goblin's body trembled, and it wanted to shrink back into the group of goblins. It didn't want to do something as dangerous as luring minotaurs anymore, and it had been scared to the point that its heart had almost jumped out of its chest. However, even though it didn't want to, it was still pulled out of the group by Zhao Fu. The goblin looked incredibly wronged and wanted to cry. However, after Zhao Fu tossed it a bottle of little spirit pills, the goblin's expression immediately changed, and it looked as if it was determined to complete the quest. After coming to the castle, Zhao Fu looked at a minotaur that was snoring loudly on the ground. Zhao Fu picked up a pebble and threw it at the minotaur. The pebble flew out and hit the minotaur's head. However, the ox-headed monster did not have much of a reaction. It merely scratched its head and continued to sleep. Zhao Fu felt quite speechless, and he picked up a fist-sized rock and threw it. The rock tore through the air and drew an arc in the air before hitting the minotaur's head. Roar! The stone smashed into the minotaur's head, causing a large bump to appear on the minotaur's head. The sleeping minotaur jumped up from the ground and went into a berserk state. Its blood-red eyes looked around, wondering which bastard had disturbed its sleep. This time, there was no need for Zhao Fu to say anything. The hobgoblin stepped out and cursed, "Big ox head. You stupid cow, come and catch me." Roar! The minotaur roared angrily and stomped his feet, causing the ground to crack. His entire body shot forward like a cannonball. This ferocious attack caused the goblin's face to pale, and it suddenly felt a deathly pressure. Its body froze, and cold sweat appeared on its forehead. Just as the minotaur was about to slam into it, a hand grabbed it and it disappeared. Bang! The minotaur smashed into the place where the goblin had been standing, creating a large crater. The minotaur shook off the sand and stones on its body, and its blood-red eyes looked at the hateful figure in the distance. It then looked at the goblin in the distance and continued to chase after it. A few times later, the minotaur saw that the damned goblin was provoking it again, and it was about to explode in anger. It furiously roared and charged over. This time, it was going to tear that goblin to shreds. Bang! The minotaur was incredibly fast, and just as it was about to reach the goblin, the minotaur's foot missed, and its body fell to the ground. The trap was a success. Zhao Fu smiled as he walked over to the side of the trap. He looked down and saw that the minotaur's body had been pierced by 10 or so spears, and blood flowed down the spears. The minotaur was still alive, and it waved its arms as it tried to stand up. Seeing this, Zhao Fu quickly jumped down and ended the minotaur's life, not allowing it to continue struggling. Zhao Fu picked up the ancient power that the minotaur had dropped, and its flesh and essence were devoured by the sky demon. Then, Zhao Fu brought up the minotaur's corpse, which had become a dried-up corpse. This time's trapping and hunting had been completed perfectly. Now, Zhao Fu had to lure the minotaurs over and have them fall into the trap. Zhao Fu spent a few days luring the 30 or so minotaurs over and dealing with them. During this period of time, nothing unexpected happened. At the same time, Zhao Fu obtained 30 or so ancient powers. These ancient powers could only be used once, and they were useless after being used multiple times. This messed up Zhao Fu's plans. After using the ancient power last time, Zhao Fu had found that it was quite beneficial to his internal injuries. A small portion of the azure energy sealing Zhao Fu had disappeared, and Zhao Fu had recovered some of his strength. Zhao Fu had thought that using the ancient power would be able to completely heal his injuries and restore his previous strength, but that was not possible. As such, Zhao Fu could only put away the 30 or so ancient powers. However, Zhao Fu rewarded the goblin that Zhao Fu had often used to lure the minotaurs. After using the ancient power, the goblin went through massive changes. The goblin's 1.2-meter tall body grew to 1.5 meters tall, and its body became muscular. It was like a poor man had instantly become a muscular man, and the aura that it gave off was many times more powerful than before, making the other goblins feel quite envious. The goblin's transformation was because its bloodline was not as high grade as the ancient power, which was why it had changed so much. Zhao Fu had a level 9 royal bloodline, so his transformation was very small. After Zhao Fu killed the 30 or so minotaurs, the minotaur chief sensed that something was wrong, and Zhao Fu did not dare to do anything. If Zhao Fu did anything, such as luring the minotaurs, it was possible that all of the minotaurs would be lured over, including the minotaur chief. If it was an ordinary minotaur, Zhao Fu would have the confidence to deal with it. However, Zhao Fu did not have the confidence to deal with the minotaur chief because the dangerous aura it gave off was simply too powerful. Right now, they could only remain in a stalemate. Zhao Fu did not dare to act rashly, and the minotaurs discovered what their true enemy was. Right now, the only thing they could do was to continuously dig. Following this, Zhao Fu took the 32 goblins and started to dig tunnels. Elsewhere, Shi, who had been unconscious and heavily injured, had finally woken up. His injuries were definitely more severe than Zhao Fu's, which was why he had only woken up now. Lying on the hospital bed, Shi seemed to have aged 10 or so years, and there were strands of white hair on his head. Lu Xing and Yu Linping were waiting by his side. Yu Linping's injuries had already healed, but Lu Xing's arms had been cut off by Zhao Fu. Although his arms had grown back, his cultivation had greatly decreased. When they saw Shi slowly open his eyes, they warmly called out, "City Lord." Shi weakly nodded and tried to sit up. Lu Xing and Yu Linping hurriedly went up to help, and they helped Shi sit up. Lu Xing and Yu Linping then started to tell Shi about the things that had happened in the past few days, including the Qian family, the effects of the terrifying battle on Heavenstone City, and Shi Wen. After hearing about these things, Shi sighed and said, "Call Wen over. I have something to talk to him about." Following this, Shi Wen, who had been locked up in his room for a few days, heard his father call for him and immediately ran over with a look of joy on his face. Seeing his father, who had aged a lot and was weakly lying on the bed, Shi Wen felt a lump in his throat. Adding on the grievances he had suffered over the past few days, he ran over and hugged Shi as he cried. A while later, Shi looked at the crying Shi Wen and patted him on the shoulder as he said weakly, "Have you been well these past few days?" Shi Wen looked up at his father and wiped away his tears as he said guiltily, "Dad, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it's all my fault that you're so badly injured." Over the past few days, Shi Wen had heard about what had happened, and he had never thought that something that he had thought was a small matter would lead to such a terrifying outcome. When Shi saw that his son had finally repented, he felt quite happy and gratified. He suddenly felt that the injuries he had suffered had been worth it. Now you know how terrifying and cruel this world is. Even though your father was chosen by the sovereign and appointed as a city lord, he's not invincible. In such a short period of time, those mutants have already produced such a powerful expert. But in the future, such experts will be as numerous as hair. The cruelty of the future may not be something you can imagine now. It will be an era filled with endless darkness and slaughter. I can only protect you for a while, I can't protect you forever. Perhaps one day, you will be killed by a peerless expert. If you continue to be muddle-headed and only care about playing and enjoying yourself, you will only harm yourself. In the Dark Ages, even if you were lucky enough to survive, you would become a servant and live a life worse than pigs and dogs. Even death would become an extravagant hope. Father. Will the future really be so terrifying? Sherwin asked in disbelief when he heard how serious his father was. Xianxia nodded and bitterly smiled as he said, "Everything in front of you is just a facade. You'll understand when the time comes, but by then, the world will have become hell on earth." After hearing his father's words, Sherwin earnestly nodded. Seeing this, Xianxia smiled and said, "I'll leave the Qian family's matter to you then." By now, Sherwin's heart had somewhat changed. Before, he had thought that with his father around, he could think of nothing and fear nothing. Now that this had happened, he couldn't help but change his way of thinking. In this world where the weak were prey to the strong, he didn't want to live a life of being a servant. Xianxia's heavy injuries had given him a big wake-up call. Thinking about the Qian family, Sherwin's expression became vicious. It was all their fault. Only now did Sherwin display the viciousness of a high-ranking person, and he raised his head as he said to Xianxia, "Father, I'll go take care of it right now. I'll take care of it right now and make sure you'll be satisfied." After saying this, Sherwin drew a sharp sword and left. He went to a room where there were a few beautiful women. These were the women that the Qian family had given him for him to play with. Even though players could leave the heaven-awakened world, they couldn't leave if they were in battle or imprisoned. They could only leave through death. Once they died, everything would be gone. As such, the Qian family's people were quite reluctant to let them go, so they had kept them imprisoned. They still had a trace of hope that the hedonistic young master, Sherwin, would save them. However, they had greatly underestimated Sherwin's viciousness. As soon as they entered the room, the Qian family's women began to flirt, wanting to curry favor with Sherwin so that he would spare them. Pooh! Sherwin was already quite tired of these women, and he stabbed one of them in the heart with his sword. Seeing this, the other women screamed and immediately knelt on the ground, begging Sherwin for mercy. However, Sherwin was unmoved and killed them with a few strikes. Following this, Sherwin personally led a group of soldiers to the Qian family's residence. When the Qian family's leader saw Sherwin, he was delighted. If anyone else had brought soldiers, the Qian family would have been in danger. However, Sherwin had come, and the situation was different. He felt that Sherwin would be easy to deal with, and after promising him a few more beauties and rare items, the Qian family's crisis would be resolved. "Young Master Sher, please save the Qian family this time. We were also framed, and we didn't know about this at all." The Qian family's leader forcefully pushed away all responsibility and acted pitifully as he walked up to Sherwin. The other Qian family's people also cried and said that they were innocent and that they had been framed. Facing the Qian family's people, Sherwin savagely laughed, causing the Qian family's leader to feel quite surprised. In the next second, a sword light flashed, and the Qian family's leader's head rolled off. "Don't leave a single one alive, kill them all," Sherwin ordered, and the soldiers behind him started to slaughter the Qian family's people. At that moment, Sherwin's gaze swept over the Qian family's leader's wife, and a lewd smile appeared on his face as he dragged her into a room. Following this, a few pitiful cries sounded out as Sherwin walked out of the room with disheveled clothes and a satisfied smile on his face, leaving behind a naked female corpse. From now on, the tyrant Qian family of Heavenstone City had been completely uprooted. This news caused many people in Heavenstone City to heave a sigh of relief, and they felt incredibly happy. This scourge had finally been dealt with. After watching his son, Sherwin, leave, Xianxia's expression became serious as he said, "Now that Heavenstone City has formed an enmity with that person, he'll come back sooner or later. When that time comes, Heavenstone City will be destroyed, so we need to do something." Hearing this, Lu Xing and the other person's expressions became serious, and they lowered their heads and cupped their fists as they said, "Please. What are the city lord's instructions?" Xianxia thought for a moment before replying, "Let's go and find those three. If they can help, Heavenstone City won't be in such danger." Following this, Lu Xing and the other person chatted with Xianxia for a while before turning and leaving. Of course, those three people were the city lords of the other three main cities. Back at Zhao Fu's side, Zhao Fu had spent nearly 10 days working day and night, and he and the 32 goblins had dug a hole that was 100 meters deep and 30 meters wide. After digging this hole, Zhao Fu stabbed 50 or so silver-grade spears into the bottom of the hole. This was all of Zhao Fu's spears, and it definitely wouldn't be enough. As such, Zhao Fu found an iron tree and chopped it into 100 or so wooden spears, which he stabbed into the bottom of the hole. Following this, Zhao Fu prepared some other things, and the super large trap was finally completed. Perhaps many people had already guessed Zhao Fu's goal. That's right. Zhao Fu wants to dig this super large hole and trap all of the minotaurs. The goblins wouldn't be able to lure the minotaurs, so Zhao Fu had to do it himself. The other goblins would lie in ambush here for now, waiting for Zhao Fu to lure the minotaurs over before activating the trap. In order to make sure that nothing unexpected would happen, Zhao Fu carefully checked everything, and after making sure that he hadn't missed anything, he began his plan. Zhao Fu hid his aura and snuck into the castle. He found a high place where there was a slope, and Zhao Fu stood there and looked at the Minotaur chief lying in front of the gates. At that moment, Zhao Fu took out the Great Spirit Rock bow and took out an arrow. He held the bow with one hand and held the arrow with the other, and he drew the bow with all of his strength. He sent his king's power into the arrow and aimed it at the Minotaur chief. Swish, Zhao Fu shot out an arrow, which turned into a black and violet ray of light that gave off a sharp and ferocious aura. It flashed through the air and drew an arc in the air, arriving in front of the Minotaur chief. Suddenly, the Minotaur chief, who was lying in front of the gate, jumped up and clenched his fist. The muscles all over his body bulged and he punched. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out, as if the air itself had exploded. The Minotaur monster punched out, and a massive force of air knocked away the incoming arrow. The next second, the Minotaur chief's eyes became bloodshot from anger as he looked at the mysterious black-cloaked figure holding a large bow and holding a black cloak. The Minotaur chief's eyes became bloodshot from rage as he looked at the mysterious figure holding a large bow and wearing a black cloak. Bang, the Minotaur chief casually grabbed a boulder that was as big as a millstone and threw it. The boulder was easily thrown out, and it seemed as if it was just a small pebble. However, the boulder whistled through the air as it smashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was given a big fright, and he jumped down from the side. The boulder smashed into the place where Zhao Fu was standing, creating a 5-meter wide crater. Seeing that he had missed Zhao Fu, the Minotaur chief kicked off the ground, and his body turned into a blur as he rushed towards where Zhao Fu was. The other Minotaurs also entered a berserk state, and their eyes became bloodshot as they followed the Minotaur chief in that direction. Just as Zhao Fu jumped down from the high ground, he felt a sense of danger approaching. He turned around and found that the Minotaur chief was already within 20 meters of him. So fast. Zhao Fu couldn't help but cry out and quickly run towards the trap. Zhao Fu's speed was incredibly fast, and he turned into a black blur as he leapt through the buildings. In just a few flashes, he had arrived far away. However, the Minotaur chief wasn't slow either, and he was even more ferocious. He smashed a path through the buildings, and he even pulled closer to Zhao Fu. Seeing this, if he didn't do anything, the Minotaur chief would definitely catch up to him. As such, Zhao Fu could only take out his rarely used throwing knives. Swish. 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 Zhao Fu threw out flying sabers, which gave off cold lights as they tore through the air towards the Minotaur chief. However, the Minotaur chief exploded out with a green aura and completely ignored these flying sabers. When the flying sabers hit his body, it was as if they had hit steel, and they gave off clanging sounds before being repelled. This made Zhao Fu feel quite surprised, and the Minotaur chief pulled closer to Zhao Fu. As such, Zhao Fu could only give up on throwing knives and use hell fireballs. Zhao Fu rarely used these fireballs, but with the Sky Demon's power, they were even more powerful. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand, and blood-red flames gathered in his palm, forming a basketball-sized blood-red fireball. As soon as the hell fireball appeared, Zhao Fu threw it at the Minotaur chief. Facing the incoming fireball, the Minotaur chief roared and once again clenched his fist. This time, his fist gave off an azure light as a terrifying power gathered in his fist. Boom! The Minotaur chief punched out again, and a ferocious fist energy shot out, causing the air to explode. This formless fist energy collided with the hell fireball that Zhao Fu had thrown, causing it to explode into countless sparks and disappear. What was even more terrifying was that the fist energy did not disappear, and it continued to fly towards Zhao Fu. This caused Zhao Fu to feel quite startled, and he suddenly twisted in midair, dodging the fist energy. However, the fist energy hit the wall, causing the wall to cave in, and a large fist-shaped mark appeared. By now, the Minotaur chief and Zhao Fu were much closer, and they were now within 10 meters of each other. The Minotaur chief once again swung his fist, but Zhao Fu could not do anything. Suddenly, 3 green vines drilled out from the ground and wrapped around the Minotaur chief's feet. The Minotaur chief quickly broke free, but during this time, the distance between Zhao Fu and the Minotaur chief was once again reduced to 20 meters. Zhao Fu smiled and looked down at the 3 flower spirits hidden within his clothes. It's all thanks to them. Now that the vines were restricting the Minotaur chief, he could control his speed, and the distance between them increased. Zhao Fu would be able to maintain a safe distance from the Minotaur chief, making it less dangerous. Soon, Zhao Fu lured the Minotaurs to the trap and stood on the other side of the trap. He looked at the Minotaurs charging at him and felt quite nervous, not knowing if the trap would work or not. In order to trap all of them at once, normal traps would not work. After all, if there were too many Minotaurs, the people at the front would fall and the people at the back would stop, so it would be impossible to catch them all at once. As such, Zhao Fu's trap was definitely different. This trap was covered with hay, and there was a layer of wooden planks under the hay. These wooden planks were sturdier and could withstand the Minotaur's weight. Zhao Fu stood on the other side of the trap and looked at the Minotaur chief and the 20 or so ordinary Minotaurs behind it. Zhao Fu's heart was in his throat. The Minotaur chief was quite fast, and it was possible that it would reach Zhao Fu before the Minotaurs behind it would fall into the trap. He had to restrict the Minotaur chief's speed. Zhao Fu took out his great spirit rock bow and quickly shot arrows. The arrows turned into rays of violet light as they flew towards the Minotaur chief. Facing so many arrows, the Minotaur chief punched out with his fists. Bang! 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 He punched out one arrow after another, sending the arrows flying. Zhao Fu stood where he was and continued to shoot arrows. The Minotaur chief slowly drew closer and closer, and soon, there were only 5 meters between the two of them. Looking at the despicable enemy in front of him, the Minotaur chief clenched his fists and prepared to punch that person into meat paste. However, at this moment, the Minotaur chief suddenly noticed that the mysterious person's face under the hood was curled up slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. This caused the Minotaur chief to be slightly taken aback. Clang! The hidden goblins grasped this opportunity and activated the traps. Countless wooden planks fell apart, and the Minotaurs standing on them all fell down. At the same time, the Minotaur chief's body lost its balance and started to fall. However, at that moment, a cold light flashed in the Minotaur chief's eyes, and he punched out with all his might. Bang! A formless fist energy shot out, and Zhao Fu was given a big fright. He hurriedly dodged to the side, and the fist energy rushed past and destroyed the right corner of Zhao Fu's cloak. Luckily, Zhao Fu had dodged quickly and wasn't injured. After punching out, the Minotaur chief's body fell down. Bang! Bang! Muffled sounds could be heard as if countless heavy objects were falling from the sky. These were the sounds of Minotaurs falling down. Afterwards, the sound stopped. Zhao Fu came to the side of the trap and looked down. Most of the Minotaurs at the bottom of the hole had been stabbed full of holes, but some were still alive. However, what surprised Zhao Fu was that the Minotaur chief had fallen from such a high place, forcibly breaking the silver-grade spears at the bottom of the cave, and the spears had only left a few small wounds on the Minotaur chief's body. Roar! At the bottom of the cave, the Minotaur chief was completely infuriated. Its 6-meter-tall body exploded out with a ferocious azure aura, causing its body to double in size. Its skin became a bronze color and its horns gave off an azure light, giving off an incredibly terrifying aura. Zhao Fu was shocked and immediately ordered, "Hurry up." The goblins obeyed and quickly set up wooden planks to form a slope before pushing down the boulders that they had prepared. A large number of boulders tumbled down the slope, giving off massive sounds. Zhao Fu didn't hesitate and used all of his strength to pick up a 3-meter-wide boulder and throw it at the trap. He then picked up more boulders and threw them at the trap. The nearby boulders, as well as the boulders that they had prepared, were all thrown into the trap, causing the 100-meter-deep hole to become 30 or so meters tall. Only then did Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, Zhao Fu had thought that he might not be able to kill the Minotaur chief, so he had prepared a backup plan, which was to bury them alive. As such, he had prepared many boulders, or else the berserk Minotaur chief would have rushed out. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu looked down at the trap and found that the boulders were moving. The Minotaur chief was still alive. Zhao Fu was given a big fright, and he yelled, "Hurry up and destroy the hole." Hearing this, the exhausted goblins were also given a big fright. Some used fireballs and ice balls to destroy the walls, while the hobgoblins slashed at the ground around the hole, causing the ground there to fall into the trap. After another shocking battle, Zhao Fu and the 30 or so goblins completely sealed off the massive trap. However, before the goblins could let out a sigh of relief, the ground started to violently shake as if there was an earthquake. Luckily, the shaking only lasted for a few moments before it stopped. This Minotaur chief's strength is so ferocious. After everything calmed down, Zhao Fu couldn't help but exclaim to himself that the Minotaur chief's strength was comparable to his peak. Zhao Fu didn't know if the Minotaur chief was dead or not, and it was a pity that the items it had dropped were gone. However, Zhao Fu didn't dare to dig them up. Not only would it take too much time, but if the Minotaur chief wasn't completely dead, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Now that the matter had concluded, Zhao Fu led the goblins to the ruined castle and arrived in front of a large stone door. The door was 4 meters tall, and there were exquisite carvings on it, making it look quite ancient. Zhao Fu hadn't been able to see it clearly from afar, but now that he was closer, he saw that there was a half-meter-wide magic engraving at the center of the door. There was a silver ring at the center of the engraving. The silver ring was quite beautiful, and there were mysterious carvings on it, making it look like a beautiful fairy. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and easily took out the silver ring, and Zhao Fu looked at its stats. Celia Clement, grade, legendary, stats, all stats plus 10, description, a mysterious young girl's transformation into a ring that can bring luck to the wearer of this ring. Legendary grade equipment. This made Zhao Fu feel quite delighted. With such a piece of legendary grade equipment, it wasn't a waste of his time. Just as Zhao Fu put the silver ring on his finger, the ring gave off a faint silver light, and a figure appeared beside him. This figure was a 17 or 18-year-old girl. She looked quite delicate and beautiful, and her figure was quite slim. Her skin was snow white, and her eyes were red. She wore a gothic dress with a green top and a white skirt, and she gave off a refreshing aura. "Hello, Master." After the girl appeared, she sweetly smiled at Zhao Fu and called out in a crisp voice. Zhao Fu stared for a moment before realizing that this was a ringwraith. He smiled and nodded. Following this, Zhao Fu chatted with her for a while and found that she had a good temper and was quite obedient, much better than Sky Demon. At the same time, Zhao Fu found out that her name was the same as the equipment's name, Celia Clement, so Zhao Fu called her Celia. Looking at this exquisite stone door, Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and slowly pushed it open. It was quite dark behind the door, and he could only see 5 meters ahead. He couldn't see what was inside, and it was completely silent, making his hair stand on end. Just as Zhao Fu was about to enter, a formless energy blocked him, causing Zhao Fu to feel quite surprised. Suddenly, Zhao Fu thought of the gloomy jungle command medallion, and after taking out a command medallion, the formless energy blocking him disappeared. Zhao Fu had fused 67 of these gloomy jungle command medallions, and Zhao Fu gave them to the goblins, planning to bring them in. However, Zhao Fu found that the goblins didn't need command medallions to enter, so he put them away. Zhao Fu lit a few torches and led the goblins through the door. At first, it seemed to be a very large passageway, and everyone looked quite nervous and on guard in case anything unexpected happened. After walking for a while, everyone came to a forest. The light here was very dim, but they could barely see some things. The trees here were also very lush, but from time to time, there would be a few strange sounds coming from the forest, making it seem like the forest was a bit scary. They continued onwards. Soon, Zhao Fu encountered a few goblin muscle hands. These goblin muscle hands were different from normal goblins, their skin was black, and their eyes were also black. Apart from looking quite ferocious, they also gave off an evil aura. In terms of strength, they were a bit stronger than normal goblin muscle hands. However, this wasn't a big deal, as Zhao Fu's side consisted of hobgoblins and blue-red goblins. Without even needing Zhao Fu to do anything, a group of hobgoblins surrounded them and swung their swords, dismembering the goblins. Apart from dropping command medallion shards, the goblins also dropped nail-sized gems. These gems had different colors and shapes, some were rhombus, some were square, and some were irregular. On the surface, they looked quite beautiful. Zhao Fu checked the gemstone's attributes: attribute gem, red, grade, white, stats, strength +1, description, can be socketed onto any equipment to obtain additional stats. This gem had 4 colors. Red represented strength, white represented intelligence, green represented vitality, and blue represented agility. Is this the benefit of a secret plane? Holding the gemstones in his hands, Zhao Fu stood there and thought for a moment. At the same time, he understood the value of the secret realm. After all, ordinary blue-grade equipment only increased a single attribute. Moreover, blue-grade equipment was quite easy to obtain, while attribute gemstones were quite rare. As such, the value of these attribute gemstones might be even higher than ordinary blue-grade equipment. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. Qin had gained another great help. But the next moment, several terrifying figures jumped out from one side at lightning speed. Immediately, a few screams rang out, and a black shadow ferociously attacked Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's eyes turned cold as he pulled out the heavenly demon from his waist. With a swing of the sword, an arc of light flashed. Clang, the sound of metal clashing could be heard as Zhao Fu's sword was blocked by the opponent's claws. However, Zhao Fu was able to clearly see what kind of monster it was. It looked like a cat and was about the same size as a human. It had a lot of fur on its head, which covered its face, revealing only its sinister fangs. This monster was a cat demon. Zhao Fu slashed out with his sword, but it was blocked by the cat demon's claws. As the sword and claws collided, Zhao Fu's sword-wielding arm started to hurt, and the cat demon retreated and hid in the dense forest. Seeing this, Zhao Fu immediately yelled, "Hurry, retreat!" After exchanging a single blow with the cat demon, Zhao Fu found that the cat demon's strength had reached stage 2, and it was incredibly fast. If they didn't retreat, they would all die here. Following this, everyone started to run. Half an hour later, Zhao Fu and a group of goblins ran out, covered with wounds. Of the 32 goblins, 3 had died, and only 29 remained. Standing outside, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief when he saw that the crisis had been resolved. Gloomy jungle wasn't a place that they could explore right now, as it was simply too dangerous. Not only were the cat demons at stage 2, but they were also incredibly fast, and there were many of them. As such, he could only give up for now. After closing the stone doors, Zhao Fu distributed some healing medicine to the injured goblins. Zhao Fu had also suffered some injuries, but they were only superficial wounds, and the 3 flower spirits quickly healed him. Following this, Zhao Fu sat on a large rock and started to think about what to do next. Since he couldn't explore Gloomy Jungle for now, he could only leave. He had already been here for half a month, and he didn't know how Qin was doing. It was time to find the way back to Qin City, but that would depend on luck. Hopefully, he would be able to find a village with a teleportation channel, but that couldn't be rushed. He had a teleportation talisman that allowed him to teleport anywhere within 10,000 kilometers. This talisman was quite rare, but it could only shorten the distance by a third. Even if he used the teleportation talisman, he would still be 20,000 kilometers away from Nine Sun City. Zhao Fu was quite reluctant to use this teleportation talisman, as he felt that it would definitely save his life. However, before leaving, Zhao Fu had to do some things. Gloomy Jungle was incredibly valuable, and he couldn't just leave it there. He had to take some measures. After spending a lot of time and effort, Zhao Fu and the 29 goblins finally found a village 10 kilometers away from the historical remnant. It was a barbarian village. The barbarians were a race from the spring and autumn period, and their civilization was backward and barbaric. This village was only a beginner village, with a population of around 300 people. The barbarians, regardless of whether they were male or female, were all tall and sturdy. They were definitely good warriors. Although there were more than 300 people in the village, they did not pose much of a threat to Zhao Fu's group. This was because the cultivation of these barbarians were only at the 3rd or 4th layer, while Zhao Fu's group had a cultivation of at least the 1st layer. Moreover, because there were minotaurs in Gloomy Jungle, ancient power wasn't that rare. In order to protect this place, Zhao Fu distributed the ancient power from the minotaurs to his goblins. Now, Zhao Fu's goblins all had bulging muscles, and they were as strong as bulls. In terms of strength, these goblins had already reached stage 1 to 5. This was the advantage that high-grade soldiers had over low-grade soldiers. Zhao Fu and his goblins didn't conceal themselves as they walked out, and their bodies emitted a dense killing intent. Seeing Zhao Fu's group, the barbarian villagers became vigilant, and their soldiers gathered at the entrance of the village. Perhaps it was because he had sensed how powerful Zhao Fu's group was, but a fierce-looking man stood up and said, "It looks like you're telling Zhao Fu to scram, or else you're going to do something like that." Zhao Fu could not understand the barbarian language, and he did not have a good impression of other tribes. Anyone who studied history would know how these foreign tribes treated China in the past. They basically burned, killed, robbed, raped women, and committed all sorts of crimes. Kill everyone who resists. Zhao Fu stood calmly in front of the village and looked at it. Although his voice was soft, it was filled with thick killing intent. "Yes, my lord." The goblins behind Zhao Fu obeyed and charged towards the barbarian village. The barbarian villagers had already aimed their bows and arrows at Zhao Fu's group. When the goblins charged over, arrows flew towards them. The hobgoblins slashed out, sending out rays of sword light that easily knocked the arrow away. The blue-red goblins also released ice and fireballs and threw them over. The goblins were like dozens of ferocious tigers charging into a flock of sheep. This was a battle between Stage 1 soldiers and Stage 0 soldiers. If they had good equipment, they could use their advantage in numbers to defend against the goblins. However, how could a normal village defend against enemies that were many times stronger than them? This was a one-sided massacre. The wooden wall in front of the village was like a bubble, and with a swing of his sword, the wooden wall was completely destroyed. The barbarian race was quite ferocious, and both men and women wielded all kinds of weapons. However, they had found the wrong people. These hobgoblins were even more powerful than Stage 1 soldiers, and they were even more bloodthirsty. They savagely grinned as they rushed over with their swords. 10 or so minutes later, the battle concluded. Zhao Fu lowered his head and said to the 3 flower spirits, "If you don't want to see, you can hide in my clothes." The 3 flower spirits nodded. They didn't dare to look at such a bloody scene, so they hid in Zhao Fu's clothes. Following this, Zhao Fu walked towards the village, where there were corpses of barbarians on the ground. Blood was everywhere, creating a gory scene. After stepping over the corpses, Zhao Fu came to the village hall. The remaining 20 or so barbarians knelt together in terror, their faces pale, and their bodies trembled. The village of 300 or so people had been massacred, but in just a few moments, there were only a few left. The goblins around them were covered with blood and savagely smiling, looking like terrifying demons. They were not satisfied yet as they stared at the people who had surrendered. Zhao Fu's order was to kill anyone who resisted, so they did not dare to attack those who had surrendered. Zhao Fu's expression was quite calm, as he had seen this countless times. He went to the village hall and prepared to conquer the relocation village. At this moment, a woman carrying a baby suddenly ran out from the crowd of people kneeling in fear. She threw herself in front of Zhao Fu and knelt on the ground, begging with tears streaming down her face. "My lord, I beg you to spare my child." Zhao Fu stopped walking, but because he was wearing a black cloak, no one could see Zhao Fu's expression. One of the goblins was shocked and thought that Zhao Fu was blaming him for not keeping an eye on them. He hurriedly raised his sword, wanting to kill the mother and son. Seeing this, the woman hugged the baby in her arms in horror and kowtowed with all her might, crying and begging, "Lord, I beg you to spare my child." At that moment, the goblin's sword was about to descend. Blood sprayed everywhere as the mother and son were killed. "Stop!" Zhao Fu's voice rang out from under the cloak. Hearing this, the goblin hurriedly stopped and looked quite afraid as he begged, "My lord, this is my fault. This is my fault, please punish me." "No need, you can leave. Also, you can get up as well. I won't kill you." After saying this, Zhao Fu walked into the village hall. The goblin let out a sigh of relief, and the woman excitedly hugged her baby as she returned to the crowd. The other people who had surrendered also calmed down. Even though they were speaking in the barbarian language, because they had surrendered, as the Lord, Zhao Fu could translate for them, so he could understand what the woman was saying. Even though Zhao Fu did not have a good impression of these barbarians, he would not be inhumane. Those who had surrendered and become his subjects were all treated equally by Zhao Fu. He had only been moved by the woman's pleading. Some of it was because of his mother, but some of it was because of the sorrow of being weak. The barbarian race was famous throughout history, but if they were weak, they could only obediently kneel on the ground and beg for their lives. This stimulated Zhao Fu's desire for power. After going to the village hall, Zhao Fu was surprised to find that this was a blue-grade village. He chose to conquer and relocate it, obtaining 100 achievement points. Come to think of it, Zhao Fu's achievement points and EXP had been increasing quite quickly. He wondered what had happened to Qin, but he had recently received notifications from his subordinates about attacking villages. Moreover, when Zhao Fu had killed Gu Feng, he had received 1,000 achievement points. Now, Zhao Fu had 2,800 achievement points, and he was only 200 achievement points away from becoming a first-ranked baron. There was no point in raising his status, as Zhao Fu could not leave East Green yet. Zhao Fu thought about it and transferred all of his achievement points to Bai Qi. He had Bai Qi continue to help him open up a path to the outside world, buy property, and open a restaurant. Even though he was stuck here, someone had to do these things. After all, time was money, and every region could bring him massive benefits. He could not allow these things to be interrupted because of him. However, Zhao Fu's actions caused the entirety of Qin to tremble. His Highness, who had not been heard from before, had transferred the achievement points to Bai Qi. This was a simple announcement, which meant that Zhao Fu was safe. This caused everyone in Qin City to finally relax, and they let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were happy that Zhao Fu was safe because Zhao Fu was the ruler of Qin City, and he meant everything to Qin City. Soon, the higher-ups in Qin City once again gathered to discuss this matter. They understood why Zhao Fu had transferred the achievement points to Bai Qi. However, they had already taken care of this matter. Over the past few days, Bai Qi had been responsible for opening up the passages to the outside world. Zhao Fu's main strategy had not changed, and they had continued to expand towards the north. They had already opened up 6 passages, and they were only one region away from entering Vietnam's territory. Because Bai Qi's status was not high enough, he could not buy property, so he could not open a restaurant. However, the Chamber of Commerce had started to operate, and a large amount of money had flowed into Qin City. However, a large portion of this money was used in the war, as the spirit pills, skills, and various other consumables required a large amount of money to maintain. Even though they had spent a lot of money, the results were shocking. In the past 20 or so days, Qin City's population had increased to 70,000, and it was almost 80,000. Moreover, the surrounding 300-kilometer radius area had been brought under Qin City's control. This was many times faster than before, and most of the generals in Qin City had broken through to stage 1 and started to train their own professions. At the same time, some of the soldiers had also broken through to stage 1. This was because Bai Qi had not only bought healing and strength-increasing spirit pills, but he had also bought a large number of cultivation-increasing high-grade medicinal pills as battlefield rewards. Speaking of Qin City's battlefield rewards, there were all sorts of high-grade and expensive items, which continuously stimulated the soldiers' combat abilities and increased Qin City's passion for battle. How can one say that one has no clothes? Together with one's son. The emperor has sent troops to repair my spear. Together with one's son. How can one say that one has no clothes? Together with one's son. The emperor has sent troops to repair my spear. Together with one's son. How can one say that one has no clothes? Together with one's son. The emperor has sent troops to repair my armor. Together with one's son. This was what Bai Qi wanted Great Qin's soldiers to be like. Equipment, skills, cultivation, and professions were all important to soldiers, but what was most important was the soul of a soldier. Bai Qi wanted to create an army that could conquer the world. Currently, Bai Qi City's main medicinal pills were still little spirit pills. The 100 origin grass was still growing, so it could not be used to make a large number of medicinal pills. Although the Qin City's city spirit pill was still spirit, it was still growing. The Bai Qin City's city spirit plant was still growing in large numbers. Bai was Bai pills. Qin City City Inn, Qin City's cheese, and the city, Qin City, City of Long, and bye, time. Qing City, Qi had, and Qin, and has with bye, had time, has, and Qin City, Qi had time, and Qin, and had was. Qin City. After Zhao Fu conquered the village, he chose to relocate and obtained some EXP, as well as a barbarian tier. The barbarian tier's effect and shape were the same as the Xianbei tier. Zhao Fu looked at it and put it away. Afterwards, Zhao Fu took the city creation stone and the barbarians who had surrendered back to the Roland historical remnant. In the historical remnant, Zhao Fu looked around and found a place. He placed the city creation stone on the ground, and a blue wave of light spread out, creating a new village. This village was called Lonely Mountain Village, and Zhao Fu categorized it as a subsidiary village. At the same time, Zhao Fu appointed a barbarian as the village chief. This village was blue grade, and with Qin City's subsidiary stats, it should be able to spawn 6 to 8 people every day. In a month or so, Lonely Mountain Village's population would be restored. Zhao Fu left 300 sets of equipment here. They weren't ancient winds but Zhao Fu's own, and they were all blue-grade equipment forged from bronze concentrate. Zhao Fu called over the newly appointed barbarian village chief, who was an elderly man. Because almost all of the barbarian youths had been killed by the goblins, the few that survived wouldn't be of much use, so Zhao Fu chose this elderly man who had some experience in management. Zhao Fu told the village chief to wait until the village's population increased before building up some defenses. He also told the village chief about some things that he needed to pay attention to. Because Zhao Fu wasn't sure when he would return, he told the village chief to be prepared to deal with all sorts of dangers. At the same time, Zhao Fu left all of the goblins here to defend the historical remnant with the barbarians. The historical remnant was incredibly valuable, and Zhao Fu hadn't explored much of Gloomy Jungle. This meant that the value within was much greater than what was on the surface, and Zhao Fu didn't want anything unexpected to happen here. After taking care of these matters, Zhao Fu took the 3 flower spirits and headed towards Nine Sun City. A day later, at noon, the sky was completely blue, and there weren't many clouds. Zhao Fu walked on a small path as a light breeze blew past him. The 3 flower spirits sat on Zhao Fu's shoulders, happily eating black forest fruits. Zhao Fu walked as he looked at the map of East Green. He felt that he was a bit lost, and he had deviated from Nine Sun City. Only after standing on a high place and looking at the map did he find the right direction. It was currently noon, and Zhao Fu felt quite hungry. Just as he was about to grab a wild animal to eat, a black figure suddenly leapt out from the bushes and attacked Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's pupils constricted, and he punched out, sending the black figure flying. Even though Zhao Fu's strength had been suppressed by the City Lord's seal, after recovering, Zhao Fu's strength was now close to stage 2. If he was at his peak, his strength would be close to stage 3. After being sent flying by Zhao Fu's punch, the black figure was completely fine, and it immediately leapt at Zhao Fu, making Zhao Fu feel quite surprised. The black figure was incredibly fast, and it arrived in front of Zhao Fu in an instant. This time, Zhao Fu clenched his fists, causing cracking sounds to ring out as he punched out with all of his strength, sending the black figure flying 10 or so meters. Only then did Zhao Fu see the black figure's appearance. It was a boy who looked around 7 or 8 years old. He had very long hair and wore a beast hide, but he looked quite terrifying. His pupils were black, and he had a mouth full of sharp teeth. There were also some scales on his body, and he looked like a wild beast crawling on the ground as he stared at Zhao Fu. Even though the other party was a child, he had attacked Zhao Fu first, and his attack was filled with killing intent. However, Zhao Fu hated his gaze. This fellow actually saw him as food. "You're seeking death." Zhao Fu's body blurred and disappeared, and the 3 flower spirits sitting on Zhao Fu's shoulders flew up in fright. Zhao Fu's body reappeared 10 or so meters away, and he punched at the boy. Bang! The boy rolled on the ground, dodging the punch, and Zhao Fu's punch smashed open a crater in the ground. Following this, the boy jumped up from the ground and leapt at Zhao Fu from the side. He opened his mouth and bit at Zhao Fu like a wolf. Zhao Fu took a step back and twisted his waist, exploding out with immense power as he kicked out with his knee, hitting the boy's abdomen. A muffled explosion sounded out as the boy was sent flying and crashed to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Even though he had coughed up blood, the boy's injuries were quite light, and it didn't seem like he had been heavily injured. Moreover, Xiao Fu's kick had completely infuriated him, and he crawled on the ground and bared his teeth as he roared like a wild beast. In the next second, the boy's speed was incredibly fast, and he turned into a black blur as he rushed at Xiao Fu. His hand was like a sharp claw, and it gave off 5 cold rays of light as it grabbed towards Xiao Fu. Humph! Xiao Fu coldly harumphed and suddenly stretched out his hand like an illusion, grabbing onto the boy's hand. He twisted, and a cracking sound rang out as the boy's hand was broken by Xiao Fu. The boy's expression became incredibly savage as he madly rushed forwards, biting towards Xiao Fu's throat. However, Xiao Fu grabbed the boy's broken hand and lifted it up. The boy's small body flew into the air, and Xiao Fu's hand fell. Boom! The boy's body smashed onto the ground, and the immense force caused the ground to crack, opening up a 2-meter-wide crater. Blood seeped out of the boy's body, but he still stared at Xiao Fu fiercely. When Xiao Fu saw that the boy was still looking at him as food, he gave up on using the Sky Demon sword to kill the boy. You still want to eat me? Xiao Fu was infuriated. This was the first time he had met someone who wanted to eat him, and it did not feel good. Xiao Fu raised his foot and stomped towards the boy. The little boy twisted his body and dodged Xiao Fu's kick, but in the next moment, he was kicked out by Xiao Fu's other kick and fell a few meters away. Roar! The little boy growled angrily like a wild beast and tried to stand up. Bang! But before he could stand up, Xiao Fu appeared beside him and sent him flying with a kick. Roar! The boy was completely enraged, and his body gave off a black aura that was incredibly evil and filled with sin. The boy gave off a terrifying aura and rushed at Xiao Fu. One of his hands had been broken, so he used his other hand to grab at Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu's body also gave off a black king's aura, but unlike the boy's, Xiao Fu's king's aura was filled with nobility, domineeringness, and might. Seeing the boy rush at him, Xiao Fu clenched his fist and punched at the boy's hand. Arg! A pained cry sounded out as the boy once again flew backwards. At the same time, his entire arm powerlessly fell to the ground. It had evidently been broken by Xiao Fu's punch. This time, the boy knew that he definitely was not a match for Xiao Fu, so he wanted to run. However, his gaze said that he would eat Xiao Fu after he recovered. Xiao Fu once again felt furious, and he rushed up and kicked the boy away. By now, the boy's arms had been broken, and he was unable to run like a wild beast. As such, he could only stand up, but Xiao Fu swept out with his leg and broke both of the boy's legs. However, even though his arms and legs were broken and he was lying on the ground, the boy still ferociously glared at Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu's expression was incredibly cold as he came to his side and slowly clenched his fist. A large amount of King's power gathered, and his fist gave off waves of black light as it gave off terrifying shockwaves. Boom! Xiao Fu punched the boy's chest, resulting in a muffled explosion. The ground cracked, and the boy coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Almost all of the bones in his chest had been broken. In the end, Xiao Fu let out a breath. He did not want to waste any more time with this person who wanted to eat him, so he decided to kill him. Even though the boy was just a boy, he could not be blamed for this. Xiao Fu was not a soft-hearted person, and he grabbed the boy's neck and lifted him up. Xiao Fu wanted to break his neck and end his life. After all, this fellow had wanted to eat him, so how could Xiao Fu let him off? The boy's entire body seemed to have been broken by Xiao Fu, and he looked like a pile of mud. Facing Xiao Fu's murderous gaze, a trace of change appeared in the boy's eyes. There was a trace of fear, and confusion in his eyes. In the end, he revealed an expression of wanting to live. He did not want to die, and there was a trace of pleading in his eyes. However, Xiao Fu still wanted to kill him, and he started to apply force in his hand, preparing to break his neck. Suddenly, an item within Xiao Fu's king's ring started to move, causing Xiao Fu to stop. He sent his consciousness into the ring, and a strange expression appeared on his face as he took out that item. Perhaps he had been wrong, this was not an item but a set. The item that had moved was the kill equipment set, which gave off waves of blood-red light as if it wanted to recognize this boy as its master. This made Xiao Fu feel quite surprised. This was the first time he had seen equipment automatically recognize an owner. In order to make sure that he had made a mistake, Zhao Fu put the boy on the ground and placed the kill equipment set on him. The kill equipment set gave off an even more intense blood-red light and seemed to be filled with joy. This allowed Zhao Fu to confirm that the kill equipment set had automatically recognized him as its master. However, Zhao Fu started to hesitate because he had wanted to kill the boy, but the kill equipment set seemed to like the boy and had even automatically recognized him as its master. This meant that there was definitely something special about the boy. In the end, after thinking about it, Zhao Fu decided not to kill him. He wanted to see what was so special about this boy. However, from the boy's appearance, his black pupils, sharp teeth, and the scales on his body, it was clear that he was quite special and definitely not an ordinary human. Zhao Fu fed the boy a precious healing pill, and all of the bones that had been broken by Zhao Fu started to recover. At the same time, the boy's injuries also started to recover. However, the boy had fallen unconscious, and the kill equipment set that Zhao Fu had placed on his body gave off waves of blood-red light as it started to treat the boy's injuries. It seemed to be protecting its master loyally, making Zhao Fu feel quite speechless. Even more annoying than a demon's aura? Zhao Fu thought back to the evil and sinful aura that the boy had given off. Looking at the unconscious boy, Zhao Fu decided to wait for him to wake up. Hearing the three flower spirits' words, the sky demon felt quite displeased. After all, she was a sky demon, so she coldly harumphed, scaring the three flower spirits. Under Zhao Fu's comforting, the three flower spirits calmed down and returned to Zhao Fu's side. Time gradually passed, and soon, the sky darkened. A bright moon hung high in the sky, and Zhao Fu started a bonfire and roasted a few rabbits. The three flower spirits were nestled in Zhao Fu's clothes and had fallen asleep. Zhao Fu sat next to the bonfire and was about to eat a rabbit when he found that the boy had woken up. This fellow had recovered quite quickly. Before, he had looked heavily injured, but now, he had mostly recovered. This was because of his constitution, the kill equipment set, and the medicinal pills that Zhao Fu had fed him. After waking up, the boy wanted to run, but he noticed that Zhao Fu was looking at him. The boy immediately lay on the ground and pressed his head against the ground, submitting to Zhao Fu like a wild beast. Zhao Fu received a system announcement that the boy had submitted, and he accepted it and looked at the boy's stats. Name, none grade, SSS title, none profession, none achievement points, commoner race, human, sin devil, age, 8, 500, loyalty, 60 stats, strength, 10, intelligence, 10, constitution, 10, agility, 10 cultivation, stage 0 cultivation technique, none skills, none equipment, beast skin. The boy did not have a name, and what surprised Zhao Fu was that he had SSS grade. Moreover, apart from being human, his bloodline was also a sin devil. What's a sin devil? Zhao Fu did not know what sort of creature it was or what race it was, but he felt that it was definitely quite powerful. This was especially so for its lifespan. It had 500 years of lifespan. 500 years? What did that mean? Most dynasties did not exist for that long. Moreover, this was only the initial lifespan. Once their power increased, their lifespan would increase. In this aspect, even Zhao Fu's level 9 king's bloodline was not as good as Zhao Fu's because Zhao Fu's king's bloodline did not increase his lifespan at all. The king's bloodline increased his power, and perhaps this was because ancient emperors did not live long. Goo goo. Suddenly, the little boy's stomach growled, interrupting Zhao Fu's thoughts. Zhao Fu smiled and gestured to the roasted hare at the side, saying, "Eat it all." Although the little boy did not understand what Zhao Fu was saying, he could still understand Zhao Fu's meaning with the Lord's spiritual translation effect. He immediately grabbed the roasted hare, not caring if it was hot or not. He crawled on the ground and ate it like a wild beast. Zhao Fu looked at this little boy. He had probably never lived with humans before. He did not understand the human language, or perhaps he did not understand anything. He was just like a wild beast. Zhao Fu did not know where he came from, but from what he had gone through, he could tell that he had lived like a wild beast since he was young. Sit up and eat. From today onwards, you're alone. Zhao Fu said as he looked at the little boy wolfing down the food on the ground. Hearing this, the little boy looked up and felt quite confused. He did not understand Zhao Fu's words, and Zhao Fu patiently explained it to him. Following this, the little boy copied Zhao Fu and sat up awkwardly. He also learned how to use his hands. Following this, the few hares that Zhao Fu had roasted were all eaten by the little boy. The little boy was full, and his gaze fell on the kill equipment set by the side, and he held it in his hands with delight. Wah, wah. The little boy did not know how to speak, and he called out to Zhao Fu a few times, asking him what this was and how much he liked it. The kill equipment set had shamelessly gone to automatically recognize him as its owner, and now that the little boy liked it as well, Zhao Fu could only nod and say, "It's yours in the future." The little boy happily hugged the kill equipment set and rolled around on the ground. Zhao Fu wanted to take this little boy in. Just his SSS grade was something that Zhao Fu could not refuse, much less the Sin Devil bloodline. However, Zhao Fu first wanted to teach this little boy how to be a person. Seeing that he was so compatible with the kill equipment set, and that the little boy did not have a name, Zhao Fu decided to name him Little Sha. The little boy did not have any requirements for a name, nor did he have any opinions about it. He immediately accepted the name, and he even seemed quite happy about it. Next, Zhao Fu wanted to teach him some knowledge about how to be a person. The next day, early in the morning, the air was quite fresh, and the sun had just risen. The grass was covered with sparkling dew, and Zhao Fu set out on his journey. The 3 flower spirits continued to be carefree and happily flew around Zhao Fu. Little Sha had already taken a bath and had changed into Zhao Fu's clothes. He used cloth to wrap the kill equipment set into a small bag and carried it on his back. Zhao Fu's clothes were quite big for him, so they were tied to his body, making him look quite strange. Even though he still looked quite terrifying, he looked more like a person and not like the monster from before. Little Sha's learning abilities were quite shocking, and he had already learned how to walk. He was no longer like the monster from before, using his hands and feet to run on the ground. Of course, Little Sha was still not used to walking, and he walked unsteadily like a baby learning how to walk as he followed behind Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's walking speed was not very fast, so Little Sha was able to follow behind him. At that moment, Zhao Fu found 10 or so donkey-like creatures with gray fur and long white manes. Seeing this, Zhao Fu was delighted, he had finally found something to walk on. Over the past few days, he had been relying on Zhao Fu's legs to walk, but not only was it slow, but it was also tiring. Zhao Fu had Little Sha wait here while he took out 2 ropes and made them into lassos. He then carefully sneaked over, and Zhao Fu found that these creatures were called greystone beasts. Using his assassin profession, Zhao Fu easily came to the side of the greystone beasts, and the greystone beasts did not discover Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu threw out 2 lassos, which easily caught 2 greystone beasts. The other greystone beasts were startled and immediately ran to the side, while the 2 lassoed greystone beasts were held back by Zhao Fu, who then tamed them. After riding on the greystone beasts, Zhao Fu found that they were quite fast. He rode one and put the other into his spirit pet ring. Because Little Sha needed to learn how to walk, he did not give him the other one. If I knew things would turn out like this, I would have brought Little Black with me. With its current speed, it would take at most 2 weeks to reach Nine Sun City, Zhao Fu thought to himself. However, that was it for now, he would bring Little Black next time. Seeing this, Zhao Fu felt quite delighted. He had been looking for a village, and he had never thought that they would deliver themselves to him. Brat! Hurry up and hand over all of your valuables, and I'll spare your life. A bandit said as he pointed his saber at Zhao Fu and arrogantly laughed. The other bandits viciously glared at Zhao Fu and loudly laughed, saying, "Today's harvest is quite good. Let's not talk about whether or not this brat has money on him, but if we can take his greystone beast back and kill it, we'll be able to eat its meat today." Huh. Zhao Fu, who was riding on the greystone beast, couldn't help but laugh when he heard this bandit's words and looked at these reckless bandits. Hearing Zhao Fu's laughter, the bandits were infuriated, and the leader of the bandits yelled, "Brothers! Kill him!" Following this, the bandits raised their sabers and rushed up. Zhao Fu sat on his greystone beast and didn't show any signs of attacking. Behind him, a small, unassuming figure rushed out. Seeing that it was an 8-year-old boy, the bandits disdainfully laughed. A child like this dared to charge at them, he was simply seeking death. They were not soft-hearted people, and they swung their sabers towards Little Sha. Suddenly, a blood-red light flashed in Little Sha's hand as a blood-red dagger appeared in his hand. He ducked his body and dodged the incoming saber strike before rushing forwards, drawing a trace of blood red with his dagger. Pooh! Little Shaw brushed past him, but the blood-red line that the dagger drew was incredibly sharp, and it sliced through the bandit's waist. Even in death, the bandit couldn't believe that he had been killed by a little boy. Soon, Little Shaw arrived in front of another bandit and jumped up, drawing another line of blood red with his dagger as he cut off another bandit's head. The dagger that Little Shaw was holding was part of the kill equipment set. Originally, the kill equipment set consisted of a ring, a hood, and a hidden blade. However, Xiao Fu discovered that even though the assassin profession was an assassin, it could control all types of weapons, which meant that it could use any type of weapon. The 12 equipment sets would also change their forms according to their owners. Currently, only Little Shaw had managed to turn his hidden blade into a dagger. In Xiao Fu's opinion, the subordinates who had received the 12 sets might not have received the acknowledgement of the sets themselves, nor had they fully received the power of inheritance. Because the kill equipment set had automatically recognized Little Shaw as its owner, it was extremely compatible with Little Shaw. Now, the kill equipment set's true power was unleashed. Countless attacks appeared in Little Shaw's mind, and his body also gave off a wave of killing power. As soon as he thought about it, he was able to execute it perfectly, turning into an experienced assassin. In just a few short minutes, the battle quickly ended. A few bloody lines could be seen twisting in the air. The bandits had died a miserable death, as they had all been dismembered. After doing all this, Little Shaw returned to Xiao Fu's side and transformed back into a person who didn't even know how to walk. "Sir, spare me." Xiao Fu smiled as he looked at the bandit kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. This bandit was the bandit who had yelled at Xiao Fu, and Xiao Fu had told Little Shaw to leave him alive. "Get up. I won't kill you, but you have to take me to your village," Xiao Fu said as he lightly laughed. When the bandit heard Xiao Fu's words and saw that even the little brat next to him was so powerful, he felt that Xiao Fu was even more unfathomable. If he brought such an expert back to his village, it would definitely be a disaster. However, that wasn't what the bandit wanted. As long as he could keep himself alive, he wouldn't care about other people's lives. "Yes, yes. Sir, I'll take you there right away." The bandit quickly agreed without any hesitation, and he smiled as he stood up, wanting to flatter Xiao Fu. However, Xiao Fu wasn't interested at all. He threw the rope that he had used on the greystone beast and had the bandit lead the way. The bandit could only awkwardly nod his head. The bandit had been tied up and was leading the way, while Xiao Fu was holding onto a rope and riding the greystone beast in the middle. Behind him was a little boy who didn't seem to know how to walk. "How many people are there in your village?" Xiao Fu wasn't a brute, so he had to have some information. "If there were thousands of them, they could easily crush us to death." "Wouldn't it be too humiliating to go over like this?" "Sir, our village has 400 or so brothers, and the leader is Nyoli." The bandit didn't hide anything. Hearing this, Xiao Fu nodded and asked, "Does your village have a teleportation channel? Or a scholar that knows how to build teleportation channels?" The bandit didn't quite understand what Xiao Fu meant, but he still replied honestly, "About that, we don't have any use for it." Hearing this, Xiao Fu inwardly sighed. It really was hard to find a village with a teleportation channel. Xiao Fu didn't want to go to that bandit village. After all, what use would there be if he killed all of the bandits and obtained a city creation stone? Right now, city creation stones weren't very attractive to Xiao Fu. System announcement. Your Qing town has leveled up to an intermediate town. System announcement. A historical figure that has been sleeping in Qing's legacy has awakened. Suddenly, a system announcement sounded out in Xiao Fu's mind, causing him to feel quite surprised. He hadn't thought that Qing town would level up so quickly. It seemed that he had obtained a lot of EXP from the battle at Heavenstone City, and adding on the fact that Qing town was constantly raiding, the town had leveled up so quickly. Who is this historical figure that has awakened? Xiao Fu didn't know. He couldn't check here, so he would have to wait until he returned to Qing town. Chase after them. Don't let them get away. Just as Xiao Fu was about to release the bandits and give up on going to the bandit village, a voice sounded out from ahead. There were 10 or so cavalrymen chasing after a carriage. The person driving the carriage felt incredibly anxious, and he vigorously whipped his horse, trying to shake off the 10 or so cavalrymen. However, the 10 or so cavalrymen were hot on his heels. Finally, the cavalrymen caught up to the carriage and surrounded it. The leader of the cavalrymen coldly laughed as he said, "Big Miss Lu, you won't be able to get away. You won't be able to escape, so I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, don't blame us." At that moment, a beautiful woman in white walked out of the carriage and said hatefully, "I've already handed Mountain Willow Town to you, why won't you let my family go? This is the new mayor's order. Men, capture them," the leader of the cavalrymen yelled with a cold expression. Following this, a few of the cavalrymen dismounted and walked towards the carriage. The woman in white tried to resist, but she was captured in an instant. The cavalrymen then grabbed an elderly woman and a 5 or 6-year-old boy from within the carriage. Not too far away, Xiaofu watched the scene and asked the bandit, "Mountain Willow Town?" The bandit immediately replied in a fawning manner, "Sir. Mountain Willow Town is the largest faction in the surrounding 100 kilometers, and it should have the teleportation channel that Sir is looking for." Hearing this, Xiaofu felt quite delighted. Indeed, a town would definitely have a teleportation channel. At that moment, the beautiful woman in white was caught by 2 soldiers. She desperately struggled, but she couldn't break free at all. Even if she broke free, she would see her little brother and her elderly grandmother, making it impossible for her to escape. However, she also understood the consequences of being caught. "I'll be put under house arrest by that Zhang Hong again. Once he stabilizes his position, he'll definitely cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Not only me, but also my brother and grandmother." Suddenly, the woman in white looked at the 3 strange people and cried out with a trace of hope, "Save us. Please save us." The bandit in front of her curled his lips and thought to himself, "Who's going to save you?" Xiaofu didn't move for now, and he thought about the benefits and drawbacks. If it was a normal robbery, it was possible that Xiaofu would intervene. Even though he wouldn't gain anything, he wouldn't lose anything either. However, this matter was related to whether or not he could quickly return to Qin City. If he acted and offended this town, he definitely wouldn't be able to use their teleportation channel. Moreover, he would be dragged into this mess, and he would only be thanked in name. At that moment, the captain of the cavalrymen noticed Xiao Fu and the others and coldly harumphed as he said, "If you don't want to die, hurry up and piss off. This is Mountain Willow Town's business, don't meddle in other people's business." The captain's words caused Xiao Fu to frown. Seeing that Xiao Fu wasn't moving at all and seemed to be ignoring him, the captain felt quite furious. He turned his head and signaled for the 5 cavalrymen to go and kill Xiao Fu and the others. To them, they were just 3 refugees, and they were the most powerful faction in the surrounding 100-kilometer radius area. As such, they had no qualms about killing them. The 5 cavalrymen drew their swords and leapt onto their horses as they charged towards Xiao Fu. Seeing this, the bandit immediately hid behind Xiao Fu. He didn't have anything to be afraid of, because these cavalrymen's cultivation was only slightly higher than his, and they weren't that powerful. As for the bandits, they had been completely slaughtered by the little monster behind Xiao Fu, and they hadn't been able to resist at all. As such, there was nothing to fear from bandits. After all, their fates had already been decided. They were just afraid of standing at the front and getting their blood splashed all over them. The 5 cavalrymen quickly arrived in front of Xiao Fu. The bandit turned his head and looked at Little Sha, who was behind Xiao Fu. He swallowed his saliva, as if he could see Little Sha going on a killing spree again. As the 5 cavalrymen charged over, Little Sha only revealed a ferocious expression and did not attack, causing the bandits to feel quite startled. Clang, a clear sword hum sounded out as a 5 to 6 meter long black arc of light flashed past. The 5 incoming cavalrymen's necks were instantly sliced open, and large amounts of blood spurted out. However, the 5 cavalrymen were immediately enveloped by an evil power. In the next second, the 5 cavalrymen became withered corpses at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even their horses neighed as they were devoured. The bandit was given a big fright, and he took a few steps away from Xiao Fu as he thought to himself, "I was right, Xiao Fu is the most terrifying one." Seeing this, the woman in white felt quite delighted and loudly called out, "Sir. If you save us, I'll give Mountain Willow Town to you." When he heard this, Xiao Fu turned and calmly glanced at her. When the captain of the cavalrymen saw that his subordinates had been killed, he was infuriated and led the remaining cavalrymen over. However, in just a few exchanges, blood splattered everywhere, and all of the cavalrymen were dead. The captain of the cavalrymen, who had the highest cultivation, was only at stage 0 to 8, so how could he be a match for Zhao Fu? After killing all of the cavalrymen, Zhao Fu rode his greystone beast towards the woman in white. When the young boy saw Zhao Fu walk over in his black cloak, he felt quite afraid. The elderly woman hugged the young boy, and when she saw Zhao Fu kill people without batting an eye, she felt quite wary. She could sense that this person was quite terrifying, and the servant who had driven the carriage nervously came to the woman in white's side to prevent anything unexpected from happening. "Do you know what you're saying?" Zhao Fu came to the woman in white's side and looked at her as he spoke calmly. The woman in white recovered from her panic and tidied up her clothes, looking like a young miss. She slightly bowed to Zhao Fu and said, "Thank you, sir, for saving my life. What I said was indeed the truth, but sir needs to kill Zhang Hong, and I'm willing to give Mountain Willow Town to sir." Now that things had become like this, there was no way to change anything. The requirement for leveling up to a basic city was to take down 3 towns. Between leveling up a village into a town and conquering a town was definitely much easier and faster. Zhao Fu had his eyes on those towns. "Let's go. Let's leave this place first." Following this, Zhao Fu and his group came to a large tree to rest. Zhao Fu said to the woman in white, "Tell me everything you know and don't hide anything." Hearing this, the white-clothed woman told him everything Zhao Fu wanted to know. After hearing the woman in white's words, Zhao Fu started to organize his thoughts. She was called Lu Subai, and she was the daughter of Lu Ming, the mayor of Mountain Willow Town. 1 month ago, Lu Ming had suddenly died for some reason. The position of mayor should have been inherited by Lu Ming's children, but it had been taken by Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong had been the most powerful person in Mountain Willow Town and controlled a large portion of the town's military. He had a lot of power in Mountain Willow Town, and Lu Ming had been wary of Zhang Hong. However, for some reason, he hadn't been able to get rid of him. Now that Lu Ming had suddenly died, Lu Subai suspected that it was Zhang Hong who had done it. Even though Zhang Hong had taken over Mountain Willow Town and become the mayor, he didn't have a good reputation because most of the residents supported the Lu family. Even though Zhang Hong controlled a large portion of the town's military, he didn't dare to use force against most of the residents and a small portion of the military. As such, he wanted to marry Lu Subai and establish a solid foundation so that he could take over Mountain Willow Town and make it his instead of the Lu family. This time, Lu Subai had found an opportunity to escape, but she had been discovered in the end, just like what had happened to Zhao Fu. Mountain Willow Town was a silver-grade town, and it had around 23,000 residents and 4,000 soldiers. Most of the soldiers had white-grade equipment, and a small number of elites had blue-grade equipment. Most of the soldiers' cultivation was around stage 4 to 6. Finally, there was a brief introduction to Zhang Hong. His strength was at stage 2, and his weapon was a gold-grade sword. At the same time, Zhang Hong also had many silver-grade weapons. Lu Subai spoke in great detail, and her expression and emotions didn't seem fake. However, despite this, Zhao Fu still couldn't fully trust her. After all, would you trust someone you've only met once? Do you want to take revenge? I can help you, but you'll have to pay a price for it. After speaking, Zhao Fu handed over 4 life and death contracts. If he didn't control their lives in his own hands, Zhao Fu definitely wouldn't be able to trust her 100%. These 4 life and death contracts caused Lu Subai and the others' expressions to become quite grim. Who would be happy putting their lives in someone else's hands? Lu Subai thought for a moment before making up her mind and saying, "I can sign the contract with you, but you have to let my little brothers and the others go. I don't want their lives to be threatened or controlled." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt that controlling her was enough, so he nodded and agreed. Seeing the life and death contracts turn into countless traces of spirit light and enter Lu Subai's body, Zhao Fu made up his mind and started to make plans. He first had to have his own soldiers and use Mountain Willow Town to support the Lu family's people. Only then would he be able to resist Zhang Hong. Thinking to this point, Zhao Fu looked at the bandit who was still tied up and smiled. A few hours later, Zhao Fu continued to ride on the greystone beast with the bandits leading the way and little Sha, who was learning how to walk, following behind him. At that moment, Zhao Fu and the others arrived at a messy village. Everything was thrown around, and there was no order at all. Everyone was doing their own things. When the bandits appeared in front of the village with ropes tied around their necks, the bandits in the village immediately fell into chaos. Some were shocked, while others wanted to watch the show. They held their weapons and appeared at the entrance of the village, looking at the three strange people before them. Dong Sun. Didn't you take 10 or so brothers to rob others? How did you end up like this? Seeing this, one of the bandits who had led the way couldn't help but laugh as he spoke. Dong Sun was the bandit leading Zhao Fu, and he looked quite awkward. However, after thinking about it, he loudly laughed as he replied, "I'm leading an esteemed sir. You have come to our lone wolf village for some matters. Right now, Master is in need of manpower. I advise you all to surrender to Master as soon as possible." By now, Dong Sun completely understood how powerful Zhao Fu was, and he knew that Zhao Fu would definitely take down this village. If I don't show off now, when will I? Not only will I be able to keep my life, but I might even become a minor official in the future. Deng Ke's words caused the bandits to feel quite surprised, and their expressions became serious. They weren't stupid, and they all looked at Zhao Fu, who was riding on the greystone beast. What? Your elder's going to kill you. A ferocious-looking big man came to the entrance of the village. He was the chief of Lone Wolf Village. When he heard Dong Sun's words, he furiously yelled as he came to the entrance of the village. He was the chief of Lone Wolf Village, and when he heard Dong Sun's words, he felt quite afraid. When Dong Sun saw the chief's ferocious aura, he felt quite afraid. Normally, he would submit to the chief's ferociousness, but with Zhao Fu's support, he didn't have to be afraid. Just as he was about to retort, Zhao Fu said calmly, "I'm here to take over Lone Wolf Village. It's not too late for you to surrender, and I don't want to kill too many people." Ha ha ha, when he heard Zhao Fu's words, the chief loudly laughed. Zhao Fu had come alone, yet he dared to say such words. He immediately said, "Shoot. Kill these people." Swish, 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 the 60 or so archers obeyed and shot out arrows. Facing the incoming arrows, Zhao Fu raised his right hand and stretched out his arm. Just as the arrows were about to hit Zhao Fu, a black dragon inscription barrier spread out, covering the 2 meters around Zhao Fu and deflecting all of the arrows. Following this, an aura that was even more powerful than Stage 2 power exploded out from Zhao Fu's body and covered everyone. Immediately, everyone was shocked. They had never seen anyone with Stage 2 power before. After all, the most powerful person among them, the chief, only had Stage 1 cultivation. Today, you'll definitely die. If anyone wants to die, feel free to attack. Zhao Fu's gaze was cold as he drew the Sky Demon sword and pointed it at the chief. The other bandits started to hesitate. They were bandits, and they weren't very loyal. Now that Zhao Fu was so powerful, they felt that they couldn't defeat him, so they didn't want to lose their lives. This infuriated the chief, and he yelled with killing intent, "Who dares to disobey my orders? I'll cut him into pieces and make him beg for death. He's just one person, while we have 400 people. What do we have to be afraid of?" Hearing this, the bandits all prepared to attack Zhao Fu. Suddenly, a small, unassuming figure snuck into the crowd, causing a chain of cries to sound out as blood splattered everywhere. In just a few moments, 20 or so bandits had lost their lives. This caused all of the bandits to feel quite shocked. Following this, the figure returned to Zhao Fu's side. It was the unassuming boy. Dong Sun, who had been hiding nearby, smirked as he said, "Now you all know how terrifying this little monster is. I said that if anyone wants to die, feel free to attack. Do you really think that I don't have the power to slaughter your entire village?" Zhao Fu's gaze was cold, and his tone was filled with killing intent, causing all of the bandits to feel a chill in their hearts. "Hurry up and attack. Archers, fire your arrows." The chief was given a big fright and immediately yelled out a series of orders. However, under Zhao Fu's cold gaze, none of the bandits dared to move. Perhaps they already knew what would happen, so they no longer listened to the chief's orders. Seeing this, the chief was filled with rage, but there was nothing he could do. He could only angrily grab his great spear and rush at Zhao Fu. The chief's movements were also quite fast and ferocious, and he arrived in front of Zhao Fu in an instant. He gripped his great spear and vigorously stabbed out. The great spear tore through the air and stabbed towards Zhao Fu with immense destructive power. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu casually swung his sword, deflecting the bandit chief's spear. This caused the bandit chief, who had been very confident, to feel quite shocked. Following this, Zhao Fu slashed out with his sword, and a black sword light flashed out, decapitating the chief and killing him. This chief only has stage 1 cultivation, how could Zhao Fu lose? After the chief died, the other bandits immediately threw down their weapons and knelt on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. He even said that he had eyes but couldn't see and offended Sir. Dong Sun walked out from the side with a smile on his face. It was just as he thought. Next, it was time for Zhao Fu to take over Lone Wolf Village. Lu Subai and the others, who had been left outside by Zhao Fu, were also brought into the village. After finding out that Zhao Fu had subdued a village of bandits so quickly, Lu Subai and the others were quite shocked. After subduing the bandit village, Zhao Fu directly threw out 400 sets of silver-grade equipment. This was almost all of the silver-grade equipment that he had obtained from Gufeng. The bandits, including Lu Subai, were all quite shocked when they saw Zhao Fu throw out so much silver-grade equipment. Even Mountain Willow Town didn't have so much silver-grade equipment. After all, even the higher-ups of Mountain Willow Town only had a single piece of silver-grade equipment, and only the chief of the bandit village had a single piece of silver-grade equipment, which was the great spear that the bandit chief had been holding. Just who is Zhao Fu? By now, Zhao Fu became more and more mysterious to everyone, and no one could guess his identity. However, they didn't dare to openly ask, as that would be equivalent to seeking death. Their fear of Zhao Fu greatly increased. There were many reasons why Zhao Fu had these bandits equipped with silver-grade equipment. Compared to Mountain Willow Town, Zhao Fu's side had fewer people, and their cultivation and equipment were inferior. As such, they had no advantage at all. Giving them silver-grade equipment not only increased their battle strength but also increased their confidence. However, seeing how lazy and undisciplined these bandits were, Zhao Fu decided to properly train them in battle. Within Mountain Willow Town, a middle-aged man with a hooked nose frowned and asked one of his subordinates, "What's going on? Where are the Lu family members?" The subordinate respectfully lowered his head and replied, "When we went, we only found 10 or so corpses of our soldiers. They seemed to have been attacked by some sort of demonic beast, but we didn't find anyone from the Lu family." "Humph. That means they ran away," Zhang Hong said unhappily as he coldly harumphed. The subordinate nodded and said, "It's possible that they ran away, or it's possible that they were attacked by demonic beasts, but we didn't find any corpses. However, sir, those old and young won't be able to survive in the wilderness for long. They'll either be killed by bandits or eaten by wild beasts. Right now, what we should be doing is comforting the people in the town." Zhang Hong thought for a moment before replying, "I understand. You can leave for now." Following this, the subordinate respectfully left. Back at Zhao Fu's side, Zhao Fu started to train the bandits, especially on how to cooperate in battle. After a few days of intense training, the bandits also started to look like soldiers. With that, Zhao Fu led the 400 bandits and Lu Subai to carry out the plan. A few hours later, Zhao Fu and his bandits came to a hillside and looked at Mountain Willow Town in the distance. Mountain Willow Town was quite big, and it covered 10 or so kilometers. It had walls that were 6 meters tall, and if it was just Zhao Fu and his 400 bandits, they definitely wouldn't be able to conquer it. Because of Lu Subai, Zhao Fu was quite familiar with the situation in Mountain Willow Town. He had set up an ambush here because he was waiting for someone. Even though most of the soldiers had pledged their allegiance to Zhang Hong, there was still a small portion who weren't willing. They still supported the Lu family, and Zhang Hong definitely didn't treat them well. Zhao Fu gave them the most tiring and unrewarding task, which was patrolling the outskirts of Mountain Willow Town. The patrolling area was quite large, and they had to check the entire 5-kilometer radius of Mountain Willow Town. Apart from this, there were also many guards on the town walls and soldiers patrolling nearby. Mountain Willow Town's defenses were quite tight, and there were 3 layers of defenses. The first layer was the soldiers patrolling the 5-kilometer radius, the second layer was around Mountain Willow Town, and the third layer was the guards on the town walls. Perhaps some people didn't trust the soldiers on the first layer, but Zhang Hong's main defenses were on the second and third layers. Most of the soldiers here were elites, as well as his trusted subordinates. He wouldn't allow anything to happen here. On the other side, a group of roughly 200 soldiers walked over. At this moment, one of the soldiers was quite dissatisfied and said resentfully, "That Zhang Hong is too much, he sent us here. Before, we were Mayor Lu's trusted subordinates, and we were the elites of Mountain Willow Town. Who would have thought that we would end up like this? All of our good equipment has been taken away, and we work so hard every day. We're not even welcomed back." Another soldier angrily said, "That's right. That Zhang Hong doesn't even see us as Mountain Willow Town soldiers. He just wants us to die as soon as possible so that he doesn't have to do anything himself. Just look at how arrogant Zhang Hong and his people are. I'm so angry. I suspect that Mayor Lu's death might have something to do with that Zhang Hong." Alright, enough. Now that Zhang Hong is the new mayor and is going to marry Big Miss Lu, Mountain Willow Town will completely belong to Zhang Hong. Let's not complain anymore, we're so tired because we're protecting Mountain Willow Town, a middle-aged man, who seemed to be the captain, said with a sigh. Even though the other soldiers were quite dissatisfied, after thinking about it, they could only sigh. Be careful. There are enemies. At this moment, the middle-aged captain suddenly yelled, causing the other soldiers to feel quite startled. Following this, figures walked out from the side and surrounded the 200 soldiers. Looking at the enemies around them, as well as the silver equipment on their bodies, the middle-aged captain and the others' pupils constricted. The middle-aged team leader and the others narrowed their eyes and became nervous. They might be in danger now. Who are you? Do you know that we're from Mountain Willow Town? The middle-aged captain asked with a serious expression. He felt quite confused as to why such a powerful group had suddenly appeared in Mountain Willow Town. Uncle Sun. Suddenly, a pleasantly surprised and familiar voice sounded out from beside Sun Xiaowei. Sun Xiaowei, the middle-aged captain, turned and saw that it was Lu Subai. Big Miss Lu, weren't you at home? Why are you here, and who are they? Sun Xiaowei asked in surprise. He then looked around at the enemies and found that Lu Subai was with them. Uncle Sun, it's like this, I was imprisoned by Zhang Hong before, and it wasn't easy for me to escape. Also, I suspect that my father's death was caused by Zhang Hong, and this sir is here to help me take back Mountain Willow Town. Lu Subai was quite happy to see someone she knew, and she started to explain to Sun Xiaowei. She then stretched out her hand and introduced Zhao Fu to Sun Xiaowei. After hearing Lu Subai's words, everyone's gazes fell on the mysterious black-cloaked figure. At first glance, Sun Xiaowei could tell that Zhao Fu was not as simple as he looked, and he became a little wary. He then turned his gaze back to Lu Subai and asked, "Miss, are you telling the truth?" Lu Suyu nodded seriously. Then, she told him about her conjecture and her experience. Hearing what had happened to Lu Subai, the soldiers loyal to the Lu family were furious. They were almost 100% sure that Zhang Hong had killed Mayor Lu. In addition, Zhang Hong had treated them badly, so they quickly joined Zhao Fu's team. First of all, let me talk about the reason why I'm posting this here. I think a lot of people will watch pirated versions. I want to say that if you really don't have any financial ability, I will express my understanding. Without your support, I wouldn't be able to survive, because people need to eat to live, and I'm just a mediocre mortal. My family isn't rich, and the results of this book aren't good either. The editor doesn't think much of it, and the results are already like this. So, I hope that everyone can support me and give me food to eat, or even half a bag of spicy gluten. It'll be a great help to me, and I'll definitely update more to repay you. After taking in these 200 soldiers, Zhao Fu's forces had expanded to 600 soldiers. At first, Sun Xiaowei didn't quite believe that Zhao Fu would be able to help Lu Subai take back Mountain Willow Town with such a small number of soldiers. However, there was nothing they could do, Zhao Fu was their only hope. If they didn't resist, Mountain Willow Town would definitely belong to Zhang Hong. Right now, most of the residents were loyal to the Lu family, but as time passed, the people would acknowledge Zhang Hong. At that time, it would be almost impossible to take back Mountain Willow Town. At the same time, Zhao Fu briefly explained the plan in his mind. Only then did they have a little more confidence and agree with Zhao Fu's method. Other than this team, there were also 2 patrol teams. However, among these two teams, there were people that Zhang Hong had planted here, so they needed to be dealt with specially. The three teams were patrolling in different directions. The other two teams were patrolling on the other side. Zhao Fu saw that it was getting late. Sun Xiaowei also understood this, so he proposed to split into two teams. One team was led by Sun Xiaowei to subdue the other patrol team and kill the people that Zhang Hong had placed there. The other team would be taken care of by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu agreed with this plan, and the two teams split up. On the other side of Mountain Willow Town, 10 or so arrogant soldiers swaggered forwards, followed by a group of dejected and sighing soldiers. "Can you guys hurry up? I still want to go back early and hug my little baby." At this moment, one of the leaders turned his head to look at the group of people behind him and shouted in dissatisfaction. The soldiers behind him looked somewhat furious because the 10 or so people in front of them had relied on Zhang Hong to gain status. Not only did they order them around, but they also wanted them to do this and that while they rested and played. Even though they felt resentful, they endured it. And did not say anything. Suddenly, more figures rushed out from the side and surrounded the patrol team. This gave the patrol team quite a fright, and the leader of the patrol team looked around in panic as he yelled, "We're from Mountain Willow Town, you'd best be smart and piss off." "Humph. Of course I know you're from Mountain Willow Town." A soft snort sounded from the side. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Lu Subai. The people in front were stunned, but the people behind were delighted. "Miss Lu, why are you here?" Lu Subai stepped out and repeated what she had said to Sun Xiaowei. The 10 or so people who had submitted to Zhang Hong yelled, "Miss Lu has been bewitched by someone else, Mayor Zhang wouldn't do something like that." "Hurry! Stop these people for now, we'll go back and report this to Mayor Zhang." The 10 or so people felt that the situation was bad, so they had the others stop Zhao Fu's group so that they could escape. However, not a single person listened to them. "All right. Miss, we're willing to help you take back Mountain Willow Town. We've received a lot of kindness from Mayor Lu in the past." The soldiers thought for a moment before making a decision. Hearing their words, the 10 or so people at the front started to panic and immediately tried to run for their lives. However, the bandits who had surrounded them rushed up and killed them in just a few moments. However, they left one of them alive to use him for other purposes. After subduing this group, Zhao Fu met up with Sun Xiaowei. Because there were roughly 200 people in each group, Zhao Fu's group now had 1,000 people. By now, the sky had darkened, and stars started to appear in the sky. It was yet another moonless night. After discussing their strategy in detail, they decided to send the bandits to replace the people who had surrendered to Zhang Hong and infiltrate Mountain Willow Town under the cover of night. This wasn't very difficult, as they had Zhang Hong's people covering for them. According to Zhao Fu's plan, Sun Xiaowei had the soldiers go back to eat and drink before going back to sleep and recover from their exhaustion. Mountain Willow Town was the same as before, and nothing had changed. However, undercurrents were beginning to stir. Zhao Fu had the people outside of Mountain Willow Town rest and build up their strength while they waited for an opportunity to strike. Time gradually passed, and soon, it was midnight. Everything quieted down, and it was as if all of Mountain Willow Town had fallen asleep. The night wind started to blow, and the clouds in the sky covered up the faint starlight, making it quite dark. The time had come, and Sun Xiaowei started to move. He put on his equipment and went to the town walls. He had most of the soldiers hide before leading a few people towards the town walls. When the general at the town gate saw Sun Xiaowei walking over, he looked quite confused and stopped them, saying, "Sun Xiaowei, why did you come here so late at night?" Sun Xiaowei put on a smile and tried to curry favor as he said, "Brotherly, I've been thinking about it recently, and I can't take this kind of treatment. I've been thinking about it recently, and I can't take this kind of treatment anymore. I want to join Mayor Zhang, but I was too forceful before, and I'm afraid that Mayor Zhang won't like me. I see that Mayor Zhang likes Brotherly, so I want to ask Brotherly to help me." Following this, Sun Xiaowei took out a pouch filled with gold coins and gave it to the general. The general looked at it and was delighted. Sun Xiaowei's abilities are quite good, but he's quite stubborn and doesn't want to submit. If he helps Sun Xiaowei submit, he will be rewarded by Zhang Hong. "That's no problem. I'll put in a good word for you in front of Mayor Zhang." The general smiled and agreed to Sun Xiaowei's request, but in the next moment, he felt a chill in his heart, and his hair stood on end. Pooh! A sharp dagger stabbed into the general's chest, causing him to look quite confused. He had never thought that Sun Xiaowei would kill him. The few people behind Sun Xiaowei also rushed up and caught the unprepared soldiers off guard, killing them and dragging the corpses to a hidden corner. The soldiers hiding in the surroundings also rushed up the wall and killed the unprepared guards. After taking control of everything, Sun Xiaowei lit 3 torches on the town walls and gave the order to open the town gates. Time was of the essence. Zhao Fu, who had been hiding near Mountain Willow Town, immediately led his people to meet up with Sun Xiaowei. Following this, the 1,000 soldiers ferociously charged towards the mayor's residence. However, as the mayor, Zhang Hong had received a system announcement and was woken up from his sleep. He immediately gave the order. Immediately, the sleeping Mountain Willow Town was awoken and fell into chaos. Large numbers of soldiers gathered at the mayor's residence. Zhao Fu sensed this and immediately gave the order for Sun Xiaowei to carry out the next plan. Immediately. Since ancient times, those who won the hearts of the people would rule the world. It could be said that the hearts of the people were incredibly important to any lord. Zhang Hong's 3,500 soldiers weren't simple at all, and Zhao Fu and his 1,000 soldiers would have to face off against 3 of them. Zhao Fu's situation was quite disadvantageous, so Zhao Fu decided to use the power of the masses in hopes of suppressing Zhang Hong. At the same time, he threw all the dirty water onto Zhang Hong. In actuality, even Zhao Fu couldn't determine whether or not Zhang Hong was responsible for Lu Ming's death. However, he was trying to turn Zhang Hong into an unforgivably evil scum. Only by doing this would he be able to incite the masses to join his side and overthrow Zhang Hong's position as mayor. The commotion in Mountain Willow Town had already woken up countless people, and now that these sounds had been heard, countless residents came out. Seeing Lu Subai's pitiful and tearful appearance, many people angrily joined Zhao Fu's army. More and more people gathered on Zhao Fu's side, and it seemed as if a single spark could start a prairie fire. They rushed towards the mayor's residence, and the 2 sides quickly clashed. On one side, Zhang Hong had a large number of soldiers and a small portion of the residents, while on the other side, Zhao Fu had most of the residents and 1,000 soldiers. "Who are you?" Zhang Hong coldly stared at the person next to Lu Subai. The black-cloaked figure said. He knew that Lu Subai had only escaped for a few days, and it was impossible for her to gather so many people to attack Mountain Willow Town. There was only one possibility, which was that person by her side. After all, these people seemed to obey his orders. However, after staying in Mountain Willow Town for so long, Zhang Hong had never heard of such a person before. "Who I am isn't important. I heard that a murderer like you appeared in Mountain Willow Town, and that you even killed his family. I was furious, so I decided to help Big Miss Lu reclaim Mountain Willow Town and get rid of you." At this moment, Zhao Fu had to stand on the side of justice and receive the support of the majority of the residents. He would also label Zhang Hong as evil. Humph. Zhang Hong coldly harumphed. He didn't believe Zhao Fu's nonsense at all. What idiot would go to such great lengths to do such a thing, and not ask for any benefits at all? It was possible that the other side had their eyes on Mountain Willow Town. At least, that was what Zhang Hong thought. "Dog's leftovers. Hurry up and come over here. Don't help that Zhang Hong. You won't have a good ending if you follow him." Just as Zhang Hong was about to say something, an old European voice sounded from the opposite side. That's right, Zhao Fu was playing the emotional card again. When comparing residents and soldiers, the soldiers would definitely be stronger. This was because soldiers had classes, equipment, skills, combat experience, and various other buffs. As such, soldiers would definitely be stronger than residents. At this moment, Zhao Fu used his emotions again. The soldiers on Zhang Hong's side looked at the people on the other side. They were from the same town and often met each other. There were even relatives and friends on the other side. If Zhao Fu wanted to kill them, he would definitely be able to do it. The hearts of many soldiers also wavered. They seemed to want to jump to Zhao Fu's side. "Yeah. Old Li's son, don't do evil over there. Big bro. Come over here. Don't follow those people. Husband. I also think that you should come over here. Zhao Fu once again threw out a bunch of emotional cards, which were quite despicable. Facing so many friends and family members, many of the soldiers looked as if they wanted to surrender to Zhao Fu. Seeing this, Zhang Hong was furious and exploded out with the power of a stage 2 expert, which weighed down on everyone's bodies. Let's see who dares to go over. This massive aura caused many of the soldiers who wanted to join Zhao Fu's side to freeze. Zhang Hong lived up to his reputation as the strongest expert in Mountain Willow Town, and he was able to instantly suppress everyone. Under Zhang Hong's powerful aura, everyone started to feel incredibly nervous, and many of them even looked terrified. They felt that Zhang Hong was undefeatable. Zhao Fu's side's aura completely weakened, and their expressions became quite unsightly. However, at that moment, an aura that was not any weaker than Zhang Hong's and was even slightly stronger than Zhang Hong's exploded out, clashing with Zhang Hong. Don't worry, everyone. I'll definitely kill Zhang Hong. Everyone's gazes once again fell on the black-cloaked figure's body, and cheers sounded out as if they were looking at a hero. Sun Xiaowei let out a sigh of relief. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so powerful to be able to face off against Mountain Willow Town's #1 expert. Zhang Hong looked at Zhao Fu and revealed an eerie killing intent. His body disappeared like a bolt of lightning as he charged towards Zhao Fu's side. He understood that if he didn't deal with Zhao Fu first, he wouldn't be able to suppress this battle. Zhao Fu also understood this, and he drew his sword to meet Zhang Hong. Following this, Zhang Hong and Zhao Fu began to fight. Even though many of Zhang Hong's people had joined Zhao Fu's side, many of Zhang Hong's subordinates were also loyal to him. As such, an intense battle erupted between the two sides. Zhang Hong's sword gave off an eerie and cold sword light as it stabbed towards Zhao Fu's throat. Zhao Fu dodged to the side, avoiding this attack. Following this, Zhang Hong's sword moved to the side, and Zhao Fu could only use his sword to block Zhang Hong's attack. However, Zhang Hong's body suddenly spun as he used a roundhouse kick. This roundhouse kick was incredibly ferocious, and a muffled sound rang out as Zhao Fu clenched his fist and punched out with all of his strength. Bang! An explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu and Zhang Hong both retreated 2 steps. Zhao Fu hadn't expected that Zhang Hong would be so powerful, and Zhang Hong hadn't expected Zhao Fu to be so powerful. With his strength, he could be said to be the strongest in the surrounding 100 kilometers, and he hadn't expected that a person like Zhao Fu would suddenly appear. Both of their expressions became serious, and they once again started to fight. Zhao Fu ferociously slashed towards Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong dodged to the side, the sword in his hand, from the bottom up, flicked upwards. The tip of his sword viciously stabbed towards Zhao Fu's eyes. This attack was simply too crafty, and Zhao Fu retreated, narrowly dodging this attack. Suddenly, Zhang Hong rushed forwards, and his sword gave off a large amount of grey sword light as he ferociously stabbed towards Zhao Fu's chest. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and used the Sky Demon Slash, a sharp black sword chi slashed out, colliding with Zhang Hong's sword. Another explosion sounded out as sword light flew everywhere, and the terrifying shockwaves made it so that no one dared to get close. Malicious Ghost Seizing Soul. After exchanging a few blows, Zhang Hong was already at a disadvantage, and he could only explode out with his most powerful attack. Countless traces of cold grey aura exploded out from his body as he slashed out with his sword. A ferocious-looking malicious ghost appeared, and it moved as fast as a ray of light as it attacked Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu slowly raised the Sky Demon Sword, which was giving off a large amount of demonic chi, and pointed it towards the malicious ghost as he used the Sky Demon Devour Soul. A demonic image shot out to meet the malicious ghost. Pooh! The malicious ghost was torn apart by the demonic image's sharp claws, and Zhang Hong coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zhao Fu grasped this opportunity and rushed forwards as fast as a phantom, stabbing his sword into Zhang Hong's chest before twisting it, destroying his internal organs and killing Zhang Hong. After the battle, everyone celebrated their victory. Lu Subai gratefully walked over and bowed to Zhao Fu, saying, "Thank you, sir, for taking revenge." Zhao Fu was quite happy that he had obtained a town so easily. When he heard Lu Subai's words, he lightly laughed and replied, "It's nothing." Lu Subai looked quite surprised when she saw Zhao Fu's smile. Because of the dangerous aura that Zhao Fu gave off, this smile caused Lu Subai to not be as afraid of Zhao Fu as she had been before. Following this, Lu Subai smiled, turned around, and said in a loud voice, "Sir, you're not only my savior, but you've also helped me take back Mountain Willow Town and take revenge for me. I'm unable to repay you, so I'm willing to give up my position as mayor to you." This was to give Xiao Fu the position of mayor of Mountain Willow Town. However, some people supported this, while others opposed it. After all, to Mountain Willow Town, Xiao Fu was just an outsider. Even though Xiao Fu had helped them before, giving him the entire town was a bit too much. Sun Xiaowei didn't know that Lu Subai had signed a contract with Xiao Fu, so he walked up and tried to persuade Lu Subai. Even though Xiao Fu was very powerful and capable, he was only loyal to the Lu family. In his heart, Xiao Fu was the best candidate for the position of deputy mayor. No need. Mountain Willow Town will still belong to the Lu family, and the position of mayor will be inherited by the eldest daughter of the Lu family, Lu Subai. Suddenly, Xiao Fu's voice wasn't very loud, but it was very clear. These words caused countless people to feel quite confused, but Xiao Fu didn't reply to them. Instead, he turned and entered the mayor's residence and chose to conquer it, making Mountain Willow Town a subordinate town. Immediately, a black dragon inscription light covered the entirety of Mountain Willow Town, and Qing's information entered everyone's minds. Everyone was dumbfounded, and only now did they realize that Xiao Fu's true identity was that of a king. After Xiao Fu conquered the town, he did not receive any achievement points. There was a prompt stating that conquering multiple times in a short period of time would not give achievement points. This was most likely because Zhang Hong had conquered it before. Following this, Xiao Fu walked out and looked at everyone's shocked expressions. Xiao Fu understood that they knew who he was, so he took off his black cloak and revealed his true appearance. He had a well-proportioned figure, black clothes, waist-length black hair, and a delicate and handsome face. He was filled with a noble and dignified aura, and countless people could not help but kneel and call out, "Your Majesty! Get up!" Looking at the people kneeling down, Xiao Fu gave a faint smile and said, "You're welcome." Everyone stood up, and before the shock on Lu Subai and Sun Xiaowei's faces had faded, Xiao Fu's gaze fell on them as he said, "Lu Subai, you're the mayor of Mountain Willow Town, and Sun Xiaowei is the commander of Mountain Willow Town. Don't disappoint me." Hearing Xiao Fu's words, as well as the system announcements in their minds, the two of them came back to their senses and respectfully bowed to Xiao Fu. No wonder Xiao Fu didn't want the position of mayor, he had long since become a king. Of course, he didn't want the position of mayor. Following this, the two of them began to calculate the results of the battle. Xiao Fu looked at Zhang Hong's corpse and found that it was SS grade, so he put it into his king's ring. Zhang Hong also had a spatial ring, and Xiao Fu looked at it with interest. He found that there were only some coins and some other items, making Xiao Fu feel slightly disappointed. "Your Majesty, don't tire yourself. This lowly one's here to serve you." The bandit from before, Dong Sun, had thought that he had found a powerful backer, but after finding out who Xiao Fu was, he realized that he had found a powerful backer. As such, he immediately ran over with a smile on his face. Xiao Fu glanced at him and didn't refuse. Ha! Little Sha appeared next to Xiao Fu, covered with blood. He had just learned how to speak, so he couldn't speak very clearly, but he could understand what Xiao Fu was saying. Hearing this, Xiao Fu looked down at Little Sha. His face was covered with blood, and with his ferocious expression, he looked quite terrifying. Of course, this blood wasn't his, he had killed many people just then, and it was all other people's blood. At the same time, Little Sha's aura of slaughter became even stronger. The kill equipment set inherited the power of slaughter, and it could increase one's strength through slaughter. Xiao Fu stretched out his hand and stroked his little head as he smiled and said, "Go, and have a good bath. Someone will prepare a bunch of delicious food for you and new clothes for you." Little Sha raised his head and looked at Xiao Fu, who was rubbing his head. For the first time, a strange emotion appeared in his heart, causing his ferocious expression to soften. He stiffly smiled. He knew that he was very happy, but he did not know how to smile. Xiao Fu turned to look at Dong Sun. Xiao Fu's meaning was quite clear, he wanted Dong Sun to take care of Little Sha. Dong Sun could only stiffly smile. Dong Sun was incredibly afraid of Little Sha, and even though he didn't want to, he had to do it. As such, he nodded and left with Little Sha. Elsewhere, Sun Xiaowei had finished tabulating the results of the battle. Now that the entirety of Mountain Willow Town had submitted, it was time to look at the losses that Mountain Willow Town had suffered. Before, Mountain Willow Town had a population of 23,000 or so. Now, there were only around 20,000 or so people left. Out of the 4,000 or so soldiers, only around 2,500 or so remained. Even though most of the people who had died were on Zhang Hong's side, Zhao Fu's side had also lost a few hundred people. As for the other items and spoils of war, they didn't need to be tabulated, as they all belonged to Mountain Willow Town. This was a small blow to Mountain Willow Town, and it would take some time to recover. Now, it was time to clean up the battlefield and comfort the families of those who had died. Following this, Mountain Willow Town returned to normal. A few days later, Zhao Fu saw that Mountain Willow Town had completely stabilized, and there wouldn't be any more accidents. Zhao Fu had relocated the Lone Wolf Village, put away the city creation stone, and incorporated the bandits into Mountain Willow Town. By now, Zhao Fu planned to return to Qin City. He had been gone for half a month, and Zhao Fu missed Qin City quite a bit. Zhao Fu decided to take Little Sha with him. At that moment, Little Sha had changed into his own clothes. His face had also become white and clean. Compared to before, there was an enormous difference between him and his previous appearance. "Your Majesty, you should come back to Mountain Willow Town more often," Lu Subai said as she smiled at Zhao Fu. Even though she hadn't known Zhao Fu for very long, she was still quite reluctant to see Zhao Fu leave. Zhao Fu nodded and used the teleportation channel to teleport away. Zhao Fu and Little Sha's figures blurred as they disappeared and reappeared within a system main city. They then used the teleportation channel to return to the village that had been the teleportation point. Zhao Fu and Little Sha continued to use the teleportation channel, and their bodies flashed as they disappeared. After using the teleportation channel many times, Zhao Fu and Little Sha's figures finally appeared on the teleportation channel in Qin Town. When the guards next to the teleportation channel saw Zhao Fu return to Qin Town, they were pleasantly surprised and saluted before calling out, "Your Highness." Zhao Fu nodded and walked out of the teleportation channel. The news that Zhao Fu had returned to Qin Town was like a stone falling into a calm lake, causing ripples to appear. Suddenly, Qin Town became lively, and the higher-ups rushed over. After walking out of the teleportation channel, Zhao Fu felt that something was wrong. The atmosphere in Qin Town seemed to be filled with tension and oppression, causing Zhao Fu to frown. Zhao Fu lowered his head and patted his clothes, waking up the 3 flower spirits who were sleeping soundly in his clothes. The 3 flower spirits woke up and crawled out of Zhao Fu's clothes. They looked around curiously and found that it was just as Zhao Fu had said, the place was filled with flowers. At the same time, they were attracted to this place, and they liked Qin Town very much. They happily flew around and looked around. Seeing this, Zhao Fu smiled. "Your Highness." At this moment, Bai Qi led a group of people to the teleportation channel. When they saw that Zhao Fu had returned, they all called out in delight. Zhao Fu looked at the group of people walking over, and there were a few unfamiliar faces among them. Soon, the group of people came to the hall. Zhao Fu sat on the main seat and listened to Bai Qi and Li Si's reports. "What happened while I was away in Qin Town?" After listening, Zhao Fu didn't say anything. He just sat there and sank into his thoughts. The people below became nervous, and the hall was very quiet. No one dared to make a sound. Imperial system? War. Based on the current situation, it was indeed very suitable for Qin, and it could also make Qin develop rapidly. During the time when Zhao Fu was absent, Qin's development was amazing. Now, Qin City's territory had expanded several times, and everything within a radius of 400 miles was under Qin City's control. The population had also increased. Now, Qin City's population had reached 100,000, and the number of soldiers had reached 20,000. Its strength had greatly increased. This result made it impossible for Zhao Fu to oppose the imperial system. Moreover, the Qin Empire must have the imperial system, because what Zhao Fu restored was the Qin Empire, not the system of a country in the real world. But this was the problem that troubled Zhao Fu the most. On the one hand, a full-scale war would bring amazing results, and it was the most suitable for Qin's current situation. This was a very rational decision, but Zhao Fu's ideal was not to completely turn Qin into a cold machine. When he returned to Qin City, the pervasive sense of depression and tension made Zhao Fu very uncomfortable. Zhao Fu wanted to turn Qin City into a person with all kinds of emotions, laughter, and a sense of happiness and stability in people's lives. This was the best embodiment of a country, not a cold-killing machine. Now, Zhao Fu was facing the opposition of ideal and dream. Ideal was to understand reality rationally, and to make ideas according to one's own ability. Dream was like a dream, beautiful but unreal. Both have their own advantages, but they also have their own shortcomings. After thinking for a long time, Zhao Fu decided to take a step back and support a full-scale war. Although this would slow down the development of Qin City, Zhao Fu thought it was worth it, because they were all his people, and they were paying for Qin City. Zhao Fu wanted to give them some time to relax their tense nerves and let them feel a bit of happiness. After all, this was the best way to develop. After coming back to his senses, Zhao Fu looked at Bai Qi with a calm face. Bai Qi suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure, and he became nervous. A little cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he cupped his fists and apologized, "Your Highness. This time I acted on my own initiative. Please punish me." Hearing this, the others were shocked. Although Bai Qi did it for the good of Qin City, his behavior has overstepped his authority and overstepped Zhao Fu's authority. Without his permission, he carried out a full-scale war. If this happened in ancient times, Bai Qi would be sentenced to death. Many people present didn't want to see this, and they all begged for mercy. Seeing this, Zhao Fu suddenly smiled and said to the others, "When did I say that I would punish Bai Qi? Although Bai Qi acted on his own initiative, I stayed in East Green." Moreover, Bai Qi's methods were quite effective, and Qin City has indeed developed very quickly. Hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, Zhao Fu said, "However, I feel that there are some areas that need to be improved. While Qin City needs to develop, the people are also very important." After Zhao Fu spoke his thoughts, everyone looked delighted, and they started to discuss how to improve the system. Following this, orders were given out, causing the haze above Great Qin to be swept away. It was as if the clouds had parted to reveal the clear sky. Many people relaxed and smiled, feeling that it was good that His Majesty had returned. After discussing these matters, Zhao Fu looked at a few unfamiliar faces. Some of them had performed well on the battlefield and had been promoted to generals. One of them, a gray-clothed young man, was quite special. Even though he looked quite ordinary, he gave off a calm and steady aura. He seemed to be someone behind the scenes. He reminded Zhao Fu of a historical figure that had awakened when Qin City had become an intermediate town. Back then, Zhao Fu didn't know who it was, but now, he knew that it was this person in front of him. Name, Wei Liao. Grade, SSS. Title, Profession, General. Achievement Points, Commoner, 0/100. Race, Human. Age, 26, 100. Loyalty, 100. Stats, Strength, 10, Intelligence, 10, Constitution, 10, Agility, 10. Cultivation, Stage 0. Cultivation Technique, Qin City. Inner Cultivation Technique. Skills, None. Equipment, Gray Robe. Wei Liao. When Zhao Fu saw his name, he recalled the information about him in his mind. Wei Liao was a figure during Qin Shi Huang's reign, and he made great contributions to Qin's unification. Of course, his abilities were extraordinary as well. Emperor Qin thought highly of him and even ate and lived with him. That was to say, they ate the same food and lived in the same place. Compared to Wang Jian and Meng Kuo, Wei Liao's contributions were not in leading troops into battle but in controlling the overall situation. He was the type of person who manipulated things from behind the scenes, and he wasn't as famous as Wang Jian and Meng Kuo. Zhao Fu was quite happy that Qin City had gained another general, and after discussing for a while, they ended the conversation. Zhao Fu then went to Qin City's city heart. When Qin City had become an intermediate town, Zhao Fu had not looked at its stats, and now was the time. Village name, Qin Town. Legendary, level, elementary. Village area, 100 square kilometers. Village territory, 2,180 square kilometers. Popular support, 85. Special stats, territory crop output plus 80%, territory crop growth time minus 80%, population limit plus 60%, resident stats plus 5, soldier stats plus 6%, population attraction plus 70%, high-grade attraction plus 70%. Subsidiary village limit, 142 subsidiary villages, Lobe Village, Jin Village, Doran Village, Li Family Village, Wolf Village, Ferocious Tiger Village, the stats had not increased by much, and they were the same as before. There were now 5 more generals, and the total resistance to natural disasters was 70%. The Heaven Prayer Platform's resistance to natural disasters was 60%, and the Earth Temple's development was quite good. Many residents went to pray, and the Earth Temple had become a Level 1 Earth Temple. Level 1 Earth Temple contains a trace of godly power that can protect a piece of land. The more incense there is, the more the Earth Temple's level and stats will increase. Current stats: crop growth time -20%, crop output +20%, resistance to natural disasters +10%. System announcement. Your city's stats: crop growth time -100% has reached its maximum value. Normal crops growth time will be reduced to its base value, and stage 1 and above spirit plants growth time will be reduced according to their levels. This was the city's stats and the Earth Temple stats. The crop growth time had reached 100%, and if Zhao Fu planted the crops, they would mature in a few seconds. However, this was not the case. Every crop had a base growth time, and this was the city's special stat. The crops that Zhao Fu planted now had a base growth time of 12 days, and they would mature every 12 days. In the future, when Zhao Fu's city's stats leveled up and increased the crop growth time, it would not be effective for crops no matter how much it was increased. Because Zhao Fu's food had been reduced to its basic growth value, in the future, Zhao Fu's food would basically mature in 12 days. There would not be any changes. 12 days would still be 12 days, unless it was affected by a natural disaster. However, it didn't mean that it was useless. Although it didn't have any effect on basic crops like grains, it was still effective on spirit plants that were grade 1 and above. As long as it was a spirit plant, it would have a different time calculation. Now that the 3 flower spirits had joined, Zhao Fu would be able to harvest large amounts of spirit grasses. The 100 origin grass from before would also quickly be used to refine pills. After dealing with many things, Zhao Fu walked around Qin Town and looked at the changes in Qin Town while he was away, which surprised Zhao Fu. Finally, he came to the other side of the nest and looked at Little Black and the other 2. The 3 of them had been playing around, but seeing Zhao Fu, who they had not seen in a long time, they immediately ran over to him and affectionately hugged him. Zhao Fu smiled and rubbed their heads and played with them for a while. After looking at the 3 of them, Zhao Fu called Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao, the 3 most important generals of Qin Town, and they headed to North Vietnam. North Vietnam was a place, and after so long, Qin Town had finally opened up a path to Vietnam. North Vietnam was the border region between China and Vietnam. Not only were there Vietnamese people here, but there were also Chinese people. Because of its special location, some of the residents here could speak Vietnamese and some could speak Chinese. There were 2 cultures here, and it looked like a border region in the real world. The reason Zhao Fu had called Bai Qi and the other 2 was to prepare for conquering Vietnam in the future. From the beginning, Zhao Fu had said that he was going to jump out of China and use Vietnam as a stepping stone to conquer all of China. Bai Qi and the other 2 were all famous generals in history, and their foresight was greater than Zhao Fu's. Zhao Fu had called them over to see for themselves if they had any suggestions. The 4 of them put on black cloaks and used teleportation channels many times to reach North Vietnam. This time, Zhao Fu and the others went to Emptiness City. North Vietnam also had 4 system main cities: Cowtooth City, Ancient House City, Emptiness City, and Great Saber City. Of these 4 system main cities, the first 2 were controlled by the Vietnamese indigenous residents, while the last 2 were controlled by the Chinese indigenous residents. Border regions had always been quite chaotic, and there were all sorts of conflicts between races, cultures, and customs, causing border regions to be quite chaotic. What's more, the countries around China hated China for many reasons, but the biggest one was history. In ancient times, the countries around China had all submitted to China, and they were unwilling to accept this. They mocked the Chinese people for being so arrogant, so they often did things to provoke them. However, ever since Zhao Fu had obtained the Chinese people and let out that domineering dragon's roar, the surrounding countries had become much more obedient. However, there were still countless conflicts, big and small. Zhao Fu and the others first went to Emptiness City to observe the situation in China before going to the Vietnamese system main cities to take a look. They found that both sides were doing and talking about things as if they were opposing factions. What made Zhao Fu even more surprised was that even though North Vietnam's four-system main cities didn't directly participate in the battle, they had set up camps. Anyone who killed a Chinese person or a Vietnamese person would receive one faction point. Faction points had the same effects as city achievement points, and they could be exchanged for all sorts of items. However, they could only be obtained by killing players. One faction point could be exchanged for 10 silver coins, which was equivalent to 1,000 copper coins. In the real world, that would be $10,000, which was quite a good profit. This caused all of North Vietnam's people to become incredibly ferocious. At the same time, the system main cities didn't restrict the use of teleportation channels, so the Vietnamese people could come here and the Chinese people could also go there. However, the governmental factions didn't seem to care about the battles between the two sides. Back then, when Zhao Fu had used the teleportation channel to go to the Vietnamese side, 10 or so people had set their eyes on Zhao Fu and the others, and they had openly attacked. In the end, those 10 or so people were easily killed by Bai Qi, and their corpses lay there. Zhao Fu had long since read on the forum that border regions were incredibly chaotic and cruel. Only after seeing it for himself did he understand what it was like. Seeing that the two sides were like fire and water, Zhao Fu thought to himself. He wondered who had said that a place where there was war meant that there would be massive wealth. Zhao Fu took out his map and found that there were 10 or so border regions between Vietnam and China. North Nam was connected to 6 other regions, and there were a few other regions that were in different places. North Nam, along with the other 6 regions, was the region that had the most contact with China, and Zhao Fu planned to focus his business there. Zhao Fu not only wanted to make huge profits here, but he also wanted to establish slavery and use a large amount of money to buy more people. After all, Zhao Fu's money would increase as he developed more and more regions, and he would not have to worry about not having enough money to spend. Zhao Fu told Bai Qi and the others to go back and discuss his plans for Vietnam, while Zhao Fu stayed here and continued to buy property and open restaurants. However, right now, he could only open restaurants in China. If he went to Vietnam, he would most likely be destroyed, so he decided not to go there for now. Apart from doing these things, Zhao Fu also went to the Vietnamese side to look for people. Zhao Fu had long since wanted to establish a player faction, and it was time to do so. As a Chinese person, Zhao Fu could not develop in the Vietnamese side. However, if he wanted to take down Vietnam, he had to send people in and gather information. However, apart from a few people who wanted to kill him, he did not find anyone useful. Zhao Fu realized how difficult it was to establish a player faction. First, he had to find people who were loyal to him and had to be capable. Moreover, he had to keep their identities a secret. Once their identities were exposed, no matter how powerful they were in the Heaven Awakened world, they would still be easily killed in the real world. When he thought about that, Zhao Fu decided to give up on establishing a player faction. Instead, he decided to make the core of the faction be made up of indigenous residents and a large number of players. With this, it would be much easier to establish a player faction. There were many benefits to establishing a player faction. Firstly, it would be easier to gather information. Secondly, it would be easier to gather players in large numbers. Thirdly, players wouldn't truly die. These were the biggest advantages players had. After thinking things through, Zhao Fu set his gaze on a rather good-looking Vietnamese woman and dragged her into an alleyway when she wasn't paying attention. This woman was an indigenous resident, and she had been in a good mood as she walked on the road when a black figure suddenly grabbed her and dragged her into an alley. Immediately, she was so scared that her face turned pale. She thought that Zhao Fu was going to do something to her, so she struggled with all her might and wanted to shout for help. However, just as she was about to open her mouth, he covered her mouth, and then she was taken to a hidden corner without any resistance. Drops of tears flowed from her eyes. She already knew what was going to happen next. She didn't expect that the innocence she had kept for 20 years would be gone today. She was going to be tarnished by this pervert. Thinking about it, her tears flowed more and more. At that moment, she heard the man say something that she couldn't understand. It was Chinese, and she understood that Zhao Fu was an otherworlder. Following this, he handed her a contract. Looking at this contract, her heart became cold, It wasn't enough for this person to tarnish me once, he wanted to control my life and death. If he tarnished me for a long time, I'd be better off dead. I won't agree to this. If you have the ability, kill me. Her gaze was resolute as she spoke in Vietnamese, intending to preserve her innocence. She couldn't let this pervert have his way. But just as she finished speaking, a hand grabbed her neck and lifted her up. Immediately, she instantly felt a suffocating feeling, and she struggled as if she was dying. Feeling that cold gaze, she started to feel terror, and her body started to tremble. The aura of death slowly entered her mind, and she couldn't breathe anymore. Her consciousness gradually became hazy, and she felt that she had already stepped into death's door. Was she really going to die? At the last moment, she became afraid and chose to submit. Following this, that person let go of her, and she fell to the ground. She sucked in large mouthfuls of fresh air, and only after a while did she catch her breath. At that moment, that person handed over the contract again. She looked at it and could only mournfully sign it, and the contract turned into motes of light and entered her body. She had completely resigned herself to her fate and was about to take off her clothes to be tarnished by this beast. Suddenly, a voice sounded out from beside her, "What's your name?" Even though she couldn't understand what that person was saying, she understood what he was saying, and she said in a low voice, "My name is Xianxia." Looking at how pitiful she looked, Zhao Fu felt that he had gone too far, so he felt quite apologetic and said, "Don't worry. Now that you've submitted to me, I definitely won't mistreat you in the future." Xianxia heard Zhao Fu's words. Now that she had signed the contract, she was now his, so hearing that he would treat her well in the future, she let out a sigh of relief. "Get up. I'll take you back," Zhao Fu said as he stretched out a hand towards Xianxia. Xianxia looked around and found that this was indeed not a good place to do such things. It would be bad if they were discovered, so Zhao Fu told her to go back and do it. Xianxia nodded, grabbed Zhao Fu's outstretched hand, and stood up. Following this, she followed him through many teleportation channels and arrived at a beautiful place. There were flowers everywhere, and there was a faint fragrance in the air. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" At that moment, she heard the people around her calling out to him respectfully. She couldn't understand Chinese, but she could tell that he had a noble identity. Zhao Fu slowly took off his cloak, and she saw what he looked like. He had a delicate and handsome face, and he gave off a noble and dignified aura, making it so that no one dared to look at him directly. She lowered her head, not daring to look up. At the same time, she felt quite confused. With such a noble identity, why would he do such a thing to himself? She followed him all the way to a very remote area. "Is this the place?" Xianxia looked around. Even though there was no one around, it was quite spacious, and her face became red as she said shyly, "Sir, can we find a small forest?" Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and said, "A small forest isn't suitable, I think this is a good place." Xianxia's face became bright red, and she felt that this sir was quite perverted. However, she already belonged to him, so she would do whatever he wanted her to do. Just as she was about to take off her clothes, "Here." Seeing the city creation stone in Zhao Fu's hand, Xianxia looked quite surprised. Of course, she knew how valuable these things were. Every city creation stone could be sold for a high price on the market, and the one in Zhao Fu's hand was a blue-grade one. He said that he wouldn't mistreat her, but who would have thought that he would give her something so valuable so quickly? Xianxia's hatred towards Zhao Fu had greatly decreased, and she hoped that he would treat her well in the future. She then stretched out her hand to take off her clothes. "What is it? Hurry up and use it," Zhao Fu said as he looked at Xianxia in confusion. Hearing this, Xianxia looked quite confused, not understanding what Zhao Fu meant. Seeing this, Zhao Fu said helplessly, "Use the city creation stone." Xianxia immediately understood, and she squatted down and pressed the city creation stone against the ground. The city creation stone fused into the ground, and a blue wave of light rippled out as a few city creation images appeared. "This village is yours now. If you want to manage it, then do so. If not, leave it to someone else." After saying this, Zhao Fu turned and left. Xianxia stood there, dumbfounded. She had never thought that things would end just like that. Zhao Fu hadn't done anything to her at all, and seeing that she hadn't taken off her clothes yet, she felt that she had misunderstood something. After returning to Qin town, Zhao Fu called Bai Qi and the others over to listen to their plans for Vietnam. As for Lai Qingxian's village, it could be put to use once the population was refreshed. Half a day passed and Zhao Fu, Bai Qi, and the others concluded their discussion. They had come up with a basic strategy for Vietnam, and Zhao Fu's businesses slowly entered North Nam to prepare for the introduction of slavery. Suddenly, Zhao Fu seemed to have forgotten something, and he remembered that he had 2 corpses that he hadn't refined yet. One was Gu Feng's SSS grade corpse, and the other was Zhang Hong's SS grade corpse. If he refined them, he would be able to obtain an SSS grade orb and an SS grade orb. Right now, most of the generals under Zhao Fu's command were S grade, and he did not have anyone to promote yet. As such, it would be quite difficult to choose someone for these 2 grade orbs. However, after thinking about it, Zhao Fu decided to give the SSS grade orb to Xiao Jian. While Zhao Fu wasn't around, Xiao Jian had performed extremely well. Just his team alone had brought back 20,000 or so people, and even Bai Qi had put in a good word for him in front of Zhao Fu. As for the remaining SS grade orb, Zhao Fu did not have a suitable candidate in mind. He planned to place it in the battlefield rewards to stimulate the soldiers' enthusiasm. Bringing the 2 corpses with him, Zhao Fu arrived at the underground space of bones. Nothing had changed here, it was still the same, empty and gloomy. Zhao Fu first placed Gu Feng's corpse on the magic formation, then activated it. Suddenly, a large, formless hand grabbed Gu Feng's corpse, and the 30 or so energy stones on the stone trough turned into dust. A formless energy covered the corpse, and Gu Feng's flesh and blood started to melt, revealing his white bones. Finally, Gu Feng's flesh and blood were completely refined, and the formless energy disappeared. Gu Feng's corpse turned into a pile of useless bones and fell to the ground. What surprised Zhao Fu was that apart from a great orb floating in the air, there was also a blood-red pill that gave off a faint light. What is this? Zhao Fu walked over and caught the blood-red pill. This blood-red pill was as big as a longan fruit and gave off a faint blood-red light, as if it was made of blood. It also gave off a pungent smell of blood. Blood God Pill, Grade, Stage 3, Description, a medicinal pill refined from a Stage 3 corpse. It contains a large amount of cultivation power, and after using it, it can greatly increase one's cultivation. However, it is limited to Stage 2 cultivators, and can only be used once. Zhao Fu had never thought that refining corpses would give him a blood god pill. What's more, the blood god pill's description told him that it could greatly increase one's cultivation. Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel excited. He suddenly thought of something and quickly placed Zhang Hong's corpse on the stone trough. Following this, he activated the magic formation. The 20 or so energy stones on the stone trough also turned into dust, and a formless energy covered Zhang Hong's corpse. Apart from a great orb, there was also a blood god pill. Blood god pill, grade, stage 2, description, a medicinal pill refined from a stage 2 corpse. It contains a large amount of cultivation power, and after using it, it can greatly increase one's cultivation. However, it is limited to stage 1 cultivators, and can only be used once. This was a stage 2 medicinal pill, and because it was refined from a stage 2 corpse, it was roughly the same as the stage 3 blood god pill. However, the restrictions were slightly different. Stage 3 blood god pills could only be used by stage 2 cultivators, while stage 2 blood god pills could only be used by stage 1 cultivators. Each stage could only be used once. Just as he had expected, refining corpses with high cultivation would yield blood god pills. What about people with stage 1 cultivation? Zhao Fu excitedly ran to Battle City, and in order to verify his suspicions, Zhao Fu had brought back a few stage 1 corpses. Because Battle City was a coliseum, it was quite easy to obtain corpses. Zhao Fu threw the stage 1 corpses into the refining formation, and as expected, he obtained stage 1 blood god pills. Stage 1 blood god pills could only be used by those with stage 0 cultivation, and they could only be used once. Now that he had confirmed this, Zhao Fu couldn't help but loudly laugh. He had greatly underestimated the heaven and earth refining formation, as expected from a heaven-defying magic formation. Now that he had these blood god pills, Zhao Fu didn't have to worry about not having high-stage soldiers. he would be able to nurture a large number of high-stage soldiers and sweep across the world. Who would be able to stop him then? Ha ha ha, Zhao Fu was unable to express the joy in his heart, and he could only loudly laugh. At the same time, he was quite blind to have only just discovered this heaven-defying effect. However, he still had to test out the effects of the blood god pills. Zhao Fu happily returned to the surface and called over a few soldiers of different cultivations. These soldiers were at stage 0 to 5, stage 0 to 5, and stage 0 to 8. Zhao Fu gave each of them a stage 1 blood god pill and had them consume it. After the 3 soldiers consumed the blood god pill, they sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate, and traces of blood-red aura rose up from their bodies. Time gradually passed, and as Zhao Fu waited by the side, the soldiers' auras became more and more powerful. The first soldier to open his eyes was a soldier with a rank 0 cultivation base. His cultivation base instantly went up to rank 4. The second soldier was a soldier with a rank 5 cultivation base. His cultivation base went up to rank 8, and the last soldier went up from rank 8 to rank 1. Right now, Qin only had 10 or so stage 1 soldiers, and most of them were at stage 0 to 7 or 0 to 8. With the blood god pills, Zhao Fu would be able to produce a large number of stage 1 soldiers. The most important thing right now was how to obtain a large number of stage 1 corpses. After all, the blood god pill used corpses as an ingredient, and it required a large amount of energy stones. A stage 1 corpse required 10 energy stones to refine, and 10 energy stones were equivalent to 100 gold coins. Refining 10 corpses would require 1,000 gold coins. There were 2 problems in front of Zhao Fu. First, only system main cities had stage 1 corpses, and they were not easy to obtain. You could kill system main cities' soldiers and obtain corpses, but you would not be able to establish a foothold there. Don't underestimate system main cities' power, as a massive battle might break out. Zhao Fu didn't dare to use his nation armament's power anymore, as Qin still hadn't recovered from the consequences of using it last time. Only a city like Battle City could easily obtain stage 1 corpses, but Qin City was unable to provide a large number of them. 10 corpses would cost 1,000 gold coins, and 100 corpses would cost 10,000 gold coins. Even though Zhao Fu was now quite rich, this sort of expenditure still made Zhao Fu feel quite pained. Right now, he could only wait and see if there were any opportunities. Following this, Zhao Fu went to Battle City to see Xianxia, who was becoming more and more famous. Xianxia's cultivation had already reached stage 0 to 8, and this was even after he had suppressed his cultivation. Right now, he could already fight against stage 1 experts. If he broke through to stage 1, he would most likely need a stage 2 expert to suppress him. However, most people with stage 2 cultivation were guardian generals, and there wouldn't be many of them in the arena. This was why Xianxia suppressed his cultivation so that he could better train here. However, the duration of his training was getting shorter and shorter. Once Xianxia's cultivation reached the first stage, it would mean that his training in Battle City had officially ended. After this was over, he would officially become Zhao Fu's personal bodyguard. At the same time, he would become one of the most famous people in Battle City. On the other hand, Zhao Fu found the person in charge of the arena, the burly man from before, and tossed him a large sum of money, asking him to keep the stage 1 cultivator's corpse for him. The corpses in the wrestling arena were basically useless, and they were usually dragged away to be buried. However, the big man had never thought that there would be so much money to be made. Although he wasn't sure why Zhao Fu wanted these corpses, he understood and didn't ask. He promised Zhao Fu that he would give him stage 1 corpses every day. There were roughly 20 or so stage 1 corpses in Battle City every day, and that was all they could do for now. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Fu returned to Qin Town. Suddenly, Zhao Fu thought about how his cultivation was already at stage 0 to 9 and was just a bit away from breaking through to stage 1, so he looked at the last stage 1 blood god pill. After returning to his room, Zhao Fu sat cross-legged on his bed and swallowed a blood god pill. He felt a massive wave of power spread out from his stomach, and this powerful cultivation caused Zhao Fu to quickly circulate his qi. Traces of blood-red aura rose up from Zhao Fu's body. At that moment, a formless barrier appeared in front of him, and Zhao Fu gathered his strength and broke through it. Following this, Zhao Fu's body trembled. He knew that he had broken through to stage 1. At the same time, a few system announcements sounded out in his mind. Zhao Fu ignored them for now and focused on stabilizing his cultivation. This took quite a bit of time, and only when it was midnight did Zhao Fu open his eyes and breathe out a mouthful of impure air. Zhao Fu looked at his changes and found that breaking through to stage 1 felt quite different. He felt that he was many times more powerful than before, and this wasn't because of his stats but because of his innate strength. After standing up and familiarizing himself with his new strength, Zhao Fu looked at his stats and found that they had increased. His lifespan had also increased by 10 years, and after looking at his stats, Zhao Fu looked at the system announcements. System announcement. Congratulations, you have broken through to stage 1. System announcement. Your cultivation has reached stage 1, and your king's profession has changed. You have unlocked the king's guard profession. Zhao Fu directly ignored the first one and looked at the second one, feeling quite curious. What was the king's guard profession? Following this, Zhao Fu started to look at it and understood what the king's guard profession was. The king's guard profession came from the king's profession, and it wasn't a military profession. It was a master-servant profession, and if the master was powerful, the servant would also be abnormally powerful. This was because the king's guard profession would also obtain king's power. This king's power didn't belong to them but came from the person with the king's profession. The king's guard profession was the king's bodyguard, and now, Zhao Fu could have 3 king's guards. Zhao Fu already had a candidate in mind, but because it was so late at night, he decided to wait until tomorrow. Moreover, right now, Zhao Fu needed to condense his king's mark. The king's mark was the symbol of a king, and it represented a king. It was usually based on a certain pattern. If there was a family, they would be called the royal clan, and the king's mark would be the emblem of the royal clan. In other words, if Zhao Fu had descendants, those descendants would belong to the royal clan, and Zhao Fu's king's mark would continue to be used. It would represent Zhao Fu's royal clan. This was quite important. Zhao Fu thought about his king's mark. What kind of pattern should he condense? After thinking about it for a while, Zhao Fu finally decided on what his king's mark should look like. First, the king's mark had to have a dragon in it. To Chinese people, dragons were not only a symbol of power, but they also represented supreme royal authority. However, if the king's mark only had a dragon, it would be too ordinary. Moreover, Zhao Fu didn't want to make a Western or sci-fi pattern, so he wanted a pattern that was suitable for China and represented the state of Qin. Zhao Fu chose to use 9 dragon inscriptions that formed a circle. At the center of the circle was a character, Qin. However, it wasn't simplified Chinese but Xiaozhuan. Xiaozhuan was the language that had been created after the state of Qin unified China. Compared to other languages, it was elegant, thin, and mysterious. Finally, the king's mark was black. After thinking about what his king's mark should look like, Zhao Fu returned to his bed and sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes and calmed himself as he used his king's power to carve in his mind. This king's mark was incredibly important, so Zhao Fu had to be very careful. He slowly carved it stroke by stroke, and with every stroke, Zhao Fu's head would ache. It was as if something was stabbing into his soul. Early in the morning, the sky had just brightened, and the air was quite fresh. A few birds flew past in the sky and chirped, signaling the arrival of another day. Within a room, Zhao Fu sat cross-legged on his bed, his face pale and his body covered with cold sweat. After a while, he collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. The king's seal had finally been engraved, and this had consumed both his mind and body, causing Zhao Fu to feel incredibly tired. However, it was worth it to have successfully engraved the king's seal. After resting for a while and recovering some strength, Zhao Fu called Xianxia, Tuoba Qing, and Little Sha over. Very quickly, the 3 of them came to Zhao Fu's side, feeling quite confused as to why Zhao Fu had called them over. Zhao Fu briefly explained the king's guard profession to them, and after hearing Zhao Fu's words, they all had different expressions. Xianxia's expression was quite serious and dignified as he stood there, as if what Zhao Fu had said was the path that he believed in. Little Sha was only 8 years old, and he looked at Zhao Fu in a confused manner. Even though he didn't understand what Zhao Fu was saying, he quite liked being able to stay by Zhao Fu's side. Little Sha's fear of Zhao Fu had long since turned into fondness. Tuoba Qing's face became slightly red and felt quite shy. She was only 17 years old, and becoming Zhao Fu's king's guard meant that she would stay by Zhao Fu's side for the rest of her life. She was quite willing because she wanted to repay Zhao Fu, but she couldn't help but feel a bit shy. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you're not willing, I won't force you, Zhao Fu said as he looked at the three people in front of him. The three of them earnestly replied, "We're willing to serve His Majesty." Following this, the three of them half knelt on the ground and closed their eyes as they raised their heads and looked at Zhao Fu. Seeing that they had agreed, Zhao Fu took out a dagger and cut open his palm, causing bright red blood to slowly flow out. Zhao Fu raised his palm towards them and lightly cried out, "King's guards." The blood flowing out of Zhao Fu's palm turned into 3 orbs of blood that were as big as fingernails and shot towards the 3 people's foreheads. The orbs of blood fused into their foreheads, and in an instant, a black diagram appeared on their foreheads. This diagram was made of 9 dragon inscriptions, and there was a Qin character at the center. It gave off a mysterious and domineering aura, and it also gave off a dignified aura. After this image appeared, it gave off a black light, causing the 3 people's bodies to tremble. Following this, the black light contained King's power and started to enter their bodies. Following this, the King's Qin, the King's King, and stages King's body, the King's, the King, the black, the King, and this, and the King, there. And they, and. Now, they were King's guards, and they could use King's power. Although this King's power was a bit weaker than normal King's power, it was still a very powerful power. After having the 3 of them become King's guards, Zhao Fu felt quite tired. The fatigue from carving the King's seal came back to him, and he could only have them leave for now. Zhao Fu lay on his bed and slept. By the time he woke up, it was night time. After a good night's sleep, his body felt much more relaxed. His cultivation was now at stage 1, and thinking about how he still had a stage 2 blood god pill, Zhao Fu swallowed a stage 2 blood spirit pill. The next day, Zhao Fu once again opened his eyes. By now, his cultivation had reached stage 1 to 4, which was unimaginably fast. Zhao Fu left his room with a look of delight on his face, and decided to go to Holy Light City to ask Xianxia some questions. He wanted to know how to get rid of the azure energy in his body, and he also wanted to ask her what the Phoenix Dragon Constitution was. Zhao Fu felt that Xianxia knew more than him about certain things, so he decided to go and ask her for some advice. However, just as Zhao Fu used the teleportation channel to enter Holy Light City, he found that there seemed to be a festival going on. There were many people wearing ghost masks and playing on the streets. At the same time, there were many people selling talismans, peachwood swords, bells, black dog blood, and other items that could ward off evil. After asking around, Zhao Fu found out that this festival was called the Ghost Festival. The Ghost Festival was also called the Hungry Ghost Festival, or the Hungry Ghost Festival. It was said that during this festival, the gates of hell would open, and countless ghosts would come out. Tens of thousands of ghosts would wreak havoc, and killing them would drop ghost crystals. Just like the 10,000 Flower Festival's flower tears, ghost crystals could be exchanged for ghost crystal points, which could also be exchanged for countless items. The Ghost Festival lasted for 7 days, and it would officially start at midnight. However, compared to the 10,000 Flower Festival, the Ghost Festival wasn't an event that everyone could attend. The ghosts that appeared during the Ghost Festival would attack people, and if anyone encountered some malicious ghosts, they would be doomed. The 10,000 Flower Festival wasn't too dangerous, as it was just collecting some flower tears. However, during the Ghost Festival, one's life could be in danger. As such, some people would participate, while others wouldn't. Those who didn't participate had to be careful and could only stay within the city's buildings. If they went out, they would be targeted by ghosts, so they had to buy items that could ward off evil. Seeing that he had some time, Zhao Fu decided to go and ask Xianxia before making preparations. He went to the Westfall restaurant, and after not seeing her for a long time, she was still as beautiful and mysterious as ever. Xianxia prepared a table full of food and wine, and the 2 of them sat down. At that moment, Xianxia stood up and poured a cup of wine for Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu told her about the situation. After thinking for a while, Xianru replied that suppressive power is indeed quite difficult to get rid of, and it needs to be slowly dispelled or destroyed at its source. Hearing this, Zhao felt quite disappointed, and he asked another question: what is the Phoenix Dragon Constitution? Hearing this, Xianru looked at Zhao and mysteriously smiled, causing Zhao to feel quite confused. Following this, Xianru explained to Zhao, since ancient times, dragons have represented emperors, and phoenixes have represented concubines. There are those who are destined to become emperors, and there are also those who are destined to become concubines. The Phoenix Dragon Constitution meant that she was destined to become a concubine, and it was an incredibly noble constitution. However, this constitution was quite special, as there was a trace of dragon chi within the phoenixes. If the dragon chi was powerful enough to suppress her, she would definitely be a great helper and would be of great help to you. However, if the dragon chi was too weak and couldn't suppress her, she could devour the dragon chi and become stronger, suppressing the true dragon or even replacing it. However, there was only one family in the world that had the Phoenix Dragon Constitution, and that was the Wu family. Zhao suspected that Xianru knew something. That smile was too obvious, causing Zhao to frown slightly. However, Xianru lightly smiled and elegantly stretched out her hand and picked up some food for Zhao. She looked at Zhao with her beautiful eyes and said softly, "Your Majesty. You still don't believe me?" Hearing this, Zhao eyebrows relaxed. After such a long time, Zhao no longer had any wariness towards Xianru, and he now viewed her as one of his own. Feeling a little apologetic, Zhao chuckled softly as he raised his wine cup and drained it in a single gulp. Xianru lightly smiled and stood up, pouring another cup of wine for Zhao as she asked, "What does your Majesty think about this year's Ghost Festival?" Zhao thought about it. Of course, he didn't have any ideas right now because he didn't fully understand this event. He wasn't clear about the format, so he could only take it one step at a time. He told Xianru his thoughts. Xianru's smile didn't change. She took out 12 statues from her ring of holding. These 12 statues were 1 foot tall and made of peachwood. They were carved into the likeness of divine generals. They looked very lively and mighty. Zhao took it and looked at it. In General Ghost Suppressing Array, a powerful yin-yang technique enchanted array artifact. When set up in a building, it can weaken ghosts to a certain extent. After looking at this information, Zhao was delighted and looked at Xianru. He felt that she wasn't someone from the school of gourmet but someone from the school of yin-yang. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to take out such a powerful yin-yang item. Facing Zhao gaze, Xianru lightly smiled as she reminded him, "Your Majesty, don't worry. The dishes are going to get cold." Hearing this, Zhao came back to his senses and temporarily put this matter aside. He turned his gaze back to the dishes on the table. Xianru's culinary skills were truly superb. Even the simplest dishes were delicious. After leaving the Westfall restaurant, Zhao first went to the exchange stone steel and looked at it to see what it would be this time. After taking a closer look, he found that the previous 10,000 Flower Festival had mainly given out equipment, and there were 37 legendary weapons. Now, the Ghost Festival focused on professions. There were a total of 40 professions related to ghosts, and they could also be made into a profession ranking. 100 Ghost Illusionist, Grade S plus Military, Description, a profession that can create illusions, Effect, receives, Ghost Illusion, Profession Change Limit, 300. Ghost Whisperer, Grade S Military, Description, a profession that uses ghost sounds to attack, Effect, receives, Ghost Whisperer, Profession Change Limit, 300. Ghost Summoner, Grade S minus Military, Description, a profession that can summon ghosts, Effect, receives, Ghost Summoner, Profession Change Limit, 300. Ghost God Swordsman, Grade A plus Military, Description, a powerful swordsman with the power of ghosts and gods, Effect, receives, Ghost God Power, Profession Change Limit, 300. Berserk Demon, Grade A plus Military, Description, a powerful ghost-type profession, Effect, receives, Berserk Demon, Profession Change Limit, 300. Demon Swordsman, Grade A plus Military, Description, a powerful swordsman with the power of ghosts, Effect, receives, Demon Power, Profession Change Limit, 300. Ghost Knight, Grade A Plus Military, Description, a powerful knight with the power of ghosts, effect, receives, ghost power, profession change limit, 300. Ghost Shield Bearer, Grade A Plus Military, Description, a profession with powerful defense, effect, receives a, ghost shield, profession change limit, 300. Underworld Archer, Grade A Plus Military, Description, a strange archer profession, effect, receives, underworld ghost, profession change limit, 300. 10 Ghost Warrior, Grade A Plus Military, Description, a powerful warrior profession with the power of ghosts, effect, receives, 10 ghosts, profession change limit, 300. After looking at these pieces of information, Zhao Fu found that there were 300 profession change limit. Every profession could be said to be a powerful profession, as most professions were only E grade. As for A grade professions and above, they were incredibly powerful. Even though Zhao Fu had 10 SS plus grade profession King's Undead Cavalrymen, there were only 10 of them. The professions on the rankings could be changed to 300, and the top 3 professions would be incredibly powerful in the later stages of the game. Now, it was time to prepare. Zhao Fu bought a large number of talisman papers from the market. Holy light skills were quite popular, and most of the good light skills would be bought. Because talisman papers were quite common, they could be mass-produced, so Zhao Fu could prepare them in large quantities. Zhao Fu bought 3 types of talisman papers. Ghost-slaying talisman, when placed on a weapon, the weapon will receive the ghost-slaying attribute and deal more damage to ghosts. Exorcism talisman, wounds caused by ghosts will be corroded by ghost energy, and this talisman paper can be used to heal. Exorcism talisman, after wearing this talisman paper, you will receive a certain amount of protection, and weak ghosts will not dare to come close. The ghost-slaying talisman was used for attacks, the exorcism talisman was used for healing, and the exorcism talisman was used for protection. All 3 types of talisman papers had their own uses, and after buying a large number of them, Zhao Fu returned to Qing Town. Zhao Fu first set up the Yin General Ghost Suppressing Formation that he had obtained from Yi Xianru, which was to place the 12 statues on the town walls. After Zhao Fu set them up, the 12 statues gave off waves of gray light and connected with each other, forming a formless formation. As soon as this formless formation was formed, a gray wave of light spread out from the center of Qing Town. Zhao Fu received a system announcement. System announcement. Congratulations, you have successfully set up the Yin General Ghost Suppressing Formation. The ghosts in your territory have been suppressed by the formation, and their strength has been reduced by 20%. After looking at this system announcement, Zhao Fu couldn't help but sigh in amazement at Yi Xianru's abilities. This sort of thing was incredibly valuable at a time like this. Having the ghost strength reduced by 20% meant that it would be much easier for Zhao Fu to deal with ghosts. Let alone 20%, even a 1% reduction would be of great help. After setting up the Yin General Ghost Suppressing Formation, Zhao Fu called back all of his soldiers and started to find peach trees around his territory. He started to cut them down and make them into arrows, and he also prepared rooster blood or black dog blood, which had a high yang attribute. After making all of these preparations, time gradually passed, and soon, it was 12 a.m. Suddenly, the entire heavens and earth started to go through mysterious changes as gray fog started to rise up from the ground. An eerie and terrifying aura started to spread, and the silver moon in the sky also became gray, making it look like a ghostly moon. Suddenly, Zhao Fu stood on the town walls and looked at the thousands of figures in front of him. They were dressed in tattered clothes and had pale skin. Their hair was disheveled, and their faces were quite terrifying. Their bodies gave off an eerie aura. In actuality, they were just ordinary ghosts and weren't very powerful. Fire! Zhao Fu gave the order, and peachwood arrows covered in rooster blood drew arcs in the air before shooting out, forming a rain of arrows that covered the thousands of ghosts. These ordinary ghosts didn't have much intelligence and only had a bit of basic instincts, and their movements were quite clumsy. Chi, 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 arrows descended, hitting the ghosts. The arrows pierced into the ghosts' bodies, causing sizzling sounds to ring out and giving off white smoke. The ghosts howled in pain. These specially made arrows didn't do much damage to ordinary people, but they were incredibly harmful to ghosts. Many ghosts that were hit in their vitals cried out before their bodies collapsed into ghostly chi, and a gray rhombus-shaped crystal fell to the ground. The surviving ghosts furiously rushed towards Qin town, but after a few waves of arrows, the thousands of ghosts were all killed. Following this, Zhao Fu went down and ordered his people to start collecting the ghost crystals. There were 4,000 or so ghost crystals in total. These ghosts were quite weak, and they were just a bunch of small fish. Some of the more powerful ghosts had to go out and explore. Normally, ghosts would choose to go out by themselves rather than gather together. For a large number of ghosts to gather together, it could only mean that a ghost king had appeared. Zhao Fu split the 20,000 soldiers into teams of 10 and started to explore the outside world. Apart from this, Zhao Fu also recruited 20,000 residents to guard the outside of the village and kill some ordinary ghosts, as well as the ghosts that continued to appear within the village. That's right, some special ghosts would appear in cities, catching people off guard and giving them quite a fright. However, these ghosts weren't very strong, and there weren't any malicious spirits or evil spirits. However, they still needed some people to stand guard. As for the remaining residents, they could only obediently stay within their homes, and they had to stick evil warding talismans on their doors to prevent ghosts from entering. The ghost festival was quite dangerous, and not everyone could enjoy it. For safety's sake, Zhao Fu had them stay within their homes and not go out. Zhao Fu looked around and saw that within system main cities, all of the doors were tightly shut, and there was a talisman stuck to the doors. The streets were incredibly quiet, and it was quite dark. A cold wind blew, and with the ghostly moon in the sky, the city seemed like a ghost city, filled with eeriness and terror. Most residents didn't plan to participate in this festival because it was too scary and dangerous. As such, they went to sleep early and waited until it was daytime. Because ghosts were normally afraid of sunlight, they would hide during the day and come out at night. Of course, some of the more powerful ghosts were immune to this weakness. However, there were also some people who mustered up their courage and walked on the streets. Right now, Yinqi covered the world, and there was no Yangqi at all. The entire world was filled with ghosts and monsters, and it had completely become a world of ghosts. There was eerie terror everywhere, and when a few people walked on the streets, they felt a chill run down their spines. "Boss, let's go back. This ghost festival is too scary, and it's different from the real world." "There really are ghosts here," one of the lackeys said as he trembled and looked around nervously. The well-built young man in front of them harumphed as he said, "What are you afraid of? Don't you remember what we said when we watched a horror movie? I really want to meet a female ghost and *ck her a few times like in a horror movie." Hearing the well-built young man's words, the lackeys thought back to the female ghosts' seductive figures in the horror movies, and they didn't seem as afraid anymore, so they also laughed. However, their expressions suddenly froze because a red figure had silently appeared behind their boss without any warning. The well-built young man hadn't discovered anything yet, and because he was immersed in some sort of lewd fantasy, he smiled in delight. When he came back to his senses, he saw that his lackeys were acting strangely, and he turned to look. Immediately, he sucked in a breath of cold air as a woman with long hair and wearing bright red clothes appeared behind him. However, her face was completely twisted, making her look like a fried dough twist. The well-built young man was given a big fright and hurriedly swung his saber. However, the ghost behind him didn't dodge, and the saber slashed into her body unscathed. After all, ordinary weapons couldn't harm ghosts, unless they could release energy attacks like saber lights or special weapons that countered ghosts. Ha ha ha, the female ghost gave a cold and strange laugh that caused people to tremble. The well-built young man and his lackeys were so scared that they immediately ran, throwing all thoughts of what had happened to them to the back of their minds. However, the female ghost immediately caught up to them, and a few pitiful cries sounded out in the night, making the eerie atmosphere even more terrifying. In actuality, these ghosts that appeared in cities were just vengeful ghosts that were born with resentment. As such, their faces were quite twisted, but they had talismans, saber lights, and sword lights, so they were quite easy to kill. Elsewhere, Zhao Fu brought 50 or so soldiers into Obaqing to search for ghosts. Zhao Fu also brought Little Black and the others. Now that it was quite dark, the group lit torches as they advanced. Zhao Fu rode at the front on Little Black, and Obaqing was allowed to ride on Little Gray. At this moment, Xiao Hui suddenly stopped and crouched on the ground in a battle stance, growling a few times. Most wild beasts had stronger senses than humans, so Zhao Fu gestured for the team to stop. Soon, they discovered more than 30 ghosts in front of them. Most of the 30 or so ghosts were normal, but there was one ghost that was a bit different. This ghost looked like an old man with a few strands of white hair on his head. He had a skinny body and a pair of eyes that looked like they were going to pop out, looking quite terrifying. Apart from this, his fingernails were as long as a finger and were blood red in color. The ripples of power coming from his body were 10 times that of an ordinary ghost, and he gave off a vicious aura. This was no ordinary ghost, it was a malicious ghost. The malicious ghost was many times more powerful than ordinary ghosts, and Zhao Fu raised a hand, causing the archers behind him to draw their bows. As soon as Zhao Fu's hand fell, arrows shot out. Chi, chi, chi. The arrows were incredibly fast and shot out like bolts of lightning, hitting ghosts one after another. These arrows were made of peach wood, which dealt great damage to ghosts. However, they were useless against malicious ghosts. Facing the incoming arrows, the malicious ghost waved its hand, sending out 5 incredibly sharp rays of blood-red light that cut the incoming peach wood arrows into countless pieces. It looked quite powerful. Zhao Fu turned to look at Tuo Baqing and said, "You go deal with him." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Tuo Baqing took out a large blood-red sword that was on her back. This blood-red sword looked quite exquisite, and it was a double-handed sword that was 3 fingers wide. It was the second form of the blood equipment set, and Tuo Baqing was the second person who had truly grasped the assassin legacy. However, she was different from Little Sha. Even though she had obtained the legacy, she was unable to use it to its full potential because she did not have much battle experience and had not killed many people. She was not as experienced as Little Sha, so Zhao Fu was completely at ease. This was the reason why Zhao Fu had brought Tuo Baqing out. After taking out the blood-red sword, Tuo Baqing walked towards the malicious ghost. Facing this terrifying malicious ghost, as a girl, she felt quite nervous. The malicious ghost glared at Tuo Baqing and gave off dense killing intent as it roared and rushed towards Tuo Baqing. Normally, malicious ghosts were very violent, bloodthirsty, and cruel. The malicious ghost was incredibly fast and seemed to disappear in an instant. In the next second, it appeared in front of Tuo Baqing and swiped its sharp claws at Tuo Baqing's heart. Ordinary ghosts loved to eat hearts, as it was a great supplement for them and could help them evolve. Facing the malicious ghost's attack, Tuo Baqing was given a big fright, but she reacted quickly and slashed out with her blood-red sword. Tuo Baqing's strength was quite great, and she slashed out with her sword. A massive sound rang out, and the sword wind that it created spread out 10 meters away. Such a ferocious attack caused the malicious ghost to feel quite startled, and it hurriedly retreated, dodging this attack. Seeing the malicious ghost quickly retreat, Tuo Baqing once again stepped out and raised her blood-red sword with both hands. She ferociously slashed out, sending out a powerful blood-red sword light that caused the malicious ghost's expression to change, and it immediately dodged to the side. Tuo Baqing's attacks were incredibly ferocious, and she seemed like a heavy-duty warrior. Seeing this, Zhao Fu frowned. After all, Tuo Baqing's main profession was still an assassin, not a warrior. Even though she was releasing the explosive power from her legacy, she was not able to use her high agility and instant kill stats. On the battlefield, Tuo Baqing ferociously attacked the malicious ghost, suppressing it. The malicious ghost used its erratic and strange movement techniques to dodge, so Tuo Baqing couldn't do anything to it. Seeing this, Zhao Fu said, "Little Qing, you are dismissed." Hearing this, Tuo Baqing turned to look at Zhao Fu and obeyed the order to withdraw from the battle. However, she understood that her performance had not met Zhao Fu's expectations, and she felt quite uncomfortable. Zhao Fu came down from Little Black and walked towards the battlefield as he said in a teaching tone, "Lil Qing, it's not a big deal. Remember, you are an assassin. Watch carefully. That is the path you should walk." As Zhao Fu walked toward the malicious spirit, he slowly stretched out his hand with 3 rings on it and shouted, "Blood Warrior's power." The assassin's lord ring on Zhao Fu's finger instantly. A blood-red light entered Zhao Fu's body, and a wave of blood energy entered Zhao Fu's body. Traces of a bloody aura spread out from his body, and Zhao Fu grabbed at the air. Shing, a clear sword hum sounded out as Tuo Baqing's blood-red sword flew into Zhao Fu's hand. Because Zhao Fu had the assassin's power, he could use the 12 assassins' powers, as well as their weapons. The instant that the blood-red sword entered his hand, Zhao Fu's body disappeared and reappeared in front of the malicious spirit. Just like Tuoba Qing, he slashed out with immense power, causing a sword wind to howl as it slashed towards the malicious spirit. The malicious spirit was given a big fright and gave a strange cry as its claws exploded out with blood-red light, blocking in front of it. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the malicious ghost was sent flying more than 10 meters by the sword. The malicious ghost coughed up a mouthful of green blood and landed on the ground. However, in the next moment, a figure appeared behind him at an incredible speed. The figure raised his sword and slashed down at the malicious ghost with mountain-splitting force. Chi, a massive blood-red sword light flashed out, slicing the malicious spirit's body in half, causing green blood to spurt everywhere. Following this, the malicious spirit's body collapsed into ghostly chi and dissipated, leaving behind a rhombus-shaped blood-red crystal, a tattered black pouch, and a stone on the ground. All of this had happened in just a few seconds, and the malicious spirit had been killed. What's more, Zhao Fu had used Bloodborne's power. Tuoba Qing walked over in shock and looked at Zhao Fu with a look of worship as she said, "Your Majesty, you're so strong. You're really strong. I know what to do now." Zhao Fu smiled and returned the blood-red sword to her, saying, "That's good. I have great expectations for you." Tuoba Qing's face became red, and hearing Zhao Fu's words, she shyly nodded. However, Zhao Fu's gaze was not on Tuoba Qing, but on the 3 items on the ground. After picking up the 3 items, Zhao Fu looked at the first item, which was the rhombus-shaped blood-red crystal. Malicious Spirit Crystal, a ghost festival item that can be exchanged for 1,000 ghost crystal points in main cities. Ghost crystal points can be exchanged for countless items from the exchange stone steel. Ghost crystals were the same as flower tears, and each ghost crystal was worth 10 ghost crystal points. However, ghost crystal points were much more valuable than flower tears, so the prices of items on the exchange stone steel were slightly lower. This malicious spirit crystal was quite good, and it could be exchanged for 1,000 ghost crystal points, which was equivalent to 100 ghost crystals. Following this, Zhao Fu looked at the second item. It was a black, tattered bag that gave off a decaying aura. Ghost Treasure Pouch, a mysterious pouch that was collected by ghosts. After opening it, one can obtain a certain type of treasure. Seeing this pouch, Zhao Fu felt quite interested. He opened the pouch, and a black light shot out as a black dagger appeared. After the black dagger appeared, it floated in front of Zhao Fu, and the pouch turned into motes of light and disappeared. After taking the dagger, Zhao Fu looked at it. Ghostly Shadow Dagger, Grade, Silver, Stats, Strength +2, Agility +2, Description, a dagger that contains ghostly chi, and it is one of the items from the Ghost Treasure Pouch. The equipment stats were quite average, but it was still a pleasant surprise. Zhao Fu put it away and looked at the final stone. This stone was gray and square-shaped. It felt quite rough, but it was made of a cold material that made one's hair stand on end. City God Stone, one of the ghost stones of the underworld. Collecting 10 City God Stones will allow one to obtain a City God Temple that can protect all residents and ward off evil. City God Temple? Zhao Fu thought back to the information about the City God Temple in his mind. The purpose of the City God Temple was the same as the Earth Temple, which was to protect residents. However, there were slight differences. The City God focused on protecting people from disasters, while the Earth Temple focused on ensuring good weather. The City God was also an official position in the underworld, and it was similar to the Yamen in ancient times. It was responsible for capturing and dealing with ghosts that disturbed the human world. 3 hours later, it was 3 a.m., and there were only 4 more hours until the sun rose. Once the sun rose, the ghosts would hide, making it much more difficult to find them. After all, the 10,000 Flower Festival wasn't something that could be found 24 hours a day. However, Zhao Fu felt that he rarely encountered ghosts, which was quite strange. Most people were afraid of encountering ghosts, but now, it was Zhao Fu who was looking for ghosts. Was it because his team's aura was too powerful? Normally, the scattered ghosts would have run away if they encountered them. Zhao Fu couldn't figure this out. After killing that malicious ghost, he had only encountered 30 or so ghosts, and he wasn't very satisfied with this result. Suddenly, Zhao Fu thought of something and brought his people back to Qing Town and recalled all of his soldiers. The soldiers who returned were all slightly injured, but there were very few deaths. After all, Zhao Fu had made ample preparations. He had obtained 26,000 ghost crystals in total, which made Zhao Fu feel quite disappointed. However, he had collected 10 city god stones. This made Zhao Fu feel quite delighted, and he took the 10 city god stones to an empty area in the town. He placed the 10 city god stones on the ground and formed a square. System announcement. City god stones have been successfully used. A tall and dignified building slowly appeared in the air. Zhao Fu looked at the building and saw that it looked like an ancient temple. Zhao Fu walked in and saw a 2-meter-tall statue of a general on a stone stage, giving off a dignified aura. Zhao Fu looked at the city god temple stats. City god temple, grade, normal, description, it contains a trace of divine power and can protect the residents of a region. It requires sacrifices of incense, and the more incense there is, the more it can level up. All evil creatures that step into the territory of the city god temple will be suppressed by the city god temple, and their strength will be reduced by 5%. The residents of the city god temple will receive a trace of protection and will be slightly immune to some evil and dark powers. As soon as the city god temple appeared, Zhao Fu felt a faint golden light appear on his body. This was most likely a protective power, but it was quite weak. It could slightly affect ordinary ghosts, but other slightly more powerful ghosts could almost be ignored. However, all evil creatures that stepped into the city's territory would be suppressed by the city god temple, and their strength would be reduced by 5%. This was quite good, and this did not just refer to ghosts but all evil creatures. After looking at the Xingyuan temple's attributes, Zhao Fu walked to the side of the city heart. Looking at the purple cube floating in the air, Zhao Fu nervously took out a snow-white talisman paper. Strange, twisted runes were drawn on the talisman paper in black ink, giving off a mysterious feeling. That's right, this was the 10,000 Ghosts Exorcism Talisman, an extremely powerful talisman. Zhao Fu had obtained this talisman from killing the Ironback Demon Bear, and it could repel all ghosts within a 1,000-mile radius. Zhao Fu waved the talisman paper at the city heart, and it automatically flew towards the city heart and stuck to the air a few centimeters away from the city heart. Because of the imperial ruler's seal and the 12 metal colossi, the talisman paper could not completely stick to the city heart, but it was still effective. The talisman paper gave off rays of golden light, and a formless ripple spread out. The ghosts around Qin town seemed to be afraid of something, and they collectively walked away from the Qin town. However, in the next moment, Zhao Fu took out another talisman paper. This talisman paper had 2 sides, one black and one white, and the runes drawn on it were both black and white, making it look quite strange. This was a reversal talisman, and it could cause an item's attributes to reverse. It could turn white from white to black, and black to white. Zhao Fu had obtained this from Ancient Wind. At that moment, Zhao Fu started to feel quite nervous. Many people understood what Zhao Fu wanted to do. Zhao Fu wanted to use a reversal talisman to reverse the effects of the 10,000 Ghosts Exorcism Talisman's ability to repel ghosts within a 1,000-mile radius. Just thinking about what would happen to ghosts within a 1,000-mile radius was terrifying, so Zhao Fu started to feel quite nervous. This was quite risky, but he had no other choice. Zhao Fu thought of the top 3 professions, and it would be best if he had the 100 Ghost Illusionist profession. If he had this profession, it would be much more convenient in the future. For example, when attacking a village, he could use 300 Ghost Illusionists to create a super illusion. This would allow him to effortlessly conquer the village without killing a single person or wasting a single soldier's life. Also, when 2 armies were fighting, he could use this profession to create a large number of illusions, causing the enemy to be unable to distinguish between friend and foe and kill each other. This would make it difficult for the enemy to defend against it, and it would definitely be a great tool for sneak attacks. These special methods were far more effective than normal methods. This was also why the top 3 professions were all special professions, not ordinary combat professions. If he wanted to obtain them, he would have to take risks. Zhao Fu waved his hand, and the reversal talisman automatically flew towards the 10,000 Ghosts Exorcism Talisman and stuck to it. It gave off a black and white light, forming a Tai Chi symbol. This Tai Chi symbol quickly spun, and a mysterious power spread out like a formless wave of light. Immediately, all the ghosts within a 1,000-mile radius of Qin Town stopped simultaneously. Their terrifying faces turned to look at Qin Town, and they excitedly swarmed towards Qin Town. Zhao Fu had long since ordered all the villagers around Qin Town to enter Qin Town to ensure the safety of the villagers. These ghosts wouldn't be so bored as to destroy the villages, so there was no need to worry about the villages being destroyed. The effects of the 10,000 Ghosts Exorcism Talisman and Reversal Talisman were simply shocking. Soon, tens of thousands of ghosts appeared in the distance, howling as they rushed towards Qin Town. It was as if Qin Town had something incredibly delicious that attracted them, making them unable to stop themselves. They excitedly ran over. Bai Qi, who had been standing guard on the town walls for a long time, felt quite surprised. He didn't understand what Zhao Fu had done for it to be so effective. However, he had to first deal with this group of ghosts. Zhao Fu gave the order to attack, leaving this battle entirely to Bai Qi because he had a general armament and the soldiers under him had stats buffs. Swish, 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 arrows flew out, piercing through the bodies of the ghosts. After a few waves, only 2,000 or so of the 10,000 ghosts managed to reach the town walls of Qin Town. However, Zhao Fu had already ordered people to shamelessly paste evil warding talismans all over the town walls. There were so many that it was impossible to count how many there were. Zhao Fu had ordered people to use all of the evil warding talismans that they had bought. These evil warding talismans gave off a scorching aura that the ghosts hated. This caused the ghosts to feel incredibly furious, and their savage faces roared at the soldiers on the town walls. These talismans were quite effective against ordinary ghosts, but they would only make vengeful ghosts feel disgusted, and they were completely useless against malicious ghosts. Moreover, malicious ghosts were quite intelligent, and they weren't as dumb as ordinary ghosts. There were a few malicious ghosts below the city walls, and they swung their claws, leaving behind sharp claw marks that destroyed the evil warding talismans on the walls. This way, the ordinary ghosts would be able to climb up. However, Bai Qi couldn't allow this to happen. And he immediately ordered the archers to start firing. The dense volley of arrows, and with how close they were able to easily kill all of the ghosts below the city walls. Seeing that all of the ghosts had been killed, everyone let out a sigh of relief. However, someone hurriedly came to make a report. General Bai. 10,000 ghosts are attacking from the south of the town. 10,000 ghosts are attacking from the west of the town. 10,000 ghosts are attacking from the north. Now, the situation was quite serious, and Bai Qi's expression became serious. Luckily, apart from the soldiers, they had also prepared 20,000 residents. With the city god temple's protection, it was impossible for any ghosts to appear within the city, so Bai Qi decided to move the 20,000 residents to the city walls. There were 40,000 soldiers and 40,000 soldiers each defending one side of the city walls. Bai Qi was responsible for the east, Wang Jian was responsible for the west, Wei Liao was responsible for the south, and Zhang Dahu and Xiao Jian were responsible for the north. It was as if there were 10,000 ghosts attacking the city, and the ghosts flooded forwards from all directions, creating a majestic scene. Qin was already prepared, and the instant that the ghosts charged, the countless archers drew their bows. Arrows made of peach wood and soaked in black dog blood shot out like rain. Chi, 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 as the arrows rained down, the charging ghosts were hit by the arrows, and they howled in pain as their bodies collapsed into ghostly chi and dissipated, leaving behind grey ghost crystals. However, there were still a large number of ghosts that rushed over, and another wave of arrows suppressed them, killing some ghosts. Fortunately, the number of ghosts was equal, and with the help of the city walls, the evil warding talismans, the city god temple, and the Yin general ghost suppressing formation, even though it was slightly dangerous, they were still able to kill countless ghosts and obtain a large number of ghost crystals. However, in the next moment, the crowd did not relax at all. Instead, they were alarmed. The reason for that was because ghostly cries could be heard from all around. In the distance, numerous terrifying figures had appeared in their line of sight. At the moment, there were at least 20,000 ghosts rushing towards Qin Town from every direction. In addition to the resentful ghosts and malicious ghosts, there was another kind of ghost. This kind of ghost was even more terrifying than a malicious ghost. It looked even more ferocious, with a pair of sharp and powerful claws, a pair of black eyes, a mouth full of fangs, and even a horn on its head. This was a malicious ghost. Fire! A loud shout resounded through the night sky. Show, show, show! Arrows were shot out one after another, tearing through the air and drawing arcs in the air before landing in the midst of the oncoming horde of ghosts. Pu pu pu. Ghosts fell one after another, but there were still more that fearlessly charged forward. Very soon, the ghosts flooded to the bottom of the city walls and started to destroy the talismans on the city walls. By now, Bai Qi did not hesitate. If they destroyed all of the evil warding talismans, the countless ghosts would climb up the city walls. When that happened, they would be in danger. Pour down all of the rooster blood and black dog blood that we have prepared. The soldiers obeyed and took out buckets of bright red blood and poured it down on the ghosts at the bottom of the city walls. This blood was specially used to suppress ghosts, and it was like magma. When it landed on the ghosts' bodies, they immediately screamed in pain as white smoke rose from their bodies. Using the buckets of blood to temporarily suppress the horde of ghosts, everyone felt slightly relieved. However, at that moment, the malicious ghost suddenly attacked. A sharp claw stabbed into the city walls and stepped on the city walls, completely ignoring gravity. In just a few moments, it jumped more than 10 meters up the city walls and split a soldier into 5 pieces with a single claw. Blood splattered on the ground, and the pungent smell of blood spread out, shocking everyone. The captain-level soldiers immediately rushed up to fight with the malicious ghost. With everyone's strength, they quickly killed the malicious ghost. There were not many malicious ghosts, and they only caused a bit of chaos on the city walls. After the malicious ghost was killed, everyone continued to deal with the large number of ghosts on the city walls. Some used arrows, while others used peachwood spears, which they threw towards the ghosts below. Facing Qin's many attacks, the ghosts were completely helpless. They could only furiously howl and try to destroy the evil warding talismans on the city walls. In the end, most of the evil warding talismans were destroyed, and there were countless terrifying claw marks on the city walls. The soldiers were completely exhausted, and they killed all of the ghosts. A ray of sunlight rose up from the east, breaking through the darkness. Day had finally arrived, and everyone let out a sigh of relief as they lay on the ground, exhausted. Zhao Fu, who had been watching the battle, let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, Qin was able to deal with the reversal effect. Zhao Fu had been waiting at the city heart this entire time. If anything unexpected happened, or if a large horde of ghosts appeared, and Qin was unable to deal with it, he would cancel the talisman's effects. That night, ghostly cries sounded out everywhere, and many people could not sleep at night. They were worried that the ghosts would charge in. Now that day had finally arrived, and the sun shined down on the ground. The streets were bustling like before, and people started to reminisce about these days. After tallying up Great Qin's gains, they had obtained 164,300 ghost crystals, 200 or so ghost treasure sacks, and some city god stones. The ghost treasure sacks were all opened, and they contained silver-grade equipment, materials, skills, and other items. The evil ghost treasure sacks were all exquisite items, but there were not many of them. Moreover, the devil ghost had dropped a type of city god upgrade stone, which could be used to upgrade a normal city god temple into a rare city god temple, which was a blue grade one. Zhao Fu had obtained 10 city god upgrade stones, and he planned to upgrade the city god temple later. As for the casualties, because they had not fought with the ghosts in close combat, there had not been many casualties. It was just that a few people had died when the evil ghosts had jumped onto the city walls. After giving out the equipment from the ghost treasure sacks, Zhao Fu went to the city god temple and used the city god upgrade stone. A golden light shone out from the city god temple, announcing that it had successfully leveled up. Zhao Fu looked at the city god temple stats. City god temple, grade, blue, description, it contains a trace of divine power and can protect the residents of a region. It requires sacrifices of incense, and the more incense there is, the more it can level up. All evil creatures that enter the city god temple's territory will be suppressed by the city god temple, and their strength will be reduced by 10%. The residents of the city god temple will receive a trace of protection and will be immune to some evil and dark powers. First, Zhao Fu went to the Orc City. Before the Ghost Festival had begun, Zhao Fu had sent out news that he wanted to trade for ghost crystals. With the cooperation from the 10,000 Flower Festival, it was quite easy for both sides to reach an agreement. This time, Zhao Fu went to the orc city to see what he had obtained from the previous night. After arriving at the city gates, Zhao Fu took out the command medallion that Gunador had given him, and an orc brought Zhao Fu to a tent. Apart from the old orc Gunador, the well-built Baudelaire was also present. It had been a few months since they had last met, but neither of them had changed much. However, as soon as Zhao Fu walked in, Baudelaire's expression became serious, and he no longer looked down on Zhao Fu. After all, as soon as Zhao Fu walked in, he sensed a dangerous aura. Indeed, compared to the first time he had come to the orc city, Zhao Fu's aura had greatly changed. Long time no see. Bye, city lord. Zhao Fu said as he cupped his hands and smiled. Gunador also smiled as he stood up and stretched out his hand, saying, "Indeed, it has been a long time. Come, esteemed guest, please sit." Following this, Zhao Fu sat down on a blanket and politely said a few words before asking, "Vice Lord, how many ghost crystals have you obtained?" Gunador smiled and waved his hand, causing a pile of ghost crystals to appear in front of Zhao Fu. There were only around 50,000 or 60,000 ghost crystals, which made Zhao Fu feel a bit disappointed. Even Qin had obtained 160,000 ghost crystals, while the orc city had only obtained 50,000 or so. How could Zhao Fu not be disappointed? However, after thinking about it, Zhao Fu realized that the reason he had obtained so many ghost crystals was because of the 10,000 ghost warding talismans. Now that the ghost festival was no longer an event for everyone, he couldn't rely on numbers to gain an advantage. Thinking about it this way, Zhao Fu could understand why the orcs had obtained so few ghost crystals. Most likely, the system main cities didn't have many ghost crystals either. After understanding this, Zhao Fu decided to take out some food to trade. Because Zhao Fu was wearing his cloak, he couldn't see Zhao Fu's disappointed expression. Gunador thought that Zhao Fu was satisfied because he had spent quite a bit of effort to obtain these ghost crystals. At this moment, he said with a smile, "Esteemed guest. We have enough food, but our warriors' weapons are still too crude. Does Sir have any equipment to trade? If I recall correctly, Sir should have quite a few." During the 10,000 Flower Festival, the Orc City had obtained a massive amount of food from Zhao Fu, so they didn't lack food anymore. What they lacked was equipment. Orcs weren't suited for forging, and even if they had top-tier materials, they wouldn't be able to forge top-tier weapons. As such, they wanted to use ghost crystals to trade for equipment with Zhao Fu. Of course, Zhao Fu understood Gunador's intentions, but his expression became serious. Before, Zhao Fu had only given them food, which wouldn't have much of an impact on their fighting strength. However, if he gave them equipment, it would directly increase their fighting strength. However, Zhao Fu didn't want the orcs to become too powerful. Even though both sides seemed to be on friendly terms, everyone knew that they were just using each other. If the orc city found out where Qin was, they would unhesitatingly pillage Qin and leave no one alive. They wouldn't care about friendship at all. At the same time, if Qin wanted to develop, he would have to stand on the opposing side of the orc city sooner or later. There would definitely be a battle between the two sides, and this was unavoidable. If he gave them equipment now, it would undoubtedly make it more difficult for him in the future. He had to think about this carefully. Of course, he couldn't directly refuse because they were just using each other. It wasn't time for them to fall out yet, and they might even work together in the future. After thinking about it for a moment, Zhao Fu took out some normal equipment and some superior equipment. He would think about it after he returned. Seeing Zhao Fu take out the equipment, Gunador gave a satisfied smile and completed the trade with Zhao Fu. Following this, Zhao Fu left with the ghost crystals. As for Baudelaire, he hadn't said anything this entire time as he stared at Zhao Fu. Only after Zhao Fu left did he say, "That human became so strong." Hearing this, Gunador felt quite surprised. Following this, his gaze became deep. Elsewhere, Zhao Fu teleported to East Green's Mountain Willow Town. He had only obtained 5,000 or so ghost crystals, but Zhao Fu had already mentally prepared himself, so he wasn't too disappointed. Zhao Fu didn't want to relocate Mountain Willow Town because there was still a historical remnant in East Green. Adding on the fact that there were too many people here, it wouldn't be easy to bring them back. Moreover, it would be a base for Qin City's expansion in the future. Just as he was about to leave, "Your Majesty." "Wait a moment." Lu Subai suddenly ran over to Zhao Fu's side and called out. Hearing this, Zhao Fu stopped and looked over as he asked curiously, "What is it?" "Subai." As Lu Subai continued to interact with Zhao Fu, she became more and more familiar with Zhao Fu. She understood that he wasn't as terrifying as she had thought him to be, and he was quite friendly and easy to get along with. As such, their relationship unknowingly became better, but most of the time, it was Lu Subai who took the initiative. At that moment, Lu Subai handed Zhao Fu a black ore and said, "Your Majesty, this is a type of ore that the soldiers discovered last night. This is a type of ore that a soldier accidentally discovered last night. Take a look." Zhao Fu took the ore and looked at it. It was black and had a slight luster to it, making it look like iron ore. Shatter steel iron, a special type of ore that can increase the sharpness of weapons when added to them. However, if two weapons have shatter steel iron in them, when they clash, the one with less shatter steel iron will immediately shatter. Seeing this, Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh. This was the perfect material for sneak attacks. Before, Zhao Fu had been quite troubled about the Orc City, but now, everything has been resolved. If Zhao Fu gave the shatter steel iron weapons to the Orc City, when the two sides fought in the future, the clash between the Orc City and the Orc City's weapons would be quite spectacular. "Your Majesty. Why are you laughing? Is this shatter steel iron very useful to you?" Lu Subai asked when she saw Zhao Fu's smile. This ore will be very important to our strategy in the future, and you've made a great contribution this time," Zhao Fu said as he praised Lu Subai. "Hee. How will your Majesty reward me then?" Lu Subai sweetly smiled, a look of anticipation in her eyes. Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. He didn't have anything good on him, so he asked Lu Subai what she wanted. Lu Subai thought for a moment before replying, "Your Majesty, I want to go and have a look at Qin City." This wasn't a big deal, so Zhao Fu nodded and agreed. He spent a large amount of money in the various system main cities to prepare countless items for Qin City. Zhao Fu felt that there would be many times more ghosts tonight than there had been last night. After all, the ghosts that had been suppressed during the day would swarm at 3 a.m. Last time, he had used the All-Spirit Warding Talisman at 3 a.m., which meant that he had only fought with the ghosts for 4 hours. Tonight, he would have to fight for 10 or so hours. Ghost-slaying talismans. Evil warding talismans. Evil warding talismans. These 3 types of talisman papers were necessary, and each of them cost 5 silver coins, which was equivalent to 20 copper coins per talisman paper. Zhao Fu went to many system main cities and spent 3 million silver coins to buy 15 million talisman papers. Apart from the black dog blood and rooster blood, he had almost used up all of the peach wood he had. Zhao Fu spent countless silver coins to buy these things that were very harmful to ghosts. However, these things were only effective against ordinary ghosts, and they were not very effective against malicious ghosts or evil ghosts. High-grade talisman papers were quite rare, especially during this period of time. Ordinary shops did not sell them, but Zhao Fu still spent a lot of money to buy 100,000 blue-grade talisman papers. Not only did these talisman papers deal great damage to ordinary ghosts, but they could also harm malicious ghosts. At the same time, Zhao Fu also bought 1,000 silver-grade talisman papers. These talisman papers were quite effective against evil ghosts, and they were quite valuable. Finally, he bought 9 gold-grade talisman papers. 4 of them were evil-warding talismans and 5 were ghost-slaying talismans. These 9 talisman papers were incredibly rare, and each one cost 100,000 silver coins. At the same time, Zhao Fu didn't just buy talisman papers, he also spent a lot of money on peachwood. Peachwood that was over 10 years old could harm vengeful ghosts, peachwood that was 100 years old could harm malicious ghosts, peachwood that was 300 years old could harm malicious ghosts, peachwood that was 500 years old could harm evil ghosts. Zhao Fu bought a lot of peachwood of different ages. There was nothing he could do about it, the older the tree, the fewer trees he would buy. However, Zhao Fu was quite lucky, and he was able to buy a 500-year-old peachwood. Next was yang blood. He bought a lot of rooster blood and black dog blood, and apart from that, Zhao Fu also bought some spirit beast blood. The yang qi contained in their blood was many times more effective than rooster blood, and the price was much higher as well. Finally, Xiao Fu bought some Lord-grade ferocious tiger's blood. Ordinary ferocious tiger's blood contained many times more Xianxia than roosters and black dog's blood, so one could only imagine how powerful Lord-grade ferocious tiger's blood would be. Of course, it was said that a boy's urine could also ward off evil spirits, but the smell was too strong, and the effect was similar to a rooster's blood, so he didn't use it. Xiao Fu didn't want the whole city of Qin to be filled with the smell of urine. Xiao Fu had spent a total of 8 million silver coins to prepare all of this. If it was an ordinary system main city, they would feel quite pained for a long time. For this ghost festival, Xiao Fu had spent quite a bit. Finally, it wasn't over yet. Xiao Fu went to the exchange stone steel and exchanged all of the 230,000 ghost crystals he had obtained from before for 3 million ghost crystal points. He then looked through the exchange stone steel to see if there were any good items. He unexpectedly saw a certain item, which delighted him, and he directly spent 2 million ghost crystal points to exchange for it. Apart from Xiao Fu, no one else would be able to spend so many ghost crystal points in one go. Most people didn't have as many ghost crystals as Xiao Fu did, and most people were collecting ghost crystals to exchange for professions on the profession rankings. Who would be willing to spend so many ghost crystal points? Apart from this trump card, Xiao Fu also exchanged for 2 other items, leaving him with less than 50,000 ghost crystals. Even though he had spent so much, Xiao Fu felt that it was worth it. Xiao Fu bought a large number of items and exchanged for all sorts of items. After doing all of this, Xiao Fu was in a good mood because he felt much more confident. He let out a sigh of relief and was no longer worried about the ghost festival. As Xiao Fu leisurely walked back, he found that there were many people hawking their wares, and it was incredibly noisy. Just like the 10,000 flower festival, many people were buying ghost crystals. However, the price had risen to 40 silver coins per ghost crystal, which was double the price of flower tears. Even so, there were still more people buying ghost crystals than selling them. The ghost festival was too terrifying and dangerous. Last night, many people had wanted to give it a try, but when they heard the mournful screams of ghosts and saw with their own eyes the hundreds of ghosts roaming through the night, they were so scared that their legs trembled. Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't dare to take a step out of their rooms. They could only hide in their rooms, and not a single person dared to go out. At the same time, the various factions were also preparing for the ghost festival. Of course, they wouldn't be like ordinary players, refusing to go because they were afraid of ghosts. After all, if they did that, how would they have a foothold? Ordinarily speaking, they would have people with special abilities, but dealing with ghosts would be much easier, as they were proficient in these things. For example, Great Xia set up a yin and yang 8 trigrams formation, which could be used for both offense and defense. Great Shang set up a heavenly cycle star formation, which had absolute defense. Great Zhou set up a 6 ultimate godly formation, which had powerful offensive abilities. Great Han set up a vast heaven and earth formation, which had powerful suppressive power. Great Tang also had a mountain spirit celestial formation, which had powerful suppressive power and defensive abilities. However, there was a big difference between them and Xiao Fu. Their formations could weaken ghost strength, just like Xiao Fu's in general ghost suppressing formation. However, they normally went to search for ghosts, unlike Xiao Fu, who attracted countless ghosts and didn't need Xiao Fu to search for ghosts. Thinking about this, Xiao Fu felt quite glad that he had met Xianxia. From the beginning until now, she had helped him greatly. After preparing these things, Xiao Fu returned to Qin City and mobilized all of Qin City's residents to prepare all sorts of things, such as making arrows out of peach wood and sticking talisman papers on the city walls. Many of the talismans had been damaged, so they had to be repaired. Xiao Fu had bought a terrifying 15 million talisman papers, and the city walls were now covered with yellow talisman papers, making them look quite majestic. This was especially so for the north, south, east, and west walls. There was a 9-meter-long, 3-meter-wide talisman paper drawn with gold sand, and they gave off a powerful aura that made people feel at ease. These were the 4 gold-grade evil-warding talismans that Xiao Fu had bought, and they had powerful ghost-repelling abilities. Even evil ghosts wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Qin City's residents hurried to prepare all sorts of things, while Mountain Willow Town was on the defensive. If ghosts attacked at night, they would attack, but if they didn't, they wouldn't look for them. This was because Zhao Fu had ordered them to dig out shatter steel iron. This shatter steel iron was incredibly important to Qin City's future strategy, and it would also help them deal with the Orc City. Time gradually passed, and soon, it was the afternoon. A beautiful sunset hung over the horizon, and the bright red sun no longer gave off any heat as it slowly set down from the western mountains. When the sun set, the ghost qi, which had been suppressed by the sun, began to spread out again. It surged up into the clouds, blotting out the sun. Howls pierced through the air, and the once beautiful world suddenly became like the realm of ghosts. All color seemed to be drained, and everything became a gloomy, lifeless grayish-white. Ghosts wearing tattered and rotting clothes and giving off an eerie and cold aura appeared on the horizon. At a glance, there were so many of them that they looked like ants, and it was impossible to tell how many of them there were. Ghost ambush! Someone yelled, causing the atmosphere within Qin City to become tense and solemn, and the soldiers and residents quickly started to move. Figures appeared on the town walls, goblin warriors raised their shields, gnomes raised their bows, elves gripped their bows, and kobolds raised their spears. Everyone entered a state of battle. Zhao Fu went to the top of the Great Wall and looked at the ghosts in the distance. There were roughly 30,000 or so ghosts on the other three sides, which meant that there were 120,000 ghosts attacking from the start. Zhao Fu went to the top of the Great Wall and looked at the ghosts in the distance. There were roughly 30,000 ghosts on the other three sides, which meant that there were 120,000 ghosts attacking from the start. This number made it so that no one dared to be careless. Moreover, this was the first battle after nightfall, and it was easy to imagine how terrifying the following battles would be. This time, countless ghosts roared as they rushed towards the great Qin town, giving off terrifying sounds. Within the ghosts' attack range, arrows continuously shot out, drawing countless arcs in the air and raining down like a torrential downpour. Chi, 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 one by one, the ordinary ghosts were shot, and their bodies immediately disintegrated, turning into countless specks of ghostly chi that dissipated. This time was different from before. Some of the arrows didn't even hit their vitals, but they were still able to kill the ghosts. Some of the arrows even pierced through the bodies of two ghosts. This was because not only were the arrows made of peach wood and dyed with black dog blood, but they were also covered with ghost-slaying talismans. Most of the 15 million talisman papers that Zhao Fu had bought were ghost-slaying talismans. A talisman like this cost 20 copper coins, and adding on the mahogany wood and yang attribute blood cost, a single arrow cost 30 copper coins. If this was converted to the real world, each arrow would be worth 300 yuan. What was falling wasn't arrows, but a pile of money. Even though he had spent so much, the results were also great. A single volley of arrows had reduced the number of ghosts by 20%. The horde of ghosts continued to charge forward without any hesitation. Another wave of arrows rained down, reducing the horde of ghosts by half. By now, the horde of ghosts had reached the walls, but they didn't dare to touch the walls. Because Zhao Fu had crazily pasted so many talisman papers, it was impossible to count how many talisman papers there were. In any case, the entire city wall was covered with talisman papers, and to the ghosts, the city wall was like a piece of red-hot iron. An evil ghost roared, and its body gave off a large amount of eerie ghostly chi as it clawed at the city wall. Roar! It was as if the evil spirit's hand was placed on red-hot iron. Wisps of white smoke were emitted and a sizzling sound could be heard. The evil spirit screamed and retreated. The countless evil warding talismans, as well as the 4 gold-grade talismans, sensed the large amount of ghostly chi and gave off faint lights, unleashing the ghost-warding power of the talismans. This was especially so for the 4 talismans, which gave off golden lights that were like 4 bright lamps in a dark night. Even though the horde of ghosts had reached the bottom of the city wall, they couldn't do anything to the people on the city wall. Now that they couldn't even touch the city wall, there was no way to fight this battle. It was a one-sided massacre. Some of the more intelligent ghosts weren't like the ordinary ghosts, who had been attracted by that power and madly rushed over. However, the more intelligent ghosts understood that they couldn't win here, so they didn't plan on staying to die. However, even though they wanted to escape, Zhao Fu didn't plan on letting them off. He ordered a few teams of soldiers to attack, and this large-scale attack killed all of the ghosts without a single one escaping. After easily dealing with the 120,000 ghosts, everyone felt slightly relieved, and Zhao Fu felt quite delighted. 120,000 ghost crystals just like that. Who would be able to obtain 120,000 ghost crystals so quickly? It was only 7 p.m., and the 120,000 ghosts were just a small appetizer. Following this, a few more waves of ghosts rushed over, but they were all dealt with by Qin. Zhao Fu estimated that he had killed 500,000 or so ghosts, which meant that he had obtained 500,000 or so ghost crystals. Because the battle had not stopped yet, he couldn't go down from the city wall to collect ghost crystals, so he couldn't calculate the exact number. After obtaining so many ghost crystals, Zhao Fu was quite happy. After all, the top-ranked profession, 100 Ghost Illusionist, was only worth 25 million ghost crystal points. Zhao Fu had obtained 500,000 ghost crystals, which was equivalent to 5 million ghost crystal points. If he did this 5 more times, Zhao Fu would be able to obtain the 100 Ghost Illusionist, and he might even be able to obtain the second and third professions. When he thought about this, Zhao Fu couldn't help but smile. At this time, it was almost midnight. This period of time was very special, and it belonged to the time when yin and yang changed. During this period of time, yin and yang were out of balance, and it was chaotic. Normally, ghosts would come out, and there was a saying in most places, don't go to some places at noon or at night because it's easy to meet ghosts. Suddenly, by now, it was already 12 p.m., and the large and round ghostly moon in the sky seemed to be affected by some sort of power. It started to go through a strange change, and a hazy blood-red light shined out. Under the ghostly moon's blood-red light, countless ghosts raised their heads and howled, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Suddenly, more and more ghosts appeared in the distance, looking like a patch of grass. There were countless of them, and they all had strange and savage smiles on their faces. However, they were also quite excited as they madly rushed towards Great Qin. This time, there were 200,000 ghosts, and they rushed at Qin Zhao from all directions, giving off a terrifying aura that could cause anyone within a few kilometers to feel their hair stand on end. At the same time, another type of ghost appeared among the 200,000 ghosts. This ghost wasn't very tall, only about 1.2 or 1.3 meters tall. It had gray skin and an ugly face, and it looked like it was starving. Its body was incredibly thin, and it looked like it didn't have any flesh at all. However, it had a big belly. The big belly felt like it was swollen, as if a lot of things had been stuffed inside, causing the belly to expand. This new ghost was called the Hungry Ghost of the Six Paths. The Six Paths Hungry Ghost belonged to the Hungry Ghost realm of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. It was said that after a person died of hunger, they would become a hungry ghost with immense resentment. These ghosts loved to eat, but their stomachs would never be full. This ghost's aura was very powerful, and it was even more powerful than ordinary evil ghosts. At the same time, its expression was even more savage. Zhao Fu stood on the city walls and looked at the flood of ghosts with a serious expression. He ordered his soldiers to bring out savage ballistae. Countless ghosts crazily surged over like a tide, giving off an extremely terrifying aura. It was as if they were besieging a city during a war, the scene extremely spectacular. Fire! A loud shout suddenly resounded in this somber and solemn battlefield. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, the sound of the air being torn could be heard as the ballistae bolts shot out with immense power, seeming to even tear through the air. The 200,000 ghosts gave off a terrifying aura, but the countless ballistae bolts on Zhao Fu's side were even more terrifying. It was not just the ballistae but also the bows and arrows. The dense wave of bolts was like a black blur as they flew out. Under this terrifying and sharp aura, anyone's hair would stand on end and their hearts would tremble as if they could kill an evil dragon. Chi, chi, chi. The ballistae bolts were the first to descend, and they only stopped after piercing through 6 or 7 ghosts' bodies. Some of the ballistae bolts even nailed some ghosts to the ground. These ballistae bolts were as thick as fingers and 1.3 meters long, and they were not made from ordinary peachwood. Instead, they were made from peachwood that had been around for decades and had been dyed with the young blood of a spirit beast. Each ballistae bolt had 3 ghost-slaying talismans stuck on it, and it could be said that these ballistae bolts were incredibly powerful weapons for killing ghosts. After the ballista bolts descended, a large number of normal bolts rained down, forcefully stopping the ghosts' terrifying momentum. This wave of bolts caused countless ghosts to die, and the ballisti's terrifying power was the most prominent. Now, only 2/3 of the ghosts remained, and they spread out and charged forwards. The effects of the ballistic bolts were simply too great, and the ghosts were not willing to face them head-on. Swish, 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 another wave of ballistic bolts rained down, causing the ghosts to fall into a sorry state. At that moment, the 6 paths ravenous ghosts also started to attack. Their bodies crawled like wild beasts, and their stomachs suddenly bulged as they opened their mouths. A gray balloon that was 1 meter wide was shot out. Bang! An explosion sounded out as the gray balloon smashed into the city walls and violently exploded, turning all of the talisman papers within 10 meters of the city walls into nothingness. Luckily, the city walls were supported by the city's power, so they were fine. Otherwise, that terrifying attack would have caused the city walls to crack. However, the dozens of 6 paths ravenous ghosts quickly cleared out an area without talisman papers. The 6 paths ravenous ghosts did not attack the front of the talisman papers but the side of the talisman papers. The talisman papers on that side had weaker evil warding power. A few evil spirits could already pierce their sharp claws into the city walls. Just as they were about to climb up, they were discovered in time and quickly killed. These 6 paths hungry ghosts caused Zhao Fu to frown. After thinking about it for a bit, he prepared 150 archers. These 150 archers could be said to be the elites under Zhao Fu's command, and each of them was an exceptional archer. Most of their cultivations were around stage 0 to 8 or 0 to 9, and a few of them had broken through to stage 1. They all held silver-grade bows. Now, Zhao Fu gave them arrows. These arrows were not simple at all, and they were made from centuries-old peach wood. They had been dyed with the blood of a lord-class ferocious tiger and were covered with silver-grade ghost-slaying talismans. After giving these terrifying arrows to the archers, Zhao Fu ordered them to focus on dealing with the 6 paths ravenous ghosts. As these archers joined in, custom-made ghost-slaying arrows shot out, and Qin's side once again gained the upper hand. The outcome of the battle was now clear. Almost all of the 200,000 ghosts had been killed, but some of the more intelligent ghosts had managed to escape. By the time the battle ended, it was already past midnight. It was now around 1 a.m., and the ghostly moon in the sky had returned to its original state. The hazy blood-red light had also disappeared. Zhao Fu ordered his soldiers to rest for a while before ordering people to go down and paste talismans on the areas that had been destroyed by the 6 paths ravenous ghosts. Lu Subai stood by the side and watched the battle in shock. She felt that she had underestimated Qin. It turned out that Qin was incredibly powerful. Lu Subai had come to Qin City to see just how powerful Qin was. She had been prepared, as with someone as powerful as Zhao Fu, his territory definitely wouldn't be weak. Now that she had seen it for herself, she was completely shocked. If it was Mountain Willow Town, let alone 200,000 ghosts, even 50,000 ghosts wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being destroyed. Looking at Zhao Fu giving out all sorts of orders, Lu Subai smiled from the bottom of her heart. After seeing how powerful Qin was, she felt completely assured. After a short rest, a large group of ghosts rushed over. However, there were only 120,000 or so of them, and there weren't any 6 paths ravenous ghosts, so they were easily killed by Qin. However, Zhao Fu was quite dissatisfied with this, and after thinking for a while, Zhao Fu decided to use a special item. A beautiful elf young woman came to Zhao Fu's side. Seeing her come over, Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "Asani, you're Asani. Are you ready?" Asani looked quite nervous and afraid, and she did her best to nod towards Zhao Fu. Seeing this, Zhao Fu comforted her, saying, "Don't worry. With me here, I won't let you come to any harm." Hearing this, Asani felt a warmth in her heart. She looked at Zhao Fu's face and shyly nodded. She trusted Zhao Fu, and she was no longer nervous or afraid. She picked up a jade flute. This jade flute was quite extraordinary. It was a pale white color and was icy cold. Because it had been contaminated by the aura of death for a long time, the aura it gave off was quite strange, and it felt like an inauspicious item. This jade flute was the death cry flute. Zhao Fu had obtained this flute for a long time, but he had never had the chance to use it. This was because its ability to attract ghosts was simply too powerful. Back then, Zhao Fu had blown a single note, and it had attracted 5 or 6 wandering ghosts. The death cry flute's ability to attract ghosts from before was already so powerful. During the Ghost Festival, when tens of thousands of ghosts roamed the world, just how terrifying would its effects be? In fact, Zhao Fu had even strengthened the Death Cry flute's abilities, and he had spent hundreds of thousands of ghost crystal points to exchange for a ghost strengthening stone. This ghost strengthening stone was the same as a normal strengthening stone, but after using it, it would give it a ghost attribute. Using the strengthening stone on the Death Cry flute increased its ability to attract ghosts by many times. Apart from this, Zhao Fu had also spent tens of thousands of ghost crystal points to exchange for a piece of music that was said to come from the netherworld, the Death Cry flute. This piece of music was said to have been composed by an extremely famous musician. When this piece of music was completed, the heavens and earth darkened, the sun and moon lost their light, yin and yang reversed, and tens of thousands of ghosts howled. Even though this rumor was a bit exaggerated, the Death Cry flute did indeed have a powerful ability to attract ghosts, and it was an inauspicious piece. Now that I've strengthened the Death Cry flute, what will the effects be if I add this Death Cry flute to it? Zhao Fu didn't know how to play the flute, so he left it to Asani, who was quite skilled at playing the flute. Asani lightly put the Death Cry flute to her lips, and a mournful, cold, and deathly flute sound slowly drifted out. Immediately, an eerie wind blew, sweeping up the withered leaves and branches on the ground. The clouds in the sky seemed to quickly gather here. The ghostly moon also became more and more hazy, and the eerie aura of the ghostly aura became denser. Everyone felt a chill, and their hands and feet began to turn cold. Cold sweat appeared on their bodies. The 10,000 ghosts started to howl, and their terrifying cries sounded out in the surrounding 100 kilometers. Not a single living creature dared to make a sound, and they all curled up in fear. This sudden and shocking change caused even Zhao Fu to feel quite shocked. Asani also looked at Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu signaled for her to continue playing the flute. The cold and gloomy sound of the flute, filled with sorrow and death, continued to drift through the world like the wind. Suddenly, terrifying figures once again appeared on the horizon, following which the ground began to rumble. This group of ghosts flooded towards Great Qin, giving off shocking sounds and looking incredibly terrifying. There were at least 350,000 ghosts charging at them this time. Swish, 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 powerful arrows containing immense power shot out, tearing through the sky and descending towards the ghost horde like a torrential rain. Chi, 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 the ghosts fell one by one, and their bodies dissipated into ghostly chi. Although the arrows were ferocious, they were unable to block the ghost charge like last time, and the countless ghosts continued to madly rush towards Qin Feng. Zhao Fu's expression was serious as he looked at Bai Qi. Bai Qi nodded and walked a few steps forward. He drew the 7 murder sword at his waist and raised it high into the air as he shouted, "Soldier Qi formation." Streams of blood-red aura rose up from the countless soldiers' bodies and quickly gathered towards Bai Qi. This was 20,000 soldiers, and the massive soldier aura was many times more powerful than the first time Bai Qi had used it. The countless streams of blood-red aura formed a massive blood-red cocoon above Bai Qi's sword. Scree! A piercing cry that shook the heavens rang out, and a pair of large iron feathers broke free from the blood cocoon. The blood cocoon then split into pieces, and a blood hawk that was hundreds of meters long broke out of the cocoon. After the massive eagle appeared, it brought with it a blood-red gale as it flew towards the group of ghosts. The blood-red eagle was incredibly fast and flew very low. It looked like it was flying over the group of ghosts, but the blood-red gale it brought with it was like a sharp knife, cutting countless ghosts into countless pieces and clearing a path. The gale brought about by the blood-red eagle was not simple. It was formed from killing intent, which was also a type of baleful aura. Soldiers who had been on the battlefield would usually have a baleful aura. This baleful aura was ferocious and unyielding, and ordinary ghosts would not dare to approach them. It could be seen that this baleful aura was also very effective against ghosts. The blood-red eagle brought with it a fierce gust of wind as it flew above the horde of ghosts, slicing them up into countless pieces and scattering their seemingly unstoppable momentum. The other soldiers also attacked, using arrows, wooden spears, throwing knives, and all sorts of long-range attacks to quickly kill these ghosts. Suddenly, just as Qin was about to take control of the battle, a figure appeared in the sky. This figure was incredibly terrifying and looked like a devil. It had a pair of pure black eyes and a mouth full of fangs. However, it also had a pair of large wings and a tail. It wore black armor and gave off an incredibly powerful aura. This type of ghost was called the Sky Ghost. As soon as the Sky Ghost appeared on the city walls, its terrifying gaze fell on Asani, who was playing the flute. It stretched out a hand, causing massive amounts of ghostly chi to flow out and turn into a 10 or so meter long hand that grabbed towards Asani. The Sky Ghost's attack was incredibly ferocious and powerful. In just a single moment, the massive hand arrived in front of Asani and tried to grab her. Xing, suddenly, a black sword light appeared, slashing the massive hand into countless traces of ghostly chi and causing it to dissipate. Xiaofu blocked in front of Asani and expressionlessly looked at the Sky Ghost in the air. Sky Ghost felt quite furious and drew the sharp sword at its waist. It spread its wings and shot forwards like a bolt of lightning, arriving before Xiaofu. Its sword gave off an eerie and terrifying grey sword light as it slashed down towards Xiaofu with a sharp sword aura. Xing, at that moment, Xiaofu picked up his sword and easily blocked the Sky Ghost's attack. The Sky Ghost had never thought that Xiaofu would be able to block its attack so easily, and its expression became savage as it ferociously slammed its sword towards Xiaofu. Xiaofu's gaze became cold as he gripped the hilt of his sword and vigorously swung it, sending the Sky Ghost flying. The Sky Ghost was infuriated and roared as it once again rushed at Xiaofu. At that moment, a white figure appeared next to Xiaofu. Seeing this white figure, Xiaofu's frown relaxed and he put away his sword as he turned and said, "Xianxia. Kill it." "Yes. Your Majesty." Xianxia obeyed and moved behind Xiaofu. At that moment, the Sky Ghost rushed over, and when it saw how disdainful Xiaofu was, it became furious. It gathered its aura and stabbed its sword towards Xiaofu. Xing, a white arc of sword light flashed past in front of the Sky Ghost, bringing with it an incredibly sharp sword chi that seemed to be able to cut through everything. The Sky Ghost was given a big fright and was sent flying back, and it turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia was dressed in white clothes and stood there with his hands behind his back. He held a sword in one hand and gave off a massive sword aura as he coldly looked at the Sky Ghost in the air. The Sky Ghost turned its main target to Xianxia and once again attacked him. After 10 or so exchanges, the Sky Ghost wretchedly retreated, a gash on its face caused by Xianxia. The Sky Ghost furiously roared as it gave off a large amount of ghostly chi, covering its entire body. Suddenly, 10 or so terrifying ghostly heads came out of its body and coldly laughed as they attacked Xianxia. Facing these 10 or so ghost heads, Xianxia stood his ground and didn't move at all. As the ghost heads attacked, white arcs of light slashed out from above, below, left, and right. By now, Xianxia had already slashed out 10 or so times. The ghostly heads were hit by the arcs of light and exploded into balls of ghostly chi. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared, stabbing a sword towards Xianxia's throat with terrifying power. This sword strike was too sudden and caught Xianxia off guard. It was also incredibly ferocious, putting Xianxia in an incredibly dangerous position. Just as the sword was about to hit Xianxia forcefully tilted his head to the side, causing the icy sword to brush past his skin. The Sky Ghost was quite shocked. It had never thought that Xianxia would be able to dodge this attack. Suddenly, Xianxia picked up the 3 items and returned to Xiaofu's side. He handed the items to Xiaofu before silently standing guard by Xiaofu's side as if he didn't exist. Xiaofu received the items and put them away before looking at the battlefield. The blood-red eagle's effects were quite evident, and it continued to split up the ghosts. Under the soldiers' ferocious attacks, the 300,000 or so ghosts were destined to lose, and what they needed to do now was to slaughter the ghosts. It was a pity that killing these ghosts did not give any EXP, otherwise, after killing so many ghosts, Qin's town would have long since become an advanced town. After killing this wave of ghosts, they did not stop. Because of the Deathcry flute and the ghost attraction effect, a large number of ghosts still gathered towards Qin's side. After that, they killed a few more waves of people. When the first ray of sunlight appeared on the horizon, the darkness began to recede. Sunlight once again shone on the earth, and the eerie and terrifying grey world disappeared. Everyone collapsed to the ground, exhausted. The battle from the previous night had been too intense, and there had been no time to relax at all. This was especially so after the Deathcry flute had been played, and the ghosts had not stopped at all. In fact, everyone felt that they had become numb from killing. Xiaofu looked at the exhausted people and had them rest for a while. He then had the people who hadn't participated in the battle collect the ghost crystals and the battlefield, as well as some useful arrows and such. After dealing with all of this, Zhao Fu turned to look at Asani, who was holding the flute with both hands. There were dark circles under her eyes, and she looked quite tired. She had played the flute for an entire night. Zhao Fu smiled and told her to go and rest. Following this, the results of the battle were tallied. The number of ghost crystals was quite shocking, reaching 4 million or so. There were also 10,000 or so ghost treasure pouches and countless city god stones. At the same time, the 6 paths of ravenous ghosts dropped a type of upgrade stone, which could upgrade the blue-grade city god temple to silver grade. After obtaining the upgrade stone, Zhao Fu went to the city god temple and used the upgrade stone, causing the city god temple to once again shine with a dignified golden light. System announcement. Congratulations, your city god temple has leveled up. System announcement. Congratulations to the Xingwang temple for leveling up to silver grade. Special abilities have been unlocked. Please check for yourself. Hearing this system announcement, Zhao Fu felt quite curious, so he walked into the city god temple and checked the special ability. He found that the special ability was Underworlding Soldier. You can spend some EN coins to summon some Netherworlding soldiers. The limit is 30. Netherworld soldiers? EN soldier referred to the Netherworld's ghost servant profession. They obeyed the orders of the Netherworld and captured evil ghosts everywhere. It usually referred to Oxhead and Horseface. This EN soldier could be said to be specialized in restraining all ghost-type professions. Since it was the Ghost Festival, it might be useful to hire some EN soldiers. However, even though Zhao Fu wanted to hire them, he did not know what EN money was. In reality, EN money was just a pile of paper money. It was more than enough to fool ordinary people. How could he summon EN soldiers with it? After asking around, Zhao Fu found out what EN money was. EN money referred to money filled with deathly aura, and these EN money could be converted into money. After understanding this, Zhao Fu obtained some EN money and chose to summon EN soldiers. EN Qi spread out within the city god temple, and 30 tall figures walked out from the dense EN Qi and appeared in front of Zhao Fu. These 30 figures were all tall and had the bodies of humans, but they also had the heads of ox heads and horse heads. They wore armor and held pitchforks and had chains around their waists. These were all specialized in capturing ghosts, and they were very effective against ghosts. Underworlding Soldier, C-grade military, description, EN soldiers that capture ghosts, effect, receives, ghost suppression. We greet Sir Lord. After the 30 ox heads and horse faces appeared, they knelt in front of Zhao Fu and called out in unison. A satisfied smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he said, "You may all rise." Following this, Zhao Fu chatted with them for a bit, and when he asked them to help him capture ghosts, he felt a bit disappointed and dissatisfied. The leader of the ox heads said in a simple voice, "Sir Lord, it's not that we don't want to help you. Right now, it's the Ghost Festival in your legacy land, and the gates of hell are wide open. We EN soldiers don't have the authority to do anything, and if there are any ghosts that are causing trouble during normal times, we'll definitely capture them." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite confused and asked, "Our legacy land's Ghost Festival?" Zhao Fu didn't quite understand what the ox heads were talking about. Wasn't the Ghost Festival held in the entire Heaven Awaken world? How did it become us? Also, what's the legacy land? Just as Zhao Fu was about to ask more, Horseface bumped the ox head, and no matter how much Zhao Fu asked, he couldn't get any answers. In the end, he could only give up. However, Zhao Fu started to pay attention to what they were saying. Following this, Zhao Fu looked at the City God Temple stats. City God Temple, grade, silver, description, it contains a trace of divine power and can protect the residents of a region. It requires sacrifices of incense, and the more incense there is, the more it can level up. All evil creatures that step into the territory of a city will be suppressed by the City God Temple, and their strength will be reduced by 20%. The residents of the city will receive protection and become immune to some evil and dark powers. The silver-grade City God Temple's effects were much more powerful, and all evil creatures' strength would be reduced by 20%. The protection was also much stronger, and Zhao Fu felt that the EN Qi around him was no longer gathering towards him. It was a pity that the protection was only effective within the territory, and once one left the territory, the protection would disappear. After all, the city god temple was responsible for protecting the city. After looking at the city god temple stats, Xiaofu took out the items that the sky ghosts had dropped. Last night, 3 sky ghosts had appeared, and they had all dropped the same items. There were 3 grayish gold ghost crystals, each of which could be exchanged for 100,000 ghost crystal points, which was equivalent to 10,000 normal ghost crystals. There were also 3 grayish gold ghost pouches, which were ghost treasure pouches. However, they were different from normal ghost treasure pouches, they were sky ghost treasure pouches. After opening them, Xiaofu obtained a gold-grade axe, a gold-grade material, and a yellow stone. Gold-grade weapons and materials weren't very attractive to Xiaofu, so Xiaofu looked at the yellow stone. The stone was light yellow in color and was about the size of a palm. It was round, and when held in his hand, it felt like he was touching jade. Unsealing stone, a special stone that can be used to unseal things that have been sealed or suppressed. Now, the most important thing was whether or not the unsealing stone would be effective on him. When Xiaofu wanted to use the unsealing stone, he received a system announcement that said, "The unsealing stone's power will continue to be sealed, and the unsealing stone cannot completely unseal it. It can only unseal the power for 1 day, and after 1 day, the power will be sealed again." This made Xiaofu, who was filled with joy, feel quite speechless. In the end, he could only put it away. Following this, Xiaofu left Qin town and went to the Orc city to trade for ghost crystals. This time, Xiaofu took out all of the best equipment. After all, shatter steel iron could increase the sharpness of weapons, and if it wasn't for the fact that 2 similar materials would shatter upon contact, it would definitely be an excellent material. In order to not be discovered by the orcs, Xiaofu used the same amount of shatter steel iron. If the 2 weapons clashed, the one with less shatter steel iron would shatter. After the orcs obtained these weapons, they would definitely spar with each other. If the weapons had different amounts of shatter steel iron, Xiaofu's plan would be exposed. After all, the orcs weren't idiots. Xiaofu had to hide the fact that he used shatter steel iron so that ordinary people wouldn't be able to see through it. Even though this wasn't very kind of Xiaofu, he couldn't be merciful when dealing with his future enemies. If Xiaofu was merciful, when the orcs slaughtered the great Qin town in the future, who would Xiaofu turn to for justice? When Gunador saw Xiaofu take out so many good equipment, he felt quite delighted. He immediately took out a large number of ghost crystals to trade. This time, he had around 80,000 ghost crystals. Seeing so many ghost crystals, Xiaofu was quite happy. With these ghost crystals, Xiaofu would be able to exchange for the top-ranked profession. After completing the trade, Xiaofu teleported to Holy Light City and went to the exchange stone steel. A violet light flashed out from the stone steel, and countless people were dumbfounded. The top-ranked profession, the 100 Ghost Illusionist, had disappeared. It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The major forces that were originally nervously collecting ghost crystals were all shocked without exception. How is this possible? After all, it was only the 2nd day of the Ghost Festival, so how could someone obtain so many ghost crystals so quickly? When they heard the news, they didn't quite believe it, but when they went to take a look, they found that it was true. Now that they had seen it with their own eyes, they finally believed it. However, no matter how they thought about it, they could never have imagined that someone could obtain so many ghost crystals so quickly. If they knew that this was all Xiaofu had obtained in 1 night, who knew how scared they would be? As the number 1 profession disappeared, countless factions started to panic. After the number 1 profession disappeared, it meant that the remaining professions would not last for long. As such, they immediately thought of all sorts of methods to obtain ghost crystals. As for who could obtain so many ghost crystals so quickly, Qin's figure appeared in everyone's mind. It was said that Qin was the one who obtained the Sky Demon during the 10,000 Flower Festival. However, after investigating, they found that this was very unlikely. After all, East Green had not made any big movements, and they thought that Qin was just like them. Even if he was stronger, he would only be a bit stronger, and it was impossible for him to have so many ghost crystals. However, the sudden disappearance of the number 1 profession was a big blow to everyone. Before, they had been quite confident, but now, it was very difficult for them to have that much confidence again. Great Xiao CG looked into the distance and gave a long sigh. Ever since he had entered the heaven-awakened world, nothing had gone smoothly for him. Great Xia, which considered itself to be China's true legatee, had lost a lot of face. As Great Xiao's true legatee, everything should have been at the forefront in order to show off his identity as China's true legatee. However, not only were they being suppressed by the system factions, but they were also being suppressed by Qin. This made CG feel quite uncomfortable, as Qin's reputation was now far greater than Great Xiao's. Di Wutian angrily subdued over a dozen fox-like women, and only after lying on the luxurious bed did he calm down and say, "Your Qinqiu clan, hurry up and think of a way. This time, Great Shang will definitely get into the top 5 professions." The 10 or so beautiful women on the bed smiled and promised that they would think of a way to make Great Shang's wish come true. This made Di Wutian feel delighted, and he once again pulled the 10 or so women onto the bed. Ji Shinming frowned and said, "Teacher, you need to help out. Great Zhou can't fall behind them, especially that Qin. After all, our countries have an irreconcilable relationship, and whenever I think of Qin, I feel uneasy." The white-haired but ruddy-faced Xianxia nodded and said, "Your Majesty, you don't need to pay too much attention to Qin. After all, Great Zhou's enemy isn't just Qin, and if you focus too much on Qin, it will be detrimental to our future development." Ji Shinming felt that this was the case, so he agreed and made sure that he didn't put too much attention on Qin. Lu Yi had gathered countless Confucian disciples, and even though they had all sorts of wondrous techniques and could use boundless righteous qi to deal with ghosts, their methods were too simple and couldn't compare to the school of Taoism or the school of Yin Yang. As such, he couldn't help but worry about what would happen after the ghost festival. Back at Zhao Fu's side, Zhao Fu inwardly rejoiced and immediately returned to Qin town. Following this, he took out a gray stone stele with ghosts carved on it. This was the 100 Ghost Illusionist profession change stone stele, and with it, Zhao Fu would be able to change professions to 300 Ghost Illusionists. Zhao Fu put away the 100 Ghost Illusionist profession and picked out some soldiers with good intelligence to have them change professions. He wanted to see what the effects of the 100 Ghost Illusionist profession were like. Following this, Zhao Fu found that the 100 Ghost Illusionist profession was indeed quite powerful. Firstly, it had 4 powerful skills. These skills were all quite special, and they weren't ordinary attack skills but rather strange attacks. The first skill was Phantom Stab, an attack that seemed both real and illusory, and it could kill people without leaving a trace. The first skill was an illusionist's life-saving skill, and the next 3 were simple illusions. These 3 illusions were quite powerful and were all related to ghosts. This was especially so for the last skill, which allowed 100 ghost illusionists to cast the combined illusion technique, Dark Ghost World. The Dark Ghost World was incredibly terrifying in both scope and strength, and anyone who fell into it would feel as if they had fallen into a world of ghosts. They would be attacked by tens of thousands of ghosts until their minds collapsed. Apart from this, they also obtained a type of 100 ghost power. This 100 ghost power was a very powerful type of power, and it could even change one's body into a yin attribute, increasing one's cultivation speed. However, it was certain that one's entire body would become gloomy and gloomy. Zhao Fu called Lai Qingqian and Lu Subai over to his side. In the future, Lai Qingqian would be in charge of the Vietnamese side, so she would need to have some self-defense measures. Lu Subai was the first mayor that Qin had subdued, so she had to have some power. Neither of them were suited for direct combat, so the 100 Ghost Illusionist profession was quite suitable for them. Lu Subai arrived first, and Zhao Fu instructed her to become a 100 Ghost Illusionist. After receiving such a good profession, Lu Subai happily grabbed Zhao Fu's arm. When Lai Qingqian saw that there was another beautiful woman by Zhao Fu's side, she realized that she had misunderstood Zhao Fu. He had never touched any of the beautiful women by his side. How could he like her? By now, Lai Qingqian had learned Chinese through the language stone stele. Even though she could not speak fluently, she could still speak. After arriving, Lai Qingqian bowed and called out, "Your Majesty." Lu Subai noticed that there was another beautiful woman, and she felt quite concerned. However, when she thought about Zhao Fu's identity, she felt that there was no need for her to do so, so she politely smiled at Lai Qingqian. Faced with this sudden smile, Lai Qingqian was at a loss of what to do. She hurriedly smiled back, and the relationship between the two unknowingly became better. Zhao Fu did not notice this, and after seeing Lai Qingqian successfully change her profession, he left. There were still many things for him to take care of. Afterwards, there was another piece of good news, which was that they had successfully researched an advanced teleportation channel. An advanced teleportation channel could teleport people 50,000 kilometers away, and it could teleport 300 people at once. It was 10 times more effective than an intermediate teleportation channel, and with this advanced teleportation channel, things would become much more convenient. For Qin. After researching the advanced teleportation array, Zhao Fu continued to have Bai Shan research the peak teleportation array. In any case, the higher the teleportation array, the better, as it would be useful in the future. Zhao Fu did not have Bai Shan and the others research anything else. Following that, Zhao Fu busied himself with all sorts of preparations. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, the sky darkened again. The gloomy and cold ghost Qi emerged from the ground, announcing the descent of the ghost world. Before 12 o'clock, several waves of ghosts were easily killed by Qin. But when it was 12 o'clock, the big and round ghost moon in the sky began to change strangely again. The blood-red moonlight was no longer hazy, but completely blood-red. This change caused the 10,000 ghosts underground to roar even more intensely towards the sky. Their terrifying cries filled the entire world, causing all living creatures to feel fear. This was destined to be another sleepless night. Turning her gaze back to Qin, Asani stood on top of the city wall. She gently placed the death cry flute to her lips, and the eerie sound of the flute, filled with an aura of death, spread out. Roar! 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 The countless ghosts seemed to be stimulated by something, and they howled as they flew across the horizon. Countless ghosts flooded towards Qin like a mountain torrent, causing the ground to tremble. Wherever the gray flood passed, trees would be destroyed, mountains would collapse, and all creatures would perish. Zhao Fu was quite shocked. Looking at the flood that seemed to be able to destroy everything, he immediately gave the order to fire. Swish, 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 powerful arrows containing immense power shot out, tearing through the air and seeming to tear apart the sky. Chi, 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 countless arrows descended like a torrential rain, killing ghost after ghost. However, these countless arrows were unable to affect the gray flood at all. The terrifying flood continued to give off terrifying sounds as it rushed towards Qin, wanting to break through all of Qin's defenses. Weapon formation! Bai Qi coldly yelled as he once again used weapon formation. A massive blood-red eagle brought with it a wild gale as it rushed towards the terrifying flood. Chi, 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 the two sides collided, and the wild gale was like countless blades that swept out. The ghosts that were caught within the gale felt as if they had been slashed by tens of thousands of knives, and their bodies collapsed into traces of ghostly chi. However, the ghosts weren't weak, and the hundreds of six-paths ravenous ghosts opened their mouths and shot out ghostly chi bullets towards the blood-red eagle. Facing so many ghostly chi bullets, the blood-red eagle twisted its body and dodged to the side. However, the ghostly chi bullets were too dense, and the blood-red eagle's body was too big, so it was unable to dodge all of them. The 10 or so ghostly chi bullets gathered on the blood-red eagle's right wing and violently exploded, causing it to lose its balance and almost fall from the sky. The blood-red eagle circled in the air a few times before stabilizing itself, and it furiously looked down. It spread its wings and leaned downwards, once again bringing with it a wild gale as it descended from the sky. Bang! Bang, bang! Bang! This time, the blood-red eagle's massive body, which was hundreds of meters long, smashed into the gray flood, sending countless ghosts flying. The blood-red eagle swept through everything in its path, and no ghosts could stop it. It was like a gigantic war chariot, smashing through everything in its path. This finally caused the terrifying flood to slightly slow down, but it was only for a moment. The blood-red eagle was only able to hold back a portion of the ghosts, and the majority of the ghosts were able to escape from the flood and continue to rush towards Qin City. The terrifying momentum of the ghosts caused countless people in Qin City to feel incredibly nervous, and their expressions became serious as they understood how dire the situation was. Zhao Fu's expression was grim as he stood on the city walls, watching the battle. When he saw the terrifying flood rushing towards him, he knew that it was time to use that thing. Xianxia. Activate that thing. Xianxia nodded and immediately passed on Zhao Fu's orders. By now, the gray flood had reached within 10 meters of the Great Wall, and the massive wave of ghostly qi smashed into the talismans on the Great Wall like a massive river. The evil warding talismans spontaneously combusted and turned into ashes under the terrifying wave of ghostly qi. Only the gold-grade evil warding talismans gave off a golden light, barely resisting the ghostly qi, but it didn't have much of an effect. Numerous savage-looking ghosts started to climb up the city walls, creating a terrifying scene. The soldiers and residents on the city walls desperately retaliated, using arrows, spears, and large amounts of yang blood to attack the ghosts that were climbing up the city walls. However, there were simply too many ghosts, and no matter how much Qin retaliated, the effects were quite small. After killing one ghost, another ghost started to climb up the city walls. Another ghost roared as it climbed up the city wall. After killing the other one, a few more came. Ka. Suddenly, at this critical moment, a massive bird cry sounded out, piercing through the clouds and sounding out in all directions. The entirety of Qin town was covered with white light, and a small figure flapped its wings as it flew out. It was a bird that looked like a crow, and its wings were 2 meters wide. Its body was covered with golden feathers, and it had 3 legs. Its body gave off golden flames, and it gave off an incredibly scorching aura that seemed to twist space itself. It was the golden crow, and according to Chinese legends, it was the embodiment of the sun. However, Zhao Fu's golden crow was not a true golden crow but something that had been created from a magic formation. This magic formation was the Sunblaze Emperor Mortal Formation. It was something that Zhao Fu had spent 2 million ghost crystal points to buy. The golden crow gave off a scorching aura as it appeared, causing the countless ghosts to pause in their movements. They hated this sort of aura, but as the golden crow flew into the sky and gave off a blinding light, it looked like a rising sun, causing the countless ghosts to start to panic. Seeing this, the ghosts felt incredibly terrified. Ka. Another massive cry sounded out as the golden crow spread its wings, and the golden flames around its body became many times larger. It exploded out with an incredibly powerful fire attribute energy, forming an orb of light that covered its body. The instant this orb of light was formed, it gave off an incredibly scorching light, looking like a sun breaking through the darkness. Arg! Under this terrifying light, wisps of white smoke rose from the ghosts' bodies as they screamed in pain. It was as if they were in a temperature of thousands of degrees Celsius, and they rolled around on the ground, struggling. Soon, their bodies collapsed into countless strands of ghostly qi, and ghost crystals fell to the ground. By now, the golden crow had become a 10-meter-wide sun that hung high in the sky, giving off boundless light. It was incredibly dazzling, and the surroundings became as bright as day, lighting up the surrounding 100 kilometers, causing the eerie aura to dissipate. This caused the gray flood to collapse, and countless ordinary ghosts died in pain under the light. Some of the more powerful ghosts still had a trace of their strength, and they retreated in terror. But how could Zhao Fu let them go? He hunted them down and killed them. Standing on the city wall, Zhao Fu looked at the terrifying effects of the Sunblaze Emperor Mortal Formation and smiled in satisfaction. Seeing that most of the ghosts had been killed, Zhao Fu stopped using the formation. Because this formation consumed crystal stones, it consumed thousands of crystal stones in just a dozen minutes, which was tens of thousands of gold coins. The price of using it was too high. Unless it was necessary, Zhao Fu would not use it. Because he had bought all kinds of items, Qin was a little short of money now. After midnight, the ghost moon in the sky returned to its original appearance. The next few waves of ghosts were not as horrible as before. Qin killed them easily. The sun slowly rose in the east, signifying the arrival of a new day. Zhao Fu ordered his people to tally up the spoils of war. This time, they had obtained 6 million ghost crystals, which was quite a bit more than the previous night. Most of them were left over from the collapse of the massive flood. Apart from this, there were also 10,000 or so ghost treasure sacks, and Zhao Fu had collected 8 city god temple upgrade stones that the Sky Ghost had dropped. The Sky Ghost only needed 5 upgrade stones to upgrade the silver grade city god temple to gold grade. However, Zhao Fu did not upgrade it for now. This was because Zhao Fu now had 6 million ghost crystals, which was equivalent to 26 million ghost crystal points. The second-ranked profession was only worth 23 million ghost crystals. Zhao Fu felt quite excited, and he immediately teleported to a system main city. He went to the exchange stone steel and prepared to make his exchange. However, what surprised Zhao Fu was that the second-ranked profession, the Ghost Whisperer, had disappeared. Who had made the exchange? It seemed that he couldn't be careless. It was already the third day of the Ghost Festival, and he wasn't the only one with opportunities. It was easy to predict that the second-ranked profession would disappear. Following this, Zhao Fu exchanged for the third-ranked profession, the Ghost Summoner, and another 21 million Ghost Crystal points disappeared. Zhao Fu felt quite good about obtaining a third profession, and he returned to Qin City. The disappearance of the second-ranked and third-ranked professions caused the various factions to become incredibly tense, and they quickly thought of all sorts of ways to obtain more ghost crystals. After Zhao Fu returned to Qin City, he looked at the Ghost Summoner profession. It was no less than expected from the third-ranked profession, and its stats were incredibly powerful. This was a summoning profession that could summon all sorts of ghosts from the underworld, as well as ghost soldiers and ghost generals. It was incredibly powerful, and if one developed this profession to the limit, they could even summon tens of thousands of ghosts. Apart from that, ghost summoners also had a few abilities. For example, they would be treated with affinity by ghosts. Ghosts would not attack them because they hated them. They could also understand all kinds of ghost languages, which meant that they could understand all kinds of ghosts. They also had a special ability, ghost transformation. They could fuse with the ghosts they summoned in Cultivation, obtaining immense power. This power was usually many times that of their own, so it was incredibly powerful. However, Cultivation had many drawbacks, such as a slight reduction in lifespan, and it was easy for them to lose control. After looking at the Ghost Summoner profession's information, Zhao Fu picked another 300 people to change professions and ordered one of them to show off his ghost summoning ability. The soldier squatted down and pressed his hand against the ground as he chanted a few strange words. Immediately, large amounts of ghostly qi rose up from the ground, and an airy wind blew as a powerful figure appeared beside the soldier. This figure was 2 meters tall and had taut muscles all over his body. His skin was an ashen color, and there were 2 black horns on his head. His expression was savage, and his body gave off a powerful aura. This was most likely a type of evil ghost. Zhao Fu felt quite delighted. Being able to summon a decent ghost on his first try meant that the stronger he became, the stronger the ghosts he could summon would be. The Ghost Summoner profession's prospects were quite good. After looking at the Ghost Summoner's information, Zhao Fu once again went to the City God Temple and used the Sky Ghost's upgrade stone. The City God Temple gave off a dignified golden light, and it became taller and more majestic than before. After the City God Temple leveled up to gold grade, its stats had greatly increased. It now suppressed evil creatures' power by 35%, and its protection had also become stronger. Apart from this, the gold grade City God Temple had also unlocked an ability called Black and White Impermanences, which could be used to summon the Black and White Impermanences by spending some coins. The Black and White Impermanences were netherworld messengers, and their statuses were higher than ordinary soldiers. They were equivalent to the heads of constables in ancient times, and they were more powerful than ordinary soldiers. They had ferocious-looking faces and were handcuffed. Their job was to capture ghosts and assist in rewarding good and punishing evil. Ghostly qi filled the air as 2 figures appeared. One was dressed in white and wore a long hat with the words "Fortune at First Sight" written on it. The other was dressed in black and wore a long hat with the words "World Peace" written on it. This was very normal, but they were all women. They had exquisite facial features and were very beautiful. One of their skin was black while the other was white. Their skin was black while the other was white. One of their hair was black while the other was white. Apart from this, they also had voluptuous and alluring figures, especially the pair of large things in front of their chests. They could be said to be the best in the world. At this moment, the 2 women were tightly hugging each other, and their faces were completely red. Their clothes were half undone, and their long tongues intertwined with each other as they panted, causing one's imagination to run wild. The 2 women's movements were incredibly fierce, and one of them had already pressed the other to the ground. Their hands were tearing at each other, and their clothes were almost falling off, revealing many of their seductive areas. When Zhao Fu saw this scene, he felt quite startled. I never thought that I would see such a scene. Are these still the ferocious-looking black and white impermanences that specialized in capturing malicious ghosts? Is there a mistake? Zhao Fu opened the city god temple's interface and looked at them carefully. They were displayed as the black and white impermanences, but Zhao Fu looked again and asked, why isn't there a refund function? This feels like a scam. I've obtained these 2 black and white impermanences. Zhao Fu wanted those ferocious-looking black and white impermanences, but when he saw that the 2 women's movements were becoming more and more intense, and their clothes were almost completely falling off, he was about to take the next step. Cough, cough. Zhao Fu looked quite awkward, and he couldn't help but lightly cough a few times. These 2 coughs caused the 2 people on the ground to wake up. Arg! The white impermanence suddenly screamed. Only now did she notice that there was someone beside her, and her snow-white face blushed as she hurriedly used her clothes to cover her chest. The black impermanence was also quite surprised, and she looked around in confusion. Only then did she realize that she had received a system announcement, and she understood what was going on. She casually pulled up her clothes to cover her exposed chest and gave a simple smile to Zhao Fu. The 2 of them tidied up their clothes and bowed to Zhao Fu before calling out, Lord. Bai Wucheng's face was still quite red from what had just happened, and she still felt a bit shy towards Zhao Fu and did not look at him directly. The black impermanence acted as if nothing had happened, and she maintained a faint smile as if nothing had happened. Zhao Fu did not pay too much mind to what had happened and asked the 2 of them, why are there female black and white impermanences and what their names are. Following this, Zhao Fu found out that there were many black and white impermanences in the underworld. However, there were not many female black and white impermanences in the underworld, and most of them were male. At the white impermanence, and black impermanence immortal, and by black and white. After hearing about this, Zhao Fu left and prepared to face the ghosts that he would be facing tonight. The battle last night had been quite dangerous, and most of the talisman papers on the city walls had been used up, so he could only prepare more. When Xianxia saw Zhao Fu leave, she teasingly hugged Bai Xiaoxi's waist and said, Xiaoxi. Let's continue. Bai Xiaoxi pushed Xianxia away and glared at her with a red face as she said, Don't. It's all your fault. Not only did the Lord see your body, but he also left a bad impression on you. However, Xiaoxi giggled as she said, What's there to care about? The Lord is the descendant of an emperor in the human world, and he might even take us into his harem in the future. After all, those old fellows in the family are interested in the Lord's great fate and potential, so they pushed us out. This is a big matter, and after the heavenly tribulation, the family wants us to form a relationship with him. If the Lord is made a king, it will be very beneficial to the family. Bai Xiaoxi understood this, and even though she looked quite displeased, she could not resist and could only look dispirited. Seeing this, Xiaoxia took this opportunity to go up and hug Bai Xiaoxi's body. She skillfully climbed up a massive mountain and discovered some indescribable things. Time quickly passed, and soon, it was night again. By now, Zhao Fu had covered the city walls with talisman papers and made various preparations. It was the 4th night of the Ghost Festival, and the ghosts were becoming more and more ferocious. There was no need for people to search for them, and they even took the initiative to attack people. Because Zhao Fu had the 10,000 ghosts warding talisman and the death cry flute, a large group of ghosts attacked him. Even though Qin had to work hard, he was still able to kill all of the ghosts. Following this, it was 12 a.m., and the ghost moon in the sky started to change. However, Zhao Fu did not have Asani play the Song of Rebirth, as the terrifying scene from last night had yet to fade from his mind. The ghosts tonight were incredibly ferocious, and during this period of time, Zhao Fu did not want anything unexpected to happen. He just wanted to be safe. As such, he did not have Asani play the Song of Rebirth at 12 a.m. Following this, Zhao Fu's actions proved that he had done the right thing. The massive group of ghosts gave off an incredibly powerful aura, and they were only slightly smaller than the night before. Zhao Fu could only use the Sunblaze Emperor Mortal formation to forcefully suppress them and get rid of him. After this chaotic period of yin and yang passed, everyone felt much more relaxed, and there was no need to worry about what would happen next. Early morning. The sky was a clean blue, and there was a silver moon that had not completely disappeared. Zhao Fu ordered his people to once again calculate the spoils of war. This time, the spoils of war were slightly smaller than last night, and they had only obtained 4 million ghost crystals, roughly 10,000 ghost treasure sacks, and countless city god stones. Now, Zhaofu had countless city god stones, but he had nowhere to use them. This was because the gold-grade city god temple and Qin town stats covered a massive area. As such, he could only put these city god stones away and use them in the future. Zhaofu went to the exchange stone steel and looked at his items. Zhaofu now had 31 million ghost crystal points, some of which he had saved from exchanging for the third profession yesterday, and some of which he had obtained from the orcs. It was now the 4th day of the Ghost Festival, and most factions were working hard. Many of the professions on the profession rankings had been exchanged, and the 9th-ranked Nether Ghost Archer was still there. Looking at this last profession, Zhaofu did not hesitate to spend 18 million ghost crystal points to exchange for it. At that moment, Great Tangsley Baiqing had spent a great deal of effort to obtain so many ghost crystals, and just as he was about to exchange for it, he found that the Nether Ghost Archer had disappeared. He was infuriated and gnashed his teeth as he asked, "Who was it?" No matter how good Zhaofu's temper was, he couldn't help but flare up. He had worked so hard and was incredibly nervous, and the profession that he had just obtained had disappeared in the next second. It was as if a girl that he had chased after for 10 years had suddenly run away with someone else. Li Baiqing almost went berserk. He hated the person who had purchased the Nether Ghost Archer profession to death, and he wanted to skin that person alive. Shuirengue and the other generals quickly tried to calm him down. In the end, Li Baiqing could only look at the 13th-ranked profession because the top 12 professions were all gone. Zhaofu didn't know about any of this. After purchasing the Nether Ghost Archer profession, Zhaofu returned to Qin City and looked at the Nether Ghost Archer profession stats. As the name suggested, the Nether Ghost Archer was an archer profession that excelled in archery. At the same time, the Nether Ghost Archer profession gave it more agility. The Nether Ghost Archer profession had a few powerful skills: Ghost Eye, can accurately and silently lock onto enemies; Nether Ghost Arrow, adds ghost power and shoots out ghostly arrows; Ghost Crowd Arrow, AoE attack, after shooting, 5 ghostly images will appear and continue to attack. Overall, even though the Nether Ghost Archer profession couldn't compare to the top 3 professions, it was still a very good profession. Zhaofu gave a satisfied smile. Next, Zhaofu continued to prepare for the 5th night's ghosts. Soon, it was night time, and the ghosts became even more ferocious, causing some casualties on Zhaofu's side. Luckily, there weren't many casualties, so it wasn't a big deal. Most of the ghosts that attacked on the 5th night were killed by Qin City, and Zhaofu obtained 2.6 million ghost crystals. With these ghost crystals, Zhaofu went to the exchange stone steel. By now, the Ghost Festival was coming to an end, and the 40 professions on the profession rankings had all been purchased. Looking at Zhaofu, Zhaofu felt a bit disappointed that he hadn't been able to obtain any more benefits from the profession rankings. However, this time, Zhaofu was satisfied because Zhaofu had obtained 3 of the top 10 professions on the leaderboard. May I ask who can't do this? Now that he no longer had any professions, Zhaofu looked at other things. Zhaofu now had the ghost crystal points from exchanging professions. Including 5th night's ghost crystal points, he had 42 million ghost crystal points in total. He didn't have to worry about money at all. First, Zhaofu set his sights on the first item. Because the Ghost Festival this time mainly focused on professions, there were many items related to professions on the exchange list. The first item that caught Zhaofu's eye was the class upgrade stone. E-grade military profession upgrade stone, a mysterious stone that has the power to upgrade military professions. It can increase the rank of an E-grade military profession by 1 stage. This military profession upgrade stone could only be used on E-grade military professions. Now that Qin was an E-grade military profession, Zhaofu had long felt that Qin's military profession was a bit low. Now, he could exchange for this upgrade stone and upgrade Qin's military profession to an E-grade military profession. This military profession upgrade stone cost 10 million ghost crystal points, which seemed quite expensive. However, Zhaofu felt that it was worth it because there weren't many good things to exchange for right now. Straightforward, Zhaofu then looked at another military profession upgrade stone. D-grade military profession upgrade stone, a mysterious stone that has the power to upgrade military professions. It can increase the rank of a D-grade military profession by one stage. The D-grade military profession upgrade stone could only be used on D-grade professions. There were many D-grade professions in Qin, such as the generals and the special professions of various races. These were all D-grade professions, but most of them were D-grade professions. However, Zhao Fu didn't plan to give these upgrade stones to them. Instead, he planned to keep them until Qin's military profession rose from E-grade to D-grade. This was because these D-grade military profession upgrade stones were simply too expensive. Each one cost 30 million ghost crystal points, which was 5 million ghost crystal points more expensive than the top-ranked profession. It could be seen just how difficult it was to raise one's military profession. If it wasn't for the Ghost Festival, it would have been almost impossible to raise one's military profession. After buying these two types of upgrade stones, Zhao Fu's aura of being a tycoon instantly disappeared, and he returned to his starting point. Just as Zhao Fu was about to go back and level up his military profession, he saw a familiar person walk over. It was a gentle-looking woman. Zhao Xian. Long time no see. Where have you been? Jiang Rou smiled as she walked over. She had wanted to exchange for some items, but she had never thought that she would meet Zhao Fu. Even though Zhao Fu was wearing a cloak, Jiang Rou was able to immediately recognize him. How have you been recently? Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at Jiang Rou walking over. Hearing Zhao Fu's words of concern, Jiang Rou felt a warmth in her heart, and her smile became even sweeter. After greeting Zhao Fu, Jiang Rou knew that Zhao Fu had a lot of things to do, so she didn't continue to bother him. As such, they only chatted for a while. Zhao Fu obtained some information from Jiang Rou, and he returned to the Westfall restaurant. He called Guo Binglin over and asked him about Holy Light City. Recently, the Zhou family's faction had been growing quite quickly, and it seemed that they had some sort of connection with the Great Ming dynasty. Great Ming was a dynasty's legacy, and it was a massive existence in front of ordinary families. Because of Great Ming, even the Zhou family had taken a step back, allowing the Zhou family to quickly develop. At the same time, it made them seem quite arrogant. This caused Zhao Fu to slightly frown. He had never thought that Great Ming would reach out to him. All he needed to do was deal with it, and as for the Zhou family, Zhao Fu didn't care too much about it. No matter if it was in terms of benefits, they couldn't clash for now, so Zhao Fu didn't want to act for now. If the Zhou family came looking for him, Zhao Fu would be the first to destroy it. After returning to Qin City, Zhao Fu went to the barracks and used an E-grade military profession upgrade stone to raise Qin City's profession to E+. He then looked at his stats. No matter if it was in terms of skills or stats, they had all been increased, and it felt quite good. In the remaining time, Zhao Fu prepared for the 6th Night's ghosts. The 6th Night's ghosts were much more ferocious and violent than before, and they were much more powerful. Moreover, there were many more ghosts in the city, and there were even evil ghosts. Without the suppression of the city god temple, the evil warding talismans wouldn't be able to work. If there were no good defensive measures, there would be casualties among the innocent people. At this time, the Xingwang temple was especially important. Now, no one dared to come out at night, as it was no different from seeking death. The various large factions also found it much more difficult to kill the ghosts. Even though the night had been difficult, Zhao Fu had gained a lot and obtained 3 million ghost crystals. After coming to the exchange stone steel, Zhao Fu looked at the list of items to see what else was good. He looked closely. At that moment, he found a few things that caught his eye. The first was a formation called the Four-Sided Seal Formation, which was made up of 4 stone steels. There were pictures of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise engraved on them, and they had great sealing power. The Four-Sided Seal Formation cost 4 million ghost crystal points, and Zhao Fu directly exchanged for it. In actuality, whether it was the Sunblaze Emperor Mortal Formation, the Four-Sided Seal Formation, or the Yin General Ghost Suppressing Formation, they were all god-killing items that Zhao Fu had been looking for. These items, along with the 6-wood absolute barrier that he had prepared a long time ago, were mainly used to suppress, seal, attack, and restrict space. After all, that was a god, and Zhao Fu did not want anything to happen to it. As such, he could only make all sorts of preparations. After exchanging for the four-sided seal formation, Zhao Fu looked at the next item that caught his eye. It was a spear, which was different from normal spears. It was made from talisman paper, and it looked quite mysterious and profound. Evil Crushing Spear, a spear made from Holy Sun talismans that deals great damage to evil creatures. This item can only be used once. The Evil Crushing Spears were single-use items, and they would disappear after being used. Zhao Fu had purchased 16 of them, and not only would they be useful for dealing with the final night of the Ghost Festival, but they would also be useful for killing a god. After all, a god was a demon god. After exchanging for the four-sided seal formation and the Evil Crushing Spear, Zhao Fu spent 20 million ghost crystal points in total. With 10 million ghost crystal points left, Zhao Fu looked at the other items. After looking around, Zhao Fu's gaze fell on a piece of equipment. It was an inner armor that was made of some unknown material. It was snow white and looked quite simple and unadorned. Great white armor, grade, gold, stats, strength +6, constitution +10, agility +4, intelligence +4, description, an inner armor with powerful defense that is comfortable to wear. To be clear, not all of the equipment's attributes would be increased as long as they were equipped. Each person could only obtain the attribute bonus from 6 pieces of equipment. There was 1 weapon, 2 defensive gears, and 3 accessories. Normally, Zhao Fu didn't like wearing armor. He felt that this inner vest was quite suitable for him. The inner vest's attributes were quite good, so Zhao Fu bought it. With the remaining ghost crystal points, Zhao Fu used them to exchange for a dozen or so ghost strengthening stones. Strengthening stones were quite rare, so he was able to exchange for so many of them. He also exchanged for some talismans that could be used to deal with powerful ghosts, in order to deal with the final moments of the Ghost Festival, which was the 7th night. The Ghost Festival was getting scarier and scarier with each passing night. Now that it was the final moment, Zhao Fu naturally had to make all kinds of preparations. There was one more thing to mention. Now that the Godslayer items were basically collected, there was only 1 item left. Then, Zhao Fu could carry out the Godslayer plan he had been preparing for a long time. Unknowingly, time flew by, and it was already afternoon and evening. There was a very beautiful fiery cloud on the horizon. Looking at it, one would be immersed in it. However, there was also a feeling that the sunset was infinitely beautiful, but it was nearing dusk. The sun completely set and darkness descended. Traces of ghostly qi rose up from the ground and filled the entire world at an unimaginable speed. An eerie and terrifying aura filled every corner of the world, and it was as if everything in the world had fallen silent. A blood-red moon appeared in the sky, seeming to dye the entire sky blood-red. The bright blood-red light fell on the ground, and the countless ghosts that were bathed in it no longer howled like before. Instead, their gazes became wooden, and their eyes became blood-red, giving off a pure savagery. Ghosts once again appeared on the ground, and their blood-red eyes seemed incredibly terrifying in the darkness. Rumble, the ground violently trembled as countless ghosts formed a massive flood that seemed to be able to destroy everything as it rushed towards Qin. It was as if a natural disaster had descended, and no one could stop it. Trees were destroyed, and mountains cracked. Everything was razed to the ground by the massive flood. The ground was filled with the aura of death. Soon, the massive flood gave off a shocking aura as it ferociously surged over, and it was only 100 or so meters away from Qin. Swish, 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 powerful arrows tore through the air, seeming as if the sky was going to explode. The sharpness of the arrows caused people to feel a chill in their hearts. Chi, 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 a dense black mass of arrows shot down, but they were unable to stop the flood at all. It had to be known that Zhao Fu's citizens were all soldiers, and he had shot out countless arrows. However, they were unable to do much to the flood. The massive flood was about to hit Qin. Ka, a massive cry once again sounded out as a small sun once again appeared in the sky. Countless rays of blinding light tore through the darkness and illuminated the world. Arg, countless ghosts howled in pain, but because of the blood-red moon in the sky, they did not immediately die. What was even more terrifying was that a large group of 6 paths hungry ghosts rushed over. Under the searing light, they still had some battle strength. Immediately, all of the ballistae gave up on attacking the ordinary ghosts and focused on the large group of 6 paths hungry ghosts. With the ballista's powerful arrows, they were finally able to suppress the 6 path's hungry ghosts. However, that wasn't the end of it. More than 50 heavenly ghosts suddenly appeared in the sky. The heavenly ghosts were undeniably powerful. In the past few days, there had only been 10 heavenly ghosts appearing at once, but now, there were more than 50 of them. Under the searing light, the sky ghosts were only a bit weaker. Firstly, they were incredibly strong, and secondly, they had the blood-red moon in the sky, making it so that they did not fear the sun above Qin and could attack from the sky. On the final day, Zhaofu did not hesitate at all. He took out 500-year-old peach wood that had been soaked in the blood of high-grade spirit beasts and had high-grade talisman papers that Zhaofu had exchanged for to make arrows, and he gave them to the most elite archers. At the same time, Zhaofu ordered the 2 teams that had been exploring the underground passageway to join the battle and help deal with the sky ghosts. They all had holy light equipment and high-grade holy light skills, which dealt great damage to the ghosts. At the same time, Zhaofu ordered the 2 teams that had been exploring the underground passageway to join the battle and help deal with the sky ghosts. They all had holy light equipment and high-grade holy light skills, which dealt great damage to the ghosts. Xianxia, Little Sha, and Zhaofu did not stay by the side, and they went to kill the sky ghosts. Zhaofu took out an evil crushing spear, gripped it in his hand, and sent his king's power into it. The evil crushing spear gave off a brilliant silver light, and runes flowed within it, giving off an incredibly powerful evil crushing power. All of the ghostly chi within 10 or so meters was forced back. Zhaofu's gaze was incredibly cold as he looked at a sky ghost flying over. He gripped his spear and vigorously threw it, sending the evil crushing spear flying. Pooh! The evil crushing spear gave off a blinding light and gave off terrifying power as it turned into a silver ray of light and streaked through the air incredibly quickly. In just an instant, the evil crushing spear pierced through the sky ghost's chest, causing green blood to fly everywhere. The sky ghost fell from the air with a confused look on its face. It had been unable to dodge that spear, and its body collapsed into ghostly chi, announcing its death. Zhaofu then looked at another sky ghost and once again used the evil crushing spear. A silver ray of light shot out and once again killed a sky ghost. This evil crushing spear was quite useful. Elsewhere, 10 people in white raised their palms towards the sky ghosts flying over. Suddenly, a sun diagram appeared on their palms, and a ray of holy light energy shot towards the sky ghosts. After being hit, the sky ghosts let out miserable cries as white smoke rose from their bodies. Following this, the elite archers shot 500-year-old peachwood arrows into their hearts. The peachwood arrows were like extremely hot iron arrows that charred the hearts, causing the sky ghosts to instantly die. The Heaven Awakened world was a world made up of many different cultures, and the Western magic arts felt quite strange against the Eastern ghosts. However, the source of their power was the same, and it was just that they were used differently. Under the powerful attacks of Zhaofu and the generals, the 50 or so sky ghosts were killed by Zhaofu and the others. Most of the ordinary ghosts were also killed, and it seemed that this wave of ghosts had been defeated by Qin. Suddenly, an incomparably huge, towering, mountain-like aura descended, pressing down on everyone's hearts, causing their originally relaxed faces to instantly tense up again. Everyone turned to look at the horizon. A terrifying figure slowly appeared in their line of sight. She looked like a woman with a slim figure. She wore a set of black and red battle armor, and her black hair fell to her shoulders. Her face was perfect, and there was not a single blemish on it. However, her blood-red eyes were cold and emotionless. Her entire body gave off a dense blood-red aura that was filled with boundless killing intent. This immense and terrifying power caused the surrounding air to seem to freeze. As soon as she appeared, everything went silent. Even the sound of the wind stopped. The ghosts around her all crawled on the ground, trembling in fear. Zhaofu's expression also became grave. He could sense how powerful this ghost was. It was most likely a ghost king. By Qi. I'll leave this place to you. Zhaofu ordered as he brought Little Sha and Xianxia with him. He jumped down from the 10-meter-tall city wall and walked towards the ghost king. He had only taken a few steps when a few 6-pass ravenous ghosts leapt at Zhaofu. A few sword lights flashed, but Zhaofu did not attack. Xianxia casually killed the 6-pass ravenous ghosts that leapt at him. As they advanced, many ghosts that still had a trace of strength leapt at Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu did not attack at all, and he continued onwards without even pausing. Whenever a ghost came close, he would immediately unleash sword lights and blood-red lines. Xianxia and Little Sha closely guarded by Zhao Fu's side. The Ghost King held a blood-red sword that gave off a murderous aura, and its cold gaze fell on Zhao Fu's body. It seemed to realize that Zhao Fu was the lord of this place, and it started to walk towards him. The distance between the two sides gradually closed, and when they were within 10 meters of each other, they stopped. The other ghosts did not dare to come any closer, and the Ghost King did not hide the killing intent in its eyes, preparing to attack. On Zhao Fu's side, Little Sha acted first. His body mysteriously appeared next to the Ghost King, and he slashed out with his dagger, sending a sharp arc of light towards the Ghost King's throat. However, the Ghost King casually slashed out with its sword, sending Little Sha flying. Even though Little Sha looked incredibly powerful to others, in front of this terrifying Ghost King, he was still quite weak. After being sent flying, Little Sha did not suffer any heavy injuries, and he angrily prepared to rush over. Zhao Fu gestured for him to stop, and Little Sha could only return to Zhao Fu's side. Xianxia held his sword and walked towards the Ghost King. The Ghost King's cold gaze fell on Xianxia as it leapt up and attacked. It slashed out with its sword, and a terrifying blood-red sword light slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia was expressionless, and his expression was cold as he also slashed out with his sword, sending out a sharp white sword light. Xing, the blood-red sword light and white sword light clashed, causing a metallic sound to ring out. Sword light flew everywhere, and it seemed that the two of them were evenly matched. The Ghost King's blood-red eyes stared at Xianxia, and the true battle instantly erupted. The Ghost King swung its sword, continuously slashing towards Xianxia. Each strike was incredibly ferocious and contained killing intent, making it seem quite terrifying. As Xianxia blocked, he also attacked. Even though he did not attack many times, each time, the Ghost King felt a trace of life-threatening danger, forcing it to dodge or block. Xing! 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 The battle between the two of them was incredibly intense, and clashing sounds continuously sounded out as sword light shot everywhere. The sharp sword wind that they created was enough to cut down grass within 10 meters of them. The Ghost King ferociously slashed horizontally, sending out a 5-meter-long blood-red arc of light that could split mountains. Xianxia was unable to dodge, and he could only leap behind the Ghost King. However, at that moment, the Ghost King slashed out with its sword, stabbing towards Xianxia's chest. Facing the sudden attack, Xianxia dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding it. At the same time, he attacked, stabbing his sword towards the Ghost King's armpit, which was not protected by its armor. The Ghost King's expression became cold, and it exploded out with even more power. The blood-red aura around its body became many times stronger, and this sudden burst of power forced Xianxia back a few steps. The Ghost King grasped this opportunity and once again stabbed its sword towards Xianxia. Facing the Ghost King, who was many times stronger than before, Xianxia was not a match for it. As such, he could only use that kind of power. As the Ghost King stabbed towards him, Xianxia suddenly closed his eyes before suddenly opening them. His eyes flashed with a black light, and a black symbol appeared on his forehead, that was Zhao Fu's king's mark. When this king's mark appeared, Xianxia's aura became many times stronger, and his body gave off traces of Black King's power. This king's power did not belong to Xianxia but to Zhao Fu. Both of them exploded out with many times more power, causing the battle to become even more intense. The sword lights that shot out cut into the ground, leaving gashes of different sizes. At that moment, Xianxia's sword trembled, and a light hum sounded out as it stabbed towards the Ghost King. Facing this dangerous attack, the Ghost King could only dodge. Xianxia's sword missed, but it managed to cut down a few of the Ghost King's black silk. Just as the Ghost King was about to attack, Xianxia suddenly changed his attack. He slapped his sword to the side, and the massive force sent the Ghost King flying back a few meters. Its body lost its balance, and its movements became chaotic. Just as the massive black sword light was about to descend and kill the Ghost King exploded out with its true power. Arg! The Ghost King cried out. It was a woman's cry, and it was not as deep as a man's voice, but it had the sharpness and gentleness of a woman's voice. Boom! Following the Ghost King's shout, a terrifying power exploded out as a blood-red light shot into the sky. A blood-red energy barrier spread out with the Ghost King at the center, forming a 1,000-meter-wide barrier of energy. Within this barrier, it was a completely different world. The sky was blood-red, and it gave off a desolate and tragic feeling. A cold wind blew, and the ground was covered with the corpses of soldiers. Blood flowed everywhere, forming small streams. Sabers, swords, shields, and spears were either stabbed into the ground, silently lying next to their owners' corpses, or had been shattered. This was the scene of a cruel battle. This was a domain, a high-grade domain that she had created. She had manifested her own heart and nothingness, forming a world of its own. Within this domain, she was the ruler. The Ghost King's aura had reached its limit, and space itself seemed to twist. Its blood-red eyes gave off a bright blood-red light, seeming quite eye-catching in the darkness. It was like a demon that had brought disaster to the world. Shing, a clear sword hum sounded out as the Ghost King casually slashed out a 10 or so meter long blood-red arc of light towards Xianxia. This arc of light was incredibly sharp, and it seemed to be able to cut through the air. It was also incredibly fast, and it arrived before Xianxia in an instant. Xianxia was quite startled, and he blocked with his sword. A muffled explosion sounded out as the blood-red arc of light slammed into him. Xianxia's body slid back 10 or so meters, leaving behind 2 deep gashes in the ground. Only then was he able to stop the Ghost King's attack. Within the Ghost King's slaughter field domain, not only did the Ghost King receive immense power, but the opponents within it would also be greatly suppressed. Xianxia had the absolute advantage in sword techniques, but he did not have his own domain yet, so he was completely suppressed by the Ghost King. Xianxia's most proficient sword techniques were unable to be used, as he felt that his movements were being restricted. After forcing Xianxia back 10 or so meters, the Ghost King's body blurred and appeared in front of Xianxia. It raised its blood-red sword and slashed down. Boom, the blood-red sword descended, bringing with it terrifying power as if it had exploded. Rocks and dust flew everywhere, and a 5-meter-wide crater appeared in the ground. At the edge of the crater, Xianxia looked quite wretched as he used his sword to block this terrifying destructive power. Following that, the Ghost King's body disappeared and reappeared in front of Xianxia. Zhaofu watched from the side and understood that Xianxia would not be able to defeat the Ghost King. As such, he could only take out a round stone, which was the unsealing stone. Closing his eyes, Zhaofu placed the unsealing stone on his chest and shouted, "Unseal." The unsealed stone turned into a ball of light and entered Zhaofu's body. Immediately, the azure energy that had been sealed within Zhaofu's body instantly disintegrated, and all of Zhaofu's power flowed out from within his body, exploding out with immense power as a large amount of Black King's chi flowed out of his body. Zhaofu once again opened his eyes, which flashed with a black light. His eyes had become pure black, and his aura became powerful and terrifying, filled with nobility and domineeringness. At that moment, Xianxia was once again sent flying by the Ghost King's sword and crashed to the ground. A trace of blood leaked out of his lips as he looked at the Ghost King seriously. "Xianxia, you can leave now." Zhaofu's voice sounded out, and Xianxia turned to look at Zhaofu, who had recovered all of his strength. Xianxia's heart trembled as he retreated to the side. The Ghost King also turned her head, and her blood-red eyes looked at Zhaofu, who was giving off a powerful aura. Her expression became serious, she could sense how powerful Zhaofu was. Zhaofu looked at the Ghost King and held the Sky Demon sword in one hand. He raised his other hand towards the Ghost King, and his king's seal appeared on his palm. A formless energy spread out as a black dragon inscription barrier appeared. If Zhaofu wanted to deal with the Ghost King, he would need a domain to resist her slaughter field domain. Zhaofu knew that his domain could not compare to the Ghost King's slaughter field domain for now, so he chose to simplify it. He only expanded his king's domain to 10 meters to ensure that he would not be suppressed by the slaughter field domain. The Ghost King turned and rushed towards Zhaofu. Her sword gave off a blood-red light as she slashed down towards Zhaofu, giving off a terrifying aura. Zhaofu raised his sword, and a black light shot out from it as he used it to block the Ghost King's sword. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out. It was not just the two swords colliding, but the Black King's domain and the blood-red slaughter field domain clashing, as if two worlds had collided. This created a massive shockwave that blasted out like a wild gale, and the ground beneath the two combatants' feet collapsed. Arg! The Ghost King once again yelled as she rapidly slashed towards Zhao Fu. Her attacks were dazzling and shockingly fast, and Zhao Fu was immediately suppressed and forced into a defensive state. Facing the Ghost King's ferocious attacks, Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and yelled, "Sky Demon Slash!" The Sky Demon sword gave off a black light and exploded out with a sharp sword chi. Zhao Fu's attack forced the Ghost King back 10 or so meters, and only then was he able to break free from her suppression. However, after being sent back 1,000 meters, the Ghost King leapt off the ground and rushed over like a cannonball. She used some sort of skill, causing over 1,000 ghostly images to appear behind her and attack her. She had no idea what skill she had used, but thousands of ghostly images appeared behind her and attacked. Zhao Fu was given a big fright and blocked with his sword. However, just as he blocked the Ghost King's sword, the 1,000 ghostly images behind her rushed towards Zhao Fu like a river. Bang! Zhao Fu was sent flying back and crashed to the ground. He looked at the Ghost King as a trace of blood leaked out of his lips. He had underestimated the Ghost King. Zhao Fu wiped away the blood from his lips and once again attacked. However, Zhao Fu stabbed the Sky Demon sword into the ground, causing a large amount of demonic chi to flow out of the sword and into the ground. The ground within 20 meters became completely black as if it had been dyed black. When the Ghost King stepped into the ground, it felt that something was off, as it sensed two terrifying domains. This was Zhao Fu's King's domain and the Sky Demon's domain. The Ghost King felt that something was off and immediately tried to retreat, but it was too late. Zhao Fu raised his hand, and a black spike that was 10 or so meters long and as thick as an arm shot out from the ground, giving off terrifying piercing power as it slammed towards the Ghost King. The Ghost King was given a big fright, and it gathered a large amount of ghostly chi to block in front of it. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out, followed by a cry of pain as the Ghost King's body was sent flying 100 meters into the air. At that moment, Zhao Fu gripped the Sky Demon sword in the ground, causing the black demonic chi on the ground to return to the Sky Demon sword. Zhao Fu then pointed the sword at the descending Ghost King. A trace of green blood leaked out of the Ghost King's mouth as it fell from the sky. Seeing the incoming demon image, it twisted its body and gathered a large amount of ghostly energy into its sword, causing the sword to give off a shocking sword light. The Ghost King twisted its body and vigorously slashed out, causing a 20-meter-long blood-red sword light to fly out. The sound it gave off was incredibly terrifying, and it split the massive demon image in half. The two halves of the demon image turned into motes of black light and dissipated. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu gripped an evil-crushing spear and sent his king's power into it, causing it to shine with a brilliant silver light as runes flowed within it. Swish! Zhao Fu vigorously threw out the evil-crushing spear, and the sound of the air being torn could be heard as the evil-crushing spear turned into a ray of silver light and shot towards the Ghost King. By now, the Ghost King had just split the demon image in half, and now that the evil-crushing spear was about to shoot towards it, the Ghost King was unable to dodge at all. Arg! The Ghost King howled and coughed up a mouthful of blood as its abdomen was pierced by the evil-crushing spear. Even though the evil-crushing spear turned into motes of silver light and disappeared, it had left a terrifying wound on its abdomen. White smoke rose from the wound as the evil-crushing spear's power continued to ravage its body. At that moment, Zhao Fu gripped another evil-crushing spear and looked at the falling Ghost King with a cold gaze. He once again threw it, and the evil-crushing spear turned into a ray of silver light that gave off powerful evil-crushing power as it shot towards the Ghost King. Arg! The Ghost King roared and gathered all of its power into its sword as it vigorously slashed out, sending the evil-crushing spear flying. However, 5 rays of silver light containing immense power shot towards the Ghost King. The Ghost King was given a big fright and used all of its power to defend, causing blood-red sword light to shoot everywhere. In the end, an orb of silver light exploded in the sky, and the Ghost King's body powerlessly fell to the ground. Zhao Fu walked over with his sword in hand and found that the Ghost King was not dead yet. It was only heavily injured, and it trembled as it stood up and coldly stared at Zhao Fu. The Ghost King was injured in 3 places. The first was the abdomen that Zhao Fu had hit, the second was the left shoulder, and the third was the leg. All 3 wounds were still emitting white smoke. At this moment, even if the Ghost King did not die, he would not be in much danger, because he was already heavily injured and did not have much strength left in his body. Facing the Ghost King's cold gaze, Zhao Fu remained expressionless as he held the Sky Demon sword and walked towards her. Zhao Fu would not go easy on women. With a swing of the sword, a sharp arc of light slashed towards the Ghost King. The Ghost King struggled to hold the blood-red sword and block Zhao Fu's strike. However, Zhao Fu slashed out again, slashing towards the Ghost King. The Ghost King could only use its sword to block in front of itself. Clang! The Ghost King once again blocked Zhao Fu's sword and weakly retreated a few steps. Seeing this, Zhao Fu frowned. He had not been able to kill the heavily injured Ghost King even after 1 or 2 attacks. Humph! Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and sent a large amount of his king's power into the Sky Demon sword, causing it to give off a terrifying sword light and a monstrous and evil aura. Arg! The Ghost King understood Zhao Fu's killing technique, and it roared as it exploded out with all of its remaining power and sent it into the blood-red sword. The blood-red sword gave off a large amount of blood-red light that gave off an icy killing intent. Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, and the Ghost King also slashed out. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the black and blood-red energies collided, resulting in a massive shockwave. However, in the next moment, the Ghost King's body flew back and crashed 10 or so meters away. Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he walked over to the heavily injured and dying Ghost King. Looking at the Ghost King's injuries and how pitiful she looked, Zhao Fu decided to give her a quick death. He slowly raised his sword, causing it to give off a sharp black light. Just as the sword was about to descend towards the Ghost King, Zhao Fu paused. He found that the Ghost King, who was lying on the ground, was looking at him with its blood-red eyes. Facing her gaze, Zhao Fu didn't understand what was going on. However, just as Zhao Fu's sword descended and prepared to kill the Ghost King, the Ghost King's body collapsed and turned into ghostly chi. The Ghost King's body collapsed on its own, turning into countless strands of ghost chi. However, it did not dissipate. Instead, it surged into her blood sword. Because the blood-red sword had lost its owner, it had lost its blood-red luster and had become an ancient sword. Its surface was covered with holes, and its edge was blunt. It did not seem sharp at all, and it was a reddish-black color as if it had been stained with blood. The sword looked like it was about to be destroyed, but it was completely different from the powerful feeling that the Ghost King had given off. It felt like a divine weapon had become trash. However, this sword gave off a dense killing intent, and if it wasn't for this killing intent, Zhao Fu would have thought that the sword had been completely destroyed and would not have even been in the mood to look at it. Zhao Fu bent down and tried to pick up the sword, but just as he touched the hilt, a cold aura flowed out from the sword and into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu paused as some scenes appeared in his mind. This was an era of war, where countries were destroyed, and people were homeless. Their stomachs were rumbling with hunger, and corpses were strewn everywhere. She had been the young miss of a large family, and she had sighed at the suffering of the world. She had put down her embroidery, taken off her clothes, picked up her weapons, and put on her armor, wanting to end this chaotic world. She had fought countless battles in her life, and she was hailed as a heroine of her generation. However, it was a pity that she could not end this chaotic world, and she died in a cruel battle. The sky was dyed blood-red, and a cold wind blew. It was bone-piercingly cold, and it felt as if one's body had been frozen. The ground was littered with the corpses of soldiers, and blood flowed everywhere, forming small streams. Not a single person had survived this battle. She was covered in blood as she lay in a pile of corpses, staring blankly at the blood-red sky as she slowly died. This was her life. When she was alive, she had killed countless people, and after death, she had become a terrifying ghost of slaughter, roaming the world. The scene stopped, and Zhao Fu came back to his senses. He picked up the slaughtering ghost sword, stood up, and thought back to the scenes in his mind. These were most likely the Ghost King's memories. No wonder the domain she had created was like that, it was because she had died there. Zhao Fu now understood. At the same time, Zhao Fu could sense that the Ghost King was within the slaughtering ghost sword. She seemed to have become an item spirit, or had she always been like this? Zhao Fu didn't quite understand, and he looked at the slaughtering ghost sword stats. Slaughtering ghost sword, grade, half epic, stats, strength plus 20, intelligence plus 15, constitution plus 10, agility plus 10, description, The ghost of slaughter is one of the most powerful ghosts in the underworld. A terrifying sword formed from this sword. Haha. Master. You already have me, so why do you want another one? The sky demon said in a pitiful and aggrieved voice in Zhao Fu's mind. Hearing her words, Zhao Fu felt the same way. Now that he already has one sword, there's no need for a second one. Should I give this sword to someone else? I only listen to the orders of the person who subdued me. Suddenly, a cold and resolute voice sounded out in Zhao Fu's mind. This voice belonged to the Ghost King, the slaughtering ghost. Zhao Fu could only helplessly give up on this idea. Seeing that there was nothing she could do, the sky demon could only unhappily harumph. In the future, if Zhao Fu obtained any good things, he would definitely give them to others, and she wouldn't be able to monopolize them. Just as Zhao Fu was about to put the slaughtering ghost sword into his king's ring, the slaughtering ghost's voice once again sounded out in Zhao Fu's mind, saying, "Help me prepare a scabbard, I want you to wear it." "Ai! Don't go too far." The sky demon angrily yelled, feeling as if her position was going to be taken. The slaughtering ghost completely ignored the sky demon's words, and the slaughtering ghost sword didn't seem to care about the sky demon at all. This caused the sky demon to roar in anger, and it even wanted to come out of the sword to fight with the slaughtering ghost. Zhao Fu couldn't help but lightly laugh, and he comforted the sky demon before picking up a violet stone that had fallen to the ground. This stone had been dropped when the slaughtering ghost had turned into countless traces of ghostly chi and fused into the sword. This violet stone was as big as a cobblestone, and it was square in shape. It was quite flat, and it gave off a cold feeling when held in his hand. City God Temple, Upgrade Stone, a mysterious stone that can upgrade a gold-grade City God Temple to a legendary grade City God Temple. Seeing this item, Zhao Fu felt quite delighted and put it away. He looked around and found that most of the ghosts had been killed by Qin. Following this, Zhao Fu took Gania and Little Sha back to the city walls. Following this, a few more waves of ghosts came, but they were all dealt with by Great Qin. Nothing unexpected happened, and when a ray of sunlight appeared over a mountain in the distance, the darkness gradually receded. The Ghost Festival had finally come to an end. This caused many people to let out a sigh of relief. The memories of the Ghost Festival were simply too terrifying. Every night, they had to close their doors, and they couldn't go out. They could only hide in their homes. Zhao Fu ordered people to tally up the gains from the night, and they found that there were 2.5 million ghost crystals in total. Because the Ghost Festival was coming to an end, the ghosts had gradually disappeared, and most of the 2.5 million ghost crystals had been obtained during the first half of the night. Apart from this, there were also countless ghost treasure sacks and countless city god stones. That night, he had obtained 50 or so sky ghosts treasure sacks. Zhao Fu took these ghost crystals to the Orc City and used his equipment to exchange for more ghost crystals. This time, the Orc City only had 50,000 ghost crystals, and after putting them away, Zhao Fu didn't leave. Instead, they were discussing their next deal with the Beast Men, which was to use high-grade equipment in exchange for their population. The Beast Men were an extremely aggressive race. Don't think that they'll focus on peace. They've obtained so much equipment just for defense and not for war. With Zhao Fu's support, the Orc City's strength would greatly increase, and there would be a bloodbath around it. However, this wasn't something that Zhao Fu had to worry about. After all, Zhao Fu supported and even hoped that they would do this. After all, Zhao Fu needed population, and he needed a massive population. No matter what, population was always the greatest resource. As such, Zhao Fu encouraged and even hoped for war. Without that, how could he obtain a large population? This was why Zhao Fu wanted to establish slavery. Normally, the orcs would enslave weaker races, such as goblins, gnomes, and other outlanders. As for humans, they would be killed. Zhao Fu didn't reject anyone, and as long as it was an intelligent race, he would accept it. However, Gunador didn't immediately agree. After all, Gunador wasn't stupid, and he knew what the benefits and drawbacks of this trade would be. However, after Zhao Fu took out a small amount of silver-grade equipment as bait, Gunador finally agreed. After doing this, Zhao Fu felt quite happy. Taking the ghost crystals, Zhao Fu went to the exchange stone steel to see if there was anything good. After looking through it, he didn't find anything that caught his eye. thinking about how the evil crushing spears had been quite useful, and he had used many of them the night before. Now, he only had 6 left, and he would need them in the future. As such, Zhao Fu bought 20 of them. With the remaining ghost crystal points, Zhao Fu bought some of them. There were many other miscellaneous items that weren't too important, so he didn't introduce them one by one. After returning to Qin City, Zhao Fu went to an empty area and took out the slaughtering ghost sword. By now, Zhao Fu had already prepared a sheath for her, which was made from black bloodwood. It was a silver-grade material, and its color and stats were quite suitable for the slaughtering ghost sword. After taking out the slaughtering ghost sword, Zhao Fu took out a gray crystal that gave off ghostly qi. This was a ghost strengthening stone, and because the slaughtering ghost sword was very close to becoming an epic grade weapon, Zhao Fu wanted to use the ghost strengthening stone to help it break through. After using the first ghost strengthening stone, it turned into ghostly qi and fused into the slaughtering ghost sword. However, after devouring the ghostly qi, the slaughtering ghost sword didn't go through any changes. Zhao Fu once again took out 2 ghost strengthening stones and started to strengthen it. After devouring the 2 ghost strengthening stones, the slaughtering ghost sword finally went through some changes, but it still didn't break through. Seeing this, the Sky Demon felt quite envious. It was a pity that these were ghost strengthening stones, and she had a demonic attribute. The 2 attributes clashed, so she could only look and not use them. At that moment, Zhao Fu took out 4 ghost strengthening stones and chose to use them. The 3 ghost strengthening stones turned into a large amount of ghostly qi that wrapped around the slaughtering ghost sword. The slaughtering ghost sword seemed to be attracted by some sort of power and floated in the air. It gave off a blood-red light and a gray light, and being covered by these 2 lights, the slaughtering ghost sword seemed to go through some sort of transformation. Suddenly, the wind and clouds in the sky surged, and ghostly clouds appeared in the sky before condensing into a gray cloud that covered hundreds of kilometers. The slaughtering ghost sword, which was covered in ghostly qi, absorbed the surrounding ghostly qi into the sword. The gray light disappeared, and the blood-red light became even brighter. At that moment, countless ghosts appeared in the sky, surrounding the slaughtering ghost sword like stars surrounding the moon. They gave off respectful and fearful cries, causing all of the creatures in the surrounding 10 or so kilometers to be given a big fright, thinking that the ghost festival wasn't over yet. Slaughtering ghost, sword, +3, grade, epic, stats, strength +30, intelligence +25, constitution +20, agility +20, description, a terrifying sword formed from the slaughtering ghost's body. Its stats were about the same as the Sky Demon sword, but it was a pity that it could only be used once. The +3 behind the equipment's name was the number of times it could be strengthened. Zhao Fu had many ghost strengthening stones here, and each one cost 200,000 ghost crystal points. Just then, Zhao Fu had already used 7 strengthening stones, so the 4th strengthening required 8 strengthening stones and the 5th strengthening required 16 strengthening stones. The strengthening stones he had were only enough to strengthen the slaughtering ghost sword to the 4th strengthening, and he still had a few left. After the 4th strengthening, the slaughtering ghost sword's stats had risen, and its grade had become higher. It was now a fairly good epic grade weapon. The Sky Demon felt quite envious as it watched Zhao Fu use the strengthening stones. As the ghostly qi entered the slaughtering ghost's body, it felt as if its entire body was being refined, and it felt incredibly comfortable. The Sky Demon missed the first time that Zhao Fu had given her. "Master, I want that too," the Sky Demon's hopeful and pitiful voice sounded out. Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised, but he immediately realized that the Sky Demon wanted the General Soul. General Souls could be used to form general armaments, so of course he couldn't give it to her. As such, he immediately refused. "Arg!" The Sky Demon yelled in dissatisfaction and anger, venting the discomfort and grievance in its heart. The slaughtering ghost had obtained too many benefits, and it felt quite displeased to be one of Zhao Fu's weapons. Seeing this, Zhao Fu could only helplessly say, "If there's an opportunity in the future, I'll help you obtain some demon strengthening stones. Is that fine now?" Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the Sky Demon immediately smiled and put on an obedient expression, saying, I understand. Thank you, Master." Zhao Fu felt quite speechless at the Sky Demon sword's sudden change in attitude. After tying the Sky Demon sword and slaughtering ghost sword to his waist, Jiao Fu went to the city god temple. Now, what Jiao Fu needed to do was upgrade the gold grade city god temple to legendary grade. Legendary grade items were incredibly rare, and Qing Town was only legendary grade. Legendary items were rare, but they also represented how powerful they were. Jiao Fu wondered how powerful this legendary grade Xingwang temple would be. Without any hesitation, Jiao Fu took out the purple upgrade stone and chose to use it. The violet upgrade stone in Jiao Fu's hand turned into a violet ray of light and shot into the palace. The city god temple once again gave off a peaceful and dignified golden light, and the building became larger and more majestic. Notification. Congratulations on leveling up your Xingwang temple to legendary grade. Notification. Xingwang temple activates special ability, Xingwang. After receiving these two notifications, Jiao Fu walked into the city god temple. Now, Oxhead and Horseface were guarding outside the hall. When Jiao Fu walked into the hall, the black and white impermanences' faces were flushed red. He did not know what they had just done. Jiao Fu did not mind this, and he opened the City God Temple stats page and looked at it. City God Temple, grade, legendary, description, it contains a trace of divine power and can protect residents. It requires sacrifices of incense, and the more incense there is, the more it can level up. All evil creatures that step into the territory of the City God Temple will be suppressed by the City God Temple, and their strength will be reduced by 55%. The residents of the City God Temple will receive a powerful protection and will be immune to evil and darkness power. The suppression of strength was now at 55%, and the protection was now quite strong. The effects were quite good, but this was not Jiao Fu's main goal, so he did not pay it too much mind. What Jiao Fu was interested in was the City God Temple stats page. After looking at it, he found that there were two options for the City God. System announcement. You can spend some mean coins to summon a City God, and the City God Temple will receive a traditional stat bonus. System announcement. Because you are the legatee of a dynasty and have a special fate item, the Imperial Ruler's Seal, you can personally appoint a City God, and the City God will be completely loyal to you. Note, the more powerful the appointed City God, the more stats it will receive. The City God cannot be a living person, it can only be a ghost, a dead person, or a powerful spirit. City God temples were quite common in the real world, as most places had one. This was especially so for ancient cities and large cities. After all, the City God was a god that protected the city. There were two types of appointments for the City God. The first type were people who had made great contributions to the local people. After they died, the people would be grateful to them and build temples for them. They would build statues of gods and offer incense to them. Then, they would become the god of the city. The second was for the emperor to appoint a city god. The emperor had a massive amount of fate, and he could change the heavens and earth. He could also appoint underworld officials, and with an imperial edict, he could make someone a city god. Now, Jiao Fu fulfilled the second requirement. Should I spend some mean coins to appoint a city god and obtain some traditional stats, or should I appoint a city god myself? The first option was quite ordinary, but the second option was quite attractive. However, who should I appoint? For ghosts, Jiao Fu had 30 minotaurs, as well as the black and white impermanences. They already had positions, so he couldn't appoint a city god. Dead people were people who had died but their souls were still intact. Jiao Fu didn't have any, but Jiao Fu did have a powerful spirit item, which was the General Soul. The General Soul's strength went without saying, and if it was powerful enough, appointing it as a city god would increase its stats even more. However, the General Soul was used to fuse a general armament, which made Jiao Fu feel quite conflicted. In the end, after thinking about it, Jiao Fu decided to use the General Soul. After all, he needed 10 General Souls to fuse into a general armament, which meant that he had to find 10 undead generals. Who knew how long it would take to gather 10, so Jiao Fu decided to use the General Soul. This required Li Si to make some preparations. He first had to write an imperial edict and bring it to Jiao Fu, after which Jiao Fu used the imperial ruler's seal to stamp it. After being stamped with the imperial ruler's seal, the ordinary piece of paper instantly became different. It gave off a faint golden light, and some evil and demonic aura didn't dare to come close because of the fate. This was because Jiao Fu was still too weak right now. Once Zhao Fu became more powerful, an imperial edict would become an imperial writ, and it would be able to make devils and demons retreat. Zhao Fu placed the general soul on the general statue, and Li Si announced the imperial edict. By the will of the heavens, the emperor declares, sensing the chaos in the world and hundreds of ghosts rampaging about, thou art the city god of Qin City to protect the commoners. After Dark North Red Autumn heard the decree, the imperial decree turned into a ray of golden light and shot into Dark North Red Autumn's forehead. Dark North Red Autumn, who was half kneeling on the ground, gave off a wave of energy, causing him to change. Golden light shined out from his body, causing Dark North Red Autumn's soul state to become more corporeal and give off a dignified aura. His aura also became more powerful. The stone statue in the hall also changed. The original general's appearance disappeared and turned into Dark North Red Autumn's appearance. The stone statue and Dark North Red Autumn had become one. The stone statue had become Dark North Red Autumn's body, which was the city god's body. Commoners came to offer incense and gather faith energy, which could increase their strength. Even though the city god could also absorb faith energy and could be said to be a god in the real world, this was only a ghost profession and was different from a true god. System announcement. Your appointment as the city god has been successful. You have obtained an additional 15% suppression of evil energy and the authority to recruit 300 soldiers, increasing your protection. After successfully appointing the city god, Zhao Fu received a system announcement. Standing by the side, the black and white impermanences looked quite envious. In the underworld, the city god was a very important position and could govern a region. It turned out that it was so easy to become a city god, no wonder their families had done everything they could to keep them in the human world. After appointing the city god, Zhao Fu spent some coins to summon the 300 soldiers. Next, what Zhao Fu needed to do was to calculate all of the gains from the Ghost Festival. The one who had benefited the most from the Ghost Festival was undoubtedly Great Qin. In terms of professions, Great Qin had obtained the first-ranked 100 Ghost Illusionist, third-ranked Ghost Summoner, and ninth-ranked Nether Ghost Archer. These professions were all incredibly powerful, and they would become Great Qin's main force in the future. Even though there were not many people who could change professions, there would most likely be something in the future that would increase the number of professions. For example, Zhao Fu's King's Ring could increase the upper limit of professions, but it was only effective for professions below B grade. Now, there were other gains. During the Ghost Festival, Zhao Fu had spent most of his money on various items. At the same time, the effects of spending money were quite shocking. There were 90,000 or so ghost treasure sacks and 50,000 city god stones, which could be used to build 5,000 city god temples, as well as countless upgrade stones. After opening the 90,000 or so ghost treasure bags, apart from items and skills, there was also equipment. Adding on the materials used to make equipment, Zhao Fu had obtained 46,000 pieces of silver-grade equipment. Most system main cities wouldn't even have so many pieces of silver-grade equipment. Zhao Fu had also obtained 73 Sky Ghost treasure sacks, which contained 37 pieces of gold-grade equipment. Finally, there was also the epic-grade slaughtering ghost sword that Zhao Fu had obtained. Who else could achieve such a huge harvest? No one could compare with Qin's harvest. It was estimated that the harvest of several major forces could only be achieved by Qin Haodong. At the same time, it was also thanks to the efforts of everyone in Qin City. They didn't relax at all during the Ghost Festival. Each of them worked hard, which was why Qin City had such a harvest this time. Seeing their fatigued expressions, Zhao Fu ordered the residents of Qin City to put down everything and rest for a day before holding a grand celebration. After giving this order, everyone in Qin City cheered, and there was finally a festive atmosphere. The celebration soon began, and Zhao Fu personally rewarded and praised the generals and soldiers who had performed well. Following this, the celebration officially began. Zhao Fu wasn't used to this sort of liveliness, so he didn't participate. He only sat at the top and smiled as he looked at the joyous people. Your Majesty, I still want to go to a system main city to have a look. Asani walked over to Zhao Fu's side, looking quite nervous as she looked at Zhao Fu with a look of hope in her eyes. Zhao Fu turned to look at Asani and smiled. She had put in a lot of effort during the Ghost Festival, so Zhao Fu nodded and agreed. However, Zhao Fu was still worried about her safety, so he told her to ask Lu Mei to take her with her every time she went. After hearing Zhao Fu's agreement, Asani smiled as she skipped away, looking quite lively and cute. As for Lu Mei, she had one foot on the table, drinking with someone else. Following this, Zhao Fu saw that the celebration was almost over, so he decided to leave and return to the real world to see what was going on. After returning to the real world, Zhao Fu opened his eyes, and that familiar feeling of hunger flooded into his mind. Zhao Fu could only ask his bodyguard to get him some food while he opened his computer and went to the Heaven Awaken World Forum to see what the various factions had obtained during the Ghost Festival. The top 4 professions had been obtained by an unknown faction, and Zhao Fu inwardly laughed because he had obtained 2 of these professions. However, the 5th-ranked profession, the Berserker, was not obtained by a system faction but by Great Xia's legatee, CG. The 6th-ranked profession, the Demon Swordsman, was obtained by Great Shang. The 7th-ranked profession, the Ghost Knight, was obtained by Great Zhou. The 8th-ranked profession, the Ghost Soldier, was obtained by the Divine Ghost City. The 9th-ranked profession, the Nether Ghost Archer, was obtained by Zhao Fu, and the 10th-ranked profession, the Ten Ghost Warrior, was obtained by Great Han. The 11th-ranked profession was obtained by the System Faction Abyss City. The 12th-ranked profession was obtained by the Pharaoh Kingdom. The 13th-ranked profession was obtained by Great Tang, and the 14th-ranked profession was obtained by an unknown faction. The 15th-ranked profession was obtained by the Roman Empire. Most of the top 15 professions had been obtained by players, and only a few had been obtained by system factions. This would become a trend in the future would be dominated by players. This was something that could not be changed. After looking at this information, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. King Arthur's queen, who had shone brilliantly during the first 10,000 Flower Festival, did not obtain any professions this time. Could it be that the professions obtained weren't announced? This was quite unlikely, as it had been announced when she had obtained the Holy Heaven profession. Moreover, Zhao Fu had heard some things about her on the internet. She believed in the path of light, and she was fair, trustworthy, courageous, and humble. As such, many people were willing to follow her. In the West, she was the absolute king, and her fame was at least double that of the Roman Empire's legatee. With her personality, she would not hide anything. Could it be that she was not interested in the Ghost Festival? Zhao Fu did not understand what she was trying to say. After looking at this, Zhao Fu looked at the other information and found that Great Xia, Great Shang, and Great Zhou had all used their nation armaments during the Ghost Festival. The terrifying power of this nation armament caused the ordinary players to feel incredibly shocked, and it became the hottest topic of the day. Author's note, AI. The results were terrible. I only had an average of 100 subscriptions. Now, my updates were much better. But with such results, some people asked why the book needed to be paid. Nowadays, which official publisher wouldn't charge? Even those gurus did. Authors spent 7 to 8 hours a day writing in front of the computer. This was a profession. Of course, it needed a source of income. Now, only the 5 great dynasties, which had gathered a large amount of China's fate, dared to use their nation armaments so easily. If Xia, Shang, Zhou, Qin, and Han wanted to use their nation armaments in the future, they would have to think about it carefully and see their true strength. Apart from China, the Roman Empire also used their nation armaments. Their nation armament was a spear, and it was called the Spear of Constantine. On the other side, the Pharaoh Kingdom also used their nation armament slightly, but they did not dare to use it for real. Their nation armament was called the Sun Crown. Right now, they only dared to use it slightly because they did not have a large amount of fate. Since China was in the Midland continent, it definitely had a large amount of fate, but only the 5 great dynasties could use it. Out of the 5 great dynasties, the Han dynasty did not use their nation armaments, and for some reason, their gains were much weaker than the other great dynasties. Apart from that, there were no other nation armaments. As for how many nation armaments there were, Zhao Fu did not know. After all, the world was so big and had such a long history, and there were so many dynasties. Right now, because it was the early stages, most people did not dare to use their nation armaments, and Zhao Fu had a deep understanding of their power. In the later stages, when the various dynasties developed, these nation armaments would appear. When that time came, the Heaven Awakened world would be incredibly terrifying and cruel. Back at Great Xia, CG was quite satisfied with his gains this time. During the 10,000 Flower Festival, he had only obtained the 8th-ranked legendary grade equipment, and this time, he had obtained the 5th-ranked legendary grade equipment. This was a great improvement. However, he was still quite concerned about the top 4 professions. Recently, Qin's popularity had slowly died down and had not caused any major events. As such, he did not receive as much attention as before. After hearing his subordinate's report, it seemed that Qin had not obtained a single profession. How could CG believe that? He already saw Qin as the most powerful opponent in his life, so he did not believe that Qin was so weak. CG immediately thought of one of the top 4 professions. Perhaps Qin had obtained one, but according to East Green's report, nothing big had happened there. Could it be that Qin was not an East Green? Or what? CG couldn't understand why, but he felt quite uneasy. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would be the 1st and 3rd professions. Great Shang's Di Wutian stood on the high ground and laughed domineeringly. He was quite satisfied with the results this time. Behind him, apart from the dozen or so beautiful women from before, there seemed to be a few more beautiful women. It seemed like his harem had increased by a few more. Great Zhou's Ji Shenming was not very satisfied with his gains from the Ghost Festival, but he was still satisfied. He held a banquet to entertain those who had contributed greatly. The large Han Luyi sighed, feeling a bit disappointed. Something unexpected had happened this time. After looking through the Heaven Awaken World Forum, Zhao Fu's bodyguard came back with some food. After quickly eating, Zhao Fu once again returned to the Heaven Awaken World. Now that the Ghost Festival had concluded, Qin turned his attention back to the main matters at hand. There were 2 main things that he needed to do. The first was to start the slavery system. Qin had opened up 21 passages to the outer regions, and 7 of them were at the borders of Vietnam. Zhao Fu had also made arrangements for the Vietnamese people on Zhao Fu's side to control them on the surface, but Qin was controlling them in secret. Afterwards, Zhao Fu wanted Lai Qingqian to create a faction that would not only recruit indigenous residents but also a large number of Vietnamese players. On the Chinese side, Zhao Fu also wanted to establish a faction and recruit all sorts of people. The more chaotic the border regions were, the more benefits there would be, and the more benefits Zhao Fu would obtain. However, Zhao Fu's goal wasn't just the border regions. He wanted to start the slavery system and use shatter steel iron equipment in exchange for a large number of people. This move of Zhao Fu's was quite insidious, but Zhao Fu didn't care what methods he used. As long as he could achieve his goal, that was enough. He didn't want some people to disguise what he was trying to do as an open and aboveboard plot. If there were 3 factions, Zhao Fu would definitely be neutral and lean towards evil. However, population was quite important to any territory, and no one would normally sell people unless they had no other choice. That's right. What Zhao Fu wanted to do was to incite all sorts of conflicts and make them fight each other, making it so that they had no choice but to exchange people. If he wanted this plan to succeed, he would have to personally investigate the distribution of factions in each region, as well as gather all sorts of information. This required a detailed plan to succeed. Starting the slavery system would encourage war and subjugate the other side, turning them into slaves. In the real world, this kind of action would be criticized for violating human rights and pacifism. However, Zhao Fu didn't care at all. After the Heaven Awaken world devoured the real world, the Dark Age would descend, and no one would be able to escape true death. Once they died, they would truly die, and they would understand that living was a luxury. Nobility, justice, peace, kindness, if they could still maintain these things, Zhao Fu would accept their criticism. However, it was likely that there wouldn't be even 1 in 10,000 people left, and most people would become hypocrites. Moreover, if he wanted to use equipment as the price for slavery, he would need a large number of materials. He could use bronze concentrate to provide some, and he could also purchase a large number of materials to make up for this. High-grade materials were quite difficult to obtain, but ordinary materials were quite easy to obtain. Finally, if he wanted to do this, he had to be absolutely neutral and couldn't appear threatening, or else he wouldn't be able to succeed. The second thing was to obtain a large number of Stage 1 corpses or corpses with high-grade grades. Qin would usually obtain some corpses with high-grade grades when he conquered other villages, so this wasn't too difficult. However, Zhao Fu couldn't ask for too much, and he could only ask for A-grade corpses. Zhao Fu wanted soldiers with high-grade grades to cultivate faster and have better comprehension, and he wanted stage 1 corpses to refine blood god pills to quickly raise their cultivations. Out of Zhao Fu's 20,000 soldiers, roughly 5,000 of them had stage 0 to 7 or 0 to 8 cultivation. These were all veterans who had followed Zhao Fu before, so their cultivations were quite high and most of them had a grade. Once he obtained a large number of stage 1 corpses, Zhao Fu would instantly have 5,000 stage 1 soldiers. However, it was quite difficult to obtain a large number of stage 1 corpses, and only system main cities had them. There were very few cities like Battle City, which provided 20 or so corpses per day. Otherwise, with Battle City providing 20 or so corpses per day, Zhao Fu wouldn't have to worry about this at all. Could it be that he used some sort of method to start a war between two system main cities so that he could collect stage 1 corpses? At the same time, refining corpses required energy stones, and if Zhao Fu wanted to fully implement slavery, it would be equivalent to using money to buy people. This was already a losing business, and energy stones were quite expensive, 10 gold coins each, so 1,000 of them would be 10,000 gold coins. Zhao Fu did not have that much money. Indeed, if Zhao Fu wanted to carry out this plan, people like Zhao Fu, who did not lack money, would become incredibly poor. However, it was still possible to control this, but it would slow down the speed of development. Zhao Fu could start carrying out the first plan, but Zhao Fu had no idea what to do with the second plan, so he could only take things one step at a time. Zhao Fu took Xianxia with him and started carrying out the plan. Elsewhere, Qin had reorganized his forces and started to conquer the outside world. However, every group now had 100 ghost illusionists, ghost summoners, and underworld ghost archers. The 100 ghost illusionists could cast the dark ghost world together, which was a powerful illusion that allowed Qin's forces to keep as many captives as possible and take as many people as possible. After Zhao Fu gave the order, Qin's various departments quickly started to carry out the plan. They set up trading offices in the various regions to exchange for people. Because these trading offices were set up by a mysterious faction, it was best not to have any connections with the various merchant associations in the various regions. Otherwise, if one side had a lot of money and the other had a lot of people, the threat would be too great. If that happened, who would be stupid enough to trade with them and put them in even more danger? The trading office was set up on a bustling street in a system main city, and it was the property that Zhao Fu had bought before. Now that Zhao Fu was a first-ranked baron, he could hire 30 stage 1 guards. Zhao Fu placed 10 of them in his restaurant and left 20 to guard the trading office. Zhao Fu understood that once the trading center was established, it would definitely become a place of trouble, so he needed a powerful deterrence. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to guarantee the safety of the trading center. As soon as the trading booth appeared, it didn't hide its evil intentions. It directly hung up a sign with a price clearly stated, a good quality normal weapon for a young man, no race restrictions. A good quality blue equipment for 10 people, no race restrictions, no gender restrictions, and no age restrictions. A good quality silver equipment for 100 people, no race restrictions, no gender restrictions, no age restrictions. A good piece of common equipment was worth 60 silver coins. If converted to copper coins, it would be 6,000 copper coins. If converted to real-world currency, it would be 60,000 gold coins. As soon as the trading center was set up, it was immediately surrounded by people with different attitudes. Some people angrily cursed, "Are you even human? How dare you treat people like livestock and sell them?" Another person yelled, "I'm a law student, and your actions are against the law. You'll be imprisoned for at least a few years." Some people also shouted angrily, "This is too disrespectful of human rights. This kind of behavior is completely wrong. I hope you won't do this kind of thing. Otherwise, all of us will despise you and seriously protest against this kind of behavior." That's right. Don't you think people like you are going too far? You're actually using slavery in a civilized society. You're not a civilized person at all. Following this, 2 or 3 people took the lead, and many people became furious and started to curse at Zhao Fu's people. Zhao Fu, who wanted to see how the trading office was doing, couldn't help but laugh when he heard their words. Xiaofu felt that after living in a civilized world for so long, their brains had become rusty, and they were becoming more and more stupid. After all, they still didn't understand their situation, and the system main cities behind them were still strictly regulated, so they didn't know how dark this world was. After the Heaven Awakened world devoured the real world, the Heaven Awakened world had become a world where the strong preyed on the weak. The system main cities had lost the power to restrict their actions, and there was no longer any order to them. Most players would lose their footing or be slaughtered by the system main cities. When that time came, they would be able to do whatever they wanted, including killing, robbing, raping, and taking revenge. There would be no power to restrict them, and they would be able to do anything. Do you think anyone will care? You're too weak. If someone kills you, they'll just kill you. It's just that simple, and if you die, you'll just die. When that time came, the people living in the civilized world would wake up and realize what kind of world this was. However, it would be too late, and Xiaofu didn't have any intentions of saving them. However, no matter if one wanted to do evil or good, they needed the support of a powerful force. Hearing them talk about respecting life and spreading love, Xiaofu felt quite disgusted. He stepped out, and a massive aura exploded out from his body, weighing down on the ordinary players' bodies. Everyone felt their bodies sink, and they felt incredibly shocked. The entire scene fell silent, and no one dared to say anything. If you want to trade, I welcome you. If you want to make trouble, you can die. Xiaofu's cold voice and his massive aura caused everyone present to feel incredibly nervous, and they didn't dare to say anything. An average-looking woman with acne on her face mustered up her courage and said nervously, I'm not afraid of you. What you're doing is wrong. We need to respect human rights and spread love to the world to build civilization and harmony. What you're doing is like scum of the civilized world. What's the difference between you and scum, pooh? Xiaofu couldn't even be bothered to look at her, and he casually waved his hand, sending out a black sword light that decapitated the woman's head. Blood spurted everywhere as the woman's head fell to the ground, and her corpse powerlessly fell to the ground. Arg! The surrounding people hadn't expected such a thing to happen, and they all screamed in fear. As Xiaofu's cold gaze turned towards them, they immediately ran away in terror. Even though they had killed a person in a system main city, it wasn't a big deal. Firstly, they were making trouble, and secondly, Xiaofu was a first-ranked baron. Thirdly, Xiaofu had just killed a player, not an indigenous resident of the system main city. Therefore, nothing happened. The few of them directly threw the corpse into the mass grave outside the city and settled it. Before, many people had objected to this, but some people were quite tempted. Killing a person was worth 60,000 coins, which was quite easy to obtain in the Heaven Awakened world. For example, a few people could go to a village in the wilderness and kidnap a person. It wasn't like in the real world, where it was a crime. With such massive benefits, many people agreed, and after asking about the situation, they prepared to act. Cowtooth City was a system main city on the Vietnamese side, and it was the place where Xiaofu had captured Xianxia. Now, Xiaofu wanted her to establish a faction here. If you want to be above one person and below tens of thousands of people, you must first act like a leader. Xiaofu looked at Xianxia and saw that she gave off a weak aura, and she didn't seem like a leader at all. Even though he didn't need her to truly manage them, he still needed to look convincing, so he gave her a warning. Hearing this, Xianxia earnestly nodded, indicating that she understood. When Xiaofu had told her to be a leader, she had thought that she wouldn't be able to do it. However, after thinking about this great opportunity, if she could do it well, she would be able to enter the upper echelons of Qin City and enjoy supreme status and riches. If she missed this opportunity, she would be a small village chief and live an ordinary life. Xianxia wanted to grab this opportunity, but in front of Xiaofu, she didn't dare to act tough. After all, Xiaofu's aura was simply too powerful. Seeing this, Xiaofu brought Xianxia to a property that he had bought here. This place had an area of 3,000 square meters, and it was not too expensive. As such, it was quite good for a faction to set up a base. Xiaofu didn't set up a village here and develop it as a stronghold. After all, he had only just established his faction, so things weren't ready yet. As such, he would only do that after he developed his faction. Jiao Fu had already thought of a name for this faction, and it was called the Vietnamese Guard. That's right, it meant to protect Vietnam. On the surface, Jiao Fu wanted to establish this faction to protect Vietnam and prevent it from being harmed by other countries. At the same time, he wanted to develop Vietnam and make it stronger. Thinking about this, Jiao Fu couldn't help but laugh. If he wanted to make his faction powerful, he had to have an honorable identity and make people respect him. He had to make them believe that this faction was helping to defend Vietnam. Jiao Fu felt that Jiao Fu was not afraid of the Vietnamese faction, and he could not help but laugh. They would show their patriotism and actively participate, fighting for Vietnam's rise with a sacrificial spirit. That way, the Vietnamese Guard would be able to infiltrate Vietnam and become a top-tier faction in Vietnam. Now, it was time to carry out the real plan. They would first cause chaos within the Vietnamese government, then take them down one by one before devouring them. No matter how they thought about it, they would never have imagined that the Vietnamese faction that they had sworn to protect with their lives in the name of patriotism was actually the culprit behind the destruction of Vietnam. Those were all matters for the future. Right now, it was time to recruit people. Jiao Fu had already selected some of the faction's core members, and now it was time to recruit ordinary Vietnamese people. Everyone. Have you been bullied by the Chinese people not only in the real world but also in the Heaven Awakened world? Haven't you had enough of them? China is indeed powerful, and it was the most powerful country in ancient times. However, we Vietnam aren't afraid of it. As long as we unite, we won't let them continue to act so arrogantly. I've established the Vietnamese Guard to protect Vietnam from being bullied by anyone and to defend Vietnam's dignity to the death. I believe that Vietnam is the most powerful country in the world. Xianxia stood out and yelled out the lines that she had long since prepared. Her performance was quite good, and her words were filled with patriotism. These words immediately attracted the attention of countless Vietnamese people. Because the border region was quite chaotic and they were facing China, adding on all sorts of conflicts, both sides viewed each other with hostility. At that moment, Xianxia's words immediately resonated with many people. Who wouldn't like their country being praised? There were 3 layers of people here, 3 layers of people outside, and a large number of people gathered. Xianxia glanced at Jiao Fu, and Jiao Fu nodded. Xianxia understood and continued to yell, "Everyone, think about our history of submitting to China and how we've been bullied by China for so many years. Now, we're facing other threats from Vietnam's borders. We can't continue to remain silent, we should stand up and unite. Join the Vietnamese Guard. Everyone, please come and take a look." These incredibly provocative words caused the Vietnamese people's blood to boil. Many women were so excited that they cried, and the men yelled, "I want to join." When they found out that the Vietnamese Guard's treatment was good, the crowd became even more enthusiastic. The scene was bustling, and it was almost uncontrollable. Ordinary members received 1,000 copper coins per month, which was worth 10,000 in the real world. Elite members received 3,000 copper coins per month, which was worth 30,000 in the real world. Now that prices had plummeted, money in the real world was not worth much, but this amount still caused many people to feel incredibly excited. To Jiao Fu, this amount of money wasn't much at all. Moreover, they had to pay more than they received, as they had to do many things in a month. Now that the Vietnamese Guard had a righteous appearance and was being treated so well, everyone wanted to join the Vietnamese Guard, regardless of whether they were men or women, young or old. Of course, Jiao Fu did not accept just anyone. He would not be so stupid as to spend money on those who were useless or had low battle power. After some selection, the Vietnamese Guard now had 1,500 people. To a system main city that had around 1 million players, this was quite a small number. However, the faction had only just been established, and its foundation wasn't stable yet, so they had only recruited so few people. After the faction's foundation was stable, they could slowly expand and develop until they covered every corner of Vietnam. When that time came, Jiao Fu would open his evil mouth and devour them. They didn't expect Qin to be controlling all of this, but by the time they realized it, it was already too late. Looking at the Vietnamese people's faces brimming with confidence, excitement, and joy, Jiao Fu also smiled, but it contained a trace of coldness. Now that the strategy that he had set up was finally being carried out, Jiao Fu felt more at ease. Now, it was time to slowly develop and plan for the next phase of the strategy. As soon as the Vietnamese Guard appeared, it attracted the attention of many local factions. Many people were quite wary of this faction that had suddenly appeared and was quite famous. However, as the Vietnamese Guard expressed all sorts of goodwill, they relaxed their wariness. This was especially so for those in the Vietnamese military. They liked this sort of patriotic faction. After all, the Vietnamese Guard's goal was to protect Vietnam, unlike other factions. This didn't conflict with their interests, and it was the same as their duties as soldiers. As such, the Vietnamese military planned to help the Vietnamese Guard develop quickly. After dealing with the Vietnamese Guard, Zhao Fu returned to Qin City. Just as he was about to discuss the next step with Bai Qi and the others, Zhang Baishu came to find him and told him that the 100 origin pills had been refined. Unknowingly, the 100 origin grass had been planted on a large scale, and with the help of the flower spirits, it was finally time for them to be used on a large scale. The 100 origin pill was a stage 2 medicinal pill that could increase one's cultivation speed by 4 times. With this medicinal pill, Zhao Fu's soldiers would be able to cultivate even faster. At the very least, their cultivation speed would not be any slower than that of soldiers from main cities. This made Zhao Fu feel quite happy, and he received the first bottle of 100 origin pills that Zhang Baishu had refined. The 100 origin pills were as big as soybeans and were a dense green color. They didn't smell like medicinal pills but like a type of grass, and they gave off a faint fragrance. Zhao Fu consumed one and felt a large amount of spirit energy spread out in his abdomen. The effects were quite good, and he smiled as he said in a cordial tone, "Baishu, go back and refine more. Go back and refine it so that the entire army can use it." Zhang Baishu looked quite delighted, and he felt quite flattered by Zhao Fu's tone. He was already quite satisfied that Zhao Fu was satisfied, so he obeyed and began to refine a large number of 100 origin pills. Following this, Zhao Fu discussed with Bai Qi and the others about the strategic direction for the future, as well as some other matters. After making these decisions, Zhao Fu went to talk to Ba Qing. After all, conquering the outside world required money, and exchanging equipment for soldiers required even more money. There were many other things that required money, and after the Ghost Festival, Qin City was quite short on money. Ba Qing, what do you think of the business side? Zhao Fu sat on a chair and looked at Ba Qing, who gave off a virtuous aura. Ba Qing smiled and lightly nodded as she replied, "Your Majesty, I do indeed have some ideas." When he heard this, Zhao Fu motioned for Ba Qing to continue. "Your Majesty, with the chaotic situation right now, equipment and medicinal pills would be the most profitable, and they would increase the enemy's strength. If Your Majesty doesn't want to sell them, we can only look at traditional business. Most countries' economies are based on a certain type of economy, such as agriculture, animal husbandry, or the current industry that Your Highness has mentioned. First, all of the factions have plenty of food, but some of the outlanders don't have enough. A region is so big, and it's not just the system main cities that have commercial value. The other regions also have value, so we can consider trading with them. Next is animal husbandry. The commercial value of this isn't very high, because no one seems to lack meat. However, it can still be developed, and there are still some profits to be made. I suggest that Qin City should develop its breeding industry. Now that Qin City controls more than 500 miles, we can set aside a piece of land to breed some animals. Not only can it supply the residents of Qin City, but it can also be sold in large quantities. As for industry, it would not appear in this era for the time being, so he could give it up completely and turn his attention to business itself. Now, Qin's main source of income was running restaurants and selling all kinds of special products. As the system develops, many people have become barons and set up shops in the system main cities. Under my management, the profits of the restaurants have continuously decreased, and now, they only make about half of what they used to. However, this is already the highest they can make. The competition for the restaurants is incredibly intense, and they only make half of what they used to because of their reputation and special dishes. As such, the restaurant's business has stabilized. As such, the restaurant's business cannot be changed, and they can only increase their profits by selling more regions. The more regions they open, the better. At the same time, the special products' profits have stabilized, and they no longer make as much money as before. However, this can be changed through business methods. Using a wholesale model, he would no longer be able to operate on his own. Instead, he would be able to sell them at a slightly lower price. He would be able to maximize the sales volume and obtain profits. There are also special products, such as East Green's freshwater fish, Red Plum Plains red plums, and 100 Bamboos bamboo rats. These can be farmed, so they don't have to spend money to buy them. Instead, they can set up their own farming regions in different regions. This way, they can make even more profits, as there are no costs. It's a pity that most people are self-sufficient in the Heaven Awakened world, or else they would be able to make even more profits. After hearing Ba Qing's words, Zhao Fu felt that there were still many things that he had not taken care of. Ba Qing was indeed a genius in this area, and she was able to immediately see so many problems. The restaurant's business caused Zhao Fu to sigh. The restaurant's business was Qing Town's first pot of gold, but as other people's statuses rose, Zhao Fu's advantage no longer existed. However, how are we going to do this? Zhao Fu asked. Some of the things that Ba Qing said could be done, while others couldn't. For example, there were hundreds of times more people in the wilderness than in the system main cities, so there was indeed a lot of profit. However, how are we going to do this? The wilderness is so big, and the villages are scattered all over the place, so how can we trade with them? This seems impossible. If their location was exposed, Zhao Fu wouldn't just be doing business with them. Indeed, this was a world where good and evil coexisted, and there were some benefits to living in villages. As such, Zhao Fu's methods could be gentler. What Zhao Fu needed was people. No matter what method he used, the more people he had, the better. However, he didn't want to put his soldiers in danger. After all, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. It had been said before that Zhao Fu's faction was neutral, and it leaned towards evil. After all, completely good people wouldn't live for long in this world. Apart from this, there were other things that could be done, such as developing agriculture, animal husbandry, and establishing their own farms in the various regions. In the future, they would be able to expand and consolidate the area that they controlled. However, this would require a lot of manpower, and it would take at least a few hundred soldiers to ensure their safety. Zhao Fu could only carry out this plan after exchanging equipment for a large number of people. I understand, I'll take care of this matter. Zhao Fu was quite pleased with Ba Qing's ideas, as they would be of great help to Qing Town's business. Ba Qing happily smiled. Zhao Fu was willing to listen to her ideas. Following this, Zhao Fu took out a map of Qing Town's territory. This map had been drawn up by Qing Town during his conquest, and it was incredibly detailed. Although the area of a few hundred kilometers seemed quite large, it was actually quite small. Zhao Fu wondered when he would be able to restore the Qin Empire to its former glory. Zhao Fu found a relatively flat area and planned to go there later to see if he could develop animal husbandry there. A town? Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and delighted as he said, "Tell me about this in detail." The soldier obeyed and told Zhao Fu everything that had happened. It turned out that it was not Qin who had discovered them but that they had entered Qin's territory first. In order to ensure Qin's safety, Zhao Fu had set up a few layers of defenses. The first layer was the outermost region, which was within Qin's territory. There was a cordon, and there were not many people stationed there. However, it was incredibly tight, and most of them were ratfolk scouts. Once anyone entered Qin's territory, Qin would immediately be notified and would be prepared to face the enemy. This time, a group of soldiers had entered Qin's territory and were discovered by the ratfolk. However, this group of soldiers only went around Qin's territory and did not go too deep. They did not discover Qin and returned to their own territory. However, now, their tracks had been exposed. The ratfolk assassins who had followed them found out that this was a town, so they immediately came back to report. After hearing the soldiers' report, Zhao Fu thought for a moment and decided to go and have a look. Most of the soldiers had not returned, but Zhao Fu did not plan to summon them back. After all, once a town became suppressive level, it would not be easy to take it down, unlike a village. Mountain Willow Town was an exception. Zhao Fu had relied on the Lu family's reputation and the majority of the Lu family's supporters to defeat Zhang Hong and take over Mountain Willow Town. This time, it was evident that such a good thing would not happen. Zhao Fu rode on Little Black and brought the rat folk who had discovered the town and Little Sha to go and take a look. A few hours later, Zhao Fu came to a high ground and looked at the town in the distance. This town was located on a very flat area, and the surrounding land was fertile and filled with crops. The town was slightly bigger than Mountain Willow Town, and it had around 30,000 residents. The town walls were 6 meters tall, and the guards were quite strict. They all held weapons and looked around the town. There were many residents walking to and fro in front of the town gates. It seemed that the town was developing quite well, and it looked quite prosperous. This was a small town, and it would not be easy to take it down. If they attacked it forcefully, Zhao Fu would suffer heavy losses. Suddenly, Zhao Fu thought of the 100 Ghost Illusionists combination skill, Dark Ghost World. This skill was rated S+, and it was a combination skill. The reason why it was called a combination skill was that the more people there were, the more terrifying the effect would be. However, this town was just too big. Adding on the fact that the city walls covered an area of more than 10 kilometers, it was impossible for the dark ghost world created by 300 ghost illusionists to completely cover it. Unless Zhao Fu had thousands of 100 ghost illusionists, he would be able to create a super illusion world and drag everyone into the dark ghost world, causing them to have a mental breakdown. That way, Zhao Fu would be able to easily take down the town. It was a pity that Zhao Fu only had 300 ghost illusionists, and they would only be able to create a dark ghost world that covered an area of 6 kilometers. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Fu decided to retreat and gather his soldiers before proceeding with the next step. However, Zhao Fu left a few assassins here to gather information. It would be best if they could capture a captive and obtain information about the town. Zhao Fu's assassins were also quite powerful. After returning to Qin City, Zhao Fu gave the order to recall all of his soldiers. However, this would take some time, as it would take some time for the soldiers to return and relay the order. At that moment, another void beast respawned, so Zhao Fu decided to temporarily open a passage to the outside world. After Zhao Fu opened the passage, the soldiers would most likely return. Now that they had an advanced teleportation channel, it was much more convenient for Qin City. This time, Zhao Fu was going to open a passage to a place called Green Apricot. Zhao Fu had long since known about Green Apricot because one of the 4 people from the Qin Resistance Alliance was there. It's Great Shun. Great Shun was the regime established by Li Zicheng at the end of the Ming dynasty. It was he who had overthrown the Great Ming dynasty, forced the last emperor of the Ming dynasty to his death, and conquered the capital. It was a pity that Li Zicheng didn't have the last laugh. Wu Sangui had allowed the Qing army to enter, and Li Zicheng's army had been defeated. Great Shun's regime had been destroyed, and Great Shun's legatee had been taken by the Qing army. However, because Great Shun had overthrown a dynasty, it had received a lot of fate, and its legacy was better than that of an ordinary dynasty. Now that Zhao Fu had come here, he naturally wouldn't let Great Shun have an easy time. Since they were opposing Qin City, Zhao Fu had to act first. Even though he wouldn't be able to destroy Great Shun, he would be able to restrict its development. It would be best to weaken it as much as possible, and once Qin City developed, they would be the first to attack. This would inadvertently help the Great Ming dynasty. After all, the Great Ming dynasty's enmity with Great Shun was the greatest, and it was just that it wasn't convenient for them to act right now. Zhao Fu's opinion of the Great Ming dynasty was quite good, and it was a bit better than the other dynasties. It wasn't like the Han and Tang dynasties, nor was it like the Song and Qing dynasties. Even though most of the emperors in history were muddle-headed, they were at least courageous. The Son of Heaven defends the kingdom, and the king dies for the kingdom. However, Zhao Fu only felt admiration towards the Great Ming dynasty. This wouldn't affect his strategy at all, nor would he show any mercy. After all, the Great Ming dynasty was one of the most powerful opponents. Green apricot was mostly located in forests, and most of the trees were like the green apricot tree. This type of tree would grow apricot fruits that were green regardless of whether they were ripe or not, and they tasted quite sour. Those who liked to eat sour things liked them. There were 4 system main cities here, and Great Shun occupied a system main city called Apricot City. Of course, this system main city was controlled by Great Shun, and no other factions dared to come here to develop. After all, a dynasty legacy wasn't something that ordinary families could resist. After opening up the passageway here, Zhao Fu had left a few spies here and had them gather as much information as they could about Great Shan so that they could come up with a plan to restrict Great Shan. However, there was the shadow of the school of vertical and horizontal, so Zhao Fu had to be careful in case they had hidden tricks up their sleeves. Now that the regions were all different, it was impossible for the school of vertical and horizontal to work together. As such, Zhao Fu had to take advantage of this opportunity to take them down one by one. Once the regions were all connected, the school of vertical and horizontal would place Qin in an incredibly dangerous position. Even if Zhao Fu stood against them, he wouldn't be able to gain any benefits. However, they would hold Qin back and restrict Qin's development, while Xia, Shang, Zhou, and Han would be able to rapidly develop. The school of vertical and horizontal was simply too troublesome, and when Zhao Fu thought of that, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. A few hours later, Zhao Fu led his soldiers, as well as Bai Qi and a few of his generals, to a hillside and looked at the town in the distance. Because the town was different from a village, it had its own defenses. If Zhao Fu's soldiers recklessly advanced, they would definitely be exposed. At this moment, a few black-hooded Ratman assassins knelt on the ground and respectfully reported, "Your Highness. We've already captured a captive, and we've used torture to make him submit." Hearing this, Zhao Fu turned his head and said softly, "Bring him up." "Yes." The soldier obeyed and brought a middle-aged man with a wretched appearance to Zhao Fu. The middle-aged man had bloodstains on his body and a look of fear on his face. After he was brought in, he knelt on the ground and trembled. When he saw such a powerful group of soldiers appear here and that he had been captured, he could sense that something was wrong. He knew that the town was in danger, and he knew that the town would definitely lose. On his way here, he saw that not only did the soldiers all have powerful auras, but they were also all equipped with silver-grade equipment. There were at least 20,000 soldiers, while the town's population was only 30,000. 5,000 of them were soldiers, and this was already a sure loss for the town. It was impossible for the town to win, and the key was how the other side would conquer the town. Therefore, he had chosen to surrender rationally in order to preserve his life. "What's your name?" Suddenly, a young man's dignified voice sounded out, and the middle-aged man immediately replied, "Sir, it's a small matter. My name is He Jian." Zhao Fu's gaze fell on He Jianqing. "Then tell me roughly what you know, mainly about your town's military strength, population, and lord. Be more detailed." "Yes, yes, yes." He Jian immediately agreed, trembling. He understood that this was the key to his survival. He then began to tell Zhao Fu everything he knew about the town. After learning this information, Zhao Fu briefly sorted it out. This town was called Highstone Town, and the mayor was called Xianxia. His strength was at stage 2, and Highstone Town's population was 30,000. There were roughly 5,000 soldiers, and most of them were equipped with common-grade equipment. Normally, there would be 3 exploration teams outside. This was mainly to find resources or villages outside of the territory. Highstone Town had already devoured a few villages, so its development was slightly faster than ordinary towns. This scouting team should be the team that broke into Qin's territory. Each of these 3 scouting teams had about 300 people. Now, there were still 2 teams that would not return until tomorrow afternoon, so the number of troops could be reduced by 600. In terms of defense, there were both open and hidden sentries scattered around the town. There were also some soldiers patrolling the town, and they did a very good job. Zhao Fu was quite impressed with the mayor. Zhao Fu also asked about the location of the barracks, because most soldiers were either training or cultivating when they had nothing to do. If there were no accidents, they wouldn't all be guarding the city walls. He Jian obediently told Zhao Fu the location of the barracks. It was on the west side of the town. After learning about it, Zhao Fu had an idea. After ordering people to bring He Jian away, Zhao Fu started to discuss with Bai Qi and the others, and they prepared to take action that night. Time quickly passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was already midnight. However, at this moment, it started to drizzle, bringing with it a trace of coldness. There were no stars in the night sky, and it was quite dark. Visibility was not good, and the sound of the rain affected one's hearing. This was a good time to take action, Within the forest near Highstone Town, there were 30 or so soldiers in charge of hidden sentries. Some were hiding in trees, some were hiding in bushes, and some were hiding behind large rocks. They vigilantly looked around, and as soon as there was even the slightest movement, they would know. However, the night was completely dark, and it was drizzling. In this sort of environment, it was easy for people to relax, as it was impossible for them to be constantly on guard. Hearing the sound of the rain falling, they looked around in the darkness. It was just like before, and nothing much had changed. They continued to stand guard, not knowing that death was approaching them. Suddenly, like a gust of wind, a figure wearing a black hood appeared behind a hidden sentinel. The sentinel was startled, and just as he was about to shout, his mouth was covered. A sharp dagger slit his throat, causing blood to spurt out. Before the sentinel died, a look of shock appeared on his face, as if he hadn't expected this. At the same time as this sentinel died, another 7 sentinels were killed. With so many sentinels dying in such a short period of time, a few of the more experienced sentinels immediately felt that something was wrong. They wanted to shout out to everyone to be on guard and let Highstone Town know that an enemy had appeared. However, before they could even shout, arrows pierced through their chests, causing them to die in an instant. At this moment, it was quite easy for assassins to deal with sentinels. This could be considered as a type of weapon that countered the sentinels. After dealing with the hidden sentinels, Zhao Fu killed the sentinels in the open and immediately ordered Wang Jian to take some soldiers, roughly 300 ghost illusionists, to the west of the town. After dealing with the sentinels, things became much easier. Under the cover of the night, Wang Jian and his soldiers stealthily made their way to the west side of the town. At this time, the 100 ghost illusionists raised their staffs made from locust wood. Locust wood was a type of ghost tree, and the staffs made from it were perfect for 100 ghost illusionists. The 300 magic staffs gave off a faint gray light, resonating with each other and giving off a strange energy fluctuation. Dark ghost world. At this moment, the 300 ghost illusionists inwardly cried out and used a skill, stabbing their magic staffs into the ground. A formless energy fluctuation instantly spread out, strands of gray ghostly chi drilled out from the ground and quickly spread out. In just a few moments, it had covered the entire west side of Highstone Town. From the outside, it looked like the west side of Highstone Town was completely covered in gray fog, giving off an eerie and terrifying aura. Not only the people who were sleeping soundly, but even the soldiers standing on the city wall did not notice anything. They only saw the fog, and then the scene before their eyes flashed, and their surroundings changed. There was nothing, only darkness, and they were left standing alone in the same place. A gray ghostly moon appeared in the sky, and numerous malicious ghosts drilled out from the ground and pounced towards the soldiers. The soldiers attacked with their swords in fear, but found that no matter how they attacked, they couldn't hit the ghosts. As such, they could only run in fear. However, no matter how they ran, they couldn't escape from this place. The western side of Highstone Town was completely under Zhao Fu's control, and Wang Jian immediately gave the signal that their plan had succeeded. Seeing this, Zhao Fu started to carry out his plan. The ghost summoners received their orders and came to the eastern side of the town walls. They pressed a hand against the ground, causing ghostly chi to flow out from the ground. Following this, 2-meter-tall, well-built evil ghosts with black horns appeared. These evil ghosts silently came to the bottom of the town walls. The town walls didn't have any evil warding talismans, so they couldn't stop the evil ghosts. Their sharp claws stabbed into the town walls, and the 300 evil ghosts were like geckos as they quickly climbed up the town walls. Some of the soldiers didn't even notice the evil ghosts jumping up the town walls, and when they saw the evil ghosts suddenly jump up, all of the soldiers were given a big fright. The evil ghosts savagely grinned as they charged at the soldiers, sending one of the soldiers flying with a single swipe of their claws. The soldier was heavily injured and fell to the side. The soldier's chest was covered with blood, and there were 5 deep claw marks on it. The arrows had even pierced through his armor. These evil ghosts' strength was roughly equivalent to stage 1, and there were only a few hundred soldiers on the town walls. Their cultivations were all around stage 0 to 5 or 0 to 6, so the 300 evil ghosts were able to easily suppress the soldiers and take control of the town walls. Zhao Fu also started to charge. 20,000 soldiers flooded towards Highstone Town. The sounds of battle from before had already caused quite a commotion, and now that there were so many soldiers charging at them, it was impossible for no one to hear them. The residents, who had been sleeping soundly, immediately woke up. Instantly, all of Highstone Town's residents realized that something was off, and the sounds of fighting came from the eastern side, causing Highstone Town to fall into chaos. However, by now, it was too late. Zhao Fu had already taken down the eastern town gates and led a large number of soldiers to attack the town mayor's residence. Bai Qi, Wei Liao, both of you take a portion of the soldiers and block the people coming from the south and north. The western and eastern sides of Highstone Town were now under Zhao Fu's control, and the western side was deathly silent. Most of Highstone Town's soldiers and residents had been pulled into the dark ghost world and were unable to escape. Now, only a small portion of the soldiers and residents were left to defend the northern and southern sides. The outcome of the battle had already been decided, and what Zhao Fu needed to do now was to end the battle as quickly as possible. As such, he loudly gave the order and led a large number of soldiers to charge into the mayor's mansion. In the mayor's mansion, a fair-skinned young man had woken up a long time ago. In the face of the sudden attack, he was stunned at first, but his reaction was extremely fast, and he gave the order to mobilize the troops. However, when the order was given, there was no response. Soon after, a soldier came to report that the west side of the town was completely shrouded in fog, and the soldiers could not enter. Once they entered, they would lose all contact. That was because the nether ghost world that Zhao Fu had set up was not only an illusion technique, but also an illusion barrier. Not only would it pull the people within it into an illusion, anyone who dared to step into it would also be pulled into an illusion. Mayor. Not good, a large number of enemies have already arrived. A terrified voice suddenly sounded out, and Xianxia's expression became cold. He picked up a large halberd and rushed out of the mayor's mansion. Seeing that Highstone Town was in chaos, he furiously glared at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu sat on Xiaohei and expressionlessly yelled, "You have no chance of winning, so just surrender." "I don't want to kill too much." Xianxia coldly harumphed and gripped his halberd as he rushed over. How could he surrender? Seeing this, Zhao Fu did not say anything else. He squeezed Xiaohei's legs, and Xiaohei understood and rushed towards Xianxia. After evolving into a hell nightmare, Xiaohei's speed was many times faster than before, and he arrived in front of Xianxia like a bolt of lightning. Sky Demon Slash. Zhao Fu lightly yelled as he drew the Sky Demon sword. The sword gave off a large amount of black light as it slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia was greatly startled, and facing this terrifying sword strike, he hurriedly used his halberd to block. Bang! Xianxia slid back 10 or so meters before coming to a stop. Even though Xianxia's cultivation was slightly higher than Zhang Hong's, Zhao Fu's cultivation was no longer at stage 0 to 9. He had used a stage 1 blood god pill and a stage 2 blood god pill to raise his cultivation to stage 1 to 4. When he was at stage 0 to 9, Zhao Fu had been able to easily defeat Zhang Hong, so he did not have to fear Xianxia's hands had been split open by the impact, and a trace of blood flowed out. Xianxia felt that he had underestimated Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu continued to attack Xianxia, and Xianxia roared as he exploded out with all of his strength. He gripped his halberd and swung out. The halberd contained a massive force that tore through the air and swept towards Zhao Fu. Clang, the halberd and sword collided, resulting in a massive explosion. A shockwave rippled out, causing the ground to crack. Zhao Fu's gaze became cold as he suddenly slashed out with his sword, forcing Xianxia back a few steps. Zhao Fu then rushed forwards and ferociously slashed down towards Xianxia. Xianxia was greatly startled and raised his halberd with both hands. Bang! Xianxia felt a massive force, and his legs became weak as he half-knelt on the ground. Zhao Fu suddenly raised his sword, which gave off a massive amount of black light and a terrifying aura as he once again slashed down towards Xianxia. Under this strike, Xianxia's hair stood on end, and he hurriedly rolled to the side. Boom! Zhao Fu's sword descended, leaving a 2-meter-deep gash in the ground. Xianxia, who had rolled to the side, took this opportunity to stab at Zhao Fu with his halberd. However, he was immediately deflected by Zhao Fu's sword, and Zhao Fu continued to stab at Xianxia. Xianxia could only retreat, and he could only focus on defending, unable to retaliate at all. Suddenly, Zhao Fu once again slashed out, sending Xianxia flying back. Xianxia coughed up a mouthful of blood, and a savage look appeared on his face as he yelled, "You forced me to do this." Xianxia suddenly threw a green medicinal pill at Zhao Fu, which flew towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's sword flashed, splitting the medicinal pill in half. Immediately, the green medicinal pill turned into a green mist that spread out, and Zhao Fu sensed a wave of danger. He immediately unleashed his king's domain, and his black dragon inscription barrier spread out, blocking the green mist. The green mist was incredibly poisonous, and it started to corrode Zhao Fu's black dragon inscription barrier. Zhao Fu's black dragon inscription barrier sizzled and swayed as if it was about to shatter. Zhao Fu was given a big fright, and he immediately unleashed his black dragon inscription barrier to block the green mist. Following this, the green mist dissipated. Xianxia was quite shocked to find that Zhao Fu was completely fine. This was his trump card. Zhao Fu looked around and found that it wasn't just Xianxia's people who had been affected by the poison mist, even his own people had been affected. At least 30 or so soldiers on Zhao Fu's side had fallen to the ground, bleeding from their 7 orifices. Seeing Zhao Fu walk over so murderously, Xianxia felt quite afraid and retreated a few steps. However, after thinking about it, he realized that he had already used his trump card and could not defeat Zhao Fu at all. As such, Xianxia leapt to the side and planned to run. Zhao Fu leapt into the air, turning into a black blur as he rushed in front of Xianxia, his sword giving off a sharp sword chi as it slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia was given a big fright, and he could only use his halberd to block Zhao Fu's attack. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and gripped his sword as he swung it with all of his strength, forcing Xianxia back a few steps. Xianxia lost his balance and fell backwards. The Sky Demon sword gave off a massive amount of sword light, and Zhao Fu grasped this opportunity to stab towards Xianxia's throat. The sword gave off a dangerous aura, causing Xianxia's hairs to stand on end, and he quickly tilted his head to the side. Arg! Even though Xianxia had dodged this attack, a gash had appeared on his shoulder, and blood flowed out, dyeing his shoulder red. Zhao Fu was determined to kill Xianxia, so he didn't show any mercy and forcefully pushed his sword to the side. He forcefully swung his halberd towards Xianxia's head. Xianxia felt an intense pain, and he exploded out with power as he swung his halberd, knocking Zhao Fu's sword off course. Zhao Fu borrowed this force to leap into the air and ferociously slash towards Xianxia. At that moment, the injured Xianxia's expression became savage as he raised his halberd and blocked towards Zhao Fu. Clang, a massive explosion sounded out as the two attacks collided, turning into a wild gale. The Sky Demon sword was once again blocked by Xianxia, and he gritted his teeth as he gripped his halberd and blocked. Suddenly, the sword in Zhao Fu's hand had been knocked away, causing Xianxia to be delighted. Just as he was about to use this opportunity to attack, veins bulged on his arms as he raised his halberd, preparing to chop it down on Zhao Fu. However, at this moment, Zhao Fu drew a blood sword from his waist at lightning speed and suddenly stabbed forward. Pooh! The scene seemed to freeze. The blood-colored sword beam pierced through Xianxia's chest. Xianxia's legs went limp, and his eyes glazed over. Finally, he fell to the ground, dead. The Sky Demon sword stabbed into the ground, and the Sky Demon looked quite resentful as she stared at the slaughtering ghost sword in Zhao Fu's hand. She was quite displeased that Zhao Fu had thrown her out. After Xianxia died, Highstone Town instantly lost its ability to resist. After all, only a small portion of the town's soldiers and residents were fighting. Now that the Lord was dead, how could they resist? After concluding this battle and subduing the remaining residents of Highstone Town, Zhao Fu went to the town hall and chose to conquer it. He was quite surprised that Highstone Town was gold grade, and its stats were quite good. After walking out of the town hall in satisfaction, Zhao Fu looked at the people who had surrendered and asked Bai Qi, "How were our losses this time?" Bai Qi cupped his hands and reported, "Your Majesty. This time, we have 2,718 soldiers injured and 256 dead." Hearing this, Zhao Fu sighed. This was the highest number of deaths that Qin had ever suffered. At the start, he had tried his best to avoid these deaths. After all, they were his soldiers, and they were his subordinates. Zhao Fu truly didn't want them to die. However, war was cruel, and Zhao Fu understood this. As such, he could only sigh and give the order to collect the corpses of the soldiers who had died and give them a proper burial. Zhao Fu removed the dark ghost world on the west side of the town and tied up the soldiers who had collapsed to the ground in fear. He then poured cold water on them to wake them up. After hearing that Highstone Town had been conquered, the soldiers looked quite unsightly, and most of them chose to surrender. However, there were roughly 100 or so people who would rather die than surrender. They even said that they would let them go and take revenge for Xianxia. Zhao Fu couldn't be bothered with these people, and he gave the order to cut off the heads of these 100 or so people to calculate the results of this battle. Highstone Town lost 5,879 people in total, and there were 24,810 left. At the same time, they obtained some treasures, which were worth hundreds of thousands of silver coins, as well as countless pieces of food and equipment. Apart from the people, Zhao Fu didn't care about anything else. After giving out some money, it was already quite late, so Zhao Fu decided to rest here for the night. He would wait until the next day to take down the two scouting teams. Finally, his gaze fell on Xianxia's corpse. After using corpse examination, he found that his grade was SS grade, so he put the corpse into his king's ring. However, before doing so, Zhao Fu took off Xianxia's spatial ring and looked inside. Apart from some food, materials, and equipment, Zhao Fu found something else that was quite good. This caused Zhao Fu to feel quite delighted. It was a recipe. Hidden evil, recipe, required materials, green ash, charred wood, hidden evil grass, description, a strange recipe that can be added to any medicinal pill. However, it contains a colorless and odorless poison that ordinary people are unable to detect. If one uses it for a long time without an antidote, one's body will become weak and they will die. This was another item that could be used to trick people. If it was added to medicinal pills and sold, it would definitely cause many people to die. Now that these things had appeared, Zhao Fu felt that the market was incredibly dark. Those things weren't his own, so he couldn't feel at ease using them. It was possible that he would be tricked by someone else. Hidden evil required hidden evil grass to refine, which was a stage 2 spirit grass. It was even rarer than stage 200 origin grass, and it would most likely be quite difficult to find. Even if he found it, it would take a long time to grow it before it could be used. In other words, if Zhao Fu wanted to trick people, he would have to wait for a long time. As such, Zhao Fu could only put away hidden evil for now. However, what happened next was a pleasant surprise. A soldier came to report that there was a large amount of hidden evil grass growing on the south side of the town. Zhao Fu immediately went to take a look, and when he came to the south side, he found that there were many spirit grasses planted there. These spirit grasses were a few inches long, had sword-shaped leaves, and were black. These were hidden evil grass. Zhao Fu had never thought that Xianxia would have already found hidden evil grass and planted it on a large scale. If it wasn't for Zhao Fu's interference, Xianxia would have become an overlord with an unstoppable future. It was a pity that he had met Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu had made a wedding dress for him. Zhao Fu happily accepted this gift, and he ordered people to dig out the hidden evil grass so that he could transplant it back to Qin City the next day. At noon the next day, the sun hung high in the sky, and the two exploration teams returned to Highstone Town. However, what welcomed them wasn't the friendly townspeople, but a group of ferocious Qin City soldiers. Surrounded by 20,000 soldiers, the 600 soldiers were so scared that their legs turned to jelly, and they immediately chose to surrender. After subduing these two teams, Zhao Fu chose to relocate Highstone Town. Because Highstone Town was a town, it wouldn't lose any levels. At the same time, Zhao Fu received 110,000 EXP. The expedition ended here, and Zhao Fu brought his people back to Qin City. After returning to Qin City, the first thing Zhao Fu did was to plant a large amount of hidden evil grass and take out a portion of it to refine hidden evil. As for its use, of course, it was to add it to medicinal pills. In actuality, Zhao Fu's soldiers could use these medicinal pills because hidden evil could increase the medicinal pills' effects. The key was whether or not there was an antidote. If there was an antidote, hidden evil would be beneficial to him. The antidote for hidden evil was described in the recipe, which was to use the root of hidden evil grass. Now that Zhao Fu had hidden evil, he could use it as a bargaining chip. Following this, Zhao Fu went to 25 kilometers south of Qin City and rebuilt Highstone Town. He took more than half of the residents and added them to Qin City. By now, Zhao Fu already had 2 towns, and he only needed 1 more town to satisfy the requirements for leveling up to a basic city. All that was left was EXP. I forgot. He still needed 3 people who were third-ranked barons to become mayors. Zhao Fu had long since given Bai Qi 500 achievement points for conquering Highstone Town. Adding on the King's Ring's bonus stats and the achievement points from before, Bai Qi's status was instantly raised to second-ranked baron. Even though leveling up to a basic city required one to be a third-ranked baron, leveling up to second-ranked baron was not a waste. After all, Zhao Fu believed that leveling up to a basic city would also require a status. Now, Zhao Fu gave the achievement points to Lu Subai and planned to raise her to third-ranked baron. At the same time, he made Bai Qi the mayor of Highstone Town. Because of the King's Ring, obtaining achievement points was incredibly easy for Zhao Fu. Following this, Zhao Fu went to the various regions to collect people, but the results were quite poor. A region with a few system main cities only received 200 or so people per day. Zhao Fu had expected this. People were treasures to everyone, and they couldn't be easily sold. As such, he had to find a way to make it so that they had no choice but to sell people. Now, he could add in medicinal pills and use them to exchange for manpower. Hopefully, this business would be better. However, it was already quite good for each region to have 200 people per day. Currently, Zhao Fu had opened up 22 regions. Excluding Green Apricot, which he had just opened up, there were 21 regions left. Each of these 21 regions had 200 people, so in total, there were 4,200 people. 4,200 people a day, which was dozens of times faster than Zhao Fu's soldiers. This made Zhao Fu want to shift the focus of his conquest to this side, because this side had more people. Of course, conquering the outside world was a must. Not only could they obtain population, but they could also obtain city creation stones and achievement points. Most importantly, they could increase the soldiers' battle prowess. Following this, the first batch of hidden evil was refined and added to the 100 origin pills. Zhao Fu took these 100 origin pills and some equipment to the Orc City. This was because when the Ghost Festival ended, Zhao Fu made a deal with the orcs, exchanging equipment for people. Zhao Fu used a teleportation channel to go to the Orc City to meet with Gunador. This time, Gunador brought Zhao Fu to a public square. The public square was quite big and rough. On one side, there were orc soldiers training, and the sounds they made were incredibly loud and ferocious. On the other side, there were people locked in wooden cages that looked like livestock. These people's clothes were in tatters, and their faces were covered in dirt. They crouched within the cages in terror, and their bodies trembled, not knowing what would happen to them. There were humans, elves, and kobolds. There were roughly 1,200 people, and many of the women seemed to have been raped. Their gazes were dull, and most of their skin was exposed. Zhao Fu's expression did not change, nor did he feel any fluctuations in his heart. After all, he had long since expected such a thing to happen. Don't dream about how merciful your enemies will be, because they'll treat you with unimaginable cruelty. Living in the heaven-awakened world, Zhao Fu had long since understood that as long as one's heart was immersed in darkness, one would not be affected by evil. As such, Zhao Fu would not be affected at all. Moreover, these people's grades weren't very high, and one could tell at a glance that they didn't have much potential. People with low grades wouldn't be of much use to large factions because they had low growth potential. They could only be used as laborers, and it would be impossible to nurture them into soldiers. After all, it would take far more resources to nurture people with low grades than people with high grades. They were most likely given to people with low grades because they were afraid of revenge in the future. If they gave their high grades to Zhao Fu, they would become stronger, which would be detrimental to the Orc City. Because Zhao Fu had the heaven and earth refining formation, he didn't care too much about grades. However, he was quite unwilling to give people with low grades to him. After all, in front of a large faction, these people would just be cannon fodder. Esteemed guest. Are you satisfied? Gunador wasn't very confident either. He knew that selling people would have many hidden dangers, as it would be akin to raising a tiger. Ordinary orcs didn't like to keep people alive, but he wanted to obtain a large amount of good equipment from Zhao Fu, so he could only do this. Hearing this, even though Zhao Fu was quite unwilling, he still lightly laughed and politely replied with a hint of delight, "Sir Vicelord, I never thought that there would be so many people. I'm very satisfied. Apart from the equipment, I'll also give you 300 bottles of medicinal pills." As Zhao Fu spoke, he took out a bottle of 100 origin pills. After all, the Orc City was a basic city, and they most likely had stage 1 medicinal pills like little spirit pills. If Zhao Fu took out little spirit pills, the orcs wouldn't be very interested, so Zhao Fu took out 100 origin pills. Ganador took the bottle of medicinal pills and looked inside, and a look of delight appeared on his face. The medicinal pill stats were quite good, and now that Zhao Fu was giving out equipment and medicinal pills, Ganador felt quite bad. He said, "How can I accept this?" "Esteemed guest, how about I give you 50 giant wolves?" The giant wolves that the orcs had were aberrations. They were massive, ferocious, and incredibly agile. They were many times faster than normal warhorses. Zhao Fu's black forest horses could compare to these giant wolves, but they each had their own strengths and weaknesses. However, these giant wolves were rarely seen in the wilderness because only orcs could nurture them. Zhao Fu didn't know how, but the orcs' wolf cavalry was incredibly famous. Since Ganador was giving them to him for free, Zhao Fu accepted them because he was quite interested in these giant wolves. After completing the transaction, Zhao Fu brought some people with him to bring the captives back to Xianxia City. After being brought to Xianxia City, these captives were incredibly terrified, and Zhao Fu ordered them to be released from their cages to show that they were safe and that he wouldn't harm them. Moreover, he would give them a stable life. Zhao Fu hadn't tamed the giant wolf yet, so it seemed quite hostile within the wooden cage. It bared its fangs and howled, looking quite ferocious, and no one dared to get close. Giant wolf, an orc mount bred from bestial blood. It's an abnormally ferocious wolf breed. Bestial blood? Looking at the giant wolves, Zhao Fu hadn't done anything to them yet. He had orcs under his command, and they would most likely understand these giant wolves. Call Sod over. Zhao Fu gave the order, and a tall and well-built orc came to Zhao Fu's side and saluted, saying, "Your Majesty." Zhao Fu nodded and pointed at the giant wolves in the cage as he asked, "Do you know what these giant wolves are?" Sod looked over and immediately replied, "This subordinate knows. These are wolves that can only be bred by orcs, and they only listen to orders from orcs." Hearing Sod's words, Zhao Fu's gaze became cold as he said, "They only listen to orders from orcs? Even if I use taming to tame them, it won't work?" Sod nodded as he replied, "That's right, Your Majesty. Taming will only make them temporarily submit, but they will still only listen to orders from orcs because they have bestial blood within them." Zhao Fu frowned as he asked, "What is bestial blood?" Bestial blood requires the blood of at least 100,000 orcs, which is then processed by a shaman into a blood crystal. This blood crystal fuses with a wolf den to give birth to a giant wolf with bestial blood. Hearing this, Zhao Fu couldn't help but coldly harumph. Ganador, that old fellow, was indeed trying to trick him. If he really didn't know anything and used this giant wolf, the outcome would be unimaginable if he fought with him in the future. Zhao Fu turned and said coldly, "Sod, try and see if you can completely tame these giant wolves. If you can't, kill them all." Even though this was a bit of a pity, Zhao Fu didn't want to leave any loose ends. After dealing with this matter, he returned to the hall. Zhao Fu sat on the chair at the top and let out a sigh of relief. After calming his emotions, he called Wang Ergu over. "Have you investigated the information on green apricot?" Wang Ergu was in charge of green apricot. Now that Zhao Fu had established Eternal Night, it had been distributed to various places, and there were people in charge of it. These people were mainly the people who had obtained the 12 legacy equipment sets. "Your Highness. Now, apart from Great Shun, Green Apricot also has the Li, Cha, Wu, Xia, Dong, and Yu families. These families are located in the other 3 main cities, and they're the 6 largest factions in Green Apricot. They had a hostile relationship with Great Shun, but Great Shun had received help from someone and developed incredibly quickly. They had good relations with the system's governmental faction, and they had leveled up to a basic town. They had nearly 30,000 residents, and there were roughly 30,000 players who belonged to Great Shun. As for the location of the Great Shun town, this subordinate spent a large sum of money to obtain it. It's 20,000 kilometers to the north of Apricot City. Wang Erge gave Zhao Fu a detailed report. Zhao Fu sank into his thoughts. Zhao Fu wasn't too surprised that Great Shun was hostile to the 6 other families. After all, if a kingdom wanted to develop, it had to destroy other factions, so it was inevitable that they would become enemies. Moreover, the reason why Great Shun was able to develop so quickly was most likely because someone from the vertical and horizontal family had given them some pointers. Because Great Shun had announced that it was going to resist Qin dynasty, it had quickly developed. It was evident that the Qin resistance alliance wouldn't have been established so easily without some benefits. Finally, Great Shun had quite a few players. 30,000 players was definitely a large faction. Of course, there were benefits and drawbacks to recruiting so many players. The benefit was that Great Shun could obtain a large number of players and increase the faction's battle strength, but the downside was that the players wouldn't be completely loyal. If Great Shun recruited a large number of players, its success would be due to the players, and its failure would be due to the players. Great Shun's location had been leaked by players, and Zhao Fu didn't care too much about these 30,000 players. After all, as long as there were enough benefits, he could easily destroy them. Zhao Fu had his faction officially enter Green Apricot, and he had Wang Ergu prepare an invitation card and deliver it to the 6 families. A massive merchant alliance, restaurant, and human trading center suddenly appeared in Green Apricot, instantly breaking the stalemate between Great Shun and Green Apricot. This drew the attention of countless factions, and they all became wary as they tried to guess what kind of faction this was. When the 6 families received Zhao Fu's invitation card, their attitudes were all different. Some felt quite strange, some felt quite confused, and some felt quite surprised. However, they still decided to go because such a mysterious faction had suddenly appeared in Green Apricot, making them take it seriously. Following this, the 6 families, consisting of 4 men and 2 women, brought a few guards to a building. When they met, they all looked quite surprised and seemed to understand something. Under the guidance of a servant, the 6 people came to a luxurious room, where a banquet had already been prepared. There was also a black-cloaked figure waiting for them. "Thank you all for giving me face and coming here." When Zhao Fu saw the 6 people walk in, he cupped his fists and smiled as he courteously said to them. The 6 people had seen this sort of scene many times, so they weren't too moved. However, they still smiled and politely replied. The 7 people sat at the banquet and chatted for a bit, but they didn't go straight to the main topic. Zhao Fu didn't say anything, and they didn't ask because they all had their own thoughts. Seeing that half of the banquet had already passed, Zhao Fu said, "What do the 6 of you think of Great Shun? They've all been suppressed by Great Shun, right?" Hearing this, the 6 people felt quite awkward. Zhao Fu was right, no matter if it was in terms of faction or legacies, they couldn't contend against Great Shun. As such, they could only give way at every turn, making them feel quite sullen. "I'm willing to provide some equipment, medicinal pills, and other resources to help you all resist Great Shun. That way, my faction will be able to survive." Zhao Fu directly stated his goal for coming here. The 6 people at the table fell into deep thought, and they weren't in a hurry to say anything. After all, this concerned the survival of their factions. A fierce-looking big man suddenly harumphed and said to Zhao Fu, "All right, stop pretending. You're helping us. Because you have some enmity with Great Shun, and you want to use us to suppress Great Shun, right?" The 6 people could tell that Zhao Fu didn't have good intentions and was using them as cannon fodder. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and didn't hide anything as he said, "I indeed have enmity with Great Shun, which is why I wanted to trouble you all. However, it seems that you all only have 2 paths. One is to watch as Great Shun slowly develops and is then destroyed by Great Shun, and the other is to use my help to resist Great Shun or even destroy Great Shun." Indeed, they only had 2 choices. They could either accept being destroyed by Great Shun or use this opportunity to resist. Even though they were being used by Zhao Fu, there was nothing they could do. After thinking for a while, the 6 people could only helplessly agree. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he raised a wine cup and said, "Let's work together." The other 6 people understood that this was a foregone conclusion, so they all smiled and started to discuss the details of their cooperation. An hour or so later, everyone happily concluded the banquet. The 6 families were all quite satisfied with the high-quality equipment and medicinal pills that Zhao Fu had provided, and they started to act according to the plan. The 6 families' factions immediately banded together and started to show signs of resistance. Normally, they would take a detour when they saw Great Shun's factions, but now, they could face them head-on. It wasn't just their morale that was rising, the 6 families also started to interfere with Great Shun's various matters, causing many conflicts to erupt. Great Shun's people didn't understand why the 6 families had become so unyielding and confident. Could it be that they weren't afraid of Great Shun's revenge, or were they just seeking death? Within the Great Shun town, a fair-skinned young man, Great Shun's legatee, heard from his spies about the mysterious faction and the movements of the 6 families. Immediately, Li Mu felt a sense of crisis descend. This matter was a threat to Great Shun. He didn't know where that mysterious faction had come from, but as soon as it had appeared, it had been filled with hostility. Now that it had allied with the 6 families, Great Shun was in quite a difficult position. After thinking for a while, Li Mu couldn't think of anything. In the end, a figure appeared in his mind, and he immediately returned to the real world. He took out his phone and dialed a mysterious number. "Hello? What's up?" A gentle voice sounded out. Hearing this voice, a look of delight appeared on Li Mu's face, and he said respectfully, "Mr. Su, I've run into some trouble. I'd like to ask you for some advice." "Oh." Mr. Su sounded quite surprised, and he had Li Mu continue. Li Mu told Mr. Su about the mysterious faction and the movements of the 6 families. Opposite him was a gentle, scholarly, and seemingly harmless man sitting on a bamboo chair. Beside him was a verdant bamboo forest, and a light breeze gently blew past, making him seem particularly relaxed. This man's name was Su Yan, and he was a member of the vertical branch of the School of Vertical and Horizontal. There was no need to mention his talent. To be able to become a member of the School of Vertical and Horizontal meant that he was destined to be extraordinary. Su Yan didn't like Qin very much. On the one hand, because of his ancestors, Qin wasn't put in an important position, so he could only assist others. On the other hand, the vertical branch was defeated by the horizontal branch, which allowed Qin to unify the other 6 states. Now, everyone could see that Qin was undoubtedly the most promising force in Huaxia. Not only was it one of the 5 superpowers, but it also had the fortune of Huaxia and the imperial jade seal. Many advantages made Qin's strength destined, and its future was bright and unobstructed. However, Su Yan didn't like this. If he joined Qin and helped Qin conquer the world, it would be very easy, which was why he didn't like it, because it wasn't difficult at all. As a member of the School of Vertical and Horizontal, he didn't like such ordinary and simple things. He suddenly thought that rather than helping Qin, it would be better to destroy Qin and kill China, the country with the most potential. This was quite difficult, but the more difficult it was, the greater the sense of accomplishment. In his eyes, the various states were just chess pieces, and the world was just a chessboard. He had no interest in fighting for the world, and he just wanted to be a chess player and enjoy the pleasure of controlling the world. He also wanted his junior brother to show up so that he could use the world as a stage to fight against him. Let's see if the horizontal branch or the vertical branch is stronger. This time, he doesn't want to lose. After hearing what Li Mu had to say, the first person Su Yan thought of was Qin. However, he had long since expected this, so he wasn't too surprised. After all, there had always been a mysterious faction spreading, and even though this faction was quite hidden, Su Yan knew who it was. However, the more powerful Qin was, the more he liked it. The more difficult it was, the more excited he was to destroy it. Su Yan chuckled and said confidently, "It's nothing. It's easy to solve. As long as you can lower your stance, then." Li Mu was speechless. After hearing what Su Yan had to say, Li Mu was delighted and said, "Sir, you're indeed a peerless genius." After Li Mu hung up, Su Yan put his phone to the side and lightly smiled as he lay on his bamboo chair, enjoying this moment of leisure. On the other side, Li Mu started to take action according to Su Yan's instructions, and he easily dealt with the danger in an instant. However, this made Zhao Fu feel quite furious. They had just started to cooperate, but they had instantly betrayed him. The Xiao family and Yu family had chosen to betray Zhao Fu's side and join Great Shun. The reason for this was because Li Mu had lowered his stance and promised them many benefits. He was also willing to peacefully coexist with them and wouldn't invade them. He had even given a portion of Apricot City to them to show his sincerity. This caused the Xiao family and Yu family to betray Great Shun. Compared to the other four families, they were much weaker and didn't have much say. As such, they would join whoever was beneficial to them. Of course, they weren't stupid and didn't believe that Li Mu wouldn't devour them. However, they understood that Li Mu needed them to resist the other four families, so he wouldn't attack them. Moreover, Li Mu had given them many benefits, so they were willing to betray Zhao Fu and join Li Mu's side. This not only made Zhao Fu furious, but it also made the other four families furious. He cursed the Xiao family and Yu family for being snobbish and stupid, and told Li Mu to get rid of the other four families. Now, the tables had turned, and Zhao Fu's side was at a disadvantage. After all, Li Mu had obtained the support of the Xiao family and Yu family, and his faction was rapidly growing. The remaining four families definitely wouldn't join Li Mu's side, because if they joined Li Mu's side, Li Mu would have the power to destroy the other three families. Once those three families were destroyed, they would be next. After all, as the legatee of a dynasty, they would have to unify the region before they could expand. When that time came, they wouldn't have the power to resist Li Mu. They could only die or submit to Li Mu. These were the two paths that Zhao Fu and Yu family could see in the long run, which was why they cursed the Xia family and Yu family for being so stupid. Right now, the four families were quite weak and didn't have much power, so they could only place their hopes on Zhao Fu. As such, they had hurriedly come to Zhao Fu to discuss how they could resist Great Shun. Zhao Fu was also thinking about this. Facing the ferocious Great Shun, their plan to ally with the others to suppress Great Shun had completely failed. He had never thought that right after working together, two families would betray him. As expected, there was no such thing as absolute loyalty in this world, it was just that the price of betrayal was too low. Zhao Fu remembered this, but there was no way to resolve this, and it was impossible to pull those two families back. As such, Zhao Fu started to think about what to do next. Young Master Zhu, what should we do now? The four family leaders looked at Zhao Fu with a trace of concern in their eyes. They called him Zhao Fu Young Master Zhu, which was a cover that Zhao Fu had used to make them think of Great Ming. After all, everyone knew that there was enmity between Great Ming and Great Shun, so it was only natural for Zhao Fu to suppress Great Shun. As such, when Zhao Fu told them that his surname was Zhu, it would distract them and increase their confidence. Now that they had the support of a dynasty's legatee, they felt incredibly confident and didn't feel any fear. After all, Great Shun was just a dynasty's legatee. Facing their gazes, Zhao Fu could only take a step back and sacrifice a bit more. He planned to establish a player faction in Green Apricot. This faction didn't want to develop or profit, it just wanted to make trouble for Great Shun and restrict its development. Of course, this required the four families to work together, or else Zhao Fu would feel too much pressure. The four families were quite satisfied with Zhao Fu's explanation, and they all smiled before leaving. Following this, Zhao Fu established this faction and allied with the four families, finally suppressing Great Shun's momentum. Zhao Fu didn't have any good people in this faction, and most of them were hooligans and ruffians who used all sorts of despicable methods. Their main purpose was to make trouble for Great Shun and make it chaotic. This had limited Great Shun's development by at least 20%. Right now, this was the only thing they could do. This time, Zhao Fu decided to take a step back because Qin City's main task was to develop. He couldn't spend too much effort fighting with Great Shun's vertical and horizontal, as that would only slow down Qin City's development. On the surface, it looked like Zhao Fu had won. However, in terms of momentum, Zhao Fu had lost. It was not really a loss, but he had taken a step back for the sake of the bigger picture. Right now, Great Shun had 30,000 residents and 30,000 players. Once he had 40,000 soldiers and 5,000 Stage 1 soldiers, he would be able to conquer Great Shun. Qin lacked time or else, When Zhao Fu thought about the school of vertical and horizontal, he couldn't help but coldly harumph. As long as Qin City could develop, it didn't matter if it was the school of vertical and horizontal or the 100 schools of thought. If they didn't submit, they would once again be erased from history. Xiaofu decided to stop with Green Apricot for now. After returning to Qin City, Xianxia returned to Qin City and came to Xiaofu's side. Xiaofu could immediately tell that Xianxia's cultivation had broken through to stage 1. Your Majesty, I have something to tell you. Xiaofu felt quite surprised that Xianxia would suddenly have something to tell him, so he asked curiously, what is it? Xianxia then told Xiaofu what had happened. Xiaofu was delighted because Xianxia had become a gold medal fighter in Battle City's arena. There weren't many gold medal fighters in Battle City, only 30 or so, and all of them were stage 2 experts. It was incredibly rare for Xianxia to become a gold medal fighter with stage 1 strength, and he was hailed as the gold medal fighter with the most potential. Becoming a gold medal fighter in Battle City was even more effective than becoming a baron. Wherever one went, one would be welcomed with respect, and one could even apply for an official position. If one became a captain, commanding 300 stage 1 soldiers would be a piece of cake. Even though 300 stage 1 soldiers were not very attractive to Xiaofu right now, in the eyes of ordinary players, this was something that they could only dream of. Right now, ordinary players' cultivation was around stage 0 to 4 or 0 to 5, and because they died, there were many people who had reached stage 0 to 1 or stage 0 to 2. Anyone with 300 stage 1 soldiers would be able to do as they pleased, and no one would dare to stop them. These 300 stage 1 soldiers weren't very attractive to Xiaofu, so they weren't the reason why Xiaofu was so happy. What made him happy was that he now had a chance to become the city lord. Right now, Battle City's city lord was already 60 or so years old, and he had said that he would nurture the next city lord from among the gold medal fighters. If Xianxia could become the city lord of Battle City, Xiaofu would have obtained a system main city for free, which made Xiaofu incredibly happy. A system main city was incredibly valuable, and even without Xiaofu's explanation, it was worth investing a lot of effort. Xiaofu felt that if Xianxia could become the city lord, he would be able to help Xiaofu establish a faction in Battle City. On one hand, this was to get rid of any obstacles in front of him and pave the way for him to become the city lord. On the other hand, even if Xianxia couldn't become the next city lord, he would be able to help Xiaofu take down Battle City. Xiaofu told Xianxia about his plans, and as for what kind of faction Xianxia wanted to establish, Xiaofu didn't care. He would only provide a large amount of funds. However, they still needed some basic management personnel because Xianxia didn't know much about these things. Xiaofu brought Xianxia to Battle City and was about to take care of these matters when a voice suddenly sounded out, "Long time no see, Xianxia." This voice was quite familiar, and Xiaofu turned to see a handsome young man walking over with a smile on his face. It was Zhongheng. Seeing Zhongheng walk over, Xiaofu felt a bit wary. He had met the person he was supposed to meet, and he couldn't help but wonder how Zhongheng had been able to recognize him at a glance. Seeing Zhongheng smile as he walked over, Xiaofu also smiled and courteously said, "I didn't think I'd meet you here." Zhongheng smiled as he walked over to Xiaofu's side, not treating Xiaofu as an outsider at all. Instead, he treated Xiaofu like a good friend of many years as he said, "This means that we're fated. Also, thank you for showing me the way last time. How about I treat you to a drink this time?" Xiaofu wanted to refuse because he felt that Zhongheng had ulterior motives. Moreover, Zhongheng gave off a dangerous aura. However, at that moment, Zhongheng suddenly turned and said, "Brother Sword Demon, come along as well. Perhaps I'll have a way to resolve your problem." This caused Xiaofu to feel quite startled. After thinking about it for a moment, he decided to agree and see what Zhongheng wanted. Following this, Xiaofu followed Zhongheng to a restaurant. Zhongheng looked quite hungry as he turned and smiled as he said, "Brother Zhao, this restaurant's dishes are delicious. There's no need to talk about the taste of these dishes. Today, I'll bring you here to try them." A few waiters happily walked over and said, "Boss, how come you have time to come here?" Xiaofu lightly laughed as he replied, "I came with friends. I came with a friend, so prepare a good room and some food and wine." "Got it." The waiters nodded and quickly went to prepare. Zhongheng looked a bit awkward. He had never thought that this restaurant was owned by Xiaofu. However, he could only awkwardly smile. The three of them sat in an elegant room, and Zhongheng started to eat while Xiaofu and Xianxia sat by the side. "What's wrong?" It would be a waste if you don't eat such delicious food. Zhang Heng seemed to become a completely different person in front of delicious food, and he lost his calm and confident demeanor. He only cared about eating, and when he saw Zhao Fu and Gania sitting there without eating, he felt quite embarrassed. Zhao Fu smiled and shook his head as he said, "Brother Zhang, you should eat slowly. Take your time, I'm not hungry." Zhang Heng did not say anything else. He had no interest in money or women, but he could not resist the temptation of delicious food. This had to do with what he had been through. If it wasn't for his teacher, he would have starved to death long ago. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Zhang Heng finished a cup of 100-flower wine and regained his calm demeanor. "Your Highness Qin, I won't beat around the bush. I won't beat around the bush. The main purpose of my visit this time is to see what kind of person you are, even though you seem mysterious, terrifying, and dangerous in the eyes of others." Zhang Heng's gaze was sharp as he spoke, causing Zhao Fu's hairs to stand on end. It was the first time that his identity had been exposed so openly. However, it was likely that some people had already guessed his identity, and as Qin's power expanded, his identity would be exposed sooner or later. He wondered how Zhang Heng had found out about his identity. Zhao Fu did not hide anything, and his gaze became cold as he returned to normal. A noble emperor's aura spread out from his body as he said in a dignified voice, "Then, what kind of person do you think I am?" Zhang Heng suddenly smiled. "Overall, he's not bad. He has quite the temperament and perseverance. He'll become a very powerful king in the future. However, I don't want to care about the world's affairs for the time being. I just want to travel around. This time, since senior brother has officially made a move against Qin, I should help Qin." "Senior brother?" Zhao Fu was a bit confused, but after thinking about it, his eyes lit up and he asked, "You're from the school of vertical and horizontal?" This made Zhao Fu feel quite shocked. After all, the school of vertical and horizontal was simply too famous, and when he had fought with them, he had felt quite a headache. He now had a good understanding of their abilities. Zhang Heng did not hide anything. He cupped his hands and introduced himself, "I am Zhang Heng from the School of Vertical and Horizontal's Lianheng branch." This was the first time that Zhao Fu had personally seen someone from the School of Vertical and Horizontal. No wonder he gave off such a dangerous aura. Now that both sides had explained themselves, Zhao Fu let down his guard and smiled as he said, "I've long heard of the School of Vertical and Horizontal's great name." Zhang Heng also smiled as he said, "Everyone praises our School of Vertical and Horizontal too much. In actuality, we're just ordinary people. In that case, how will Brother Zhang help Qin?" Zhao Fu believed in the abilities of the School of Vertical and Horizontal, so he did not pay much attention to what Zhang Heng had said. He remembered that Zhang Heng had said that he would help Qin, so Zhao Fu wanted to see how powerful the School of Vertical and Horizontal was. Zhang Heng's smile did not change as he sat on a chair and said, "By now, senior brother should have found Qin's approximate location and is currently making a big trap to surround Qin. He wants to trap Qin like a beast. Senior brother likes his temper, but he has underestimated Qin's power. I believe that your highness will be able to deal with him. However, this lowly one has some suggestions. Right now, your majesty should use Seeping River, Valiant Peace, South Leaf, and Open Flask as the foundations to create a line that will split the northern side of the Midland continent. If you can do this, Great Qin's rise will be unstoppable. Not only will this break through senior brother's trap, but it will also pave the way for Qin in the future. Senior brother will make many obstacles here, so I hope that your highness will be mentally prepared." Zhao Fu felt that Zhang Heng's senior brother was giving him a headache, and he felt that he had encountered countless troubles. As such, he had been mentally prepared for all sorts of methods. Now that he heard Zhang Heng's words, Zhao Fu felt that he had made a mistake. If he used Seeping River, Valiant Peace, Southern Leaf, and Open Kettle as a foundation, he would be unstoppable in the northern side of the Midland continent. At the same time, he would be able to avoid all sorts of obstacles from Zhang Heng's senior brother. Zhao Fu was quite satisfied with this method, and he said, "Thank you, Brother Zhang, for your advice." However, Zhang Heng lightly shook his head and said, "Your Highness, there's no need to be so serious. Your Highness should be able to see through this simple method, so I was just reminding you. I also have some suggestions for how your Highness can obtain Battle City. Would your Highness like to hear them?" "Oh. Fu felt quite surprised. He had guessed that this would happen, and he was about to do something about it. He wondered what Zhang Heng had in mind, so he asked, "Brother Zhang, what suggestions do you have?" "In actuality, your highness doesn't need to do anything. With Brother Sword Demon's talent and reputation, there's a 20% chance that he will become the city lord. My method is just to push the boat along with the current. Firstly, Brother Sword Demon should show his true face, as no one would want someone under a cloak to become the city lord. Secondly, he should officially join Battle City and even cut off all ties with Qin. That way, he would be able to integrate into Battle City. Thirdly, he should establish his own faction to show off how powerful he is and gain the power to establish himself. Fourthly, he shouldn't keep a low profile and should stand out in the open. He should also focus on big things in order to win over the commoners. Fifthly, he should maintain friendly relations with all of Battle City's factions, but he definitely shouldn't try to win over them. This is a taboo in the struggle for power. Sixthly, he shouldn't take the initiative to attack other factions, and he should display his integrity and humility. As long as you can do all of these things, Brother Sword Demon has a 90% chance of becoming the next city lord. In order to be safe, your highness can assassinate Battle City's city lord. In that case, Brother Sword Demon will definitely become Battle City's city lord. However, this is extremely risky. After hearing Zhang Heng's words, Zhao Fu's thoughts became much clearer. Zhang Heng's method was flawless, and it was very likely that Xianxia would become the next city lord. If Zhao Fu was the city lord of Battle City, he would also choose Xianxia. Many thanks. Brother Zhang, please give me some pointers. Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh and yell, "Servants! Prepare a table full of good dishes and bring out the precious 100-flower wine." Zhang Heng hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Your Majesty, there's no need for that. I've already eaten and drank to my heart's content, and this matter has been resolved. It's time for me to leave. I hope that I'll be able to meet your Majesty again in the future." Hearing this, Zhao Fu inwardly sighed. Zhang Heng was definitely an extraordinary talent, but it was a pity that Zhang Heng didn't want to join him, so Zhao Fu couldn't force him. Under the golden light of the setting sun, Zhang Heng slowly disappeared from Zhao Fu's sight on his donkey. This scene was quite familiar, and Zhao Fu couldn't help but think of Gong Sun Lin. After returning to the restaurant, Zhao Fu started to follow Zhang Heng's suggestion. Zhang Heng's method was already quite perfect, so Zhao Fu did not make any changes. Zhao Fu prepared to establish his faction. Today, and soon, it was the next day. Xianxia had a duel, and after hearing about the sword demon's name, many people ran to the arena, filling it to the brim. It was evident just how popular Xianxia was. This time, Xianxia was going to fight against someone who was only a step away from breaking through to stage 2, and he was the challenger. He was quite dissatisfied that someone like Xianxia could become a gold medalist at stage 1. After all, he was only a silver medalist even though he was already at stage 1. Soon, the duel began. The challenger held a large axe and ferociously rushed towards Xianxia. He arrived in front of Zhao Fu in an instant and swung his axe towards Xianxia with enough power to split mountains. Xianxia dodged to the side, dodging this axe, and he slashed out with his sword, sending out a sharp arc of light that forced the challenger back. The challenger was infuriated and gripped his axe with both hands as he swung it, causing a wild gale to gust as it slashed towards Xianxia. Facing this terrifying attack, Xianxia did not dare to take it head-on. After all, his cultivation was inferior to the challenger's, so he could only wait for an opportunity to kill his opponent in one blow. Bang! 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 The two of them started an intense duel, causing the spectators to feel incredibly excited. They loudly cheered, causing the arena to become incredibly lively. The challenger let out a loud roar and raised his axe high in the air, chopping down at Xianxia with all his might. Boom! Xianxia suddenly bent his waist and dodged to the side, causing his axe to fall to the ground, creating a 3-meter-wide crater. At that moment, Xianxia stabbed his sword upwards, and the sword gave off a cold light as it pierced into the challenger's throat. Blood spurted out of the challenger's throat, and the challenger choked as he fell to the ground, dead. The arena once again became incredibly lively, and countless people excitedly cheered, "Sword Demon! Sword Demon! Sword Demon!" However, what made them even more excited was that something unexpected happened. Xianxia stood beside the challenger's corpse and slowly took off his black cloak, revealing Xianxia's cold face. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone stopped moving and stared at the arena with wide eyes. They had not expected Xianxia to reveal his appearance. Everyone was very curious about the mysterious sword demon's appearance, but they had never been able to do so. Now, this unexpected surprise had come, and they were unable to react. Xianxia only showed himself for a short while before leaving the arena. Afterwards, news of this quickly spread, and it became the hottest topic in Battle City. Most people did not understand why Xianxia had suddenly revealed his appearance. However, some of the other powers understood what this meant. It was as if they had foreseen something, and this was an announcement that yet another powerful competitor had appeared. Sure enough, there was another piece of news that the Sword Demon had created a force called the Sword Gate. The Sword's Gate was a force that focused on the sword and only recruited elite swordsmen. As long as one joined the Sword's Gate, it was possible for them to receive personal guidance from the Sword Demon. This caused everyone to be pleasantly surprised. The Sword Demon's superb swordsmanship was still fresh in their minds. Many experts who used the sword went to the recruitment office of the Sword Gate with the attitude of giving it a try. If they were to be recruited and receive guidance from the Sword Demon, it would undoubtedly be of great help to their swordsmanship. Whether it was a player or an indigenous resident, as long as they were an expert swordsman, they would be accepted into the Sword Gate. Xianxia walked the path of an elite, and there was no one who would try to take advantage of the situation. The Sword Gate only recruited 500 people, but their battle prowess was even higher than an ordinary force of 2,000 to 3,000 people. The Sword Gate would follow Xianxia's will and develop according to Xianxia's will. Xiaofu would not interfere because he believed that Xianxia would bring glory to the Sword Gate. Xiaofu also left behind a stage 2 blood god pill for Xianxia, which he had obtained from refining Xianxia's corpse. He wanted Xianxia to use it in times of need, but he could also use it now to quickly raise his cultivation. At the same time, Xiaofu also left behind a large amount of money for Xianxia. After all, Xiaofu had ordered all factions in Qin City not to have any contact with the Sword Gate. This was so that the Sword Gate would be able to integrate into Battle City and become a part of it. After taking care of these matters, Xiaofu felt much more at ease. He told Xianxia to stay in Battle City and not to return to Qin City unless there was something urgent. Within Battle City's city lord's residence, an elderly man with short silver hair and giving off a powerful and masculine aura smiled as he listened to his subordinate's report. However, no one knew what he meant. After Xiaofu returned to Qin City, he started to work on something that had been interrupted for a long time, which was establishing a ranch. He had been interrupted by many things, but now he had time. Xiaofu rode on Little Black, brought Little Gray, and Little White with him, and they arrived at the designated place. After arriving at this place, Xiaofu found that it was quite beautiful. The terrain here was quite flat, and the ground was covered with fresh green grass. There were also many white wildflowers, and there were a few clear creeks flowing through the ground. The sky was very blue, and it complemented the grass, making it seem like a beautiful painting. Xiaofu decided to establish a ranch here, so he set up a teleportation channel here. However, before he started raising livestock, he had to use wooden fences to surround this place to prevent the livestock from escaping. As for herding livestock, some of the ethnic groups, such as the Xianbei and Xiongnu, were nomadic and had much experience in this area, so Xiaofu gave them the responsibility of managing the ranch. They were quite happy that Xiaofu had given them this responsibility. After all, they were nomadic and loved this sort of lifestyle. They could raise a large number of cattle and sheep here. Not only could they be used by Qin City's residents, but they could also be sold. However, from how Xiaofu saw it, his restaurant would be the most profitable. At the same time, Qin City's business model was changed to maximize profits. Xiaofu was now working hard to make Qin City a commercial country. He wanted to take advantage of his various advantages to make Qin City develop quickly. After taking care of these matters, Xiaofu returned to Qin City. It seemed that there was nothing else for Xiaofu to take care of, so Xiaofu once again wandered around Qin town before arriving at the Rising Qin Academy. The Rising Qin Academy had been renovated many times, and it was many times larger than before. Its conditions were becoming better and better, and there were many more classrooms. At the same time, there were 30 or so teachers. Zhao Fu came out of the classroom by himself without alerting anyone. Only the sound of the teacher's lecture could be heard in the classroom, and the students held their books and listened attentively. Looking at the students who were listening attentively, Zhao Fu felt quite satisfied, and he thought back to his days as a student. This place mainly taught management knowledge, and it could be said that it was the way to be an official. Here, there was no need to worry about corruption, cliques, or treacherous officials. Zhao Fu was not an incapable ruler, so these things would not happen. Zhao Fu would ensure that the government was clean, but he only needed people who were truly talented. As such, he would also conduct imperial examinations to get rid of some useless people. However, this would only be effective in the future. Of course, Zhao Fu would not only teach them management, as that would not be good for students or officials. No matter if it was history, philosophy, obscenity, or culture, he would teach them a bit more than just reading books. As such, Zhao Fu was very opposed to the corrupt scholars, who taught students to be trash who could do nothing but read books. Zhao Fu did not want to see useless scholars. At this moment, even though Zhao Fu's movements were very light, he was still noticed by the teacher. He was shocked and put away his books. Just as he was about to bow, Zhao Fu gestured for the teacher not to pay attention to him and to continue teaching. However, the teacher's actions immediately attracted the attention of the students. Immediately, the students in the classroom all stood up with different expressions on their faces. Some were happy, some were excited, and some were filled with admiration. They all stood up and bowed. They were incredibly excited that Zhao Fu had come to the Rising Qin Academy. After all, Zhao Fu was not only an important figure, but he was also the king of Qin, the supreme ruler of Qin. As more and more people came to the Qin Academy, many of them had never seen Zhao Fu before. They had only heard about how heroic and mighty Zhao Fu was, but now they had seen him with their own eyes. Zhao Fu felt quite awkward. He had wanted to sneak in and take a look, but he had never thought that things would turn out like this. Facing these young and innocent gazes, Zhao Fu felt a bit more at ease. He smiled and motioned for them to continue with the lesson as he left. Let me clarify that Zhao Fu did not adopt the ancient system of male superiority and female inferiority. Instead, it was more modern. Regardless of gender, both genders could enter the academy, and there was no distinction between genders. In the future, women could also become officials. As long as they had the ability, there should be no distinction between genders. In ancient times, this would have been almost impossible. However, times were different now, and even though they were in the heaven-awakened world, they could not completely go back to ancient times. This was the literature courtyard. Zhao Fu then came to the martial courtyard. This place was relatively lively. The students were holding all kinds of weapons on the field. In order to avoid injuries, they were all using wooden weapons. As they were training, it was quite noisy. In the Academy of Martial Arts, the students were not only taught martial arts, but also the art of war and some other basic knowledge to cultivate the national spirit of Qin. The spirit of respecting martial arts would not change. In the martial courtyard, Zhao Fu found a few good seedlings. Their martial arts skills were extraordinary, and they could rival many people of the same age. Moreover, their performance in the art of war was quite good. Overall, Zhao Fu was quite satisfied with the Rising Qin Academy. After returning to the mayor's hall, he ordered someone to call Li Si over. Soon, Li Si walked in and bowed as he said, "Your Majesty. What business do you have with me?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "It's nothing much. I just looked around Qin town, and everything is quite well constructed. You didn't put in too much effort, did you?" Li Si felt quite pleased, and a smile appeared on his face as he lowered his head and cupped his hands as he said, "It's my duty." "All right, there's no need to be humble. There's no need to be humble, it's all thanks to you that the great Qin town is so complete and that I don't have to worry too much about internal affairs," Zhao Fu said as he praised Li Si. Li Si seemed quite happy, but he couldn't show it. He had always believed that Zhao Fu was the king, and that he couldn't break the etiquette between subjects. As such, he felt quite restrained. Following this, Zhao Fu said, "There's also the matter of the Rising Qin Academy. I want to conduct an examination. Every year, students who are outstanding in all aspects, regardless of age, can follow soldiers or village chiefs to learn. Li Si thought about it and smiled as he said, "Your Majesty is wise, this will indeed increase the students' practical abilities. I'll make the preparations right away." After Li Si left, Zhao Fu took out a large map of the northern part of the Midland continent. He then gathered all of the generals and said with a serious expression, "The School of Vertical and Horizontal has found the approximate location of Qin Town, and they're trying to ally with the various countries to surround Qin Town. They want to trap Qin Town and slaughter it as they wish." Hearing this, many of the generals felt a trace of anger in their hearts. The School of Vertical and Horizontal really thinks that Qin Town is easy to bully. How can Qin Town be controlled by them? This person is too arrogant and thinks too highly of himself. What do you all think? Zhao Fu asked as his gaze fell on the generals. Bai Qi's gaze was cold, and he gave off a faint killing intent as he said, "Your Majesty. Qin Town definitely won't let him do as he wishes. Now that the various regions are separated, he'll only be able to make some small moves, and he won't be able to cause much harm. I believe that Qin Town should focus on developing as much as possible. As long as it has enough power, if he allies with one family, we'll kill that family. If he allies with 10 families, we'll kill those 10 families. If he allies with 100 families, we'll kill those 100 families. If he allies with 10,000 families, we'll make sure that Qin Town is covered with corpses." Bai Qi's cold voice echoed throughout the hall, and the dense killing intent caused everyone to feel a chill down their spines. Just as Bai Qi finished speaking, Wang Jian thought for a moment before saying, "Even though General Bai's words are correct, killing isn't the only way to solve the problem. Doing so will consume a lot of energy in Qin Town, so I believe that it's better to get closer to the enemy and break their alliance. We can also create a massive army to intimidate them and make them think that they're invincible, causing the alliance to self-destruct." Wei Liao, who was staring at the map, thought for a moment before saying, "General Bai and Wang Jian's words both make sense, and I agree with them. However, looking at the big picture, I believe that Qin Town should be able to make preparations to defend against the alliance. Everyone, please take a look at Seeping River." Before Wei Liao could finish speaking, Zhao Fu suddenly said, "Seeping River, Valiant Peace, South Leaf, and Open Flask will act as the foundation to split the north, making it so that the alliance won't be too dangerous." As soon as these words left Wei Liao's mouth, everyone else felt quite surprised. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to come up with such a plan so quickly. Just as they were about to praise Zhao Fu for his wisdom and foresight, however, Zhao Fu smiled and told everyone about his encounter with Zhang Heng, causing everyone to feel quite shocked. Wei Liao smiled, seeming quite interested. "Everyone, please take a look. Seeping River is the 6th region to the north of Qin, and there's a 100-kilometer-wide Seeping River that acts as a barrier. It's very difficult to pass through, and there are many piranha fish monsters in the water, which can stop anyone from invading. Valiant is the 5th region to the south of Qin, and it faces the central region of the Midland continent. The northern side is flat, while the southern side is filled with mountains. This is a natural barrier that can stop other factions from invading. South Leaf is the 7th region to the east of Qin, and it's covered with fog all year round. It's a marshy area, and it's very difficult for ordinary people to walk through. It's easy to get lost here, so this is the best place to stop people from invading. Open Flask is the 6th region to the west of Qin, and it's narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. It's shaped like a flask, and as long as you build a city there, you'll be able to hold the pass with just one person. Even if an army comes, you won't have to fear it at all. Open Flask is the 6th region to the west of Qin, and it's narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. If you build a city there, you'll be able to hold the pass with just one person. Even if an army comes, you won't have to fear it at all. With the 4 points as the foundation, Great Qin could build a barrier that could stop all factions from invading. Even if Great Qin did not expand outwards, as long as they could defend the 4 points and devour a large area within them, Great Qin would be able to restore the Great Qin Empire. Wei Liao's words caused everyone to feel delighted. Not only did Zhao Fu want to see Qin restored, but everyone else also wanted to see it happen. Wei Liao had drawn out 31 regions in total. Each region was bigger than a province in the Heaven Awakened world, and the 31 regions added together were twice as big as China. Even though it wasn't very big compared to the northern side of the Midland continent, it was enough for Qin to establish a powerful kingdom. Zhao Fu was quite satisfied with this plan, and he smiled as he asked, "What does everyone think?" Bai Qi, this subordinate thinks that General Wei Liao's plan is feasible. Wang Jian, this general thinks that General Wei Liao's plan is very good. Everyone else, we all agree with General Wei Liao's plan. Good. This will be Qin's main strategy in the future. After Zhao Fu made the announcement, he changed his tone the next moment. Before, Qin didn't want to get involved in the muddy water of Huaxia. He just wanted to withdraw from Huaxia temporarily with Vietnam as the base. But now the trouble has come to him, and Qin can't stay alone. He can only respond and resist the invaders. As for the strategy of Vietnam, what do you think? Everyone else was also deep in thought. If they were to carry out Wei Liao's plan, Qin's main focus would be on the 4 points, and he wouldn't need to deploy so many forces in Vietnam for the time being. Now, the Vietnamese Guard was not just in North Nam, there were branches in other regions as well, and they were developing extremely quickly. However, without Zhao Fu's support, they would not be able to do this. At this moment, Bai Qi said, "Your Majesty." This subordinate believes that Qin's focus can be shifted back, but Vietnam will definitely invade. After Qin Empire is re-established, there will be Vietnam outside of the border. This subordinate suggests that the Vietnamese Guard continue to infiltrate Vietnam and suppress its overall strength. Those who are not of our race should not exist. Suddenly, after thinking for a moment, Wei Liao said earnestly, "Your Majesty." I don't agree with General Bai Qi. Zhao Fu was not surprised, as he had expected this. He looked at Wei Liao and signaled for him to continue. Wei Liao respectfully bowed before saying, "I believe that we should shift most of our focus back to Vietnam and only leave a small portion of our resources there. The Vietnamese Guard can be buried there as a hidden chess piece, and there's no need to develop too much. Supporting the Vietnamese Guard takes too much manpower and resources, and infiltrating Vietnam isn't something that can be done in a day. During this period of time, we'll have to spend countless resources, time, and manpower on Vietnam, which will greatly delay Qin Empire's re-establishment. It's better to shift our focus back to Qin, so that Qin Empire can re-establish itself more quickly. Also, within the 31 regions, Qin will have to face many enemies. On the surface, there are 4 legatees, but who knows if there are more hidden ones. There are also countless families, and it will be incredibly difficult to get rid of them. As such, we can't split our forces." After hearing Bai Qi and Wei Liao's words, everyone once again fell into deep thought, as both of their arguments made sense. Bai Qi believed that they should focus more on the outside and less on the inside. After all, the Vietnamese Guard's development would be unstoppable, and it would be easy for them to infiltrate Vietnam. This was an opportunity for the Vietnamese Guard to quickly develop and secretly suppress Vietnam. However, such an opportunity would not appear in the dark and chaotic period of the future. Because at that time everyone will be praying for their own good. It's already good enough to be alive. Who cares if you love your country or not? Of course, the patriotic Vietnamese Guard would lose this opportunity. If they didn't suppress it, it would be too late for it to bare its fangs. However, Wei Liao's decision to focus on the inside and then the outside was correct. There were countless obstacles in the way of re-establishing Vietnam, and it would take a lot of effort to get rid of them. As such, they couldn't split their forces. However, neither of these things could be done in a day. Zhao Fu then asked the others, and they split into 2 factions. Some wanted to focus on the inside, while others wanted to focus on the outside. Both of them had their own advantages, and they could give many reasons. Wang Jian. What do you think about this? Zhao Fu's gaze suddenly fell on Wang Jian, who hadn't spoken this entire time. Everyone else paused and stopped arguing, and everyone fell silent as they looked at Wang Jian. Wang Jian stroked his chin and smiled as he said, "This general believes that both generals' words make sense." Following this, there was nothing else. His words were as good as not saying anything at all. Everyone looked at Wang Jian with some bitterness in their eyes, while Wang Jian smiled awkwardly. Zhao Fu felt a bit of a headache. After thinking for a while, he decided to put 80% of his focus on Qin City and 20% on the invasion of Vietnam. Finally, it was also the end of this discussion. At the same time, various orders to change tactics were distributed from Qin to all corners, which made Qin's strategy change greatly. Many of the generals left one after another. Zhao Fu sat on the chair at the top. He felt like he had overworked his brain, so he gently rubbed his temples. A few beautiful female attendants walked in, came to Zhao Fu's side, and said gently, "Your Highness, it's not a big deal. Let us help you rub it." Hearing this, Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. A few female attendants came to his left and right. One of them massaged his temples, 2 of them massaged his hands, and 2 of them massaged his legs. Zhao Fu was not used to such service and smelling their fragrances, and he wanted to stop them. Large-scale crystal mine? This news caused Zhao Fu to feel quite shocked. He sat up straight and looked at Li Wen as he asked seriously, "Is this true?" Li Wen understood the importance of this matter and earnestly nodded. Seeing this, Zhao Fu couldn't help but happily stand up. Crystal stones were one of the resources that Qin Zhao Fu lacked the most. Apart from people and corpses, it was the third most important resource that he needed. This was because refining corpses with high aptitude and high cultivation cost a lot of crystal stones. Because crystal stones were very expensive, most of Qin Zhao Fu's money was spent on crystal stones. It could be said that crystal stones greatly restricted Qin Zhao Fu's development, and Qin Zhao Fu couldn't make any big moves in this area. Now, Li Wen had said that he had found a large-scale crystal stone mine, not a small or medium one, but a large-scale one. How could this not make Zhao Fu happy? Hurry and tell me the details of this matter. Zhao Fu smiled as he said. Hurriedly. Yes. Your Majesty. Li Wen obeyed and told Zhao Fu everything that had happened. It turned out that Li Wen had led people to open the 4th passage to the underground space. At the end of the 4th passage, they found traces of a crystal stone vein. Following these traces, they unexpectedly found a large crystal stone vein. However, this crystal stone vein was surrounded by at least 50,000 skeletons. 50,000 skeletons gathered together indeed won't be easy to deal with. Zhao Fu thought for a moment before saying, "Li Wen, take me to have a look, and we'll come up with a detailed plan when we come back." Li Wen nodded before taking Zhao Fu to the underground tunnel. A while later, a few soldiers lit torches, and Zhao Fu stood in the middle with Li Wen leading the way. The underground tunnel hadn't changed much, and it was still as dark and gave off a terrifying aura. Everyone moved forward in silence. Following this, they came to an intersection and stopped. Zhao Fu found that there were many crystal shards on the walls here. These shards weren't very big, only about the size of a fingernail. However, there were many of them, and they looked quite beautiful. "Your Highness, there's a large crystal mine up ahead, so be careful," Li Wen warned. Zhao Fu nodded, and the group continued forward. Finally, he came to the end. There was no path ahead, only a cliff. In front of him was a very large space. Right now, Zhao Fu was at the entrance of a cliff that was dozens of meters high. The space in front of them was large, but it was not dark, because the rock walls in front of them were completely made of crystal stones. Such a large amount of crystal stones gave off a dazzling crystal light, causing the large space to be as bright as day. It was a very spectacular sight. This is a very large sparite mine. However, the ground below was a vast expanse of white, and there were all sorts of skeletons wandering around aimlessly. There were many of them, like a swarm of ants, and it was impossible to tell how many there were. There were roughly 50,000 skeletons, which was quite troublesome. After observing for a while, Zhao Fu said, "Let's go back. Don't alarm the skeletons here." Everyone was careful and slowly retreated without making a sound. After returning to the surface, Zhao Fu gathered all of his generals to discuss this matter. This matter was incredibly important to Qin, and they couldn't allow anything unexpected to happen. They had to be careful. After some detailed discussions, everyone started to take action and start to conquer this large crystal mine. First of all, they were at a high place, which was quite advantageous, and they could use this to build a defense. Secondly, a 10-meter wide passageway wouldn't do, as there were at least 50,000 skeletons in that space. Zhao Fu would have to send 20,000 soldiers down to deal with so many skeletons, and the 10-meter wide passageway was evidently too narrow, making it difficult for the soldiers to use their full strength. Zhao Fu wanted to use the first passageway as a base and extend it to both sides. He wanted to make 2 more passageways and 10 more entrances, and he wanted to have 2,000 soldiers to each team to guard these entrances. However, he needed to be extremely careful and not make too much noise to avoid alarming the skeletons. If such a large group of skeletons rushed up, it would be incredibly dangerous. As such, the excavation progress was quite slow, but Zhao Fu felt that waiting a few days was worth it. Moreover, after the ghost festival, Qin still had a large amount of talisman papers and items that could ward off ghosts. Zhao Fu tested these items on the skeletons in the other passageways and found that they were quite effective. However, the effects weren't as good as when dealing with ghosts, and they were only half as effective. This was already quite good, as they were making use of trash. Finally, the 300 soldiers, black and white impermanences, and city god could all be used, and they were quite good at dealing with undead creatures. 4 days later, when everything was ready, everyone arrived at the entrance of the passageway. The passageway was now 20 meters wide, and the edges were all made of thick iron, forming a 1.3-meter tall iron wall. The top, bottom, left, and right of the passageway were covered with evil-warding talismans. Zhao Fu stood at the passageway and looked down at the countless skeletons before giving the order to attack. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, the deathly silent environment was filled with the sound of the air being torn as arrows and crossbow bolts shot out. Ordinary arrows that didn't have any stats wouldn't have any effect on skeletons. However, arrows with ghost-slaying talismans could consume the skeleton's deathly aura as long as they hit them. Even though they wouldn't have any serious effects, they were still quite useful. Some powerful archers could add stats to their arrows, and even without ghost-slaying talismans, the stats of the arrows could cause the skeleton's deathly aura to dissipate, causing their bodies to collapse into countless bones. The bolts formed a rain of arrows as they descended on the countless skeletons. This was especially so for the bolts with the 3 ghost-slaying talismans, which gave off an incredibly powerful aura. As soon as they shot out, the skeletons' bodies were blasted into countless pieces of bone that flew everywhere. This wave of attacks caused Zhao Fu's group to be completely exposed. Countless skeletons roared as they rushed over, giving off terrifying sounds. The roars of their souls were especially ear-piercing. A small portion of those with weaker cultivation started to feel dizzy. The skeletons flooded over, and Zhao Fu gave the order to fire another wave of arrows, killing a portion of the skeletons. Very quickly, a large number of skeletons reached below Zhao Fu, and they weren't ordinary skeletons. They bit onto weapons and stabbed their bony hands into the walls, climbing up towards Zhao Fu's group. Ordinary skeletons wouldn't be able to do this, and they would only be able to instinctively attack and destroy the walls. However, these skeletons were different, and they most likely retained some of their memories from when they were alive. These skeletons climbed up the rock wall very quickly with their weapons in their mouths. In just a few seconds, they had climbed up more than 10 meters, and the rock wall was suddenly filled with skeletons. The attack was swift and fierce. Seeing this, Zhao Fu ordered buckets of yang blood to be poured on the skeletons. Like boiling water, the skeletons screamed and fell from the sky. A large amount of yang blood was poured down, dyeing the rock wall blood red. A large number of skeletons looked scared and didn't dare to approach. They watched as Zhao Fu suppressed a large number of skeletons with the help of yang blood. However, the battle was far from that simple. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, sharp arrows with the aura of death shot towards Zhao Fu from below. Not only did Zhao Fu have archers, but the skeleton archers also shot powerful arrows. Immediately, Great Qin's soldiers set up shields and placed them on the iron walls, forming a powerful iron defense. Bang, 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 arrows shot up from below like raindrops. Some hit the shields, while others hit the walls of the tunnel, producing dull thuds. The skeletons also took the opportunity to climb up the rock wall on the other side, bypassing the yang blood. Countless arrows shot at them, forcing Zhao Fu's side to fully defend. They couldn't attack or stop the skeletons that climbed up. Now, Qin's side was suppressed by the skeletons. Fortunately, the skeleton archers didn't have unlimited arrows, and they didn't have many. After suppressing Qin's side for a while, the arrows shot by the skeleton archers became sparse. Some skeletons also climbed to the side of the tunnel, but they didn't dare to approach. Because the tunnel entrance could be covered with countless evil-repelling talismans, and because the area of the 10 tunnels was much smaller than the city wall, Zhao Fu still had a large number of talisman papers, so he didn't hesitate to use them. Therefore, there were 3 layers of talisman papers, especially the 2 gold-repelling talismans that he used during the Ghost Festival. These 2 evil-warding talismans still contained a quarter of their original power. Their powerful evil-warding power was slightly better than that of ordinary silver-grade evil-warding talismans. With so many talismans, the evil-warding power was naturally terrifying. To the skeletons, the area ahead was like a blazing inferno that they couldn't get close to. If they did, they would die. At this moment, the attack of the skeleton archers also slowed down. Qin also seized the opportunity to counterattack. He opened the shield wall, and the soldiers who were ready drew their bows and shot arrows at the skeletons who were crawling around the entrance of the tunnel and staring at them fiercely. Powerful arrows containing ghost-slaying power shot into the skeletons, causing them to fall to the ground. Bang, 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 one by one, the skeletons fell from the sky and shattered into countless bones. It was like a rain of bones. Although there were skeletons falling from the sky, the other skeletons weren't afraid at all. They continued to crawl towards the entrance of the tunnel. However, because of the powerful evil-warding power, the countless skeletons didn't dare to get close, and they could only stay in the surroundings and stare at Qin's soldiers. After being shot down by the archers, the skeletons continuously fell, while the skeletons continued to crawl upwards. Qin's soldiers didn't dare to relax for even a moment, and they used all kinds of methods to attack the skeletons around them. The battle was incredibly intense, and there was a tall pile of bones below. Although Qin's soldiers were tired, no one was injured for now. Suddenly, the situation changed. A gray ray of light with a terrifying aura streaked across the sky and shot towards Qin's soldiers. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the gray ray of light hit the wall of the leftmost tunnel. The massive force caused a large portion of the wall to collapse, and a few soldiers fell from the sky and fell to their deaths. Everyone was shocked. Zhao Fu's gaze became cold as he looked at a skeleton wearing silver-gray armor and holding a large gray crystal bow. This was a skeleton general, and its aura was at least 4 times more powerful than ordinary skeleton generals. Now, not only had the leftmost tunnel collapsed, but its evil-warding power had also been destroyed by the deathly aura from the arrows. Now, the evil-warding power on this side had completely lost its effect, and a large number of skeletons madly surged over. The soldiers guarding there were unable to stop them at all, and the battle seemed to be going out of control. Bai Qi! Zhao Fu yelled, and Bai Qi understood. He drew the 7-murder sword and pointed it at the soldiers, causing a blood-red aura to rise up from the soldiers' bodies and gather. Scree! A massive cry sounded out as the blood-red eagle spread its wings and rushed towards the countless skeletons. With a sweep of its wings, it created a terrifying blood-red gale that shot down the skeletons, causing the situation on the left side to become much easier. However, in the next moment, countless arrows containing deathly power shot towards the blood-red eagle. The skeleton archers once again attacked. With so many arrows, the blood-red eagle was unable to defend against them, and it could only continuously dodge and attack. However, the situation on the left side once again became tense. Zhao Fu immediately gave the order, and all of the archers and ballistae aimed at the skeleton archers and started to shoot. Countless arrows drew arcs in the air and descended like raindrops, suppressing the skeleton archers. These skeleton archers either died or dodged to the side, unable to shoot any more arrows. This allowed the blood-red eagle to focus on dealing with the skeletons on the left side. The skeleton general once again drew its gray crystal bow, and a large amount of deathly aura flowed out from its body and entered the arrow in its hand, causing it to give off a terrifying gray light. The skeleton general was about to shoot that terrifying arrow from before, however, how could Zhao Fu let it do as it wished? He coldly harumphed and took out the great spirit rock bow, sending a large amount of King's power into it, causing it to shine with a brilliant violet light. Boom! The sound of the air being torn could be heard as a gray ray of light shot towards Qin with a terrifying aura. At that moment, Zhao Fu released the bowstring, causing an arrow to turn into a violet rock and fly towards the gray ray of light. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the 2 arrows collided in the air and exploded, causing gray and violet light to shoot everywhere and creating a powerful gale. However, at that moment, another powerful aura exploded out from below as a skeleton general riding a large skeleton horse and holding a spear appeared. The skeleton general turned into a gray ray of light and rushed over, instantly arriving at the bottom of the cliff. However, the skeleton horse seemed to ignore gravity and jumped onto the uneven but vertical cliff, attacking towards Qin's right side. This gave Zhao Fu a big fright, and he gave the Great Spirit Rock bow to Zhang Dahu, who was only slightly weaker than Bai Qi, so he could suppress the skeleton general and have old Logue support him. All of you, retreat and support the left side. Zhao Fu coldly stared at the skeleton general as he ordered the soldiers around him. With the skeleton general's strength, staying here would be equivalent to committing suicide. The soldiers obeyed and retreated to the leftmost side. The skeleton general riding on its large bone horse had a powerful spirit flame flickering within its head as it gloomily looked at Zhao Fu. Suddenly, the skeleton general raised its spear and turned into a ray of light as it rushed towards Zhao Fu. Clang, the sound of metal colliding rang out as sparks flew everywhere. The skeleton general quickly passed by Zhao Fu, while Zhao Fu held a blood-red sword as he stood in place. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton general had arrived in front of Zhao Fu and stabbed its spear towards Zhao Fu's chest. However, Zhao Fu had already pulled out the slaughtering ghost sword and vigorously slashed out, blocking the skeleton general's attack. The slaughtering ghost sword's stats greatly countered undead creatures, so it was perfect to use it here. Its attack had missed. The skeleton general turned its skeleton horse around and raised its spear as it once again attacked Zhao Fu. This time, the spear gave off a sharp and cold light, and it gave off a power that seemed to be able to pierce through everything as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. Ghost Killer! Zhao Fu lightly yelled as he used the slaughtering ghost sword's skill. The slaughtering ghost sword was covered by a blood-red light, and ghostly howls could be heard as it gave off a terrifying and eerie aura. Bang! The skeleton general quickly arrived at Zhao Fu's side and stabbed out with its spear, which seemed to be able to pierce through the air, towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu also slashed out with his sword, and the two attacks collided, resulting in a massive explosion. This time, the skeleton general was blocked by Zhao Fu. As a cavalry soldier, being blocked was a great humiliation, and the skeleton general roared as its spirit flame doubled in size, making it look even more ferocious as it charged at Zhao Fu. Even though the skeleton general had gone berserk, Zhao Fu did not feel much pressure. The slaughtering ghost sword stats countered the skeleton general's deathly aura, and the skeleton general would always be at a disadvantage. The deathly aura it condensed would often be dissipated by the slaughtering ghost sword. Boom! Suddenly, a massive explosion sounded out as the ground trembled. Rocks fell from the sky, and a powerful aura exploded out from below. This skeleton general held a large shield in one hand and a saber in the other, and its aura was even more powerful than the previous two skeleton generals. At this moment, the skeleton general's aura was like that of a mountain. It gripped its shield and slammed it against the cliff, causing long cracks to appear on the cliff. It wouldn't be long before the entire cliff was destroyed by the skeleton general, and when that time came, Great Qin's soldiers would be in danger. Zhao Fu couldn't continue fighting with the skeleton general on the skeleton horses, so he stretched out a hand and the king's ring on his finger shined with a golden light. 10 skeleton cavalrymen who were also riding skeleton horses but had golden flames in their heads appeared. They were the king's undead cavalry, and Zhao Fu ordered the king's undead cavalry to tie down the skeleton general. The 10 king's undead cavalrymen charged over, easily tying down the skeleton general and causing it to fall into a difficult situation. This was because the 10 king's undead cavalrymen were all cavalrymen. Even though their individual strength was weaker than the skeleton generals, their overall strength was not inferior to the skeleton generals. Zhao Fu's king's undead cavalrymen were quite powerful because they had devoured a large amount of deathly aura every time they fought and killed. Now, at least 90% of the skeletons were rushing towards the leftmost tunnel, and all of the tunnels were ferociously attacking that direction. By comparison, there were less than 3,000 skeletons below. Zhao Fu brought 300 or so soldiers, the black and white impermanences, Daisy, and a few generals to the surface from the other side. The people above were all commanded by Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and the others. After reaching the surface, Zhao Fu ordered Doxard, Daisy, and a goblin warrior who specialized in using a gold shield to attack the skeleton general. On the other side, the remaining 3,000 or so skeletons gathered and attacked. By now, it was time for Zhao Fu's 300 soldiers to come into play. They rushed towards the skeletons, and the two sides were incredibly fast. They were only 10 meters away from each other, and although the 3,000 skeletons seemed to be more powerful, there was a massive difference in strength. The two sides quickly clashed, and countless skeletons raised their weapons as they ferociously attacked. The minotaurs and horsefaces were not afraid at all, and they vigorously stabbed out with their pitchforks, stabbing them into the skeletons' bodies. They then sent their ghost-suppressing power into their pitchforks and twisted them, causing the skeletons' bodies to collapse and turn into countless bones. This was because the Yin soldiers' ghost-suppressing power was incredibly effective against undead creatures, and they could easily dispel the skeleton's deathly aura. Without the deathly aura, the skeletons would immediately die. As such, even though Zhao Fu's side had fewer people, they were not weak at all, and the situation was quite advantageous for them. The minotaurs and horsefaces stabbed out with their pitchforks, killing the skeletons until they were unable to retaliate at all. Daisy and the others also clashed with the shield-bearer general. Sar and Dok attacked from the front, the goblin warriors held up their shields and were responsible for defending, and Daisy used her magic skills from afar. The skeleton general was quite powerful, but Daisy and the other generals had long since reached stage 1 cultivation, and with their teamwork, they were able to completely suppress it. Bang! 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 On the other side, 3 blood-red fireballs descended towards the skeleton general archer, exploding, and the skeleton general could only dodge to the side. At that moment, an arrow turned into a violet ray of light and shot towards the skeleton general. Zhang Dahu had grasped this opportunity, and while the skeleton general was dodging the fireball, he shot out the arrow, making it incredibly difficult for the skeleton general to dodge again. The skeleton general could only draw the short sword at its waist and hastily defend. A powerful sword light slashed out, colliding with the violet ray of light and instantly exploding. The shockwave caused the skeleton general to retreat a few steps. Lil Shi and Lil Jia, help Zhang Daha kill that skeleton general archer, Zhao Fu ordered, wanting to finish the battle as soon as possible. The black and white impermanences obeyed and floated towards the skeleton general. They used some sort of skill, and their feet left the ground. They each took out a white and black wooden club and joined the battle. With the black and white impermanences joining the battle, the skeleton general became even more defeated. This was especially so for the black and white impermanences. Whenever they hit the skeleton general's body, the skeleton general's spirit flame would flicker and become slightly smaller, and its aura would become slightly weaker. The massive blood-red eagle and countless archers ferociously attacked from the leftmost passageway, causing the skeletons there to continuously fall off the walls. On the other side, the 10 King's undead cavalrymen had surrounded a skeleton general, and Sar and the others worked together to continuously push the skeleton general back. Under the huge crystal vein, a skeleton with bones as white as jade slowly stood up. It held a crystal sword in its hand, and there was a golden soul flame in its head. The huge aura it exuded shocked everyone present. This skeleton was incredibly powerful, and even though Zhao Fu was standing not too far away, he could clearly sense its power. The sword in its hand was definitely a legendary grade weapon, and after tens of thousands of years of corrosion, even legendary grade weapons would become gold grade. As such, this skeleton was definitely an epic grade weapon. After standing up, the skeleton's gaze fell on the skeleton general archer, and its body turned into a ray of light as it rushed over. In just a few seconds, the skeleton was about to enter the battlefield. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu drew the slaughtering ghost sword and sent his king's power into it before stabbing it into the ground. A blood-red barrier instantly spread out, dragging the skeleton into the slaughter field domain. The skeleton looked up at the blood-red sky and looked down at the corpses on the ground before looking at Zhao Fu. Xing, a sword hum sounded out as the crystal sword shot out a large amount of sword light, and the skeleton instantly crossed 100 meters and appeared in front of Zhao Fu. It swung its sword, giving off a massive amount of sword chi as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. Bang! Zhao Fu was given a big fright, and he took out the slaughtering ghost sword to block. A massive force slammed into Zhao Fu's body, causing him to slide back 10 or so meters before stopping. This skeleton was simply too powerful, and with his current strength, Zhao Fu really couldn't defeat it. As such, Zhao Fu had no choice but to use the unsealing stones. Apart from the gold-grade weapons, he had also obtained 3 unsealing stones from the 70 or so Sky Ghost treasure bags. The seal within Zhao Fu's body disappeared, and a powerful feeling once again flowed through his body. Swish, the skeleton's figure appeared above Zhao Fu, and its sword gave off an aura that seemed to be able to cut through anything as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu's eyes opened, and a black light shot out as he gripped the sword hilt and heavily slashed out. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out, and the air seemed to explode as the 2 swords clashed. A massive destructive power exploded out, and the ground cracked and collapsed, opening up a 20-meter-wide crater. The skeleton eerily looked at Zhao Fu. It had never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to erupt with a power that could contend against it. It first pressed down on Zhao Fu with its sword, causing Zhao Fu's body to lean backwards. Then, he disappeared and reappeared at Zhao Fu's side, slashing with his sword again. Clang, the sound of metal clashing resounded for 1,000 meters. Zhao Fu raised his sword and blocked the skeleton's attack once again. But in the next moment, the skeleton's figure disappeared and reappeared on the other side to launch an attack. Bang! 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 The skeleton's speed was incredibly fast, and it continuously appeared and disappeared, attacking Zhao Fu from all directions. The 2 of them clashed, and sword light shot everywhere, forming a massive gale. The ground was covered with deep sword gashes. The skeleton's attacks were incredibly fast, and it didn't give Zhao Fu any time to react. It used its full strength to attack Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu didn't like being suppressed by the skeleton at all. Clang, the skeleton slashed out with its sword, sending out a sharp arc of light. Zhao Fu circulated all of his king's power into the slaughtering ghost sword, causing it to shine with a terrifying blood-red light. Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, sending out a shocking blood-red light that forced the skeleton back a few steps and broke through its attack. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu drew the Sky Demon sword and stabbed it into the ground. A large amount of demonic chi flowed out from the sword, dyeing the ground black. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand, and his king's seal appeared on his palm. The skeleton, which was only 5 meters away from Zhao Fu, was given a big fright and quickly retreated. Swish! 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 Countless black spikes suddenly stabbed out from the ground, piercing through the skeleton's body and sending it 20 or so meters into the air. This attack caused the skeleton's soul flame to flicker, and it seemed to have been heavily injured. However, the skeleton gritted its teeth and raised its crystal sword. The sword suddenly gave off a strange ripple, and the skeleton slashed at the black spikes that had pierced into its body. A few of the black spikes actually crystallized before shattering. The skeleton descended from the sky, giving off a terrifying sword aura as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu raised the slaughtering ghost sword and pointed it at the skeleton as he lightly yelled, "Seal." Suddenly, the skeleton's massive power constricted, turning into a sealing power that attached itself to the skeleton's body. Now that the skeleton was within the slaughter field domain, Zhao Fu could naturally use the domain's power. This power caused the skeleton, which was descending, to pause for a moment. At that moment, Zhao Fu took out an evil crushing spear and sent his power into it. The evil crushing spear shined with a silver light as the runes on it spun and gave off a powerful evil crushing power. Boom! Zhao Fu used all of his strength to throw out the evil crushing spear. The evil crushing spear gave off a large amount of silver light as it turned into a ray of light and arcs of lightning as it pierced through the skeleton's chest, creating a fist-sized hole and heavily injuring the skeleton. Arg! Just as Zhao Fu was about to take out another evil crushing spear to finish off the skeleton suddenly roared and exploded out with a terrifying power, easily breaking free from the sealing power. Its body twisted as it slashed down, sending out a 20-meter-long sword light towards Zhao Fu. Bang! Zhao Fu was sent flying, and the sword light landed on the ground, causing the ground to crystallize. Zhao Fu used his sword to block, but he was unable to completely block it. The clothes on his right shoulder also started to crystallize, and the power of the sword light cut into Zhao Fu's shoulder, causing blood to flow through his clothes. Bang! The skeleton fell from the sky, and the spirit flame within its head swayed and shrank by 2/3. The skeleton had paid a great price to unleash such terrifying power. Seeing this, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. The skeleton was already at the end of its tether, and Zhao Fu did not care about the injury on his right shoulder. He raised his sword and rushed up, continuously slashing at the skeleton. The skeleton could only defend with all of its strength, and it continuously retreated. Roar! At that moment, the skeleton exploded out with its final bit of power, and it finally had the strength to counterattack. It ferociously stabbed its sword towards Zhao Fu's throat. Zhao Fu dodged to the side and swung his sword upwards, heavily slashing down. After slashing the skeleton into the air, Zhao Fu equipped the Sky Demon sword and pointed at it. A massive demon image flew out of the sword and gave off a massive demonic chi as it flew towards the skeleton. In the air, the skeleton used the last of its strength to once again slash out a sword light, causing the demon image to crystallize before shattering into countless crystals and scattering into the air. Bang! At that moment, a silver ray of light containing immense power shot out from below and pierced through the skeleton's chest. Within the skeleton's head, the spirit flame violently flickered before disappearing. The skeleton's body shattered in the air, and countless bones fell to the ground. The jade-white bones lost their luster and became a pile of useless trash. Zhao Fu didn't have time to look at the 4 items for now, so he put them into his king's ring before looking at the other battlefields. At the leftmost passageway, there were countless soldiers ferociously attacking, and with the blood-red eagle's help, most of the skeletons had been killed by Qin. The ground below was covered with bones, all of which belonged to the skeleton soldiers. They had fallen from dozens of meters up, and because they didn't have any deathly aura to support them, they were all shattered. The scene of tens of thousands of skeletons piling up was quite majestic. On the side of the 3 skeleton generals, the first to be killed was the archer general. Originally, with Zhang Dahu and Old Logue's cooperation, they were able to suppress the archer general. Now that the black and white impermanences had joined in, the archer general was destined to be killed first. In the end, it was the black and white impermanences who killed it. After being hit by Zhang Dahu's arrow, it stumbled and lost its balance, and it fell to the side. The black and white impermanences used some sort of skill, and they suddenly hugged each other before swinging out their wooden clubs. A grey wooden club image that was half a meter thick and 10 or so meters long suddenly appeared and smashed towards the archer general. The massive force caused the archer general's body to shatter. After killing the archer general, they picked up the items that it had dropped and walked towards Zhao Fu. As they walked, the massive things on their chests violently swayed. Before, Zhao Fu hadn't paid much attention to this, but now, he found that it was quite shocking. The black and white clothes didn't seem to be able to restrict the archer general's movements, and their swaying was quite large. Xianxia sensed Zhao Fu's gaze and smiled as she gave him a flirtatious look. Zhao Fu ignored her and looked towards the next battlefield. Sar raised his large saber and ferociously slashed at the skeleton general, sending out a large wave of saber light. The skeleton general raised its shield to block, while Doke stabbed out from another direction with his spear, sending a cold light towards the skeleton general's head. The skeleton general could only use its saber to block. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared behind it, the goblin warrior Loch. He swung his 2-meter-long shield with both hands, bringing with it a ferocious shield wind as he heavily slammed it towards the skeleton general. The massive force sent the skeleton general flying backwards. Standing by the side, Daisy's body gave off a white light, giving off a holy aura. She raised her finger and pointed at the skeleton general, causing a ray of white light to shoot out and instantly arrive beside the skeleton general. Boom! The white light split into 2, then into 3, turning into 7 halos that slammed into the skeleton general. A massive explosion sounded out as the skeleton general's body was sent flying. Finally, Zhao Fu's gaze fell on the skeleton general. The skeleton general was currently riding on a skeleton horse and was being chased by the 10 Kings' undead cavalrymen. It was a pity that the 10 Kings' undead cavalrymen caught up to it in the end, and the 10 Kings' undead cavalrymen once again surrounded the skeleton general. The skeleton general's body gave off a grey deathly aura, and it swept out with its spear, sending out a massive spear light as it tried to force back the King's undead cavalrymen and break out. However, the 10 Kings' undead cavalrymen's bodies gave off a faint golden light as they simultaneously raised their spears, completely ignoring the skeleton general's spear light as they vigorously stabbed out with their spears. Boom! The 10 golden spears gave off a sharp golden light, seeming to pierce through the air as they pierced through the skeleton general's body. The skeleton general's spirit flame violently flickered before it was extinguished, and the skeleton general's body fell apart and fell off its horse. The skeleton horse that the skeleton general was riding on gave a pitiful whimper and chose to self-destruct. Its spirit flame continuously became smaller and smaller until it disappeared, and its body turned into countless bones. This horse was quite loyal. It had died with its owner when it was alive, and it had chosen to die with its owner in death. Following this, Zhao Fu dealt with all of the remaining skeletons, and it was time to clean up the battlefield. This time, Qin's army had suffered 136 casualties and 1,300 or so people had been injured. This was all thanks to Bai Qi's preparations and Bai Qi's blood-red eagle. Without these two things, Qin's army would have suffered many times more casualties. As for their spoils, they had obtained 80,000 or so pieces of normal-grade equipment, 41,000 or so pieces of blue-grade equipment, 3,200 or so pieces of silver-grade equipment, 8 pieces of gold-grade equipment, and 1 piece of legendary-grade equipment. After all, it was impossible for soldiers to only have 1 piece of equipment. They would normally have many pieces, which was why there were so many pieces of equipment. However, even though there was so much equipment, it was not very important to Qin's soldiers. After all, during the Ghost Festival, Qin's soldiers had obtained 40,000 or so pieces of silver-grade equipment, and now, all 20,000 of Qin's soldiers had a piece of silver-grade equipment. These pieces of equipment were not very attractive, but there was something that made Zhao Fu feel quite delighted, which was the soldier souls. They had obtained 178 soldier souls this time, and adding on the soldier souls from before, they would be able to fuse 2 general armaments. This made Zhao Fu feel incredibly excited. The value of 2 general armaments went without saying. Zhao Fu had the soldiers build the stairs to the ground and prepare to excavate the energy stone mine. Zhao Fu went to the bottom of the energy stone mine and stretched out his hand to touch the massive energy stone mine. Looking at the massive energy stone mine, he could tell that it was not a simple energy stone mine and could rival a massive mine. It was worth many times more than a bronze concentrate mine. With this energy stone mine, everything I've done has been worth it. Zhao Fu felt at ease as he returned to the ground and looked at the items that the skeleton generals had dropped. The archer general, the saber shield general, and the cavalry general had all dropped 4 items. Firstly, their weapons were all half-legendary grade equipment, which meant that they had most likely been half-epic grade equipment. Secondly, they had dropped exquisite refined martial souls, which could unlock S-grade skills. There were also 3 undead general profession change stones, which could allow one to become an undead general like Li Wen and obtain deathly power. Finally, there were 3 general souls, which could be fused into a general armament. What surprised Zhao Fu was that the cavalry general's skeleton horse had also dropped an item, which was a horse jade soul. This horse jade soul was very important to dens, as it could increase the number of dens that spawned and increase the strength of horses. It was an incredibly good item, and its stats were the same as the horse jade soul that Zhao Fu had obtained last time. Finally, there were the 4 items that the skeleton general with the crystal sword had dropped. The first was the crystal sword. The crystal sword looked really beautiful. It was transparent and sparkling, giving off a faint crystal light. The sword was 3 fingers thick and 1.3 meters long. The shape of the sword was similar to a cross sword, and it had a Western aura. Zhao Fu had personally experienced this sword's true might, and no matter if it was in terms of stats or destructive power, it was much better than ordinary legendary grade weapons. As expected from an epic grade weapon, Zhao Fu didn't plan to use this sword, and he wanted to leave it for Wei Liao to use as a vessel for his general armament. With this sword's might, if it could become a general armament, its might would be many times more terrifying, and that was what Zhao Fu wanted to see. Wang Jian had a half-legacy grade sword, but it was quite lacking as a vessel for a general armament. Zhao Fu thought about the ghost strengthening stones that he had left, and he felt that he could use them. After all, Wang Jian's sword had been obtained from the underground region, and it gave off a dense deathly aura. After being strengthened, it had become a half-legendary grade weapon, and its stats would be quite suitable for a ghost strengthening stone. Zhao Fu decided to take care of this later. Zhao Fu looked at the second item. It was a golden orb of light that was as big as a fist, and there seemed to be a dragon swimming within it. The dragon looked like a divine dragon, but it was different. Its horns were straight, and it had a pair of wings with golden feathers. Moreover, it had 2 pupils, and it gave off a serious and dangerous aura. When Zhao Fu first saw this orb of light, he had thought that it would have a person's figure within it like a soldier's soul, but he had never thought that it would be a dragon. Holding the orb of light in his hand, he could feel the immense power that it gave off. This power was quite familiar to Zhao Fu, as it was the same power that the king's ring gave off. The king's ring was something that Zhao Fu had fused with an ancient king armament shard, and it contained a large amount of ancient king's power. The orb of light also gave off this ancient king's power, but the amount of king's power within the orb of light was much smaller. Moreover, even though it was the same type of king's power, it didn't belong to the same person. Finally, there was this dragon. Zhao Fu had seen this dragon on many pieces of equipment in the underground region, and it was a simplified version of this dragon. The heaven and earth refining formation also had this dragon diagram. Suddenly, based on the skeleton's equipment and power, Zhao Fu felt that this underground region was most likely left behind by a massive empire during ancient times. Of course, Zhao Fu didn't know much about this empire. However, he could imagine how powerful it was. Just looking at the heaven and earth refining formation, he could tell that it was filled with the corpses of countless powerful creatures. There are dragons, angels, demons, high elves, and other strange races. There are even some primitive races. If this doesn't show how powerful this empire is, then how can it show how powerful it is? Zhao Fu suddenly felt a sense of danger towards the heaven and earth refining formation. He felt that it was both a blessing and a curse. Such a powerful empire had most likely perished. Zhao Fu wasn't sure what had caused this, but he was waiting for an opportunity to see if he could find any information about this empire. Let's take a look at the glowing orb's attributes first. King Remnant Soul, a powerful soul item that is produced after the death of someone with a king's bloodline. This item contains king's power and can be strengthened. It is a core item for fusing a king armament. A king armament requires a king remnant soul? Only now did Zhao Fu find out. He had thought that 24 general armaments were required to fuse a king armament, and he had never thought that there would be such a requirement. Within the sword, the sky demon stared at the king remnant soul, drooling all over the ground. Ordinary general souls were already incredibly attractive to her, let alone this king remnant soul. Sensing the sky demon's gaze, Zhao Fu instantly put the king remnant soul into his ring and said without any hesitation, "Don't even think about it. That's impossible." The sky demon yelled before running back into the depths of the sword angrily. Zhao Fu looked at the third item. It was an eyeball, and it was as big as a normal eyeball. It was made of a crystal stone, and it didn't look like it had been carved out. Instead, it looked like a person's eyeball. Crystal Realm Eye of Destruction, a specially created eyeball that contains an extremely powerful eye technique. It is a very dangerous item. A very dangerous item? Within the Heaven Awakened world, there were very few items that had the words dangerous item in their descriptions unless they were incredibly powerful or extremely dangerous. For example, the ancient king shard that Zhao Fu had obtained also had the words dangerous item in it. Does this eyeball have the same kind of power? This was a one-time consumable item, and Zhao Fu didn't know how powerful the eye technique was, so he put it away for now. Finally, Zhao Fu looked at the fourth item. It was a dagger that was black and seemed to be made of iron or stone. It was abnormally cold to the touch, and it felt as if there was an icy aura flowing into one's body, destroying one's life force. Zhao Fu immediately unleashed his king's power to defend against this energy. There were also many gray runes engraved on the dagger. This dagger was quite strange, he hadn't even used it yet, and it was destroying his life force just by holding it in his hand. Once one's life force was destroyed, that person would definitely die. Death Dagger, a forbidden item that contains a large amount of deathly energy and has been strengthened by many forbidden curses. It has great killing power and can instantly destroy one's life force, killing them. This dagger can only be used 5 times, and each use costs one's lifespan. This dagger has already been used once, and it can only be used 4 times. This dagger looks quite terrifying, no wonder I couldn't touch it just then. That energy that was destroying my life force was most likely deathly energy. Zhao Fu felt that this dagger was quite powerful and could definitely be used to kill people. However, the price to use it was quite high, and it could only be used 5 times. One's lifespan determined how long one could live in the Heaven Awaken world. Without a lifespan, one could only die. In the Heaven Awaken world, one would also grow old and die. Looking at the death dagger in his hand, a plan appeared in Zhao Fu's mind. This plan was quite despicable, sinister, and cruel, but Zhao Fu was still going to use it. Zhao Fu put the death dagger away. What came next would be quite exciting. Zhao Fu took out 200 soldier souls and called Wang Jian and Wei Liao to an empty area in Qin town. Wang Jian. Give me your sword, Zhao Fu said with a smile as he stood in the empty area. Wang Jian understood what was going to happen next, and a look of delight appeared on his face. He drew the sword at his waist and handed it to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu took the sword and took out a few ghost strengthening stones and used them on it. The ghost strengthening stones turned into grey mist and flowed into the sword. In the end, the sword advanced to ordinary legendary grade, and its appearance greatly changed. It became a grey sword that gave off a cold and eerie feeling when held in one's hand. Zhao Fu quickly fused the 100 soldier souls into 10 divine soldier souls and handed the process of fusing general armaments to Wang Jian. Wang Jian came to the empty area with a serious expression as the 10 soldier souls gave off large amounts of white light and floated into the air, forming a circle with him at the center. The white light from the soldier souls became brighter and brighter, and it became more and more blinding. In the end, they formed 10 massive orbs of light that floated in the air, seeming to call out to each other. Boom! A massive sound rang out as the 10 massive orbs of light exploded out with terrifying power, causing the entire sky to tremble. In that instant, clouds swirled as the heavens and earth changed color. With Wang Jian at the center, a massive gale swept out, causing sand and rocks to fly and massive trees to sway, making it seem like a disaster had descended. At that moment, within the 10 orbs of light, the 10 corporeal soldiers' bodies started to melt like ice before turning into traces of violet aura. Boom! Another massive explosion sounded out as a gigantic violet star giving off a noble starlight and a boundless aura broke through the restrictions of the day and descended above Qin's room. The abnormal signs of the heavens and earth instantly appeared. Countless espers and people from various factions sensed something and hurriedly came out of the room to look at the brilliant star in the sky. At the center of the massive gale, below the violet star, Wang Jian raised his legendary grade sword and roared as a massive aura exploded out from his body, causing countless traces of black aura to flow out from his body. Boom! A loud sound rang out, as though something had been broken. Wang Jian burst forth with a black beam of light, shooting straight towards the gigantic purple star. The terrifying black pillar of light shot into the violet star, and the violet star, which had been giving off a noble light, was instantly dyed black. It gave off a shocking black light, and an icy aura filled with killing intent and an aura that seemed to be able to break through everything spread out. Countless people looked at the sky and saw that the violet star had turned into a black star, and their pupils constricted as they cried out in shock, "Army Destroyer!" Out of the general stars, the Army Destroyer was in charge of conquering, and its offensive nature was the strongest. Its goal was to destroy everything, and its combat strength was extremely great. Wherever the Army Destroyer went, it would be like a hot knife cutting through butter, and no one would be able to stop it. In history, Wang Jian's destined general star was the Destruction Army, because only someone with the Destruction Army fate could conquer the 5 kingdoms and end the warring states period. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a black pillar of starlight descended from the sky, landing on Wang Jian's body. The air instantly exploded, turning into a shockwave that spread out in all directions. Zhao Fu had long since been prepared, and he unleashed his king's domain to block this terrifying energy. Under the influence of the black pillar of starlight, Wang Jian also started to transform. The starlight seeped into his body, causing him to exude a terrifying aura, causing the atmosphere to turn heavy. A ferocious expression appeared on Wang Jian's face as strands of black qi radiated from his body. This was the Army Destroyer baleful qi, causing Wang Jian to exude an offensive aura. He was like a spear of destruction, once pierced out, nothing would be able to stop him. At this moment, the 10 gigantic orbs of light in the sky slowly gathered towards Wang Jian and fused into the sword that Wang Jian was holding up. The grayish sword was also affected by the violet qi within the orbs of light, and at first turned into a violet sword that gave off a noble aura before turning completely black, giving off an intense offensive aura. A few rays of light spun around the sword, and the two words Army Destroyer were engraved on it. Finally, the Army Destroyer sword was completely formed. The black pillar of starlight also gradually became smaller and smaller before disappearing, and the black star in the sky also gradually disappeared. Countless people stared at the disappearing Army Destroyer star, feeling somewhat shocked in their hearts. However, they weren't too shocked. After all, the 7 Murders star had already descended, and there had already been people who had returned their general stars. As such, the second Army Destroyer star didn't cause as much of a commotion as the first one. However, it was still the Army Destroyer star, one of the 3 great general stars, and countless people still paid attention to it. They all tried to guess who this Army Destroyer star was, and what made them pay even more attention to it was that this Army Destroyer star had appeared in the north. Could it be that this Army Destroyer star has something to do with Qin? Or maybe it's Qin's general? Originally, nothing big had happened, and the popularity of Qin was reduced by various other things. There wasn't that kind of fanaticism that attracted the attention of the whole world. Many forces were relieved that Qin had kept a low profile. However, now that the Army Destroyer star had appeared, many forces thought to themselves, why doesn't this Qin stop for a while? He's always making them feel nervous. Of course, whether it was the 7 Murders star or the Army Destroyer star, they might not belong to Qin, because they couldn't guarantee that their guesses were 100% correct. However, the place where they appeared was a bit too strange. They both appeared in the north of the mainland, and the biggest, strongest, and most mysterious force in the north was Qin. No matter what happened here, people would instinctively think of Qin's side. The northern forces had Qin as a shield, and some of the weaker forces had the opportunity to secretly develop and become stronger. This was quite beneficial to them. Within the Westfall restaurant in Holy Light City, the elegant and violet-clothed Xianxia stood on the roof and looked at the Army Destroyer star that had disappeared. She smiled and looked down at her body, and the traces of dragon-like fate around her had become a bit stronger. This increase wasn't in quantity but in quality. I'm looking forward to that day. Xianxia looked away and smiled as she muttered to herself. Zhang, who was already in another region, looked at the horizon and lightly laughed as he said, Qin has obtained a general star and an unstoppable Army Destroyer star. It also obtained a general star and has an unstoppable momentum. Adding on the 7 Murders, perhaps no one will be able to stop its advance in the future. Senior apprentice brother. This time, he's really in big trouble, and I don't know if he can resolve it. If he can't, even Master might not be able to save him. Somewhere in the Midland continent, Su Yan wore white clothes and held a folding fan as he stood on a mountain peak and looked at the horizon with a serious expression. However, he then laughed and said, Qin. He's indeed very powerful, but things have become much more difficult. But I like it. Qin really won't let me down. The more powerful it is, the better, so that I can use all my strength to deal with it, and destroy it. CG, Di Wutian, Ji Shenming, and Lu Yi looked towards the north and did not speak for a long time. After a while, they all turned to the people around them and coldly asked, is there any way for our generals to return their general stars? These eccentrics could only bitterly shake their heads. Ever since the 7 Murders star had descended, they had tried all sorts of methods to undo the general star's seal, but in the end, they had all failed. Just as everyone was about to turn around and leave, suddenly, a huge purple star descended from the sky, instantly turning into a dazzling green star. The gigantic green star in the northern sky did not hang in the sky like it usually did. Instead, it seemed to be very close to the ground, and the green starlight it gave off a mysterious and cold feeling. Voracious wolf. Countless espers cried out with wide eyes. It wasn't just them, even Xianxia, Zhang, and Su Yan froze, and their expressions fell as they looked towards the northern sky. The other 4 legatees looked incredibly shocked as they looked at the green star that had suddenly appeared. Below the green star, Wei Liao raised the Earth Crystal God Sword and pointed it at the voracious wolf star, causing a green pillar of light to fall on Wei Liao's body. The voracious wolf star was incredibly cunning and resourceful, but it also had a trace of viciousness to it. In terms of battle power, it couldn't compare to 7 Murders and Army Destroyer, but in terms of plotting and scheming, it was extremely outstanding. Wei Liao didn't have much battle power, but he was incredibly talented when it came to strategizing. He also had a pair of eyes that could see through everything, allowing him to set up countless strategies that would allow his side to obtain victory in the end. This suited the voracious wolf star very well. Within the green pillar of starlight, Wei Liao went through shocking changes. His aura became more and more powerful, and his eyes became green and gave off a trace of coldness. Anyone could tell that he was an incredibly dangerous person. At the same time, traces of green aura appeared around Wei Liao's body. This was a type of baleful aura, and it was called the voracious wolf baleful aura. Even though it wasn't very powerful, it was quite difficult to deal with and get rid of. The 13 general stars each represented different kinds of baleful aura, and they all had different effects. This kind of general baleful aura was definitely much more powerful than ordinary general baleful aura. Looking at Wei Liao, the green pillar of starlight became smaller and smaller, and the 10 orbs of light in the sky slowly gathered towards Wei Liao before fusing into the Earth Crystal God Sword. The Earth Crystal God Sword's originally transparent body became a green crystal after receiving the voracious wolf star's power, and it gave off a cold and mysterious aura, making it seem as if it wasn't an ordinary sword. A few rays of light spun around the sword, and the word voracious wolf was engraved onto the Earth Crystal God Sword. The green starlight around Wei Liao's body slowly disappeared, and the abnormal signs in the surroundings returned to normal. Luckily, he had the experience of fusing the 7 murders star, so he was quite far away from Qin City. Otherwise, the abnormal signs from fusing the general armament would have destroyed many of Qin City's buildings, and the surroundings would have been completely destroyed. Suddenly, when Zhao Fu was about to check the properties of Sword of Greedy Wolf, he realized that the green stars in the sky did not vanish together with the strange phenomenon. Instead, they were slowly descending under the influence of some kind of force. Suddenly, on the side, the 7 kills sword and army destroyer sword in Wang Jian and Bai Qi's hands automatically emitted a blinding blood-red light and black light. A formless energy imbued with fate descended, and Bai Qi and Wang Jian seemed to have lost control of their bodies. They drew the 7 kill sword and army destroyer sword and pointed it at the heavens. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a blood-red pillar of light and a black pillar of light exploded out from Bai Qi and Wang Jian, giving off powerful auras as they soared into the clouds. The entire sky shook, and the surrounding clouds were instantly turned into nothingness by this power. A blood-red star giving off an aura of slaughter and a black star giving off an aura of conquest gave off boundless power as they slowly descended from the sky. They maintained the same altitude as the green star in the sky, which was the ravenous wolf star. The 7 murders star, the army destroyer star, and the ravenous wolf star, these 3 stars emitted a dazzling light. Each of them occupied a corner, and a formless energy spread out. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as if something had been shattered. The weather suddenly changed as large amounts of clouds gathered, and a massive gale started to blow, sweeping everything in its path. The entire heaven-awakened world was affected by the gale, and countless trees madly swayed in the wind. The sky gradually darkened, and it was not just China or the Midland continent that darkened. The entire heaven-awakened world darkened, and a heavy pressure descended. The kingdoms outside of China did not understand what was going on, but they could see the 3 stars giving off green, black, and blood-red lights. It was not just King Arthur's descendants, but the Roman Empire's legatee, the pharaoh of the pharaoh's kingdom, the indigenous leaders, and the legatees of countless kingdoms in the world all looked at the 3 shining stars in the distance. Boom! 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 Arcs of lightning started to appear in the sky, bringing with them a terrifying aura. This aura became denser and denser, and bolts of lightning that were as thick as water buckets descended from the sky, giving off massive sounds of thunder. The lightning was like a savage snake as it rampaged through the sky. It was as if the entire world was going to be destroyed, and countless creatures trembled under this terrifying aura. They felt an aura of death. There was a legend that when the 7 murders, voracious wolf, and army destroyer fate palaces met, it would form the killing destroying wolf situation. The 7 murders were the thieves who would throw the world into chaos, the army destroyer was the general who would sweep through the world, the voracious wolf was the crafty and treacherous general. Once these 3 stars gathered and formed the killing destroying wolf situation, the world would fall into chaos. When that time came, countries would be thrown into chaos, and wars would be waged everywhere. Now, Zhao Fu had gathered these 3 general stars, and under the effects of his general armament, he had unsealed heaven's will and allowed the general stars to return to their original positions, forming the killing-destroying wolf situation. Back at Qin City, the 3 massive general stars appeared. Arg, Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao seemed to be inspired by some sort of power, and they roared as they unleashed their general star's power. Their veins bulged, and their expressions became savage. Boom! An explosion sounded out as the 3 of them exploded out with immense power. Beside them, Zhao Fu was given a big fright, and he stretched out his hand. His king's seal appeared on his palm as he unleashed his king's domain. However, he was still forced back a step by this power. The ground in the surrounding 100 meters had completely collapsed. Bai Qi, Wei Liao, and Wei Liao gave off different colored aura flames, blood red, black, and green. 3 pillars of light shot into the sky, and the 3 general stars in the sky seemed to be stimulated by Bai Qi, Wei Liao, and they also gave off intense light. Even though they were in different areas, they started to form some sort of connection as if they were summoning something. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out, and the sky seemed to shatter. An incredibly massive violet star that gave off boundless nobility and represented the supreme heaven slowly appeared in the sky. Pooh! At that moment, countless dynasty legatees, whether they were from China or other countries, felt a pain in their chests, and they coughed up a mouthful of blood. Apart from Zhao Fu, in the real world, the sky instantly darkened, becoming pitch black. It was deep and terrifying, and a dazzling purple star appeared. Myrtle Imperial Star. Countless elders of the noble clans, sects, and secluded cultivators exclaimed when they saw the purple star. The Myrtle Imperial Star represented boundless dignity and supreme power, as well as the right to rule the world. Normally, the Myrtle Imperial Star wouldn't appear in the real world because the world was murky and monarchical systems had been destroyed, so it was impossible for it to appear. Even though some countries still maintained monarchical systems, they were only for show and didn't have much power. They weren't the supreme kings in the traditional sense. Of course, the lack of a true king was also related to the current era. Zhao Fu didn't know why, but there were no modern countries in the Heaven Awakened world. Ever since the Qing dynasty, the Myrtle Imperial Star hadn't appeared for hundreds of years, which was a sign of China's decline. Many people had thought that after the Heaven Awakened world devoured the real world, the Myrtle Imperial Star would appear. However, they had never thought that it would appear now. The Myrtle Imperial Star had descended quite low, so it looked quite big. Countless people didn't know what it was, and they took pictures of it and uploaded them online. Many experts couldn't explain why the star was so strange, and only some elderly people respectfully knelt down. The young people didn't understand why the elderly people were kneeling, and only after asking the elderly people did they understand that the violet star in the sky was the Myrtle Imperial Star, and its appearance meant that someone with the emperor's fate had appeared. However, the young people snorted in disdain and mockery. What era was it now? Why were there still emperors and emperors? What a rotten, stubborn, and feudal old man. Who knew what would happen after the Heaven Awakened world devoured the real world? The gigantic violet star in the Heaven Awakened world shot down a violet pillar of light and landed on Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu immediately felt both his body and soul tremble, and the energy contained within the pillar of light felt incredibly comfortable. Not only did his body and soul receive a cleansing and evolution. Within the real world, Zhao Fu's body, which was lying on the bed, gave off traces of a noble violet aura. At that moment, somewhere within the Ying family, a white-robed Taoist priest with a beard that reached his chest sensed the violet aura and looked quite shocked. He had never thought that the person who had awakened the Myrtle Imperial Star would be in the Ying family. Who is this person? Ordinary people definitely won't be able to awaken the Myrtle Imperial Star. At the very least, they have to be legatees of legatees. However, if ordinary legatees can't awaken their Myrtle Imperial Star, then... Suddenly, thinking of all the information, the Taoist thought of something and broke out in a cold sweat. The Crown Prince Qin is so cunning. He is hiding in the Ying family. No wonder the Ying family couldn't find him even though they turned the whole place upside down. However, the Taoist didn't dare to do anything now, nor could he use any techniques to detect Zhao Fu's exact location. The Myrtle Imperial Star had descended, and if he dared to do anything to Prince Qin, he would undoubtedly be courting death. He might even be devoured by the chi of fate and explode. Within the heaven-awakened world, Zhao Fu lightly closed his eyes and accepted the Myrtle Imperial Star's power. A 100-meter-long black dragon appeared and coiled around Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's fate dragon was no longer illusory but corporeal. It was covered with black scales, sharp claws, and sharp horns. Its eyes gave off a dignified and domineering aura, and it seemed as if it had a life of its own. While Zhao Fu was enjoying the Myrtle Imperial Star's power, the other legatees wiped away the blood from their mouths and looked at the violet star in the sky. The fate dragons within their bodies curled up, not daring to do anything. As soon as the Myrtle Imperial Star had appeared, the massive amount of fate within their bodies had caused the fate within their bodies to shrink, causing them to be slightly injured. Now, it wasn't just the difference in power but also the difference between a true fate dragon and a false fate dragon. Even though they had obtained legatees of legatees and a large amount of fate, without the Myrtle Imperial Star, they didn't have the right to rule the world, much less become a true king. This dealt a heavy blow to their morale, and they could feel the immense suppression coming from the Myrtle Imperial Star. They all knew who had awakened the Myrtle Imperial Star because that Myrtle Imperial Star was filled with Qin's aura. When they thought of that, everyone felt quite bitter. It wasn't just the 4 legatees, even the most confident of them, King Arthur's, had a dim expression. Within a building, Wu Qingyang also had a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked at the violet star in the sky and felt quite powerless. After experiencing Qin's power, she felt that if Great Zhou fought against Qin in the future, it would definitely lose. On a mountain, Li Baiqing also had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and he looked quite worried. He felt a great sense of danger towards Qin's legatee. He was most likely going to be his lifelong enemy. Within the Westfall restaurant, the violet-clothed Xianxia stood on the roof and started to laugh. With her calm and intelligent personality, there were very few things that could make her laugh like this. However, she had never thought that Zhao Fu would not only awaken the 7 Murders Star, Voracious Wolf Star, and Army Destroyer Star, but he had also awakened the Myrtle Imperial Star. This meant that he would definitely become a king in the future, and no one would be able to change that. The other 4 branches of the school of Yin Yang would definitely lose, and everything that I had done would have been worth it. On the other side, after Zhang Heng returned to normal, his expression was quite serious. No matter who it was, they all underestimated Qin and its potential, including myself. It was impossible to predict Qin's future, and I had been too overconfident. Su Yan's expression was quite unsightly. He had also underestimated Qin. Now that the Myrtle Imperial Star had awakened, he knew that with his own abilities, he would most likely lose. If he lost, his outcome would be quite pitiful. Even Su Yan didn't have much confidence in himself, because anyone who had awakened the Myrtle Imperial Star would have a powerful Emperor's aura. Even if he almost died, he would be able to survive. Back at Qin, the violet pillar of starlight started to shrink, and Zhao Fu felt as if he had been reborn. Every part of his body had been refined, and the azure ceiling energy within his body had been cleared. Now, Zhao Fu had returned to his peak state. As the violet pillar of starlight shrank, its power weakened, and the abnormal signs in the sky also became smaller. Finally, the violet pillar of starlight was only as thick as a finger. Suddenly, a wave of energy gently lifted up Zhao Fu's right hand, and the violet pillar of starlight landed on the back of his hand. Zhao Fu felt a sharp pain in his hand as a mark appeared on the back of his hand. This mark was circular and had 8 profound runes on it. They were spread out in 8 directions, and at the center of the 8 runes was a black dot. Zhao Fu didn't recognize this mark, but it gave Zhao Fu a very familiar feeling. System announcement. 7 Murders, Voracious Wolf, and Army Destroyer have met. The Myrtle Imperial Star has descended, and the first layer of the heaven domain boundary has been undone. System announcement. 7 Murders, Voracious Wolf, and Army Destroyer have met. The Myrtle Imperial Star has descended, and the world has fallen into chaos. The first stage of the chaotic world has begun. After hearing these 2 system announcements, the system's officials looked quite serious, while those who did not know the details immediately looked at the 2 system announcements. The first system announcement did not explain the heaven domain boundary in detail, so most people did not understand what the first layer of the heaven domain boundary had been undone meant. The second system announcement was about the first stage of the chaotic world. After the chaotic world began, all villages would have a chaotic world stone steel, and attacking any village would give war points. War points could be used to exchange for items from the chaotic world stone steel. Every basic village that was taken down would give 1 war point, every intermediate village would give 2 war points, every advanced village would give 3 war points, every basic town would give 4 war points, and so on. The first stage of the chaotic world evidently encouraged war and encouraged people to fight each other, using massive benefits to attract countless people to kill each other. Even if you were a pacifist and did not attack others, others would madly attack you in the face of massive benefits, and you would be forced to participate in the war. No one could remain unscathed in the chaotic world, and what was most worrying was that this was only the first stage. This meant that there was a second stage, a third stage, and a fourth stage. However, the first stage was already so cruel, so how bloody would the later stages be? Most likely, as long as one killed people, there would be rewards, and the power restricting the system's officials would disappear. They would be able to kill as they pleased, and when that time came, there would be no safe place in the Heaven Awakened world. After all, if you appeared in front of others, you could be killed, or if you were attracted by massive benefits to kill others. When that time came, it would be a world of life and death, and there would be no right or wrong. After looking at the introduction of the chaotic world, everyone understood how cruel and bloody the first stage of the chaotic world would be. Their expressions became serious as they thought about what to do next. Zhao Fu also received these 2 system announcements, and after looking at them, his expression became quite serious. However, after thinking about it, he put them aside for now because he had other things to take care of. First, there was the mark on the back of his hand. Mark of the Earth Realm, the mark of approval of the Earth Realm. One can enter the core of the Earth Realm and undergo the final trial. Land domain? Zhao Fu had never heard of this before, so he did not understand what it meant. However, it said that he could enter the Earth World's core and undergo a trial. Zhao Fu felt that it was most likely some sort of legacy mark. Although he didn't know what it meant, Zhao Fu believed that he would be able to figure it out in the future. There was also something else that was strange. He didn't recognize this mark, but it gave him a very familiar feeling, as if he had originated from it. Zhao Fu could not understand it, so he put it aside for now and started to check his bloodline. Before, Zhao Fu had a level 9 royal bloodline. Every level of bloodline was split into 3 sections, upper, middle, and lower. Level 6 to 9 belonged to high-grade bloodlines, while level 9 to 12 belonged to king-grade bloodlines. Lower level 9 belonged to high-grade bloodlines, middle level 9 belonged to mid-grade bloodlines, and upper level 9 belonged to king-grade bloodlines. Before, Zhao Fu had a high-grade level 9 royal bloodline, and now that he had obtained the Myrtle Imperial Star's power, his bloodline had evolved into a low-grade level 10 royal bloodline. After his bloodline had leveled up, Zhao Fu's king's power had once again become much stronger. Adding on the fact that the sealing power had been removed, Zhao Fu felt that even though he could not defeat a city lord, he would be able to take on 2 vice-generals. The black dragon of fate circling around him returned to Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's aura to become even more noble and dignified. The might that he gave off made it so that no one dared to look at him directly. Now, the aura that Zhao Fu gave off was that of a true king's. Even ordinary legatees would feel a bit inferior in front of him. Zhao Fu wasn't a natural king, but he could definitely be called a king now. Congratulations, Your Majesty! Bai Qi, Wei Liao, Wang Jian, and the others all knelt as they cried out in delight. Zhao Fu grinned. The Myrtle Imperial Star's descent was completely out of Zhao Fu's expectations, and he hadn't even thought about it. This was all thanks to Bai Qi, Wei Liao, and Wei Liao. Without their 3 general stars, his Myrtle Imperial Star wouldn't have descended. Zhao Fu had them all rise before asking Wang Jian and Wei Liao to show him the 2 general armaments. General armaments required soldier souls, and when fusing soldier souls into a general armament, the general's fate would be unlocked, causing the general stars to return. The general armaments would be affected by the general stars, causing them to change, such as the 7 murder sword. However, Zhao Fu didn't have the materials to fuse a king armament, so the Emperor Star Sword didn't appear. Looking at the black and green swords in his hands, the army destroyer gave off a destructive and conquering aura, while the greedy wolf sword gave off a cold and mysterious aura. Holding them in his hands, Xiaofu felt quite powerful. Xiaofu started to look at the two swords' stats. Army Destroyer Sword, Grade, Epic, Stats, Strength plus 28, Intelligence plus 15, Constitution plus 17, Agility plus 15, Description, a weapon that has been strengthened by the Ghost Sword. After fusing with a general armament and the Army Destroyer General Star's power, it has become a general armament, the Army Destroyer Sword. Greedy Wolf Sword, Grade, Epic, Stats, Strength plus 20, Intelligence plus 25, Constitution plus 18, Agility plus 17, Description, originally called the Earth Crystal God Sword, after fusing with a general armament and the Voracious Wolf General Star's power, it has become a general armament, the Greedy Wolf Sword. These two general armament stats were slightly better than the 7 Murder Swords. This was because the 7 Murder Sword had used the Star-Slashing Sword as a vessel, and back then, the Star-Slashing Sword had only been a half-legendary, false, grade. On the other hand, the Army Destroyer Sword and the Voracious Wolf Sword had both been legendary grade swords, and the Voracious Wolf Sword's stats were the best because it had been an epic grade sword. These two swords had a total of 6 attributes. The first 5 were, General's Power, General's Courage, General's Light, General's Soldier, and Soldier Aura Formation, and they were all the same. The first 4 attributes could be stacked, and having 3 general armaments was far more powerful than just one. The 5th attribute, Soldier Aura Formation, condensed a soldier's soldier aura into different forms, and by Qi condensed a massive blood-red eagle. Xiaofu wondered what Wang Jian and Wei Liao would create. Destroyer and Sly Path. These two general armaments' 6th attributes were just as powerful as the 7 Murder Sword's 6th attribute, Slaughterer, but they were displayed in different ways. Destroyer, this state allows soldiers to destroy everything in front of them, and they greatly suppress all defensive structures, formations, and military formations. They receive Army Destroyer power, increasing their attack power and defense by 4 times. Because this is the Army Destroyer Star's power, they receive -30% magic damage, -50% spirit damage, and are greatly immune to illusions and divine arts. Not only did the Destroyer have powerful attacks, but it also had powerful defenses. Only then would it be able to break through everything and unleash the Army Destroyer Star's true power. Its power was slightly weaker than the Slaughterer, but it was a controllable state. It was better than the Slaughterer losing all of its rationality and going berserk. The 7 Murder Sword focused on killing, while the Army Destroyer focused on conquering. Only like this could a soldier's true power be unleashed. Sly Path, this state causes soldiers to enter a strange state. This state greatly increases a soldier's movement techniques, speed, agility, and strength. Soldiers who were in this state would receive Voracious Wolf's power and the Voracious Wolf's curse. As long as they attacked an enemy, they would be able to cast the Voracious Wolf's curse. Because this is the Army Destroyer Star's power, they receive -30% magic damage, -50% spirit damage, and are greatly immune to illusions and divine arts. The Sly Path's power and destructiveness were weaker than the Slaughterer and Destroyer. From the name, it seemed that it was not a direct confrontation but a strange way of attacking. This state increased a soldier's agility stats and made them incredibly agile. It also had the Voracious Wolf's curse. This curse was not very powerful, but it was incredibly easy to unleash and difficult to dispel. This curse was most likely one of the Sly Path's greatest strengths. After looking at the two swords' stats, Xiaofu felt quite satisfied and happily returned the swords to the two swords. He then looked at the chaotic scene around him and bitterly smiled. It seemed that he would have to go further away in the future. The Myrtle Imperial Star in the real world disappeared along with the Myrtle Imperial Star in the Heaven Awakened world. Only then did countless families' elders, sect masters, and hidden experts come back to their senses. The Myrtle Imperial Star has descended. The world will fall into chaos. Originally, if the Myrtle Imperial Star had descended in this chaotic world, it would have heralded the appearance of the Son of Heaven. The world would have been united and peace would have been welcomed. However, the situation now was different. The Myrtle Imperial Star had not descended for hundreds of years, and the imperial system had been abolished. The modern world had completely replaced the ancient system, and the mortal world was in chaos. the Myrtle Imperial Star would not descend. However, because of the heaven-awakened world, the Myrtle Imperial Star's descent signified the decline of the modern world and the rebuilding of the ancient world. It also signaled China's rise. Because no imperial star had descended for hundreds of years, China's massive amount of fate had long since scattered, causing it to gradually decline. Now that the first Myrtle Imperial Star had appeared in China, it meant that the lost providence had returned to China. However, in this special period of time, there would be more than one Myrtle Imperial Star. Not only could all of the legatees awaken an imperial star, but even the commoners, even the most minor figures, could awaken an imperial star. Since ancient times, anyone could become an emperor. An ordinary person could become an emperor with the support of great luck. As such, the descent of the first Myrtle Imperial Star did not signify world peace but a calamity for the world. These people understood this, so they did not hesitate to come out. These hidden people were much stronger than ordinary large families, and they could leap onto roofs and vault over walls and knock down trees with a single punch. These were all things that ordinary people could not do, but they could do them all. The appearance of these people caused a lot of chaos, and the various factions all stood out in the open. They were mainly the various sects, ancient martial families, and hidden people. These hidden people suddenly appeared, almost causing the real world to collapse. Luckily, the various factions did their best to stabilize the real world. The most famous ones were the 7 sects and 12 families. These sects and ancient martial families did not have the ambition to conquer the world or establish themselves as kings. Otherwise, they would have long since appeared. They did not have any famous generals or ministers in history, nor did they have any famous deeds. However, they represented the purest path of martial arts. There were not many strategies in their world, but there were all sorts of martial arts. If it wasn't for the Myrtle Imperial Star descending and announcing a calamity for the world, they would not have been able to live in seclusion and could only choose to come out. Otherwise, with their characters, they would have chosen to live in seclusion. Apart from these people, there were also 2 super factions that had thousands of years of history in China. One of them was the ancient clans. The ancient clans were products of primitive society. Back then, before the Xia dynasty had been established, the ancient clans ruled the world, and they were China's most ancient clan. The Fuxi clan, the Xianyuan clan, the Shinnong clan, the Nuwa clan, the Jintian clan, the Youxiong clan, the Shihuang clan, and the Quafu clan, everyone was most likely familiar with the ancient clans, as they often appeared in myths and legends. From this, it could be seen just how powerful and ancient they were. As long as someone from the ancient clans came out, no one in China would dare to not give them face. Whenever they met, they would have to show some respect. After all, the ancient clans were the ancestors of all of China, so they had to respect them. The ancient clans did not care about worldly affairs and had always lived in seclusion. Even though many of China's top-tier factions knew of their existence, they did not dare to disturb them or offend them. They were the most prestigious faction in China, and no other faction could compare to them. Compared to the first faction, the ancient clans, not many people knew about them because they had always been in seclusion. They were the flower moon. The flower moon had appeared quite early on, and it had appeared when money had first been invented. It was said that it had been created by a woman, and it had mainly focused on business. The reason this faction was able to stand side by side with the ancient clans was not just because it had existed for a long time but because it was incredibly powerful. Not only could it be seen in every corner of China, but it could be seen in the entire world. Not only did it have enough wealth to rival countries, but it also had all sorts of information. The Heaven Awaken World Forum was created by Flower Moon, and now, Flower Moon was even more powerful than China's military. It could be seen just how terrifying this faction was. All of this had been caused by the Myrtle Imperial Star descending, and they only cared about one person, the person with the Emperor's fate. As such, all of the factions were searching for him, and countless legatees in the Heaven Awakened world had returned to the real world and madly searched for any information about Qin. As everyone madly searched for Prince Qin, the Taoist from the Ying family also started to move. This Taoist was called Qiu Fengzi, and even though his status in the school of Taoism couldn't compare to the sect master, he was still a core figure. He was quite strong, or else he wouldn't have been so highly regarded by the Ying family. When the Myrtle Imperial Qi had leaked out from Zhao Fu's body, he had immediately sensed that Prince Qin was in the Ying family. However, the Ying family was incredibly big and had many people, so he couldn't sense Prince Qin's exact location. Back then, because the Myrtle Imperial Star had descended, he hadn't dared to do anything out of the ordinary. He didn't plan to report this matter to the Ying family, as it wouldn't benefit him at all. For example, if he reported this to the Ying family and Great Qin's legatee was found, the Ying family would happily welcome him back, while he would offend Great Qin's legatee by revealing his tracks. Offending the king with the most potential in the world wasn't very smart, and it would only hinder his own future. Since Prince Qin wasn't willing to show himself, he definitely had his own plans, and he couldn't disturb his plans. Right now, what he needed to do was to find Prince Qin without being discovered and join his faction. Thinking about how everyone was madly searching for him, and how he had found the mysterious Prince Qin, Qiao Fengzi couldn't help but feel excited. This was an opportunity that would greatly affect his fate. The Ying family suddenly became quite lively, and countless people congratulated him. The entire Ying family was immersed in joy, as someone who was truly qualified to be called a king had appeared in the Ying family. When the elders from the various branches heard about this, they couldn't stop smiling. Prince Qin had never disappointed them before, and now, they only hoped that he would be able to return to Qin City as soon as possible. Li Wu, or Ying Wu's residence, also became quite lively. Countless upper-class figures congratulated him and tried to curry favor with him. Only the core figures of the Ying family knew Ying Wu's identity, and ordinary people from the Ying family thought that he was Prince Qin. As such, as soon as the Myrtle Imperial Star disappeared, they rushed to Ying Wu's residence. Ying Wu maintained a smile on his face, but his heart was terrifyingly gloomy. He's very clear about his identity as an imposter. The stronger the real Qin's imperial prince is, the more famous he is, and the more humiliating he feels to be an imposter. By now, Ying Wu had developed a trace of hatred towards Prince Qin, and he was enjoying everything that came with his status as Prince Qin. Those nobles who had once been arrogant lowered their heads and tried to curry favor with him, and even goddesses who had once been unattainable stripped naked and climbed into his bed. He definitely didn't want to lose his current status. This time Xianxia had completely given up. She didn't want the position of Ying family anymore. She just wanted to develop her faction so that she would have the right to speak in the future. She wouldn't have to be a puppet that others could control. In a simple and unadorned hall, there were many old men with powerful auras sitting in the hall. Below them, there were many young men with extraordinary bearings kneeling on the ground. This group of young men was led by a handsome young man. Most people might not recognize this person, but he had a sword at his waist. The sword was completely golden, as if it was forged from gold. There were images of mountains, rivers, birds, and beasts on the sword, and it gave off a saintly aura. This sword was the Xianyuan sword. The young man was from the Xianyuan clan, and next to him was a woman who was as beautiful as a goddess and gave off a gentle aura. She was from the Nuwa clan, and on the other side was a kind-looking young man from the Shinong clan. These young men were all representatives of the various clans. Now that the world is about to fall into chaos and a catastrophe is about to descend, you must properly develop a new world. An old man sitting at the center, giving off a dignified aura, said loudly as he looked at the young men below. We will definitely not let down the clan elders' expectations. The young men below all looked incredibly serious, but there was a trace of joy in their eyes. They had been waiting for this day for a long time, and they could finally go out and explore a new world. The old man gave a few more instructions, and the young men below all listened. In the end, the old man said seriously, "You must treat this person with caution." Hearing this, the young men's expressions were all different, some were serious, and some were condescending and disdainful. Following this, these people officially appeared in the real world. They would appear in the Heaven-Awakened world as well, and with their abilities and statuses, they would once again cause chaos in the world. Elsewhere, within a luxurious hall, there were 20 or so beautiful women sitting around a long table, including the superstar Su Yuyan. Sisters, what do you think we should do in the future? At the head of the table, a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s and gave off a mature aura smiled as she asked. The other women all expressed different opinions. Some people wanted to maintain the status quo and remain neutral. They wanted to focus on business and intelligence gathering and continue to develop in the Heaven Awaken world. Some people were not satisfied. Flower Moon had lived like this for thousands of years, and they felt that they needed to change. Some people wanted to establish a Flower Moon empire, which was something that Flower Moon could do with its current strength. The woman at the head of the table looked over the women arguing and looked at Su Yuyan, who had not spoken this entire time. She asked, "Yuyan, what do you think?" Su Yuyan, who had her head lowered, came back to her senses and apologized. "Big sis, I was thinking about Prince Qin's matter. I was thinking about Prince Qin's matter and didn't pay attention to what big sisters were saying." Hearing the words Prince Qin, everyone in the hall fell silent. If no one knew how dangerous Prince Qin was, they would be idiots. "What do you think about Prince Qin's matter then?" the woman at the head of the table asked as she maintained her smile. Su Yuyan's expression became serious as she said seriously, "Prince Qin gives me a very fearful feeling. If Flower Moon offends him, it's possible that we'll be uprooted. Whether it's establishing a kingdom or remaining neutral, I feel that he's incredibly important." These words caused some people to feel quite displeased, and some retorted, "Even though Prince Qin is terrifying, Flower Moon isn't weak at all." They felt that Su Yuyan's words were too much of a threat to Prince Qin. With Flower Moon's current strength, they don't have to fear anyone. Why would they care about Prince Qin? After hearing Su Yuyan and the other women's words, the woman at the head of the table sank into her thoughts. Back in the Heaven Awaken world, Zhao Fu returned to the town of Qin. He looked at the center of the town and saw that there was a 1-meter tall, square, black, and blood-red stone stele engraved with images of countless corpses and giving off a dense bloody aura. This stone stele was the Chaotic World stone stele. 1 war point could be exchanged for 2 gold coins, 2 war points could be exchanged for 200 normal materials, 3 war points could be exchanged for 300 normal equipment, 4 war points could be exchanged for 800 healing pills, and 5 war points could be exchanged for a basic teleportation formation research book. 10 war points could be exchanged for a normal city creation stone, and 11 war points could be exchanged for a normal village's stats. There were many things that could be exchanged for in the Chaotic World stone stele, but because it was only a level 0 stone stele, it could only be exchanged for normal grade items. These items were not very attractive to Zhao Fu, but they were very tempting to ordinary people. If one could conquer a small village, they would receive 1 war point, which could be exchanged for 2 gold coins. 2 gold coins were equivalent to 20,000 copper coins, which was equivalent to 200,000 yuan in the real world. 200,000 yuan in the real world was enough to make people's eyes go green with greed. Moreover, this was only the bonus for conquering a village. The true value was the village itself, which included all sorts of resources, money, and people. The value of all of this could make people go crazy and attack the village at all costs. Leveling up a level 0 stone stele to a level 1 stone stele required 20 war points, and leveling up did not cost war points. After looking through the Chaotic World stone stele, Zhao Fu went to the town hall to have a look. He found that the 12 metal colossi and imperial ruler's seal had also received a lot of fate and had evolved, making Zhao Fu feel quite happy. The matter this time could be considered to have come to an end here. In the following days, Qin did not make any big movements, and his soldiers were once again split into teams and continued to conquer. The energy stone mine also began to be excavated. With the support of the massive energy stone mine, Qin's grade was no longer restricted. As long as there were corpses with high grade, they could instantly refine them and obtain grade orbs, which could be given to soldiers. As such, Qin's soldiers' grade greatly increased. Seeing that everything had been taken care of, Zhao Fu once again returned to the real world. After returning to the real world, Zhao Fu asked his bodyguard to bring some food back while he opened his computer and looked at the Heaven Awaken World Forum. Seeing that he had become the center of attention, Zhao Fu bitterly smiled. There was a top-tier financial group in the West that was willing to pay $50 billion to buy his location. The various powers are also scrambling to find out his whereabouts. Also, there were some big shots who publicly said that they wanted to meet him. Some female internet celebrities or celebrities, in order to gain popularity, boldly confessed their love, or posted a few mysterious photos, saying that they had an ambiguous relationship with him, creating some scandals and so on. What made Zhao Fu the most speechless was that this guy, who was known as the #1 bewitching man in Thailand, had yet to give up. It was said that the last time he waited for him for a full 24 hours, he cried his heart out and almost jumped into the river. This time, he started a live broadcast again, waiting for him at the same spot, hoping to win his heart and never be separated until death. This left Xiao Fu speechless. As an ordinary person, even if Xiao Fu walked down the street, no one would give him a second glance. He had never thought that he would have such a day. In the past, if only he had a few million yuan in his life, he would be able to live a comfortable life. It was a pity that he could no longer return to that kind of life. Xiao Fu did not care too much about this, and what shocked Xiao Fu the most was that two large factions had appeared. The ancient clans had not disappeared and still existed. Xiao Fu had no idea that they still existed, as there was almost no information about them. This was because Xiao Fu's strength was limited in the real world, so he did not know about these things. It was said that someone had appeared with the Xianyuan sword, and the number 1 sword of the 10 great swords had appeared, causing countless sword fanatics to go crazy. However, there was also news that someone had appeared with the Qiyu blade. Swords represented the path of kings, while sabers represented the path of tyranny. Since ancient times, there had been battles between swords and sabers, which was the clash between the path of kings and the path of tyranny. These battles had lasted for thousands of years. With the 10 great swords, there were also the 10 great sabers. 1. Qiyu blade. It was said that the demonic blade used by Qiyu contained an unparalleled demonic might. It was forged from a demonic object from beyond the heavens, and it could rival the Xianyuan sword. 2. Minghong blade. It was said that when the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan forged the Xianyuan sword, some of the leftover materials automatically turned into a blade. The blade intent was too powerful, and it devoured its owner. The Yellow Emperor wanted to destroy it, but the blade turned into a red magpie and disappeared into the sky. It was said that it was wielded by a mysterious figure from the demon world. 3. Dragon tooth, one of the 3 great ancient evil weapons. The creator of the blade is unknown, and it was said that the materials used to forge it were all venomous, cursed, and contained the soul of a demonic dragon. Towards the end of the Xia dynasty, it was destroyed by the Xianyuan sword and its fragments were suppressed. 4. Tiger wing, one of the 3 great ancient evil weapons. The creator of the blade is unknown, and it was said that the materials used to forge it were all venomous, cursed, and contained the soul of a ferocious tiger. Towards the end of the Xia dynasty, it was destroyed by the Xianyuan sword and its fragments were suppressed. 5. Dog deity, one of the 3 great ancient evil weapons. The creator of the blade is unknown, and it was said that the materials used to forge it were all venomous, cursed, and contained the soul of a ferocious dog. Towards the end of the Xia dynasty, it was destroyed by the Xianyuan sword and its fragments were obtained by evil people, who used the essence and blood of 1,000 people to recreate the dog deity. 6. Great Xia dragon sparrow, a massive bronze blade created by Emperor Ji of the Xia dynasty. There was an ancient snake totem on the blade, and it was incredibly beautiful. 7. Green dragon crescent blade, a blade that existed in novels. It was wielded by the martial Saint Guanyu, and it was incredibly powerful and invincible. The real blade only appeared in the Song dynasty. 8. Marquis of Xinting. During the end of the Eastern Han dynasty, when the famous general Zhang Fei of the 3 kingdoms became the Marquis of Xinting, he ordered a blacksmith to forge it from the Scarlet Pearl Mountain iron. Over the years, it has been influenced by righteous qi, and it can attract righteous qi from the heavens and earth, allowing it to slay evil. 9. Chilling moon blade. It was originally an item that fell from the sky, and it was reforged by Madame Su of the state of Zhao during the end of the Warring States period. It is shaped like a crescent moon and gives off a chilling aura. After being continuously refined with poison, it has become a poisonous blade that can kill on contact with blood, and Jing Ku used it to assassinate the Qin dynasty. 10. Kunwa blade. It was forged from the stone of the Kunwa mountain in the classic of mountains and seas. It is abnormally sharp and can cut through jade like it was mud. Now that the Xianyuan sword had appeared, the Qiyu blade had also appeared. There would definitely be a ferocious battle between the two of them, and Zhao Fu felt quite expectant. He wanted to see these 2 legendary weapons clash. Now that these hidden people had entered the real world, they caused a lot of chaos in the real world. The other faction was Flower Moon. Zhao Fu had been curious as to who had created a Heaven Awaken World Forum in such a short period of time and attracted so many people to join. After looking through all of this, the bodyguard came back with some food. It was a bowl of rice and 2 dishes. Zhao Fu didn't want to stay in the real world, so he hurriedly ate and planned to quickly finish eating before returning to the Heaven Awaken world. Mr. Zhao. Your grandpa and grandma want to see you, the bodyguard said as he walked in. Grandpa and grandma? Zhao Fu felt quite confused. Grandpa and grandma normally wouldn't come to find him, and they would call him for some small matters. Why did they come directly this time? Is there something urgent? Let them in. Zhao Fu said before going to wash up. After going to the living room, Zhao Fu looked at the 2 anxious elders and asked caringly, Grandpa, is there something urgent? When they saw Zhao Fu walk out, Zhao Fu's grandma and grandpa hurriedly went up and grabbed Zhao Fu's hand. There were tears in their eyes as they pleaded, Fu heir. This time, you must save your cousin and younger cousin. Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt that something troublesome had happened. However, seeing how anxious they were, he comforted them and said, Grandpa and Grandma, don't be so anxious. Tell me what happened in detail, and if I have the ability, I'll definitely help. Zhao Fu had the 2 elders sit on the sofa and listen to them explain what had happened. The situation was like this: there were many talented geniuses in large families, and there was no lack of scum. There was a woman from the main branch of the Ying family who had taken a fancy to a woman and wanted to use money to get her. However, because the woman's family background was quite good, she didn't fall for it. The disciples of the direct lineage also tried to woo her a few times, but they were all rejected. In a fit of anger, they ordered people to kidnap her, intending to use force. However, she accidentally escaped, and then she was seen by their hot-blooded cousins. Zhao Fu's 2 cousins had also learned some martial arts, so they were quite strong. They were able to injure the disciple and the bodyguards who had come to capture them. For a collateral relative to a main branch to dare to attack a main branch member was a major crime in a large family with strict hierarchy. As such, they were captured and most likely had their hands and feet broken. However, if the main branch's disciple wasn't willing to let them off, he might kill them. Fu heir. I heard that she has a good relationship with Big Missing Shi, and with her status, she'll definitely be able to resolve this matter. The 2 elders looked hopefully at Zhao Fu with pleading expressions. As for his cousins, Zhao Fu didn't have much feelings for them. He had only met them a few times during meals, but he didn't have much feelings for them. Zhao Fu was unfamiliar with family, friendship, and love, so he was rather cold towards them. If it was an ordinary person, Zhao Fu definitely wouldn't help them. What status did he have in Yingxi's hands? He was nothing more than a puppet. He didn't have much power to speak, and he was just a minor figure. However, when he saw how worried and teary the 2 elders were, Zhao Fu sighed and said, Grandpa, Grandma, you can go back first. Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. Really? Fu heir, I'll leave it to you this time. Zhao Fu's words caused the 2 elders to rejoice. They truly didn't have any other choice, as offending such a major figure could result in their deaths. Zhao Fu gave a slightly bitter smile. After sending off the 2 elders, Zhao Fu sat on the sofa and thought about something. In actuality, his relationship with Yingxi was just that of a chess piece. If it wasn't for Wu Qingyang, he would have been nothing more than a chess piece to her. He could have been sacrificed at any time, and without her protection, he would have been killed by the Li family long ago. This was a consensual relationship. Because of Wu Qingyang, she had completely given herself to Wu Qingyang and did not care too much about herself. As such, Zhao Fu had never seen her again, so it would be quite difficult to ask her to do things for him. Zhao Fu thought about it and sighed before taking out his phone and dialing a number. Following this, Zhao Fu took a car to a villa and followed a maid to a luxurious room. Wu Qingyang was wearing a long silk nightgown, and her long hair draped over her shoulders. She looked as if she had just woken up from bed, and her hair was a bit messy. However, her face no longer had the confidence and vitality from before, and there was even a trace of domineering air about her. Zhao Fu rarely saw Wu Qingyang like this, and he asked in concern, Qingyang. What is it? Wu Qingyang forced a smile and shook her head as she asked, What did you come to find me for? Zhao Fu felt quite embarrassed, and he told Wu Qingyang about his two cousins. Normally, if it was something that Zhao Fu could do, he wouldn't ask for help from others. However, this was something that Zhao Fu didn't have the ability to do, as he couldn't even guarantee his own safety in the real world. Pfft. Wu Qingyang lightly laughed as she said, "Look at how awkward you look. It's because of this matter, and it's quite simple. I'll talk to Lilshi about it." "Thank you very much," Zhao Fu said gratefully as he let out a sigh of relief. Wu Qingyang smiled as she looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes. "How will you repay me? I've never heard any news about you while I'm in the Forest of Horrors." "Zhao Fu." Wu Qingyang suddenly came over and stared at Zhao Fu as she said, "You're not lying to me, are you? Aren't you in the Forest of Horrors? What about the faction that you promised me to establish?" Zhao Fu looked quite awkward. He did remember this, but he hadn't done anything about it. "You haven't forgotten, right?" Wu Qingyang asked as she looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu shook his head, indicating that he hadn't forgotten, but he didn't admit that he hadn't done anything about it. Wu Qingyang lightly harumphed and sat back down on the sofa, feeling quite angry as she said, "Now that the Myrtle Imperial Star has descended, the world will descend into chaos. I don't understand what you're thinking. If you don't establish your faction now, it'll be too late in the future. This is especially so because of that Prince Qin in the north." Hearing her words, Zhao Fu thought back to the downcast expression on her face and asked, "Was it because of Great Qin's legatee?" Wu Qingyang lightly nodded and sighed as she said, "Who else could it be? With him around, I can only see darkness in front of me without a trace of light. Qin is simply too powerful, and not only has he always been in the lead, but he's also awakened the Myrtle Imperial Star. We can't keep up with him anymore." Zhao Fu felt quite amused, so she was like that because of him. However, on the surface, he comforted her as he said, "Awakening the Myrtle Imperial Star isn't that big of a deal. I'm sure that you'll be able to awaken it as well." Wu Qingyang rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and said, "How dare you say that? Do you think that the Myrtle Imperial Star is a cabbage that can be easily awakened? It's the proof of an emperor." Zhao Fu looked at her with trust. "But I still think that you will awaken too." Facing Zhao Fu's gaze, Wu Qingyang's heart warmed, and a trace of joy appeared on her face. She no longer looked as depressed as before, and her confident and domineering aura returned as she stretched out her hand. The maid beside her handed over a phone, and Wu Qingyang said a few words. Zhao Fu lightly nodded, indicating that he understood and promised that he would establish a faction as soon as possible. He then sat in Wu Qingyang's private car and arrived in front of a large house. At this moment, there were 4 people standing in front, 3 men and 1 woman. Behind them stood a few bodyguards wearing black suits and sunglasses. After getting out of the car, Zhao Fu first looked at the 2 men on the left. One was 22 years old, slightly older than Zhao Fu, and the other was 20 years old, with a childish look on his face. They were Zhao Fu's cousins, Zhao Hong and Zhao Jun. Their faces were bruised, as if they had been beaten a few times. However, it didn't seem like much, and they were all superficial wounds. Standing next to them were a man and a woman. The man looked noble, and the woman's appearance was also top-notch. As soon as Zhao Fu got out of the car, the noble young man smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, I'm that bastard's older brother. I'm that bastard's older brother. My name is Ying, and it's my younger brother who's ignorant and incompetent. I've already taught him a good lesson, and this is my apology for offending you. Please forgive me." After Ying finished speaking, he called for someone to bring over a suitcase, which was filled with money. There was at least 2 million yuan inside, and even though the value of money was depreciating too quickly, it definitely wouldn't depreciate to the point where 100 yuan was equal to 1 yuan. However, Zhao Fu didn't think much of it and flatly refused, "No need." Zhao Fu didn't believe his nonsense. If he didn't have someone supporting him, the other party wouldn't even look at him, so how could he apologize? This was how a world where the strong were respected was supposed to be. Zhao Fu's gaze fell on Zhao Hong and Zhao Jun, and he said coldly, "Let's go." Towards Zhao Fu's cold attitude, the few of them were somewhat dissatisfied. Ying thought that he was a direct descendant of the Ying family, yet he was being looked down upon by a branch family member. However, he couldn't show it because the other party had a connection with Yingxi, and with Yingxi's identity, they didn't dare to offend her. Zhao Hong and Zhao Jun felt quite dissatisfied, but they couldn't do anything because it was Zhao Fu who had saved them. At the same time, they felt a bit ashamed that they had needed Zhao Fu to save them. Zhao Fu ignored them, and after speaking, he opened the car door and sat in the front passenger seat. Zhao Hong and Zhao Jun looked at Zhao Fu and didn't say anything. After all, Zhao Fu wasn't close to them, and it was already good that Zhao Fu had come to save them. Just as the two of them were about, Zhao Fu turned and looked at the woman and smiled as he said, "Xianxia, do you want to come with us?" Xianxia was the woman who had been captured. She looked around and didn't dare to stay here, so she could only embarrassedly get on the car, and the three of them sat in the back. They were, and they didn't, and they as, and they had they went. They as they and they as they could. They. And they, and you and could as. On the way, Zhao Fu did not say anything and looked out the window. The three people in the back chatted for a while and felt quite happy that nothing had happened. "Cousin. Thank you for coming to save us." Zhao Hong was slightly older than Zhao Fu, and his skin was thicker than his brother Zhao Jun's. Xing Jiao and Zhao Jun also said in a small voice, "Thank you." Zhao Fu turned and looked at them, and his tone wasn't as cold as before as he said, "No need, just remember this. Saving people is a good thing, but don't do things that you don't have the ability to do." These words caused Xing Jiao to lower her head in shame. Zhao Hong and Zhao Jun were quite dissatisfied, but they couldn't say anything, and the atmosphere in the car became cold. "But I don't think I can stand it. If a woman doesn't help, she'll feel guilty for the rest of her life." Suddenly, Zhao Hong thought for a moment and said in a serious tone. Zhao Fu glanced at him before looking outside. Zhao Fu wanted to say, "As long as you take responsibility for your actions, you don't need anyone to save you next time." However, Zhao Fu held himself back. After all, they were family, and Zhao Fu didn't want to ruin their relationship. In actuality, Zhao Fu wasn't against saving people. If you had the power to save people, Zhao Fu wouldn't have any objections. However, if you didn't have the power to save people, not only would you harm yourself, but you would also implicate others. The car continued on until they arrived at the district where Zhao Fu's grandparents lived. At that moment, 4 people were anxiously waiting downstairs. One of them was Zhao Fu's grandparents, uncle, and auntie. When they saw that Zhao Hong and Zhao Jun had returned safely, they went over and hugged them worriedly, asking if they were injured or if there was anything wrong. Zhao Fu was like an outsider. Looking at this heartwarming scene, he didn't say anything and silently left by himself. By the time they came back to their senses and said that they wanted to thank Zhao Fu and cook a few dishes, they found that Zhao Fu had already left. After entering the Heaven Awakened world, Zhao Fu started to think about establishing a faction in the Forest of Horrors. This wasn't just to deal with Wu Qingyang, Zhao Fu also had his own considerations. Firstly, all of the factions in the Forest of Horrors would be cleared out. Otherwise, how would they be able to restore the Great Qin Empire? Moreover, the Forest of Horrors was Qin's home, so there couldn't be any accidents. As such, he would start to clear out the factions in the Forest of Horrors one by one. There were some things that did not require Qin to show himself. He could use his faction to slowly develop, and the two factions would merge to clear out the other factions. Players were a large part of the resources, so Zhao Fu couldn't waste them. Being part of this organization should be based on the players. As for the location of the faction, Zhao Fu thought about it and called out, "Wang Ergu. Give me all information on the Forest of Horrors factions." "Yes, Your Highness." Wang Ergu obeyed and immediately left the room. Soon, he returned to Zhao Fu's room with a pile of documents. Looking at this pile of documents, Zhao Fu felt like his head was about to explode. At that moment, Wang Ergu smiled and said, "Your Highness, this lowly one knows a bit about the Forest of Horrors factions. I have a rough understanding of the situation in the Forest of Horrors. Do you want me to explain it to you?" Zhao Fu smiled. There was so much information that he couldn't read in a short time, so he decided to listen to Wang Ergu. After hearing Zhao Fu's permission, Wang Ergu felt quite excited and organized his thoughts before saying, "Your Highness. Right now, apart from the system factions, there are 3 factions that are far ahead of everyone else in the Forest of Horrors, and they're much stronger than most factions. These 3 factions were the Zhou family, Jiang family, and Soldier Alliance. Within Holy Light City, the Zhou family and Jiang family's competition was the most intense. The Holy Light group was suppressed by these two families, so its development was quite slow. Soldier Forest Zhang family and Chao family were at a disadvantage against Soldier Alliance's development. Finally, Devil Tree City's Yan family and Hua family's development was average. However, the number one player faction in Devil Tree City, the Devil Tree Gang, had split into two factions because of the conflict between the big brother and second brother. Now, they were fighting each other, and their faction was no longer the number one player faction. The Assassin Souls members were mostly assassins, and their leader had obtained an assassin profession Change Stone Steel that could allow a large number of assassins to become assassins. The Assassin Souls profession was E-grade, and it was quite a good profession. As such, the Assassin Souls faction had developed quite quickly. The Brotherhood group was mostly made up of soldiers, and they also took in some elites. They were the main force of the military in the Forest of Horrors, and they could represent the Forest of Horrors military. The Flying Sparrow sect was related to sects, and it was said that there was a sect in the real world. Everyone in that sect was quite strong, but it was quite difficult to enter. The Assassin Soul and the Flying Sparrow sect were in Demon Tree City. Demon Tree City did not have any powerful factions, so it was suitable for smaller factions to develop. The Brotherhood group was in Soldier Alliance, and it was said that Soldier Forest City Lord gave preferential treatment to the righteous and kind-hearted factions. Zhao Fu had never thought that there would be so many changes in the Forest of Horrors. He had never thought that there would be so many changes in the Forest of Horrors. Some of the older factions had left, and some of the newer factions had joined. The competition was just that cruel. After hearing Wang Ergu's words, Zhao Fu also wanted to establish his faction in Demon Tree City. After all, there were no large factions controlling it, so it was quite suitable for a faction to develop. Zhao Fu had already thought of a way to expand. After his faction developed, he would devour the smaller factions and become the largest faction in Demon Tree City. After making this decision, Zhao Fu took Wang Ergu to Demon Tree City. Zhao Fu's impression of Demon Tree City was quite chaotic. Back then, the Demon Tree Gang had been there. This gang was made up of hoodlums, and they were incredibly arrogant and unreasonable. Zhao Fu did not know how the Demon Tree Gang had split up, but most of these factions had no future. After the Demon Tree Gang split up, Demon Tree City's environment became slightly better. Zhao Fu went to the property that he had bought in Demon Tree City and started to recruit people. There were people in charge of this, so Zhao Fu did not have to do it himself. He stayed in the house and watched everything outside. Zhao Fu's conditions were quite good. Ordinary members received 2,000 copper coins per month, which was 20,000 in the real world. Elite members received 5,000 copper coins, which was 50,000 in the real world, and core members received 20,000 copper coins, which was 200,000 in the real world. As for Zhao Fu's faction, it was called Heaven's Choice. It was natural selection. Zhao Fu wanted to create such a faction that would definitely become stronger. Otherwise, it would be eliminated by the world. After Zhao Fu's recruitment board was put up, because the conditions were quite good, it attracted quite a few people. However, Zhao Fu found that most of the people who came were quite ordinary, and there wasn't a single person who was even slightly powerful. Zhao Fu thought about it. The faction had just been established, so how could there be any experts joining? Right now, what Heaven's Choice needed the most was fame. As long as they had enough fame, they would be able to attract experts to join them. Zhao Fu thought of the fastest way to increase their fame, and that was to go and challenge them. Whether it was in terms of popularity or topic of discussion, it was very attractive. As long as they heard that someone was challenging the dojo, a large crowd would gather to watch. After the dojo challenge, it would become a topic of conversation. This would undoubtedly increase Heaven's Choice's reputation. Firstly, Zhao Fu had to do this himself, as he was the leader. Only then would he be able to gather and attract more people. However, Zhao Fu looked at his black cloak. He had appeared quite often in the Forest of Horrors. If he walked out like this, many people would be able to tell that he was Zhao Xian, especially those who were familiar with him. However, Zhao Xian's position in everyone's hearts was that of a kingdom's legatee, and his identity was unfathomable. Zhao Fu did not want others to think that he was Zhao Xian, or else his identity would be exposed. When he thought about that, Zhao Fu hesitated and decided to reveal his appearance. On one hand, he could deal with Wu Qingyang, but on the other hand, if he continued to hide his appearance, it would cause unnecessary suspicion. Before, Zhao Fu had hidden his appearance because he was afraid that his identity would be revealed. If he was found in the real world, he wouldn't be able to protect himself at all, and he would be easily killed. However, if he revealed his appearance now, he would be hiding his identity as Qin's legatee. From now on, he was Zhao Fu, a student from the Ying family's collateral family. Even if he was found in the real world, they would only know that he was one of the Ying family's chess pieces, and no one would suspect him. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu made his decision and took off his black cloak. He revealed his waist-length black hair, white clothes, and a delicate and pretty face. He gave off a trace of elegance, nobility, and majesty, and gave off the aura of a leader. Zhao Fu's current appearance was much more attractive than in the real world. "Your Majesty! How did you?" When Wang Ergu saw that Zhao Fu had revealed his appearance, he was incredibly shocked. He thought that the cloak had fallen off, and he instinctively wanted to help Zhao Fu put it back on. However, Zhao Fu smiled and cut him off, saying, "It's fine. I took it off myself." Hearing this, Wang Ergu let out a sigh of relief and asked curiously, "Your Majesty, why did you reveal your appearance?" Zhao Fu didn't explain too much, and he only said, "You'll understand after this." "Oh." Wang Ergu felt quite confused, but he didn't dare to ask. Following this, Zhao Fu put the two swords at his waist back into his king's ring. These two swords were epic-grade weapons, and taking them out would be too eye-catching. Zhao Fu equipped a normal gold-grade sword and tied it to his waist before walking out. Dang! Zhao Fu stepped out of the door, and when his foot touched the ground, boom! An incomparably terrifying aura suddenly descended, weighing down on the countless people outside. The air seemed to freeze, and their bodies stiffened. They felt as if there was a massive boulder weighing down on them, and their legs trembled as cold sweat appeared on their faces. Suddenly, a voice sounded out in everyone's ears. Even though it wasn't very loud, everyone could hear it clearly because this voice seemed to be irresistible. "I am Heaven's Choice's master, and the reason I established this faction is to continuously become stronger. It's a survival of the fittest, and joining Heaven's Choice is very simple. As long as you can withstand my aura for 5 seconds, you will be able to join Heaven's Choice and receive the treatment of a core member." Zhao Fu's words caused everyone to feel delighted. Core members don't even have to do anything, and they will receive $200,000 in the real world. How could they not be happy? They felt that they would definitely be able to withstand Zhao Fu's aura. After all, as long as they gritted their teeth and endured for 5 seconds, they would be able to do so. Some of the ordinary people gritted their teeth and mustered up all of their strength. Their faces were completely red, and they used all of their strength to resist this terrifying aura. Some of the people with higher cultivations were better off than the ordinary people. Under this powerful aura, they were still able to raise their heads and look around. "I see that no one has fallen. There are 3,000 or so people here. Could it be that they are all going to join Heaven's Choice and enjoy the treatment of core members? That's too simple." These people thought to themselves as they smirked. Before, this person said that as long as they could withstand for 5 seconds, they would all be accepted into Heaven's Choice. Now that there are so many people, isn't this a bit too much of a slap to his face? Boom, an aura that was more than twice as terrifying as before descended, as if it was solid. The dust in the surroundings was blown into the air, and this aura heavily pressed down on them. Those who had been bitterly enduring felt their legs go soft, and a large number of them fell to the ground. Some of the more powerful people were startled and realized that they had underestimated Zhao Fu's power. They immediately circulated their full power to resist Zhao Fu's aura. Time seemed to slow down. Even 5 seconds seemed to have become so long. The remaining people bitterly endured under Zhao Fu's powerful aura. Bean-sized beads of sweat appeared on their bodies. Facing the current aura, it was somewhat taxing for them. However, an even more powerful aura descended, heavily pressing down on their bodies. They were unable to bear this power, and they all fell to the ground. In the end, there were only 5 people left standing. These 5 people's cultivations were all above stage 1, and they were definitely powerful people among ordinary people. Of the 5, there were 4 men and 1 woman, and they were all relatively young. Under Zhao Fu's powerful aura, they were able to endure with great difficulty. However, in the next moment, an even more powerful aura pressed down on their bodies like a massive invisible boulder. In the end, the 5 of them collapsed to the ground, their bodies covered in sweat. It's useless. You can't even take a third of my power. A cold snort rang out in everyone's ears. This caused everyone to feel quite embarrassed and bitter. They no longer had the pride and confidence they had before. Who would have thought that the leader of the Heaven's Choice faction would be so powerful? We can't even withstand a third of his power. How embarrassing. Zhao Fu retracted his aura, and the others climbed up from the ground dejectedly. They planned to leave, not wanting to continue embarrassing themselves here. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu calmly said, I'm willing to accept the people from the 2nd and 3rd batches. Are you willing to join Heaven's Choice? These words caused all of the dispirited people to feel delighted. To have such a powerful leader and such good treatment, it was evident that Heaven's Choice was a faction with great prospects, so they were willing to join. This time, Heaven's Choice had recruited 145 people. The 5 people who had died in the 3rd batch were given the treatment of core members by Zhao Fu. Let them register their identities. Wang Erge came to Zhao Fu's side and smiled as he reported, Young Master. It's all taken care of. Zhao Fu had asked Wang Erge to make some arrangements. After all, challenging a dojo was a private fight. It had a huge impact. How could they not inform the officials? This time, they had received tacit approval to challenge Demonic Tree City, but there were prerequisites. They couldn't harm the natives of Demonic Tree City or cause any major damage. It would be best if they chose some evil faction that the government couldn't deal with directly. Therefore, this time, Zhao Fu would not be punished by Demon Tree City. Instead, he might be rewarded. Assemble! Zhao Fu stood in front and shouted. The 100 or so people who had just joined Heaven's Choice immediately surrounded Zhao Fu. They didn't know what was going on. Today. This is the first day Heaven's Choice was created, and it is also a historic day. We must leave something behind. I see that Demon Tree City has been in chaos for a long time, and now is the time to restore some peace. Are you all willing to go with me? The people below could tell that Zhao Fu wanted to cause trouble, and some of them became excited, wanting to go with Zhao Fu. However, some people hesitated and didn't want to go. After all, if they caused trouble in a main city, they would be punished by the government. They just wanted to be treated well by Heaven's Choice and didn't want to fight and kill. Zhao Fu stood at the front and could tell what was going on, so he said in a loud voice, this time, I'm going to continuously challenge other factions. There might be bloody battles, and you might all die. In the future, I'll have countless enemies, big and small, so if you want to leave, do it now. After all, Heaven's Choice isn't a faction that's content. These words caused 40 or so people to leave, leaving behind 108 people. None of the 5 core members left, making Zhao Fu feel quite surprised. Are you sure? The path ahead is very bloody and cruel, but this is Heaven's Choice's path. Zhao Fu once again yelled. Zhao Fu didn't want these people to continue staying in Heaven's Choice. There was no point in having such people. I'm sure. Some people yelled, while others earnestly nodded. Seeing this, Zhao Fu took out 100 or so pieces of blue-grade equipment from his king's ring, and 5 pieces of silver-grade equipment were given out, delighting everyone. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to take out so much good equipment, and Zhao Fu's identity became more and more mysterious. However, from Zhao Fu's aura, they could tell that Zhao Fu definitely wasn't an ordinary person. With so much good equipment, the people who had left before felt quite regretful. Zhao Fu led his group of people and aggressively walked onto the street. Seeing this, the surrounding people all made way for them, feeling that something big was about to happen. Many people followed behind Zhao Fu to see what was going on. Ergu. Heaven's Choice is here, are there any other factions nearby? Zhao Fu asked Wang Ergu as he walked in front. Wang Ergu thought for a moment before replying, Young Master, there's a small faction not too far away. There's a small faction not too far away, I'll take you there. Zhao Fu nodded and followed Wang Ergu to a large courtyard. There were a few ruffian-looking young men standing guard at the entrance, chatting about vulgar things such as whose wife had a good figure and who wanted to do her, or which woman had a good body and was coquettish. Young master. This is the Azure Snake Gang, and they have around 500 people. Most of them are ruffians, and their strength is not to be underestimated. Wang Ergu brought Zhao Fu here and gave him some information about the factions here. Seeing Zhao Fu bring so many people to the Azure Snake Gang, the young men standing guard felt quite nervous, but they weren't afraid. After all, there were only 100 or so people in front of them, while the Azure Snake Gang had 500 people, which was many times their number. As such, they weren't afraid at all. Who are you? Why have you come to the Azure Snake Gang? A member of the Azure Snake Gang walked over. Because he was used to speaking like this, he had an arrogant air about him. Zhao Fu didn't like this sort of attitude, and he coldly looked at this member of the Azure Snake Gang. He waved his hand, and a sword light flashed. Pooh! A long gash appeared on the Azure Snake Gang member's chest, and blood flowed out. The young man looked quite confused, as he hadn't expected Zhao Fu to directly kill him. He immediately fell to the ground and died. As a member of the Heaven's Choice faction, Zhao Fu gulped and looked quite shocked. Even though that person's tone was quite disgusting, he hadn't expected Zhao Fu to kill him so decisively. These people were so scared that they picked up the duel invitation and ran back into the courtyard. Following this, a sinister-looking middle-aged man brought a large group of people and rushed out, looking at Zhao Fu with an unkind gaze as he said, "Brat, you dare to come to my Azure Snake Gang and challenge me?" Zhao Fu glanced at the middle-aged man and ignored his words, and he said calmly, "Are you going to submit? Or are you going to die?" The middle-aged man's expression became savage. He had been looked down upon like this. He drew his sword and stabbed towards Zhao Fu's throat without saying anything. The middle-aged man's speed was as fast as lightning, and it was completely unexpected. Before most of the people could react, the middle-aged man's sword was about to stab into Zhao Fu's throat. The people watching thought to themselves that he was so despicable, attacking so suddenly. However, Zhao Fu just stood there, not moving at all as he looked at the incoming middle-aged man. Facing Zhao Fu's gaze, the sinister-looking man felt a chill in his heart. He felt that Zhao Fu's gaze did not treat him as a living person at all. The sinister-looking man hardened his heart and once again stabbed towards Zhao Fu's throat. However, the sinister-looking man suddenly saw Zhao Fu move. Zhao Fu slowly stretched out his hand and easily caught the sword with 2 fingers. The sinister-looking man was given a big fright and quickly pulled his sword back. Shing, Zhao Fu bent his fingers, breaking the sinister-looking man's sword in half. He then caught the tip of the sword and slashed forwards, sending out a cold light. Pooh! The sinister-looking man's throat was slashed open, causing blood to spurt out. The sinister-looking man clutched his throat in disbelief. How could Zhao Fu be so powerful? Even though he was quite unwilling, he still slowly fell to the ground and died. All of this had happened in an incredibly short amount of time, in just a few seconds. They watched as Zhao Fu killed the sinister-looking man in a single move. Heaven's Choice's people were all quite shocked. This sinister-looking man's cultivation was a bit higher than Zhao Fu's 5 core members, but he couldn't resist at all in front of Zhao Fu. This caused those 5 core members to feel quite startled. If Zhao Fu killed them, he would be able to do so effortlessly. The surrounding people also widened their eyes at the scene in front of them. To be the boss of a faction, one must have some strength. They didn't expect the leader of the Green Snake Gang to be killed so easily. Avenge boss! At this moment, the Azure Snake Gang reacted. They raised their weapons and roared as they charged over. A cold light shot out of Zhao Fu's eyes as he sent his king's power into the tip of the sword, causing it to shine with a black light. Zhao Fu heavily slashed out, and the air seemed to be sliced apart as a 5-meter-long arc of light appeared. Pooh! Puff! Puff! This sharp arc of light instantly split 10 or so people's bodies in half, causing blood and organs to flow out, making the scene incredibly bloody. Zhao Fu released a massive aura, suppressing the entire scene. His sharp gaze fell on the Azure Snake Gang's people as he coldly yelled, "This place will be taken over by Heaven's Choice, scram!" Under this massive aura and seeing how powerful Zhao Fu was, how could the Azure Snake Gang dare to resist? They didn't want to die, and they immediately scattered like frightened birds. Heaven's Choice's people felt incredibly excited as they looked at how powerful and domineering their leader was. News of the Azure Snake Gang's destruction quickly spread, and most factions heard about this. However, they didn't pay much attention to it, as a small faction like the Azure Snake Gang wasn't even worth mentioning. After leaving 50 or so people to take care of this place, Zhao Fu continued to lead his people. If he wanted to become the #1 faction in Demon Tree City, he needed to have an extremely high reputation. As such, Zhao Fu didn't keep a low profile, and he instead kept a high profile. Even though this didn't fit with Zhao Fu's personality, if he didn't do this, he wouldn't be able to increase Heaven's Choice's reputation. Zhao Fu had high hopes for the faction that he had personally created. Even in the future Heaven Awakened world, he wanted it to become a top-tier faction. Ergu. Are there any other factions around here? Zhao Fu asked Wang Ergu as he led his people ahead. Heaven's Choice's people behind him looked incredibly excited. Wang Ergu happily smiled and obediently brought Zhao Fu to a courtyard. Young master. This is the 100 Thieves Society's territory, and most of the people here are petty thieves. They usually don't show themselves, and there are 400 or so of them. They're a bit weaker than the Azure Snake Gang. After hearing Wang Ergu's explanation, Zhao Fu strode forwards. There were also people standing guard outside, but because of their professions, they were quite cautious. Seeing that Zhao Fu had brought so many people, they nervously asked, "Why have you come to the 100 Thieves Society? Just leave this to your leader." Zhao Fu didn't kill anyone this time, and he only handed the duel invitation to the guards. The Azure Snake Gang's people had died because of their tone. The guards took the invitation and warily looked at Zhao Fu before running back into the courtyard. Following this, a vulgar-looking young man walked out with his people. "You want to fight? You want the 100 Thieves Society to submit to you?" The vulgar-looking young man coldly harumphed as he looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu calmly nodded. "You're looking down on the 100 Thieves Society too much. Brothers, let's go. They're outnumbered, let's show them our power," the vulgar-looking young man roared. The other members of the 100 Thieves Society immediately took out their daggers or knives and rushed at Zhao Fu's people. Zhao Fu was looking down on them too much. However, what they didn't know was that compared to the Azure Snake Gang, Zhao Fu was already giving them a lot of face. The vulgar-looking young man and two of the society's experts took out their daggers and rushed at Zhao Fu, wanting to team up and kill Zhao Fu. Seeing this, Zhao Fu stood there and gave a trace of a smile, but it contained a trace of coldness. The first person rushed at Zhao Fu from the side, and the knife in his hand gave off a cold light as he slashed towards the back of Zhao Fu's neck. Zhao Fu circulated his king's power and punched out, hitting that person's chest. The sound of bones breaking could be heard as that person coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. The other person rushed towards Zhao Fu's other side, and the dagger in his hand slashed towards Zhao Fu's throat. Zhao Fu clenched his other fist and punched out, sending that person flying. At that moment, the vulgar-looking young man's figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Fu. He had been using his two subordinates to attack first before looking for a good opportunity because he had a sure kill technique. The vulgar-looking young man's figure appeared in front of Zhao Fu and seemed to split into multiple clones that attacked Zhao Fu from different directions. The vulgar-looking young man was quite confident in this technique, and seeing that his dagger was about to stab into Zhao Fu's chest, he rejoiced. However, his throat was suddenly grabbed by a hand, and the vulgar-looking young man looked quite confused as he looked up at Zhao Fu. Crack. End of chapter 254. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.